Book 1, Prologue. Leaf fidgeted at the edge of the army camp atop a grassy hill not quite tall enough to be considered a mountain. He did so in the way he had been taught growing up, without any movements of his body or any nervousness reaching his face. The kind of fidgeting only possible if you get beaten for appearing to not pay attention to lessons by the family tutor. The kind of fidgeting that involved mentally pushing and pulling small, mostly opaque gray rectangles with gold and red trimmings. Now you might feel concerned at the idea of boxes only visible within your mind's eye, doubly so if they had letters, numbers, and words on them. These weren't hallucinations caused by schizophrenia, but instead perfectly normal. The young man moved and adjusted the system windows he had pulled up so they might block out the source of his worry. On another hill of similar size and shape were the enemy. The enslaved legion crawled over the almost mountain like the ant-like monsters their black carapace armor represented. Leaf had heard many soldiers doubt the invaders were human at all. They were. He knew. At least some of them. Though he suspected come morning he would be intimately familiar with just what kind of people they were. "Captain, sir!" came a shout from behind along with running footsteps. Leaf turned away from the enemy encampment, blinking the system out of his vision. As he did so, sunlight glinted off his polished bronze breastplate, red and gold half-cape, fluttering in the wind. "At ease," Leaf said, his tone not hinting at any lack of confidence. His second in command, a tall man from a northern border city, squinted at the light and shuffled so he was parallel to Leaf. He stood up straight and saluted, fist to heart. "Captain, sir, orders from above. Squads are to muster and report to their captains." "Sir." Leaf nodded and followed the other man's wandering gaze, back to the Legion encampment, at the small groups of black figures that were beginning to dig entrenched positions in the valley between both forces. "Are we, actually going to fight them? A real pitched battle?" he asked. The two armies had been shadowing each other for the better part of a month, lightly skirmishing over position and resources. So the question wasn't as strange as it might sound. "Yes, I'm afraid so, Hefner. The generals and seers are planning something for tonight. At least, that was the conclusion reached in the officers' meeting earlier today." "Fuck! How are the omens?" "The omens are good, as to be expected, I suppose. Shall we go?" Hefner nodded. The taller man followed briskly behind Leaf as they wove through brightly colored tents and below equally vibrant banners depicting noble heraldry. As the two departed, dark clouds moved in front of the sun. Rain fell in heavy sheets against the single-file column of cloaked soldiers as they rounded the foot of the hill, the ground slick with muddy runoff. Above, fires raged from campfires and torches both, a reminder of warmth and comfort every man and woman taking part in the upcoming assault wouldn't experience until the battle was won. Leaf marched ahead of his squad. 12 men and women trudged through deep mud thoroughly worked by those that had been before them, head down as rain soaked his hood. Leaf pulsed his aura in short guiding bursts, the invisible echo of power rolling off his shoulders, moving as far back along the column as his level and attributes could allow, just enough to reach the next squad leader. Hopefully, anyway. Visibility had plummeted as night had fallen, and the rain had gone from light drizzle to a suffocating blanket of liquid. Leaf could barely see 5 meters ahead, the backs of the soldiers he was trailing seeming to meld into the murky darkness. 2 more bursts, quick succession. None of his squad had aura skills, but they could still feel the aura of those who did, an innate sense possessed by all living beings. Leaf's noble class, inherited from his father, had granted him a social aura when he had reached the 2nd level, intended to be used within courts and high society gatherings. The skill, aura of nobility, had fast-tracked him into being an officer when the war broke out, though he supposed nepotism did most of the heavy lifting. Unfortunately, mud and rain don't care about one's birthright or caste. He cursed as part of the hillside slid out from under him, making him slide over 3 meters and out of the single-file marching formation. 3 short pulses, followed by a 4th longer one. "Wait," the message said, conveying patience and apology. Using the light from the campsite above and the faint echoes of the advanced squad's aura pulses, he reorientated and continued onwards into the night. To battle. Ush. The Varn camp was alight with controlled flame and bustling with activity. This activity, however, wasn't from the usual bustle of soldiers. The kingdom's forces had slowly departed down the back of the hill to avoid detection from the enslaved on the opposite side of the valley. The activity was camp followers intentionally making themselves visible, so scouts and lookouts with perception skills from the Legion camp wouldn't see that business wasn't as usual. If all went well, the enemy wouldn't suspect anything until it was too late. Legionnaires in dark carapace toiled in the valley below, creating makeshift earthwork fortifications, pits, and low walls. This was standard for the Legion. The 2 armies had shadowed one another like timid dancers around the narrow stretch of tamed land between rugged wilderness and a vast lake for a little over a month. During this time, the enslaved would entrench themselves to withstand harassment by the less orderly but more mobile Varan forces. It was this consistent military doctrine the Varan army intended to take advantage of. Flares of light magic intermittently lit up the night, fired in high arcs so as to not reveal the many snaking tendrils of soldiers from the assault force creeping forward. Light, attuned mages within the Varan camp, illuminating the Legion's camp every 5 or so minutes. It was something the army did every night when the enemy was nearby. To scout, certainly. But the constant bright flashes were an indirect sort of attack, intended to prevent sleep and constantly distract. A vibrant flash of green. 5 minutes. Another. Then yellow. Advance. The message hidden within the colors relayed, and over 1,000 soldiers obeyed. They would defeat the invaders here and now, or die trying. Sieves. Green, green, yellow. Green, green, yellow. Red, green, yellow. Leaf crouched in the mud. His squad fanned out behind him in a loose formation. He squinted into the night, trying to make out the Legion's earthen walls. When the red flare had been fired, mages with classes attuned to earth had begun creeping forward, their spells and skills evening out the final stretch of ground and filling in the newly dug moat. The army didn't possess many Terramancers, so those they did have would be burning through their energy as quickly as possible to ready the ground ahead. Red, green, yellow. Another 15 minutes passed. Leaf could see his breath fogging in front of him as anticipation built. Men and women fidgeted from where they stood. Leaf could hear the muffled clanks of their armor as they shifted. Soon, the blue flare should be any second. Blue. Attack! With a hand on his sheathed sword, Leaf began channeling a skill into the blade. Disciplined strike would build up energy until he struck out with his sword. With a flare of his aura, he relayed his conviction and determination wordlessly to his squad, and stepped forward. To either side, Leaf could barely make out the outlines of other squads advancing, ghostly silhouettes in the night. It took over a minute of jogging before they encountered the returning earth mages. Another 30 seconds, and Leaf's boots dug into a mound of piled soil. His footing secure and sure, he lunged upwards. The strength afforded from the might attribute and the balance of alacrity carrying him forward. He reached the apex of the wall and saw 2 dark figures slumped against the bulwark's slight overhang. He fell onto the first, his knee impacting the armored skull, the Legionnaire's head snapping back from both the force of the blow, but also surprise. Hefner dropped next to the other, sword slipping into the gap between neck and carapaced breastplate. Leaf spun at the sounds of muffled yells and cries coming from all around. The alarm had been raised, but was being drowned out by the rain. 5 enslaved stumbled out from under a cloth tarp, weapons drawn. Leaf had never stopped moving. He shoulder-checked the first, sending what he thought was a man tumbling. He drew his sword, hilt warm from the channeled skill, blade practically thrumming with power. With a single horizontal sweep, 2 carapaced corpses fell back, bisected just above the hip, their deaths instant. Disciplined strike, empowering his blade to cleanly sever through their spines. A whistle blew, then another, shrill sounds piercing the night as a proper alarm went out, alerting the Legion's main camp. But Leif couldn't focus on that. He parried a spear thrust and twisted his body into a counter. Empowered by a skill from his guard class, blade bit into organic armor and met the flesh beneath. The Legionnaire screamed, a distinctly human sound. It sent shivers down Leif's spine. To know these were people, victims of an enemy of humanity. He cut them down nonetheless. The slaughter continued as the Varan forces seized the fortifications. Legionnaires fled into the night, but over twice that number were butchered. Leif climbed back up the earthen wall, but visibility was still terrible. Where were the reinforcements? They couldn't hold this position against a counterattack without them. Green lit the night and Leif let out a sigh of relief. He turned and saw his men in the trenches below. Only one minor injury. No deaths. None yet. Varan spearmen began pouring over the wall and moving into a defensive formation with weapons presented towards where the enemy would approach. Orders were barked and ranks came together. Hundreds of eyes peered into the void. Would the Legion retaliate? Or would they abandon the valley and retreat? An ear-splitting screech split the night, puddles of rainwater trembling from the sheer volume. Soldiers reeled and scrambled back. Fear rippled along the line as yells for calm went mostly ignored. Leif flared his aura to prevent panic and his squad stabilized. There was something reassuring about being enveloped by non-hostile intent. What the hells was that? He thought, mind racing. A Legion warform. A host. The sound came again. Louder, closer. Then chaos descended as dozens of dog-sized ants surged out from the darkness. Axe-like mandibles flashed, hacking and slicing. Men screamed as they fell. Insects swarmed onto shields and overheads, leaping and latching onto soldiers behind the first row. Waves of terror, pain, and panic washed over Leif, the emotions tangible due to his court empath skill. He shook his head and mentally pushed the skill's effect down. The raw emotions and intent faded into the background, but the moment of distraction nearly cost him. A monster leapt onto one of Leif's squad members, but he thrust out a hand just in time. A half-dome of gray force snapped into existence between the ant and soldier, causing the attack to be deflected. Leif grunted at the sudden onset of strain from the skill, but pushed forward. "Don't die, please, don't die," he prayed. But the night's events were outside his control. For every Varan soldier who fell, another dropped from the wall and into the fight. For over a minute, the brutal close quarters melee against the swarm continued. Leif kicked one of the monsters off of the end of his blade and glanced around. Another screech split the night air, silencing the yells and groans of battle. But instead of a second swarm, tall figures in gleaming carapace armor, slick with water, marched in ominous lockstep. The Legion had rallied fast. Too fast. Captain Sir Hefner yelled. The unasked question hung in the air. Leif felt the attention of his squad slip from the advancing enemy and onto him. We can't retreat, he thought. A rout now would be catastrophic. Stand your ground, he roared. Similar commands were bellowed up and down the reforming defensive line. Leif glanced over his shoulder and back to the glowing hilltop of the Varan camp. Hold until... The night ignited in rainbow radiance as a barrage of magic so thick it was as though a wave of power had erupted from the hilltop. The thaumatic assault from well over 24 mages soared through the valley, over the Varan soldiers before smashing down into the advancing legion. But the enslaved weren't caught flat-footed. No army so willing to sacrifice the lives of its own could be. As though compelled by madness, the legionaries charged through the elemental destruction. Multicolored flames wreathed their bodies, and destructive sparks danced between spear tips. 100 fell, immolated by magic. But it wasn't enough. As a second, significantly smaller barrage of power lit up the sky, the two armies clashed. And death reigned. Chaos. It was the only word able to describe the battle. The low visibility rendered all combatants nearsighted, and commanders blinded to the greater movements of the fight. Fronts buckled and pushed, but neither side could take advantage. Varan cavalry charged into enemy lines after a rolling wave of flames had baked the mud into hardened clay. They were never seen again. Arrows fell in waves, but from which side they originated couldn't be ascertained. Flashes of power would draw attention, the use of skills acting as a conductor of insanity. Corpses piled up, and equal amounts of blood and water stained the ground. At the 2-hour mark, Leif received a ping, informing him of a level up, though his system knew better than to flash a notification into his vision while he was fighting. He gasped in a lungful of air. Repeated uses of recovery breath had limited effects, but even a little vitality eased aches and lessened exhaustion. Leif stumbled back, wiping blood from his left eye. He blinked blearily around. The sounds of battle had become distant and muffled. Moans and cries from the injured and dying came from nearby, but he couldn't see their source. The downpour had long ago lessened, but it had been replaced with the drifting miasma of mana essence. Visibility hadn't improved. If anything, it had gotten worse. "Where are my men?" he thought desperately. He hadn't seen most of them fall. Hefner had pulled back after sustaining a critical leg wound, and the rest had slowly vanished as the battle continued. If they had died or fled, he had no idea. He pulsed his aura, desperate to at least get into contact with one ally. During the fighting, he and his squad had been pushed away from the now thoroughly ruined earthworks. But now, he didn't know where he was. The fires of both campsites were no longer in sight. Whether they had been extinguished or the persistent haze was shrouding them, Leif had no idea. No footsteps from behind. Hostile intent focused on him. A legionnaire missing an arm and with several arrows sticking from their armor rushed him. Half of a snapped spear was thrust at Leif's neck as he jerked backwards. Phantom echoes of the same attack materialized chaotically around the enslaved strike. The skill used was faint, its form barely coherent for more than a second, a sure sign of the user's exhaustion. Anger, hatred, and not a little desperation radiated off the enslaved as they attacked again and again in furiously wide motions. Leif stepped into an overhead swipe and planted his fist into the gut of his attacker. Air whooshed from the legionaries' lungs before a horizontal slash enhanced by duelists' focus removed their head. Leif sagged to the ground as the enslaved toppled back, torso becoming obscured by mist. Some sort of enhancing or empowering skill leaked from the corpse, mixing into the air. No wonder they were somehow moving with that injury, he thought numbly. For several minutes, Leif stayed still. Propped up by his sword, he listened to the ever-quieting sounds of battle. A scream, and then nothing. Steel ringing against steel, and then silence. All was quiet. Is it over? Is it finally done? Thoughts ran through Leif's exhausted mind. How could he regroup with survivors? Would others come to find him? Had they even won? Or was the Legion finishing off Varan's stragglers? A riderless horse came screaming out of the fog, hooves kicking up mud as it rushed past. Leif made to grab for its reins, but flinched back as the beast tripped. legs snapping under its own weight as it fell hard into the mud. Not riderless, 2 dog-sized insects retracted their mandibles from where they had latched on to the now dead animal's flank. Their emotionless eyes fell onto Leaf as the 2 monsters swiveled their bodies to face him. They rushed forward, legs skittering over the churned ground. Leaf rolled to the side from his kneeling position. A projected shield snapped up around his back as he heard a crunch from a heavy impact. He spun up to his feet but screamed as mandibles latched around his forearm. Dropping his sword from the pain, he stepped back and drew his dagger. The short blade pierced the ant's eye. It went limp, but the mandibles stayed clamped firmly around his arm. The second monster, dazed from running headfirst into the now dissipated shield, gathered itself before coming right at him. Leaf panicked. One arm was useless, likely broken, muscles and tendons severed by insectile blades. His sword lay submerged in mud, and his dagger was stuck fast as he tried to yank it free from the insect's corpse. Pain lanced up his leg as the remaining ant bit through his boot and severed his Achilles tendon. Leaf fell hard on his side, but impacting the ground was enough to let his dagger slip free. Death rushed for his neck, but he twisted, blocking the attack with the dead ant still latched onto his arm. The monster's body was dislodged from the blow. Its vice grip on his forearm slackened. Leaf kicked out with his one good leg and sent both carapaced forms tumbling. He sucked in a breath, but there was no relief from the pain. Recovery breath was overused, the effect all but null. His physical attributes dropped, no longer enhanced from being in a combat stance. The ant came again, but the monster's fixation on his neck made dispatching it simple enough. Leaf's head fell back, a mix of blood and mud instantly soaking his short dark hair. His vision began to fade as blood loss took its toll. "I'm going to die," he thought blankly, but there wasn't enough energy left for any particular emotion to take root. Fear had long ago fled in the face of exhausted acceptance. Death came slowly, or slower than one might expect. A mix of increased vitality from attributes and the desperate intakes of healing breaths made the minutes crawl into an hour. Then, too, his consciousness flickered in and out, each bout of darkness interrupted by a reflexive gasp and a spasm of pain. At some point, the mist began to burn away as the morning sun rose. In the few moments he could focus, Leaf saw the aftermath of battle stretching off into the distance. In the dawn light, figures stalked the battlefield, tall and slender with inhumanly twisted limbs. They stopped at corpses and the dying, hunched over as if feeding. Growling came from his left, but Leaf was too weak to move. Something bit into his thigh, but he could barely feel the pain. 2 wolves with mangy coats and sunken features began to tug at his limp body. Feebly, he pulsed his aura, but aura of nobility had no combat potential. It was simply a final, desperate attempt to survive. An inhuman hiss sent the 2 beasts whining and scampering away. Dark, muttering in a language Leaf wouldn't have recognized even if he were fully lucid, drew closer. A figure, taller than any human and twice as thin, stood over him. Glowing red eyes bore down from a face lacking any distinct features except for ash-gray bark in the place of skin. It spoke in a guttural hiss and knelt down. A crack formed on the creature's mask-like face, in a mock imitation of a smile. An elongated, crooked finger pressed into Leaf's chest. The sharpened, claw-like end penetrated his battered armor, as if it were heated butter and sunk into flesh. Then something was pushed into him, rushing through his veins and pushing aside organs as it twisted and grew. Leaf screamed as his soul was ripped apart. "You have lost 5 levels in the fighter class. 5 to all attributes. You have lost 5 levels in the guard class. 5 to all attributes. Warning, you have lost class levels. Skills connected to classes with lost levels may be unstable. You have lost 0 levels. In the noble class, inheritant classes cannot lose levels. You have lost 4 levels in the fighter class. 4 to all attributes. You have lost 1 level in the guard class. 1 to all attributes. You have lost all levels in the fighter class. All skills lost. Class perk lost. Base stats lost. You have lost all levels in the guard class. All skills lost. Class perk lost. Base stats lost. Warning, you have suffered devastating soul trauma. Warning, your body is being forcibly transformed. Warning, your body has been irrevocably changed. Warning, you are no longer a human. You are no longer an enlightened race. You may no longer gain non-monster classes. Error. Inheritant class detected. Class restrictions negated. Chapter 1. First thoughts. Monster ecology was an underdeveloped field in the kingdom Leaf belonged to. In all human lands, really. A system that quantifies most of reality tends to stifle innovation outside of its rules and intricacies. This isn't to say that the system didn't have anything to do with monsters, just that enlightened races had access to different bits than said monsters. As the body of our protagonist is currently decomposing into the soil, let's start by quantifying what a monster is. In Varan, a monster would be defined as an entity of unnatural birth. This isn't wholly inaccurate. People and animals tend to be born after the sacred act of hand-holding and kissing is performed. Monsters, by contrast, do indeed tend towards the unnatural. Take, for example, the fact that roots are growing out of Leaf's spine. And yes, those are branches sprouting from his eye sockets. The exact process is technically defined as a form of soul parasitism. He'll be fine. Probably. As defined by the system itself, monsters are beings who are born through the intervention of mana. Undead are reanimated through skills and spells aspected towards death. Elementals are born through parts of the natural world being oversaturated in energies. No points for guessing which kinds. Slimes divide over time, in the same way bacteria and problems do. Goblins, along with other facsimiles of sapience, pool out of shadows in the ruins of civilization. Plant monsters tend to be quite varied, from seeds to spores to implanting a parasitic bulb in the still-beating hearts of their victims in an effort to supplant their mind, body and soul into a twisted replica of the original. As exciting as it sounds, the process is fairly slow. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months as the seasons went by. Seasons, it should be noted, were caused not by the planet having an axial tilt, as this world didn't have one. Instead, they were caused by the rotation of the first of 2 orbiting moons. Season, the first, closest and largest of the 2 moons, rotated once every 2 months. When its ordinary crater pocked half-faced the planet. Weather acted normal, and the climate didn't fluctuate. When the half with the glowing red ravines crisscrossing the surface like they were the webs of terrifyingly huge spiders faced the planet, well, things tended to get strange. Strange, from an outsider's perspective, that is. The influx of thaumatic phenomena. Extreme weather and exaggerated temperatures were quite ordinary to the beings of this world. A world with many names and colloquialisms across many languages and cultures. These all tended towards similar meanings: the land, the world, the soil beneath our feet. For the sake of simplicity, let's smush them together, aggregate the meanings and pick something at random. Let's call the planet Earth. Probably hasn't been done before. As time rolled inexorably on, the dark gray sapling poking out of the ground wasn't the only thing to change. The battlefield had sprung to life. Corpses acting as fertilizer made the transformation from muddy hellscape to burgeoning forest smooth and speedy. Relatively, weapons, and equipment were scavenged. But the onset of monsters and wild animals made the massacre less than the ideal tourist attraction. Grasses and moss made the first move. The land quickly repainted green. Hundreds of small gray trees came next, though their growth speed was quickly eclipsed by traditional flora. Within 2 years it was unrecognizable. Within 4, a young forest had firmly taken root. The wilderness had reclaimed this part of the world, closing the pass between the unclaimed lands to the west and the Grand Lake to the east. Neither the kingdom of Varan nor the invading legion retook the territory, and thus time went on. Son, within an unnamed forest there was a tree. Thousands actually, but this tree was significant. It wasn't the tallest, nor the branchiest. It was, however, growing in the exact place a man named Leif Vin had fallen 7 years ago. This forest was home to predators, the usual kinds like wolves and foxes, certainly. But this forest was home to more insidious hunters. Tall, thin trees with gray bark and blood-red leaves, not unlike the significant tree, were the most fearsome of hunters within this land. They strangled nutrients from the ground and choked the life from other flora. The footfalls of animals were followed by the sound of snapping wood and the sickening follow-up of flesh being punctured or bones being crushed. Where these trees grew, grass was absent, as were the songs of birds and the chirping of insects. Gray totems of death reigned supreme as apex predators within this forest. Though there was one peculiarity. A single tree was different. At first it had been like the others, bloodthirsty and ravenous, a savage hunter like all the rest. Somewhere between the 5th and 6th year of its existence, and just after it had turned the cutest rabbit anyone had ever seen into a bloody smear of misfortune and sadness, the tree had changed. Like all the rest, it was a juvenile blight tree. But unlike the others of its kind, it possessed a unique trait. Awareness. It had a thought. This thought lasted 3 entire months, during which its aggressive tendencies stalled. No longer a beacon of death, grass wriggled its way into the tree's territory. Then came insects, followed by birds, then small mammals. During a heavy snowstorm, the tree had its second thought. Okay. I know what you might be thinking. This tree is stupid, and as well it should be. The poor thing has an intelligence of 1. For context, humans are born with 5. That's right, 5 whole points. If you feel insulted, don't be. Intelligence, as with all attributes, is a multiplier of a creature's inherent characteristics. So while the numerical difference between 1 and 5 might be somewhere around the ballpark of 4, the difference between a human with an intelligence of 5 and a tree with the same score is stark. The fact this tree could think at all was remarkable. Keep trying, little guy. You can do it. Chapter 2. Actions. Within a form of wood, a consciousness stirred. It had done so several times now. Each spark of thought was greater than the one before it, more focused and slightly faster. With every thought it became more and more aware of its surroundings, the taste of dirt, the warmth of the sun, the feeling of small legs climbing its branches. Small pinpricks of light shone in its mind's eye, each corresponding to the small animals scampering around. The instincts of its species screamed at the tree to attack, to consume and grow. But another, slightly stronger instinct held it back, telling it that something was wrong, that something was unnatural. There was more. The tree could sense that the second instinct was correct, somewhere deep inside knew. And though neither the origin nor veracity of this feeling could be detected, the tree clutched onto it with all its focus and will. Then, as its burgeoning identity was being pieced together, different sensations filtered through the fog of its consciousness, small pricks of emotions and intent, safety, hunger, nest, hide. Where were they coming from, and why could it sense them? Could it be the same presences climbing on its body? These thoughts were quite complex, and thus the tree pondered them. A year passed. It saw fear. The emotion was sharp and sudden, like a knife against skin. But it wasn't the tree's emotion. No, it was external. Something was panicking nearby. Hunger. Another emotion, but this time from a distinctly different source. The intent of this second source of emotion was directed towards the first. It could feel the location of both, a small flicker of presence. At first, the tree had used this faint sense to strike out against prey, and a part of it felt the intense desire to lash out, to send forth a sharp root from the soil and end both presences. But it hadn't acted on such instincts in over a year. But something had changed. The fact the tree could not only feel these emotions and sense both presences with such clarity, something had definitely changed. But what? Fear again. The smaller presence moved quickly as the larger bounded forwards. The fearful presence darted up the tree's trunk, and its closeness stirred something within the trunk. It remembered the small presence was familiar. It had nested within the tree's branches. This realization stirred something else, a dull, protective instinct. The small thing was in danger. Don't lose them! A crack resounded through the forest as a juvenile blight tree protected the life of something else. A historic first. Level up class noble is now level 6 for fighting to protect another under your watch, and within your territory you earned a level, +1 to willpower, +2 free points. New class skills available, Grand Action or Bloodline Insight. Warning, make selection within 12 hours or skill will be randomly chosen. Warning, make selection within 6 hours or skill will be randomly chosen. Warning, make selection within 1 hour or skill will be randomly chosen. You have gained the noble skill, Grand Action. Grand Action, Aspects Enhancement. You gain a bonus to an attribute of your choice, equal to 20% of your charisma attribute. You'll have to forgive our protagonist's lack of reaction. You might be stunned too if a gray box filled with words and numbers popped up in your mind's eye, especially if you didn't know what an eye was, or a mind for that matter. There was something alluring about this thing, this system prompt. It wasn't the words, nor the numbers. The tree couldn't understand either. No, it was the red and gold highlights around the edges of the window. They were so familiar that the tree didn't even notice. This was its first time experiencing color. Nostalgia wasn't anything the tree had known. An alien feeling of loss and melancholy flooded its being, and so it stayed still, rooted and unmoving. It didn't know what had caused its sudden burst of awareness of its surroundings, and in the moment, it didn't care. It had lost something so fundamental to who it was. And that hurt. But the worst part was, it didn't know what. Memories, fragmented and distant, assailed the tree. Senses it couldn't have known, emotions it had never felt, lessons it had never learnt. They slowly drifted into its consciousness over the course of months, and it grew, not upwards, in another less physical direction. The entire time it mentally stared into the last system prompt it had received, the description of the Grand Action skill. It didn't understand the words, but all skills had an innate amount of understanding injected into a being's consciousness when they were gained. It could use something to do something. When it finally found that something, grasping it in a mental fist, the tree understood. It knew what the charisma attribute was, and by process of elimination it learnt the other 5 attributes in turn. Might, physical strength and resilience, alacrity, balance and fine body control, intelligence, cognitive processes and memory, willpower, focus, and mental endurance, spirit, recovery and connection, charisma, force of personality and presence. The tree pushed its charisma, moving it toward what it needed most, intelligence. And suddenly everything became clearer. Its thought sharpened and mind spun. The tree knew. It knew that if it had one skill, it had others. And knowing that, let the system pick up some of the slack. And by some, I mean a whole lot. Name, life, Vin. Race, blight, tree. Age 8. Attributes, free 22. Might 7. Alacrity 3. Intelligence 1. Willpower 2. Spirit 6. Charisma 14. Total level 10. Monster classes 1-1. Juvenile blight tree 4-10. Skills savage roots, predators, sense. Classes 0-2. Auxiliary classes 1. Noble 6-10. Skills. Aura of nobility. I, soul court empath. All grand action. Apesa. Seeing the full status screen stun-locked the tree for 5 months straight. Chapter 3. Contact. Birds chirped in leaf's branches as the early morning sun filtered through the sparse canopy. He now comprehended why the small forest animals seemed attracted to his form despite their survival instincts likely screaming at them to stay away from the juvenile blight tree. And it wasn't because they were idiotically ignoring the concept of self-preservation. Isotsu, aura of nobility. I. Aspects, aura, social. Your auric presence possesses traces of your noble bearing and lineage. You may display your intent through your aura. Your intent has a greater effect on those with a weaker aura. You can control your aura in ways that are impossible without an aura skill. Notes: keep this suppressed around the Kosia family. They're insufferable. 2 years later, one of them married my cousin. They're closing in. Help me. Us. And what's more, Leaf knew why he could sense the emotions and intentions of the nearby animals. Court empath. Aspects, social. Perception. You feel the emotions and intents of those around you and can see in which direction said emotions and intents are directed. Your ability to sense such things is determined by your charisma attribute. While Leif couldn't read the system windows, he could instinctually grasp what each of his skills did, as if some innate knowledge of their uses was trickled into his mind. Additionally, he had a name the tree wasn't sure how it knew, or even what a name really was. But the moment the full status had popped up, he had known. It was still getting used to all this. He was still getting used to all this. Leaf shifted his attention to the other source of skills. He didn't currently possess comprehension of the differences between the noble class and his juvenile blight tree class. Just that one fit him like a comfortable glove, while the other felt wrong in ways he couldn't hope to understand. Regardless, exploring the wrong feeling skills resulted in further learning and understanding. Ishosha. Savage roots. Aspects technique. Enhancement body. You manipulate a small spear-like protrusion of roots to strike out from somewhere on your body. Additionally, you may expend energy stored within your body to move existing root structures. Predator's sense. Aspects. Perception. Enhancement body. You are a hunter, and your senses reflect this. Passively sharpens your awareness of your surroundings and improves all existing senses. Easter eggs. Predator's sense had been why his awareness had suddenly snapped into focus. If Leaf was more adroit at manipulating his system, he would have found the level-up message that had resulted in him gaining the skill moments before he had defended the small presence. That exact presence currently slept peacefully in a nest of its own making. It slept alongside 5 other similar presences, 4 of which had been brand new additions to the nest. Feeling the newborn animals grow and develop as the days passed was so distracting, Leaf had completely forgotten to continue his current task. Move! Trees couldn't move. Not in the stand-up-and-walk-around way. Not usually. But their roots certainly could, in a fashion. This had been something Leaf had known well before he had gained consciousness. It was something he had been passively doing all his life. His roots spread out in a 5-meter radius around his trunk. Some stretched downwards in search of groundwater. Others fanned out to cover more distance. Leif's current self-imposed task was to manually direct his roots. Focusing on any one task was difficult, but as Leif willed his roots to move, they did so. He found that actively controlling his roots' growth increased their progress by 1.5 small presences per warmth period. This highly scientific method was interrupted the next day when it rained. As an entity with no sight, smell, or hearing, accurately gauging the world was difficult. 16 warmths and 3 wets into the expansion, Leif encountered something peculiar right on the edge of his perception, an intent, hungry and searching. However, the source of this intent wasn't anything Leif had ever sensed before. He continued expanding in the direction and, after 4 days, reached the new being. He reached roots. When Leif initially came into physical contact with the other tree's root system, he didn't immediately identify it as the source of the vaguely hostile intent. Leif found it difficult to push his limited perception down to the far ends of his roots, and telling different root structures apart was remarkably difficult. So for another week he pushed his roots towards the intent, and the other tree did the same in his direction. When the grass around Leif's trunk began to wither and die, he didn't notice. He only noticed when a sharpened root erupted from the earth and struck towards a small presence on one of his lower branches. The creature, a small bird, successfully dodged the assassination attempt. This resulted in the attack penetrating Leif's body. Bark splintered and chips flew off into the forest. If Leif had ears, he would have heard the sharp crack that split the air and sent the numerous occupants of his canopy fleeing in every direction. Pain wasn't something Leif could feel. Instead of pain, there was a dull sensation of something being off, a rush, as chemical processes within his body moved towards the wound. Sap mixed with a sharp aroma secreted out. Both trees remained idle for well over an hour, each trying to comprehend what had just happened. The other blight tree, not as blessed with incredible intellect, could feel that the tree it had encroached on was similar to itself. The faintest sense of a familiar bond pricked at its still burgeoning awareness. Leif, for his part, felt no such familiar bond. Quite the opposite. The strange feeling of unease surrounding his existence prevented him from making such a connection. He had been attacked. A part of himself the young tree didn't comprehend was outraged. It instinctually wanted to counterattack, to fend off the danger. But what truly sealed the fate of the unfortunate blight tree was that it had scared off Leif's tenants. A protective pride swelled in Leif's knot chest. An emotion resembling the human emotion of anger bubbled to life. Leif's entire world sharpened. He swept the surrounding area with his limited perception. He saw clearly for the first time the reaching roots, like skeletal fingers clutching in his direction. The dead grass, vitality robbed by the attacker. Leif imitated the tree equivalent of squinting in indignant incredulity via his aura at the other plant. Grand action. Boosting his might attribute the power of savage roots was heightened. 8 meters away from Leif's trunk, a spear of wood erupted from one of his probing roots. Damp soil was parted as the sharp blade punched into the other tree's roots. It didn't sever them, not entirely. If Leif's opponent noticed it had been stabbed, it didn't react. Or more accurately, it would take several days to react if it did notice. In this period, Leif began draining the vitality from the enemy root system via his opening. It took 2 nights and a day before the roots withered and died. The faint intent leaking from the closer roots vanished. Chapter 4. Garden Warfare. Garden warfare between 2 trees wasn't overly exciting. Savage roots was a remarkably ineffective skill. If either plant monster had practiced or pushed their limits, the skill would have been far more potent. The enemy tree countered, its own spear of wood striking out at Leaf's advancing roots. This counter was in turn countered, and then that counter was countered. Fronts were made, lines were drawn. Should hostile roots cross into the other's territory, they would be set upon, stabbed and strangled. Leaf was a smart tree. Smarter is probably the more accurate descriptor. His roots went deeper, only to strike up from beneath. His grand action skill boosted his might when he went on the attack and spirit when recovering from wounds. As time flew past, his victory became more and more certain. The foe was losing ground. And the more ground that was lost, the less nutrients it could absorb. And though there was a certain defender's advantage, Leaf's relentless advance crushed all opposition. He knew he was winning. If Leaf had eyes, he would have noticed his opponent began to look sickly as its roots were destroyed, leaves wilting and branches sagging. He could instead tell the condition of the other tree via the innate life detection his specific species possessed. Then something changed. It was sudden, shockingly abrupt for a battle between two plants. A battle that so far had lasted for 2 entire season shifts. The enemy grew far stronger. It surged with vitality and its intent sharpened. Where once its actions and reactions had been comparatively slow, they were now practically blistering. As if a switch had been flipped, Leaf began losing ground. The frequency in which the enemy launched, savage roots, attacks doubled, then tripled. Both combatants had become more proficient with their skills as the fight had progressed. But for such a sudden shift to occur, Leaf's mind raced. The strange planty synapses that may or may not have existed went into overdrive. How had he gone from days away from victory to being so hard-pressed on the back foot, back root, whatever? Initially, his thoughts were along the lines of a level up. Had the enemy tree gained a new skill that could explain the boost in combat ability? But could a single skill have made such a difference? And if so, how far was Leaf from getting the same skill? As it turned out, no. Neither tree had leveled up. In actuality, Leaf's opponent was 3 entire juvenile blight tree levels above him. It had an extra skill, and this skill was the only reason it had held on so far into the fight. But Leaf couldn't know this, and his total level was still higher at 10 versus 7. In fact, the cause of this sudden paradigm shift would become apparent in 3 weeks' time. Leaf was sick. He could feel himself wither, his vitality draining. As he lost more and more ground, his every action became sluggish, his every thought strained. He was going to lose, and he didn't know why. Foe pain came from a larger root a few meters from his trunk, where it had been penetrated. If Leaf had been biologically capable of feeling panic, he certainly would be. The fruitless tug-of-war between the sucking force draining him and his feeble attempts at controlling his internal energy continued for several hours. With each minute, he grew weaker and weaker. Warning: you have sustained near-fatal injuries. You have 22 unspent free attribute points. If you do not spend these points within 1 minute, they will be randomly distributed based loosely on primary class growth rates. What? What did that mean? He thought. Why had the thing popped up showing him the things he didn't know the thing or the things at all? What did the thing mean? Did. In a so. Unspent attribute points have been distributed. Might +8, alacrity +1, intelligence +2, willpower +3, spirit +6, charisma +2. Attributes: free 0, might 15, alacrity 4, intelligence 3, willpower 5, spirit 12, charisma 16. Oh, that's what it means, Leaf realized. And then, in the world's most stunning display of understanding cause and effect, he had a thought. That must have been why the other tree became strong. And he was correct. Not only was he correct, but he was substantially stronger. Weakness fled in the wave of higher numbers. His mind sharpened due to willpower and intelligence let him see new connections, have new ideas. Though he had lost ground against his foe, the fight had returned to the prior status quo, a status quo in which he had the advantage. 1 month and 2 weeks later, Level Up class, Juvenile Blight Tree, is now level 5. For killing another of your kind and proving dominance over a protracted back-and-forth conflict, you have gained a level, +1 to might, +1 to intelligence, +5 free points. You have displayed excellence above your ability. For surviving a grueling battle of attrition, few others of your level could have survived. You have gained the following: 2 to willpower, 2 to spirit. For demonstrating combat prowess while within the wilderness and possessing tenacity and grit in the face of adversity, you have the opportunity to gain the Survivor class. Class slots 2. Accept YN, as Leaf couldn't read the system prompts and therefore had no idea an option had been presented. He neither accepted nor declined the final message. This led to the class being automatically declined after a month had passed. In our protagonist's defense, he had important things to do, like drinking groundwater and photosynthesizing. Chapter 5. Oversized Chickens. Goblins weren't overly intelligent, and before anyone starts accusing this story of being exclusively about stupid people, allow me to clarify. Goblins didn't need to be smart. They were short-lived and violent, and while they had a social hierarchy similar to primitive humanity, their ultimate goals in life made higher learning and philosophy unnecessary. They were monsters spawned from the ruins of civilization. The usual grinding wheel of natural selection didn't apply. Doing the dirty and waiting for storks to deliver baby goblins just wasn't how they did things. Speaking of birds, the goblin tribe currently stalking through the young wilderness near a certain tree possessed several. Not as livestock or pets, these meter-tall killing machines with raptor-like talons and beaks, the shape of curved daggers, were effectively members of the tribe. When a goblin reached level 10, assuming it met certain criteria, it would gain the option to evolve their racial class into a variant of the awakened race's Tamare class. This class would keep the goblin hallmarks, enhanced stealth, and savagery, while supplementing the monster with several interesting options. One such option had led to the capture, raising, and eventual taming of 3 Highland runners, flightless and with crests of bright red feathers and slick black and blue bodies. These predatory animals were a common sight in less forested regions, and they were animals, nothing monstrous about them. But just because a creature wasn't given a thematic bump on the way into existence didn't mean they weren't apex hunters in their own rights. The goblin tribe these 3 birds now belonged to had lost 6 members trying to raid the nest to claim their eggs. The goblins often let these creatures go off and hunt as a pack. A skill-enforced bond prevented them from acting against the tribe nor getting too far away. So what was the risk? All the monsters and beasts within this part of the wilderness were quite weak. The strongest had been a level 14 evolved bear that they had filled with arrows from a safe distance. This is why the goblin tribe wasn't expecting all 3 of their prized companion beasts to be dead within the hour. The cause? Well, I'm sure you already know. Issues. In the calm afternoon sun, towards the end of the hush season, sat a tree. With its thin, twisting trunk of gray wood and a canopy of dull red leaves, this tree made for quite the imposing sight. Other plants, trees included, lived within the forest, but for reasons related to being stabbed by root spears and drained of life, things tended to stay away. But this tree was different. The 3 birds of prey could feel it. Something in the air told them this tree was different, as though it held itself in a dignified poise. And while the 3 interloping hunters didn't understand that this feeling came from the highly unusual phenomenon of this plant monster having a noble class, they could see something they did understand. This tree, for whatever reason, was practically bustling with life. Squirrels scampered up and down branches, while the crimson canopy was flush with chirping songbirds. At the base of this tree was a lush lawn of verdant grass. clearly unhindered by the tree's usually hungry nature. Within this unusually vibrant grass was dinner. Not the tree's dinner. Oh no. 3 sets of hungry eyes soaked in the sight of a deer and her nursing fawn. The mother deer gave the newcomers a placid, "What can you do?" look, the same kind she might instinctually give to a fast-moving vehicle. The hunters knew something wasn't right. They squawked at each other in shrill tones, the sound sending songbirds fleeing and squirrels diving for cover. They prowled around the tree, instinctually looking for danger, ready to flee at the slightest rustle of leaves or the smallest bulge in the soil. Nothing happened, and as nothing happened, they became more bold. Sharp talons pawed at the ground, beaks snapping. The fawn stopped feeding. Its small head peeked up over its mother's frame. It looked imminent, death square in the eye, and promptly went to sleep. The Highland runners gave each other the bird equivalent of a shrug and darted forward. They closed the gap fast. These were evolved beasts, each over level 10. One rushed right for the deer. One taloned foot raised to deliver death in a single crushing blow. The other 2 flanked to the sides, eager to partake in the coming feast. As the killing blow descended, a brilliant golden dome sprung up around the deer. It cracked when the attack impacted it, white fractures quickly spreading along its surface. The birds had an instant to react, an instant to realize they were in well over their heads and run for their lives. Instead, they spent that instant looking on in confusion. A spear of wood lanced from the ground, penetrating the led animal through the breast. It thrashed around, feebly trying to break free. The hollow bones of one of the flanking runners were crushed as a second spear shattered its legs. The final hunter let out a horrified cry and promptly made the correct decision. It ran away. It ran for a whole 2 meters before roots rose from the ground and sent it sprawling. Before it could stand and continue running, its neck was entangled. With a sickening crunch, it died. Silence filled the forest as the 3 victims of a mostly unintentional trap were quickly drained of their blood, courtesy of a newly acquired skill. Harvests due. Aspects enhancement body. Technique blood. Your ability to drain the life force of your victims is improved as long as you maintain physical contact. You drain blood at an accelerated pace. If you have drained a creature of vitality within the past week, you gain plus 20% to all attributes. This skill was a newly acquired addition to Leaf's growing collection and was something the blight tree he had dueled 2 years prior had possessed. Not that his foe had properly taken advantage of the plus 20% to all attributes component of the skill during the fight. If it had, well, best not think about it. At first, Leaf hadn't known what to do with this skill. He tended to only occasionally kill predators trying to hunt the animals who used his shade and branches as their home. That was when an injured deer had wandered into his little kingdom. Instead of killing the animal and draining it like others of his species, Leaf had protected the deer. The sickly beast had feasted on the plentiful grasses at Leaf's base, and in time had made a full recovery. An injured animal in a seemingly vulnerable situation was a very tempting target. He hadn't intended to use the creature as a lure, but 2 noble levels later. Under my protection. Aspects, technique, shield, social. You conjure a protective barrier around yourself or a nearby target. If this skill is used while you are protecting another, this skill benefits from 50% of your charisma attribute. Your words and actions have an innate calming effect. Name Life Vin. Race Blight Tree. Age 10. Attributes. Free 14. Might 18. Alacrity 5. Intelligence 4. Willpower 7. Spirit 16. Charisma 17. Total level 14. Monster classes 1-1. Juvenile Blight Tree 6-10. Skills Savage Roots, Predators, Sense, Harvests Due. Classes 0-2. Auxiliary classes 1. Noble 8-10. Skills Aura of Nobility I. Court Empath. Grand Action. Under My Protection. Yes, he still hadn't figured out how to spend free attribute points. Chapter 6. The Clan. Gret Cole knew the folly of his kind, how they bickered and fought over scraps. When his clan had been forced to flee their spawnland, they had endured tribulation and struggle. When Gret, one of the youngest of his clan, had finally reached the level 10 milestone and evolved, it hadn't taken long for him to usurp the current chief. He had burnt the old fool alive. Nothing could withstand his magical flames. Obedience from his fellow goblin had only been natural, loyalty a foregone conclusion. So why, under the feral moons, were his clanmates starting to doubt? Why the fuck were they questioning his leadership? Did they want to die screaming? Gret seethed internally as he stomped ahead of his clan. The scouts were too frightened to forge ahead, so he had to lead by example. If his pathetic kin were so weak to die to a bunch of trees, how could it be his fault? If his family weren't so incompetent, there wouldn't be a problem. "Chief!" screeched a nasally voice from behind. Gret let out a long, suffering sigh and turned to face the soon-to-be-scorched pile of meat and regrets. "What do you need me to hold your hand? Keep moving or I'll kill you!" he roared, the other goblin flinching back. "But, Chief, it's the Bog brothers. They said they couldn't feel their bonds anymore and—" "What are you kidding me? I'll rip them apart with my bare hands." "Chief." "What?" "They already left to go find their birds." With a sickening thwack, Gret's charcoal staff caved in the skull of the wretch before him. As the body toppled to the ground, cinders flared up from beneath the monster's dark green skin. Gret stomped towards the rest of his worthless clan. They eyed him with a mix of fear and trepidation. "Well," Gret screamed, spittle flying. "Where did they go?" "Oh, sis." Bog turned to face his brother. The equally small goblin was hunched low next to him in the shrubbery. "Hey, Bog." "Yeah, Bog?" "You think the tree killed him?" "Yep, Bog. Looking like it." "Yeah, I can't believe Bog 3 died raising these big chickens." "You bloody shame." "What you want to do?" "Dunno. Go back." The two goblins named Bog stood and made to find their clan. But only 5 minutes later their clan found them. And Gret sure was pissed. Both Bogs sweated at the sight of their malevolent leader, being slightly more intellectually gifted than most of their kind. The two Tamer goblins spoke before Gret worked himself into a frenzy. "Big chickens are dead, boss." "Yeah, tree got 'em good, it did. Draining the life right out of them." "A tree? Are you kidding me? Let me guess. It's the same kind the rest of you rat shit lot are scared of." Gret roared, face already shifting to a deep red. "Yes, boss, we can show you." "Of course you're going to show me. Let me teach you incompetent, useless, deceitful, unloyal, pathetic worms why there is nothing to be scared of." Isos, an entire clan of goblins, around 40 members large, gathered in a cluster within sight of a blight tree. Gray bark and red leaves easily visible through the usual greenery of the forest. Gret stood closer than the others, a ragged cloak he had taken from a slain adventurer slung over his back. Grubby fingers wrapped around the staff that channeled his fire magic. This blight tree was just like the others it had seen. Well, not quite. This one was far smaller, as if its growth was stunted. For his clan to be afraid of a plant, pathetic. The chief was currently half ranting, half screaming incoherently at the group of goblins. Something about how they didn't have a single useful bone between them, and that their mothers were swine. Goblins didn't have mothers, so that particular insult flew mostly over their heads. Though they did possess an innate understanding of awakened beings, courtesy of their shadowy origins from the ruins of towns and cities. Some high-level variants even gained skills related to blending into awakened society. Gret hollered for another minute, cursed out both moons, which was terrible luck, and stalked towards the tree. He raised his staff and channeled a skill. Orange flames licked up and down the length of the staff for 3 heartbeats before a scorching ray launched from the tip. To Gret and the rest of the goblins' surprise, a golden barrier flickered into existence, absorbing much of the initial damage from the skill, but not all. The barrier fractured, then shattered. Flames wreathed the tree, scorching bark and incinerating leaves. A surprising amount of birds and smaller forest critters fled at the encroaching fire, but many were too slow. Gret turned back to his clan with a smug look of superiority. See nothing to be scared of. No one felt the need to point out that Gret was the only caster variant the clan had, nor that he possessed the clan's only magical item. Some clapped, a few cheered, and the rest lowered their heads in supplication. This wasn't the first time Gret had demonstrated his power to the clan, and likely wouldn't be the last. Goblins followed the strongest. It was ingrained into their very existence. Their instincts would compel them. Now that the chief had put the fear of himself back into his clan, they would obey, as he ordered them to march through dangerous territory and into deadly predicaments. Great leered at them before turning back to the burnt, but still standing tree. His eyes glinted as he spotted something. "Ewan, you go fetch me that deer." "Yes, boss." The two nameless goblins stammered and moved forward. Surely if they did this, Gret wouldn't beat them. They drew hand-made daggers of flint and sticks and stalked forward. The goblins wouldn't complain about dinner. Halfway between the tree and the clan, both goblins stopped dead. Root spears had plunged up into their throats and out the back of their necks. Everything went silent. Then the tree began to drain the corpses. Gret scoffed. They should have dodged. "Next you, and you move it." The clan looked between their cruel chief and the bloodthirsty tree. They decided to take their chances against the tree. Chapter 7. Echoes and Victory. To say that Leaf didn't understand what was going on would be an understatement. To say he was pleased with the current happenings would be a gross misassessment of the situation. That fire had hurt. By all rights, Leaf thought he should be dead. The source of the flames was too far away from his roots for the tree to strike back. But then, for whatever reason, the flames had stopped and presences started moving forward in small groups of 2s or 3s. Leaf was desperate. What if these presences had more fire? He lashed out, killing all who got too close. Before long, 7 goblins lay dead, their vitality rapidly draining away. Leaf's bark began to grow back, leaves budding on newly restored branches. Level Up class, Juvenile Blight Tree, is now level 7 for slaying multiple foes of similar level in quick succession. You have gained a level +1 to Might, +1 to Spirit, +5 free points. The system popped up once again in Leaf's mind's eye. Though he couldn't read what the messages said, he had slowly begun to intuit their meaning. This was telling him that his strength had increased. That was good, but probably not enough. What could he do? Back when Leaf had fought the other tree, at the moment he was on the verge of losing, he had received a surge of power. But why? And possibly a more important question. How? As if responding to his silent question, the system popped up more information. Attributes. Free Nan. Might 19. Alacrity 5. Intelligence 4. Willpower 7. Spirit 17. Charisma 17. Each under 6. Attributes. He knew that. Instinctually, he had figured them out years ago. There were 6. He saw the list presented before him. Each attribute had an attached. What were they? Numbers. The thought came suddenly and without explanation. Numbers. They were numbers. Somehow it was as if a veil had been lifted. Strange images and scenes flashed through Leif's mind. They were jumbled and confusing and were gone as quickly as they had come. Numbers. He could work with this. His attention returned to the attributes. 6 attributes, each with numbers designating how strong they were. Wait, that wasn't right. Why were there 7 attributes listed? Was there a 7th he hadn't noticed? Had that always been on his status, as if responding to his question? The system supplied an answer. The outlier attribute had once been higher, but had subsequently been lowered by the exact amount of attributes he had gained. Wait, lower attributes, but a sudden surge of power when I was weak. Leif had gained strength since then, so could he. Now that the dots had been connected, the tree now knew what to do. Leaf attempted to manually spend a free attribute point, and it worked. Resources, attributes, free 18, might 20. Aces, he could. The number for might had gone up, success. All the attributes were good, so he evenly split his free points between them at first. After he had increased them all by 2, spending 12 out of 18, Leaf had a choice. Invest in his highest, or, if he could know more, understand more. Maybe he could discover more secrets within the system. He made a choice. +6 into intelligence? Maybe it would pay off. Or maybe not. Attributes. Free 0. Might 2. Alacrity 7. Intelligence 12. Willpower 9. Spirit 19. Charisma 19. Ace. Power flooded Leaf. Strength he had never felt before spiraled out from his trunk, down into his roots, and up into his branches. The world became clearer. The presences surrounding him no longer felt so far away. But that wasn't all. There was something else, something bubbling beneath the surface. A blood-stained battlefield, marching through the rain, a camp full of colors and soldiers, training, wooden blades crashing together, an older man, weather-worn skin and dark hair, winged with silver, speaking with his head in his hands. A duel between teenagers, tempers flaring, a wedding, knives hidden behind every smile, a proud father beaming down, playing in the gardens of a grand estate, learning under a strict gaze, a smiling family, a stabbing pain as a goblin's flint dagger penetrated bark. What? Where am I? Another impact, this one against a thrumming shield of gold. This. Goblins, I'm under attack. Somehow beneath the haze of confusing memories he had still activated, under my protection. The deer seemed unworried at the very least. Leaf focused. No time to consider what he had just experienced. 4 presences flickered out as spears of wood punctuated vital organs and severed limbs. Leaf focused his will with grand action and studied the creatures besieging his person. They were goblins. He somehow knew that now, when moments prior he hadn't had a clue. The lifeblood of the slain stained the dirt. A far more prominent part of Leaf's consciousness now realized what he was doing. Draining their blood to heal and grow? It felt disturbing. Wrong in a way he couldn't put a finger on. A finger. Just what is going on? He was surrounded, and the majority of his foes were outside his range. His attention shifted from the goblins to the roots closest to them. With a mental effort, he channeled the newly gained vitality from the dead into growth. His roots started grinding forward at a speed he had never thought possible, and the goblins had no idea they would pay. It's 6. Gret lounged back against a boulder watching the show. In small groups, the goblins he hated the most were sent to their deaths. All those he had caught muttering mutiny under their breath or were slow to obey his orders. He could get used to this. The feeling of power, of control. A primal sense of satisfaction crawled up his spine and he couldn't help but grin. Just a few more pests to take care of. Then he would incinerate the tree and move on, clan in awe of his power. He was so caught up basking in his own grandeur that Gret didn't notice the mumbling and murmuring of his clan. Goblins instinctually follow the strongest, but instincts had their limits. Sometimes it was possible to be too cruel, even for goblins. The clan just needed a little push, and it would all come falling apart. Wooden spears erupted from the soil to impale and restrain. Goblins screamed in terror and made a hasty retreat away from the tree's suddenly increased threat radius. They scrambled and crawled, a press of panicked bodies desperate to get to safety. Gret stood, fury in his eyes. He raised his staff and opened his mouth to rally his worthless clan. A goblin shouldered past him, sending Gret staggering back. He tripped onto his ass and cursed. A knee struck his chin, dazing and disorientating him. The goblin chief cursed and swore. He tried to stand, but a root wrapped around his ankle. Gret froze. Then, in a wild flailing of limbs, he was dragged bodily towards the tree. Grit twisted, and his ankle snapped. Screaming in pain, he reached down and grabbed his wooden restraint. Burning hands incinerated the root, and he was free. He stumbled up but fell the instant he put weight on his shattered ankle. Panicked, he looked for where he had dropped his staff in the chaos. It wasn't far. He dived for it, arms outstretched. Searing pain lanced through his hip, and another spear ripped into his side. But he wasn't stopped. Snarling, Gret grabbed his staff and leveled it at the plant monster. No one bests. Gret die. Something sharp penetrated through the back of his skull and out the front. Gret died as he lived, screeching in rage. Chapter 8. Choices and Levels. Level Up. Class Juvenile Blight Tree is now level 8. For slaying a goblin flame chief and chasing off his clan, you have gained a level 1 to Might +1 to Spirit +5 free points. New class skills available: Blight Heart or Dark Tree's Insight. Another prompt. Leaf now vaguely understood what this meant. The meaning of the system messages were still hazy, but with a little focus. Yes, he felt he knew. A level up. From 7 to 8 in the Juvenile Blight Tree class, +1 to both Might and Spirit, and 5 free points. There was more to the message, but before Leaf could fully comprehend it, another system prompt appeared. Level Up Class Noble is now level 9. For protecting your territory and maintaining the calm of your subjects, you have gained a level +1 to Intelligence, +1 to Willpower, +1 to Spirit, +1 to Charisma, +2 free points. Another level up, this time in the Noble class. Something struck Leaf as odd about this class, as though he knew instinctively that possessing it wasn't normal, but also that having it brought him great comfort, as if to go without would mean he had lost something irreplaceable. Faces he didn't know, places he didn't recognize, sorrow he didn't understand. What is this? He thought as images once again flashed through his mind. For over an hour, Leaf contemplated what was going on, who he was. I am me, he concluded, but I am not what I was. It is as though I have lived 2 separate lives, one as a tree and the other. The realization settled onto his consciousness like a weight, as if now that he knew that something was not right, the sheer amount he didn't understand, he didn't know, might crush him. To distract himself, Leaf returned to the system prompts. After a slow and careful examination, he believed he knew. Tapping into instincts and knowledge from something else, Leaf fully faced the choice in front of him. 2 skills: Blight Heart and Dark Tree's Insight. Thinking back, Leaf had never been presented with a choice of skills from his Juvenile Blight Tree class. His Noble class had always offered a choice, at least for the 2 skills he had gained since becoming aware. Wait, I had Noble levels and skills before that. But how no? Focus, one thing at a time. He tried to focus on both options, but no additional information appeared. Disappointed, he studied the names. Could he gain any information from them? No. Wait. Yes, he felt a distinct impression from each option. The first skill was energy, a way to collect, something that could grow and improve. The second, a way to learn, to become better at being what he was. Both offered power, but from different directions. Blight Heart would grant a pool of energy to amplify his skills, while Dark Tree's Insight would make him more proficient at his current skills. Leaf contemplated the choices. He did so for so long that the first, pick a skill or it will be picked for you, prompt appeared. 12 hours to go. Time. I understand the concept, but not the specifics. How can I tell how much time has passed? Exiting his musing about the new prompt, he made his choice. Dark Tree's Insight would help him understand his current existence, clear away the confusion, help him become comfortable with who he was. But he was more than just a juvenile blight tree. He was also a noble. Dark Tree's Insight wouldn't help at all with his noble skills. He could feel it, and if he was half tree and half something else, then shouldn't he pick the skill that could help him be both? You have gained the juvenile blight tree skill, Blight Heart. Each 6. Blight Heart, aspects, cultivation, blood, enhancement, body. A blight tree consumes the vitality from its victims, growing ever stronger. As you gather the lifeblood of the fallen, a portion remains, filling and expanding a pool of energy that allows you to improve the output of skills. Excess energy cultivated fuels your bodily functions and restores wounds. Leaf immediately felt the change, like something had grown within his trunk. A pool of pulsing energy ready to be used. Though it wasn't full, his attention turned to the piles of goblin corpses littering the ground. He wasn't invincible, and these creatures had posed a legitimate threat, especially the one with fire, if they had charged him all at once. But they hadn't, and Leaf had survived. He knew now that there were many things far stronger than goblins. He could die at any moment. Strength to survive, to find out what I am, who I am, and why I'm like this. Strength to protect those who relied on me for shelter. Leaf's mindset shifted. He had been passive for too long, spending the 7 free attribute points he had gained from the 2 level-ups he got to work. 3 into might, 3 into alacrity, and 1 into intelligence. Seat 6. Season rotated above. For 2 months the weather was calm and the climate stable. Then the cracked half slowly rotated into view. Ravines of glowing red heralded the end of the hush season and the beginning of turbulence. Pulsing red, as if blood from a clotting wound, spread along its surface. The planet below changed in response to the sight. Beneath a night sky, tinged ever so slightly red, a tree grew. It changed just as the world around it did. Crimson stained the earth around it from 2 separate sources. Then turbulence had ended. The storms retreated and the snow melted. A blight tree stalked the evergreen forest. It moved in a manner akin to a spider, though with dozens of twisted legs of dull gray wood. It hunted in search of prey, its red canopy a herald of violence and death. It found what it was searching for. Prey filled with vitality slumbered in the morning light, blissfully unaware of impending doom. The blight tree crept closer, vaguely aware of its cousin nearby but ignoring it all the same. What could a lesser do anyway, as the tree struck with blade-like branches and roots akin to stakes? A golden shield flared up. The attack met the barrier and stopped dead. Then the lesser struck back, spears breaking bark and sinking into its trunk. Strength meeting, no, exceeding the evolved tree's own, and pushed the monster onto the defensive. Where it tried to sink its roots into the soil to gather nutrients, it was blocked. When it tried to siphon the vitality from the life living within the others, branches, the golden barrier would flare up, protecting not only the body of the lesser, but also the many animals that called its form home. For an hour the 2 monsters dueled before finally one perished. The unevolved blight tree ripped apart its cousin and drained it of vitality. Level up class Juvenile Blight Tree is now level 10. For slaying a blight tree prowler and displaying dominance over an evolved member of your species, you have gained a level +1 to might, +1 to spirit, +5 free points. You have gained the capstone class skill, Uproot. Congratulations! You have reached the level cap for your juvenile blight tree class. Would you like to evolve? Warning: you are vulnerable while undergoing Monster Evolution, Chapter 9. Baby steps. Congratulations! You have reached the level cap for your juvenile blight tree class. Would you like to evolve? Why? Would you like to evolve? The words were so strange, like the past 11 years had been just for this moment. He had grown used to the voice of the before, whispering instinctual knowledge into his mind, like a series of well-grown roots, supportive and reliable. But now that voice was silent, as if unsure for the first time. Warning, you are vulnerable while undergoing Monster Evolution, whatever I was before. This is entirely new for me, he thought. Carefully examining the system windows, he selected Yes. Monster Evolution may commence when mana threshold has been reached. Current progress 100%. He waited, then waited some more. A full week passed. Current progress for 100%. Yeah, this would take a while. Leaf was sick of waiting around. He, as with all trees, was remarkably competent at the task of doing very little. But as his mental attributes had grown, his ability to simply wait had lessened. He was still excellent at it. 11 years of doing mostly that had given him more than enough practice. Oh, I have a new skill, he realized. The system prompt about evolution had caught him off guard, and he had forgotten. Isang 6, uproot, aspects empowerment body, technique movement. You empower your body, allowing you to temporarily retract your root systems and become mobile. Moving in this way puts strain on your body and reduces your overall combat ability. Once this skill has expired, you automatically replant yourself and rapidly spread your root systems. Well, may as well test it out, he thought, and so he did. And it was awful. Truly the worst experience of Leaf's tree life. The feeling of years' worth of agonizingly slow progress being slurped up into his trunk. Parts of his body that should never move snapped into position beneath his now elevated form. Leaf swayed, unsteady on so many new appendages. He took several very tentative steps around the clearing he called home. It was unruly and incredibly awkward. But that wasn't the only problem. The biggest issue Leif was having was his weight. His roots sunk into soft soil and took effort to pull out. He would overcorrect his balance trying to maintain a steady footing only to sink further. It was exhausting and miserable. And to top it all off, it just felt wrong. 2 feet would be so much easier, he thought, and it took several minutes before he caught what he had thought. Why had he thought 2 feet would be easier? Was it? Smiling faces. A parade through the street. Racing friends along winding paths. Ugh. Leaf staggered as the sharp memories flooded his mind. His entire form sagged. What am I? He asked himself, but he received no answers. Ifs. Mana saturated the world, though it does so inconsistently. It seeps into the ground from above, filtering down into the depths. It flows along with the natural environment, and where considerable amounts of mana gathered, thaumatic phenomena become more common. Strange rock formations, wind that flows in thick ribbons, rivers that defy common sense. For monsters, beings born of, or with the assistance of mana, the amount of saturation is greatly important. For, say, random example, a magical tree. The mana saturation of their immediate environment determines several things. The first, and most important to current events, is evolution. The evolution process takes far longer in areas with low amounts of mana, and even the quality of evolution options can vary. In newly formed stretches of wilderness, mana is often quite sparse. Monsters naturally absorb mana. It weakens the barrier to advance to new levels. The higher level the monster, the more mana it requires. Awakened creatures, like humans, use crystallized mana to aid in breakthroughs. Leaf, in his entire life as a tree, had never moved. Sure, he had spread his roots over a considerable distance, but he had never experienced different levels of mana saturation. But now he did. not out of desire to reach a region with higher saturation, but for another, more personal quest. He wanted to find out what he was, and staying still wasn't doing that. Over the weeks, he grew more competent with his movements. No longer did he fall or threaten to tip over. The trick, as it turned out, was proper weight distribution. Oh, and putting his 10 free attribute points into alacrity. What moved through the forest was quite the strange procession. A blight tree, 2 deer, a family of squirrels, 6 songbirds, 14 water rats, 9 rabbits, and an old badger migrated with purpose. Only one member of this diverse group knew that purpose, but they possessed it nonetheless. Current progress 13,100%. As Leif traveled, he noticed progress towards his evolution was becoming increasingly difficult. The elevation had been ever so slightly increasing as the days went by. If Leif had eyes, he would have noticed the looming mountain range. Boulders and cliffs became commonplace as the group traveled. The forest had thinned and then ended entirely. It should be noted that just because Leif was searching for clues, it didn't mean he knew what he was looking for. We can postulate that finding a settlement like a village or a town may have jogged his memory. But I think I can comfortably say Leif was lucky he was actively heading away from civilization, because I don't think townsfolk would have been overly accommodating to a large carnivorous tree monster. Just a hunch. Current progress 25,100%. Eventually, the incline got too steep for Leif to progress. Days were spent trying to discover an around route, but to no avail. The tree and animal posy began drifting southward and back into forested hills. It was during this time Leif discovered killing attackers would rapidly fill up his evolution progress. Current progress 40,100%. A stream ran through the quiet valley like a particularly lethargic snake. If you had eyes and a taste for the wonders of nature, you might even call it beautiful. Entire fields of flowers ran along the sides of the valley, their colors separated like rock strata. Leif spent a week within the valley, soaking up the above-average mana from the air and soil. Current progress 59,100%. Winds buffeted Leif, animals fleeing in every direction. Even the 2 placid deer seemed less than eager to stick around and stare blankly at the danger. A griffin descended from above. Its 4-meter-wide wingspan parted the air, and its short sword-length beak glinted in the sunlight. As the creature circled overhead, it seemed far more interested in Leif than the freeloaders who accompanied him. It radiated a strong, buffeting presence, as if challenging anything brave enough to test it in the air. Leif felt the overbearing power press down on him from above, as if the creature were focusing in on him specifically. Though the aura it projected gave off a feeling of danger, the griffin's intent towards him didn't seem hostile. And for that very reason, Leif didn't send wooden spears lashing out at the monster. And a good thing, too, because if he had, the griffin, a level 60 creature, would have torn him to little shards of splinters and sadness. Instead it landed, then prowled around Leif for several minutes. It snapped off 3 branches with its oversized beak. The griffin responded to the call of nature, then flew off. Leif, despite, or perhaps in spite of being soggy and smelling of a griffin's territory, made the executive decision to leave as swiftly as possible. Current progress 86,100%. Fun survival fact: Griffin Piss does a fantastic job of scaring away monsters and beasts weaker than itself. Current progress 99,100%. Current progress 100%. Congratulations! You may now evolve your juvenile blight tree class. Warning: you are vulnerable while undergoing Monster Evolution. Commence evolution when? In a forested clearing several dozen kilometers from where he had begun his life as a tree. Leif accepted the class evolution prompt. Leif's aura winked out, the benevolent feeling disappearing. Most of his tagalongs drifted away. Commencing monster class evolution. Isug's name: Life Vin. Race blight tree. Age 11. Attributes. Free 0. Might 25. Alacrity 20. Intelligence 14. Willpower 13. Spirit 23. Charisma 20. Total level 19. Monster classes 1-1. Juvenile Blight Tree 10-10. Skills. Savage Roots. Predators. Sense. Harvests. Dew. Blight Heart I. Uproot. Classes 0-2. Auxiliary classes 1. Noble 9-10. Skills. Aura of Nobility I. Court Empath. Grand Action. Under My Protection. Chapter 10. Evolution. Leaf gasped in a lungful of air. A phantom sensation of biological processes, restarting, rippled through his body like the rumblings before an eruption. He coughed and fell to his knees, hands around his throat and head reeling. Hands, knees, throat. What? He spluttered. What is this? I think you already possess the appropriate knowledge to come to a quick and decisive understanding. A chipper voice said. Leaf groaned and turned in the direction of the response. You look terrible. Congratulations on surviving, though. I wouldn't have bet on you. A faint red outline said, I can't believe the number your rebirth did on your soul shape. Yeesh, quite the unpleasant experience, I'd imagine. Leaf looked at the figure, looked with eyes. The realization was so shocking it almost started another coughing fit. None of this is real. You're not actually breathing air. It's all in your head, the red ghost said in an upbeat tone. I, for one, am surprised you even manifested in such a form. You're a tree, but here you are, looking like pottery that's been dropped too many times. Man-shaped pottery. He laughed. Why does it all hurt? Leaf asked. The ghost slapped him on the shoulder. It didn't help. Like I said, all in your fractured mind. Nothing to worry about. Probably. Right. It's much better than hopefully. The ghost grinned. Its smile like lines scratched into a chalkboard. I died, didn't I? Leaf mumbled. Parts of the past came flowing back into him. Memories of life before. Yup, got turned into a tree. Could be worse, though. You could have been dead before one of the blighters got to you. The thing that killed me, put something inside of me. It was a plant, but it had legs, an evolved form of what you are physically. Much more than one evolution, though. Your sire is only a few steps away from incarnating. Pretty impressive for a walking tree. The Crimson Spirit leaned down. Beaming. Leif had so many questions. He needed to know so much. Will I remember this? Sorry, but no. Well, you'll remember the evolution bit. The choices you made and didn't make. But not me. Not my words. What? System observer. I slipped through a crack. That's why we're having this conversation. A crack. System error. Look through your logs, sort by older than 10 years. Yeah, that's the one. Error. Inheritant class detected. Class restrictions negated. The broken man sat there for several minutes, looking blankly at the system message. It was the oldest system message in the log. Why was there nothing before that? The overseer stepped back to a respectful distance. Hands clutched before him. Can I go back? Can what that thing did to me be undone? It cannot. Transfigurations, especially ones caused by soul parasitism, are irreversible. My condolences. Leaf slumped, despondent. It all felt so meaningless, and even after learning all this, I'll forget. I don't want to forget. I want to be me, he said, though more for himself than the slightly glowing spirit. Cheer up. There's still something you can do. Nothing is ever truly hopeless, the red outline said, squatting down to Leaf's eye level. I've been cheering you on the whole time. You can do it. How? The evolution screen snapped open as if springing from restraints. Gray screen highlighted by red and gold trimming. Evolution for the Juvenile Blight Tree class is commencing. Please review your current class before proceeding. Juvenile Blight Tree, a predatory plant capable of rudimentary awareness and actions. Consumes vitality from the soil, but also plant and animal life via simplistic but temporary agrokinesis-fueled attacks. Tier 1 Monster, Level 1010, Class Perk. You draw mana from the nearby environment over time, fueling physical growth and granting experience. Experience gained from all sources other than passive absorption is reduced by 50%. Growths: Free Points +5, Might C+, Alacrity E, Intelligence E, Willpower E, Spirit D+, Charisma E, Base Stats Might +5, Spirit +5. Skills: Savage Roots, Aspects, Technique. Enhancement Body. You manipulate a small spear-like protrusion of roots to strike out from somewhere on your body. Additionally, you may expend energy stored within your body to move existing root structures. Predator's Sense, Aspects. Perception. Enhancement Body. You are a hunter, and your senses reflect this. Passively sharpens your awareness of your surroundings and improves all existing senses. Harvest's Dew, Aspects, Enhancement Body. Technique, Blood. Your ability to drain the life force of your victims is improved as long as you maintain physical contact. You drain blood at an accelerated pace. If you have drained a creature of vitality within the past week, you gain a plus 20% to all attributes. Blight Heartwire. Aspects, Cultivation. Blood. Enhancement Body. A blight tree consumes the vitality from its victims, growing ever stronger. As you gather the lifeblood of the fallen, a portion remains, filling and expanding a pool of energy that allows you to improve the output of skills. Excess energy cultivated fuels your bodily functions and restores wounds. Uproot. Aspects, Empowerment Body. Technique Movement. You empower your body, allowing you to temporarily retract your root systems and become mobile. Moving in this way puts strain on your body and reduces your overall combat ability. Once this skill has expired, you automatically replant yourself and rapidly spread your root systems. Wait, I've never seen this whole screen before. I don't think so anyway. Was it always available? It was. Same with your noble class. Also, I can only clarify from here on out. Advice or direction is against the rules. There are rules Leaf thought he wanted to ask. Never in 2 lifetimes had he heard even a whisper of the being before him. Proceed YN. Blight Tree Trapper. You are craftier than most of your kind and far more deadly. You have displayed the creative ability to construct and utilize traps, using live bait to lure in prey before striking with deadly accuracy. Attract victims with alluring pollen. Create autonomous contraptions from your own body. Being a trapper just makes you a more patient hunter. These evolutions are based on what my actions as a tree. That is correct. I hate this one. I didn't even mean to use the animals as bait at first. Blight Tree Prowler. You have embarked on a great journey and have moved far more than most of your kind. Seeking new prey and opportunities is always easier if you move on to riper pastures. Slink through the forest, pulled forward by quiet limbs of root and branch. More options for the hunt will make you into a far more deadly creature. I killed one of these before. Right, the Overseer nodded. Leaf grunted. Blood Blight Tree. You have reveled in bloodshed. Soak the ground in your victim's vitality and reap the rewards. Blood magic is as key a piece of the puzzle as bark, leaf, and root. Limbs of blood, a more potent life sense, and a growing affinity for the sanguine arts. Stain the world as red as your leaves. These are all evil. Like, really evil sounding, Leaf commented. The Crimson Shadow shrugged non-committally. Survival isn't necessarily evil. Trees survive just fine without staining the world red. There's nothing natural about any of this. Well, you see, it sort of comes with the territory. Monsters are usually quite monstrous. Blight Sanctuary Tree. Hunters hunt so as to provide for others. Food, safety, comfort from the terrors of the wilderness. Despite your origins, many have found sanctuary within your branches and beneath your canopy. An instinctual drive to protect has been at the core of your being since you sprouted from the soil. Though the blight is still a part of your nature, you no longer walk the path of the dark woods. Become a fortress for those who rely on you. Detect threats before they approach, and better defeat those that do. E6. I wish these were more detailed, Leaf said. Well, most level 10 monsters can barely string more than a single thought together. The fact that these have descriptions at all is due to thoroughness, replied the Overseer. You made these? Can't say. I like this one the best so far, at least. He says, Blood Blight Spriggan, no longer bound to the rigid form of their birth. The Spriggan steps out from under their own shade and into a new and dangerous path. Forsaking the expansive pool of vitality of their tree form, they become far more agile and cunning. You have displayed intellect and adaptability beyond your limits. Thoughts and ideas can only take a member of the Blight so far while you remain in one place. Unable to idly wait for power, you will reach for it with your own 2 hands. Yeah. A Spriggan is person-shaped, right? The ghost snapped its fingers. An image manifested from a wobbling heat haze. The creature Leaf saw was human in stature, but twisted and off in enough ways that the two could never be mistaken. Dull gray bark instead of skin. Elongated limbs and a hunched back gave off a primal impression. 2 glowing red eyes glared out from a head lacking any other distinctive features. It reminded Leaf of something. Glowing red eyes peered down into his own, the creature reaching down towards him, piercing through battered armor to get at the flesh beneath. Leaf flinched at the memory. The image of the Spriggan vanished. I'll be like the things that stalked the battlefield. Will I turn people into trees? Subject them to the same torture of not knowing what they are? It is a single option of many. The Overseer said in a gentle tone. Leaf turned his attention back to the evolution prompts. There was a final option. He read over it, still fuming internally. Osa. Amber Blight Spriggan, from inception, you have struggled against the embedded instincts of the Darkwood. As a blight tree, you fought to gain a sense of control no others of your kind could conceive of at such a young age. At every turn, you took the harder path. You turned away easy meals and waged wars you should never have won, and yet you prevailed. A noble spirit and unyielding will have guided you this far. And now the amber offers you a branch, symbols of authority and wealth. The amber sap within your body glistens like gold and pumps like blood. You will rise, radiance from the darkness, and hold the future with your hands. E6, and well, the choice was obvious. This will help me remember become like I once was, Leaf asked, turning towards a smiling Overseer. It might, and you did this, gave me this option. I am an Overseer. I can only observe, measure, and record. So that's a no, Leaf asked, slightly incredulous. If I could change things, the Scarlet Shade said, I would have done so long ago. He nodded. So far the Overseer was upbeat and chipper, but he spoke with such emotional gravity Leaf could almost feel himself sucked in. But he had his choice, so he selected it. If Leaf had expected to vanish from the evolution space in a flash of light, he would have said goodbye. The Overseer stood still as the temporary space made to house consciousnesses began to dissolve. The space, by design, was made to be as unassuming and forgettable as possible. No features or stimuli could be present that might influence choices made. The system prickled against the ghost's form. Sharp, stabbing sensations meant more to discomfort than cause pain. He had pushed against his restraints too much by interacting with the mortal. The Overseer shuddered as the outlines that made up his body broke apart and converged into a single crimson mote. As he was, holding any form took significant effort. As the being drifted back into corporeal reality, he considered the events that had transpired. Each decision, each choice, a stolen eternity. He regretted so many things, but watching someone go through something so familiar, Unsettling was putting it mildly. Chapter 11. The New and the Old. Snow fell in heaps around Leaf, some landing on his head and shoulders, others impacting his legs and arms. He sat in a daze, blinking at the world of white in confusion. Trembling hands were raised in front of his face. 4 ivory white fingers tipped with sharp claw-like tips. A palm and wrist made of twisted wood, bumpy and with gray vines tipped with red leaves sprouting along the length. He touched shaking fingers to his face. It felt smooth, hard with a firmness to the shape. And for some reason, wet. Amber tears ran down his cheeks, thin lines staining the white wood gold. Somewhere within him was the beating of a heart, its very presence unbelievably soothing. Leif took in a deep, calming breath, and his chest rose slightly. It took him several seconds to realize the significance of taking a breath in the first place. He shuddered involuntarily. Part of it was the cold. Icy winds bit into his body in a way he had never felt in this life. In many ways he was lesser now, his form no longer a wellspring of vitality and growth. And what more, he could smell the air, as though his body was covered in tiny noses. Wherever scent came into contact with his exterior, Leif could perceive a faint whiff of aroma. It felt off in a way he couldn't quite put a finger on. Leif knew this wasn't right. Instinctually he could tell that, but not why. A familiar sense of unease flitted through his mind, but it was greatly diminished from when he had been a tree. This was better, but not perfect. Far from it. With an idle thought, he ran his hands through the snow all around, and just as he could smell from his body, so too could he taste. The crispy texture of the icy substance trickled up his arms in a strangely enjoyable way. When he focused his awareness, the taste and smell sharpened. Leif looked to the sky. Red cracks peeked through sparse cloud cover, and for several hours Leif just basked in the sensation of being E-Source. Congratulations! You have evolved into a Amber Blight Spriggan. Please review your new class's characteristics. Amber Blight Spriggan, Tier 2 Monster, Level 10-20, Class Perk. You naturally recover from wounds at an accelerated pace. The amber blood running through your veins has innate healing properties, plus 100% to the effect of enhancement, body skills, plus 100% to the effect of blood-aspected skills. Growths, free points plus 5. Might C, Alacrity D, Intelligence D, Willpower D+, Spirit, Charisma C. Base stats, Might plus 10, Alacrity plus 10, Intelligence plus 10, Willpower plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Charisma plus 10. C. Cukes. Leif read over the new class. He only briefly paused when he noticed he could now read a plus 10 to all stats. It seemed excessive somehow. I wonder what other monsters get. He idly thought. He pulled up his noble class to compare the two. That's Noble, Tier Auxiliary Inheritance, Level 9-10, Class Perk, plus 100% to the effect of social skills, plus 50% to the effects of the Charisma attribute. Growths, free points plus 2, Might D, Alacrity D, Intelligence C, Willpower C, Spirit C, Charisma C+, Base stats Might plus 1, Alacrity plus 1, Intelligence plus 2, Willpower plus 2, Spirit plus 2, Charisma plus 2. Sheeps. Since when did I have a 50% increase to the Charisma attribute? Wait, can I? Ishard 6. Attributes. Free 0. Might 30. Alacrity 30. Intelligence 24. Willpower 23. Spirit 28. Charisma 30 plus 50%. Ishul. Huh. I didn't know I could add features to the system. I wonder what else I'm missing. Looking at the bigger numbers made Leif feel tingly inside. A sense of pride and accomplishment welled up in his heart. But there was more to his evolution than just more attributes. Savage roots. Gilded body. Gilded body. Aspects, technique, enhancement body. Your physique becomes stronger and denser. You become harder to move against your will. You may project ethereal golden copies of your limbs from your body. These limbs are affected by half of your physical attributes and can be manipulated and reshaped. The clearer the mental image, the more stable the creations. ISO, Predator's Sense. Amber Awareness. Amber Awareness. Aspects Perception Time. Enhancement Body. The amber can see further, more clearly, but they can also see deeper. Focus to gain a limited understanding of what transpired in the close past, using your innate senses. The more personally significant the stimuli, the clearer the echoes. Passively sharpens your awareness of your surroundings and improves all existing senses. Harvest's Dew. Blight's Bounty. Blight's Bounty. Aspects Enhancement Body. Technique. Blood. Your attacks passively drain vitality from struck foes. You may actively siphon or bestow life force via continuous touch. Blood you absorb is converted into the amber sap that beats within your heart. This amber sap naturally becomes compatible with any target you bestow it upon. After you have drained a being of vitality, you gain up to plus 40% to all attributes for 1 hour. This bonus is lost incrementally over the hour-long duration. Blightheart Y. The Well Within I. The Well Within I. Aspects Cultivation Blood. Empowerment Body. A near endless well of energy and potential rests inside your heart. As you absorb vitality, a portion remains, filling and expanding a pool of energy that allows you to improve the output of skills. As you heal and nurture, this pool of energy is condensed, becoming more potent. A portion of this energy is reserved to grant rapid recovery should you become critically injured. Uproot, settle. Settle. Aspects Transformation. Enhancement Body. Domain Life. You may put down roots, returning to your more traditional form. While transformed, you enter a restful slumber. The passage of time, easing deep wounds and mending scars. The longer you remain transformed, the more you affect the world around you, bestowing life and infusing the energy of amber into the very ground. Leaf read over his newly upgraded or transformed skills. He wasn't totally sure what to think. Were these skills powerful? In what ways could he use them? He had thought discarding his tree shell would have made him far more vulnerable to damage, but most of these skills involved healing in some way. A scholar, or just a skill enthusiast, would have described Leaf's Amber Blight Spriggan class as highly synergistic. Chapter 12. One Small Step. Icy winds howled through the trees, the sky above churning, a harbinger of a newly born storm. The sound was shrill and piercing, the distant rumblings ominous. Leaf heard this through small holes on either side of his mostly featureless head. Golden eyes gleamed behind slits in the ivory wood as his attention shifted from his system to the piled-up snow surrounding him. It was as if he was sitting in a small personal crater. He slowly stood on shaky legs, not from weakness, but inexperience. His stance was strong, as if he were latched to the ground firmly by an extra serving of gravity. Instinctually, he knew how to walk. Echoes of an obscured past brushed against his mind as if guiding and urging him forward. But he had spent several months scurrying around as a spider tree. Newly gained experience warred with distant impulses. He took a deep breath, air passing through a thin, rigid gap on the lower part of his face. Straightening his back and squaring his shoulders, Leaf confidently took a step toward the nearest incline of snow. His foot crashed through the frigid surface, a weight he didn't realize he possessed parting the snow and making him sink. This caused an immediate loss of balance. Leaf tumbled forward to spectacularly faceplant into the snow, his body sinking over a foot and becoming stuck. That didn't go to plan. Leaf couldn't move. The snow surrounding him constricted his limbs almost completely. He could wriggle, but doing so just made more snow fall down onto him. Above, the storm began to rage. A new layer of white would soon coat the world. The newly evolved Spriggan was well and truly stuck. If he had still been a tree, the cold wouldn't have bothered him, but now he could feel it seep into his body, sapping his strength. His immediate thought, a thought that he hated, was to use settle. Doing so would let him plant roots into the ground and wait out the storm, but he hadn't just evolved away from that path to instantly return to how he was. Leaf would find another way. I have new skills. He thought I'd just need to learn how to use them. So, what could Leaf do? Well, he had several options, and all of them had a solid chance of working. But there was something he wanted to try first with absolutely no chance of success. Amber awareness triggered, and everything seemed to fade. Leaf was currently lying face down, and so couldn't see anything. But his other senses all took a step back. A moment later he felt himself fall, hit the snow, and sink. He felt the cold once again surround him and the sensation of no longer feeling the strong winds against his bark. That was interesting, but as expected, not helpful in the least. Next he triggered Gilded Body, and nothing happened. What he thought, slightly confused. Why didn't that do anything? He went to reread the skill description and, wait a second, chips! Your physique becomes stronger and denser. You become harder to move against your will. The skill had increased his density. No wonder he was stuck in a pile of snow. But it wasn't only that. As Leaf attempted to reactivate Gilded Body, this time with a clear mental image of the limbs he wished to create. Let me clarify something that will take the Spriggan a few hours to realize. His current form had absorbed the previous one. He had the weight of a tree, and its root system packed into a much smaller body. The reason he hadn't noticed this pretty significant factor in his current circumstances was twofold. The first was that the body of a Spriggan, despite feeling familiar and being mostly human in shape and size, was still radically different from the body you might be used to. The second was that just as his density had increased, but so too had his strength, and that was strength from more than just the might attribute. Woven strings of plant fibers created imitation muscles beneath his ivory bark exterior. There were even rudimentary bone and joint structures. A golden root shot from the leaf-shaped pit and flopped listlessly onto the snow. Describing his first proper use of Gilded Body's limb-conjuring ability as a bit flaccid would be an understatement. Leaf dismissed the limb into a puff of golden essence and tried again. He focused Grand Action to support his willpower attribute. It made picturing his desires easier. Another root shot from just above where shoulder blades would be on a person. This was one far more solid, its shape and color more defined. It pierced down into the snow and hooked to give him leverage. Then he mentally commanded the golden root to pull. It wasn't enough. He created another of similar shape and size, but immediately his body sagged. Energy drained away at an alarming rate. His mind fogged and muscles ached. He lost control of both roots, and they dispersed into motes of golden light. Panting, exhausted, in pain from skill overuse, and still stuck in his pit of shame, Leaf reconsidered his options. Blight's bounty would let him absorb vitality. Actually, thinking about it, he could still do that without any skill. After a few minutes of squirming and wriggling, he felt his fingers brush against a cold layer of soil. The process was fundamentally different from when he had been a tree, but it was still just as agonizingly slow. With considerable effort, he managed to work his fingers deeper into the hard earth. Then his hand. Then he started on the other. Once he had a firm grasp on the soil beneath him, he reached out with his will and began to drain. Minutes passed as the process continued, but with each passing moment, the attribute gained from Blight's bounty accumulated. Not only was his body slowly being replenished, but he was growing stronger. After 10 minutes, he had exhausted the energy from the ground. He estimated all his attributes had increased by around 20%, what they would have been before the skill had upgraded if he had drained a living creature. Leaf only had one attempt before he would have to resort to using settle. 2 golden roots hooked over the edge of the hole and heaved. With the elevation, he got his hands properly underneath his body and pushed. With a surge of strength, he rose to his feet, victorious. Then he waded through the thigh-deep snow before collapsing under the ice-covered leafy canopy of a nearby tree. The whole plant shook when he leaned against it. Leaf squinted. Chapter 13. Turbulence. Over the weeks, the weather rapidly changed. The snowstorms were chased away by rolling troughs of humid air from the south. These, in turn, were followed by boiling thunderstorms, looming large over the western mountains. Lightning crackling sideways and rain falling in the same direction. After each storm, bioluminescent lights rose from the ground and danced in swirling patterns of radiance through the sky. Through it all, the cracked surface of season rotated out of sight, little by little, each night. Before, Leaf had only vaguely felt the changes as they swept across the earth, but to see, hear, smell, and even taste the world was a surreally extraordinary experience. Other than observing nature, what did Leaf do well? He had eyes now, so may as well see what he can see. The mountains pierced the sky from horizon to horizon, great stone spearheads proclaiming themselves impassable. Leaf didn't want to pass them, however. He just wanted to climb to the top. As he ventured closer and closer, days stretched into weeks, and he became more and more familiar with his new body and upgraded skills. A pleasant surprise was the return of a flock of forest creatures. They seemed to gravitate towards him, birds eager to stray far from their secure nests, rodents playing between his feet as he walked, but best of all, the return of 2 dopey deer. Now that he was more aware of his surroundings, Leaf began experimenting with his noble skills. First, he began to experiment with his aura of nobility. The aura was something he had been radiating out non-stop for as long as he could remember. But what else could he do with it? The first answer was the most obvious: retract it. This led to the horrifying discovery that having your aura on full blast at all times was a not insignificant drain on his energy. Pulling his aura back was like closing a leaky valve. It was idiotic. Just how much energy had he wasted over the years? Of course, the aura skill was also the reason so many forest animals decided where he was heading was the place to be. If he retracted it, the critters would slowly drift away, but not as much as he would expect. Was something else making them stick around? Having so many animals around led to the next discovery. Court Empath had an entire part of the skill he hadn't noticed before. It helped him read body language. This was more than a little odd, because nowhere in the skill description did it mention that. His musings on skill descriptions was interrupted by a roar. This wasn't the first of its kind he had heard as he ventured towards the mountains, but it was by far the closest. Forest animals were sent scampering for cover. Even the 2 deer seemed temporarily nonplussed. From a nearby outcropping stalked a scaled creature the size of a horse. 2 curved red horns framed its eyes like helmet decorations, with similarly colored spines running down its back. The creature bounded to the edge of the outcropping like a dog, long tail lashing against the rocky ground it stood on. It kept low to the ground, a deep chuffing sound escaping from its fang-filled mouth. Its intent was obvious, but Court Empath confirmed it. Hostile, its wild presence. An aura of savagery billowed up and away from the creature as though it were uncontrolled. It doesn't have an aura skill, Leaf realized. He tried to recall any times he had felt a creature, monster or otherwise, be capable of controlling its aura like he could. The griffin could. From before I evolved, he noted. Not that the information would do him much good now. Leaf remembered how the flying creature's very presence had weighed down on him, how its sharp intent had focused directly onto him as it flew above. The drake before him was strong. He could tell that much from its rippling muscles and confident posture. Is it something I can fight? Which one of us would hold the upper hand in a fight? He didn't know. Better to play this safe. Leaf shooed the two deer away with a wave and pulse of his aura. They seemed reluctant as they wandered off to go munch on low-hanging leaves. Both Spriggan and the reptile stared at the two animals before facing each other. Leaf considered if he should even attempt to fight this thing. A part of him knew if he backed away, the creature would most likely return to its territory. But the mountains were likely full of such beings, potentially ones far stronger. Testing myself first wouldn't be a bad idea. The creature, a drake, made the decision for him. It let out another challenging roar before charging forward. With quick steps, it hopped down the incline and lashed out at him with wickedly sharp claws. Leaf stepped back, careful to maintain balance. It wouldn't do to lose his footing in a fight. The drake swiped out at him again, but this time Leaf stepped forward. Grand action increased his willpower as a golden barrier flared to life around his body. The shield created by under my protection cracked from the force of the blow but held. He let the shield drop as 20% of his charisma swapped to might. His fist crashed into the drake's shoulder, and to the shock of both combatants sent scales flying and bone cracking. The sheer weight behind Leaf's punch had done far more than the poor technique he put into the blow. The drake staggered back, hissing and growling. Leaf looked down at his arm, feeling traces of stolen vitality running through it thanks to Blight's bounty. Then back up at the drake. He cracked his neck and stepped forward. The beast's tail came lashing out. The air cracked like a whip as Leaf fell to a knee. The sudden blow from an unexpected source had only been avoidable because he had assistance reading the creature's body language. But the drake wasn't done. Unlike Leaf, it wasn't unfamiliar with its body. Snapping jaws lurched forward to sink into his side. The Spriggan twisted away, but was too slow. So at the last moment he manifested a golden root from his lower back and intercepted the drake's bite. The limb was almost instantly shattered into essence, but it had succeeded in partially deflecting the drake's momentum. Instead of being impaled by a deadly row of teeth, the side of the drake's head crashed into him, the sheer force of the blow sending him tumbling but out of harm's way. The monster snarled, eyes glowing with fury. The drake lowered its body, then sprung forward. Leaf rolled to his feet, footing stabilizing thanks to gilded body. He braced himself for impact, a golden shield, ready to snap into place. Flames flickered in the back of the drake's throat, its emotions shifting from anger to a savage satisfaction. Leaf aborted the shield and reached out. Flames rushed from the drake's open maw, engulfing him. Two bodies slammed together and Leaf was thrown to the ground. Pain lanced through Leaf's body. His bark was scorched black, flames burning away at the plant fibers beneath. But only for a moment. His hands grabbed onto the top and bottom of the drake's mouth and redirected its flames up and away. For over a minute, the two wrestled for control before finally Leaf's grip tightened and slammed the drake's jaws shut. Flames still sprayed, but now from between the monster's teeth and out the sides of its mouth. Using his moment of control, Leaf summoned a golden vine to wrap around the beast's muzzle. Sharp claws made to tear apart his burnt torso, but a golden barrier prevented the attack. As Leaf held onto the drake's jaws, he continuously siphoned vitality. Blood began to pool in the drake's mouth, and it realized something was wrong. Too late. Leaf's claw tipped fingers dug into its scaled hide and made him gain a firm handhold. The drake thrashed, trying to break free. It would succeed eventually, so Leaf attacked in another way. He kicked at its underside with enough force to crack the monster's ribs. With a frantic jerking motion, it ripped itself away from his grasp. The drake backed away, Snarling and limping, Leaf rose to a crouch, body trembling from the strain of using so many skills, while also being restored from the drake's stolen vitality. He rose slowly, focusing on his opponent. If he could get just one more good hit. Then the second drake arrived, substantially smaller than the first and with differently shaped horns. It rushed him from his blind spot. The only reason Leaf survived was Court Empath, screaming a warning due to its hostile intent. A fitful barrier flashed into place, but the newcomer's jaws crushed through it and deep into Leaf's shoulder. He let out a half-scream, half-wordless hiss as golden blood began to seep from his wounds. The first drake seemed more than willing to let the second smaller one have a turn. Life force flooded through Leaf's body from the well within, the skill finally deciding he was in critical enough condition to activate its reserve of vitality. The smaller drake tried to shake him like he was a dog toy, not realizing just how heavy the small Spriggan was. In the second of surprise, he had been bought. Leaf elbowed it in the top of its skull. The drake crashed to the ground, where it unleashed a torrent of flames, while dazed from the blow. Leaf dived out of the inferno's path, scrambling to his feet, glanced over his shoulder at the first drake, leaped onto the second and drove a sharp gold branch conjured from his knuckles into the top of its skull. The drake died instantly, flames guttering out just before two deer-shaped observers could be turned into charred memories. He ripped the golden stake out and, in a moment of sheer exhausted panic, willed the conjured limb to detach from his hand. When it did, he blinked in astonishment. Then, he threw it like an improvised projectile at the larger drake. The attack missed due to his lack of experience, but the drake still reacted. The creature flinched back and growled as it circled him. Leaf plunged his fist into the bleeding wound atop the dead drake's head and began siphoning its blood. Crimson streams ran up Leaf's forearm before being absorbed into his body. He felt the pool of energy from the well within slowly refill as his wounds sealed shut, charred bark falling away to be slowly replaced. Through the healing process, the remaining drake growled and stalked around him. Leaf shifting to maintain eye contact atop the carcass. It didn't spew flames. In fact, the monster seemed to be gasping for breath. Did my kick puncture a lung? He questioned, standing up from the deflated corpse. The drake growled and took a step back, clearly uneager to continue the fight. Leaf sighed. Everything hurt and his soul ached from the overuse of so many skills in such a short duration. But he couldn't leave an enemy to come back for revenge. It feebly attempted to make a final attempt for his life, but whatever internal injuries it was suffering from rendered the drake all but incapacitated. He grabbed it by the throat and put a golden stake through its skull, the fight having ended. Leaf sagged to his knees. The two deer trotted over and started eating a patch of partially scorched wild grass. Level up class, Amberblight Spriggan, is now level 11. For slaying the descendants of dragons in disadvantageous combat, you have gained a level. 1 to might, +1 to intelligence, +1 to willpower, +1 to charisma. 5 free points. For constantly fighting unarmed and unarmored, using nothing but your body to defeat competent foes, and beating a drake to death with your bare hands, you have the opportunity to gain the Brawler class. Class slots are 2, except YN. Chapter 14, Fisticuffs, a new class. Did Leaf have a reason to decline? He couldn't think of one. A new class would mean better stats, and new skills. Right? As he trudged away from the scorched and bloodied battlefield to go find shelter while he recovered, Leaf accepted the prompt. Congratulations, you have gained the Brawler class. Level up class. Brawler is now level 1. For meeting the class requirements and having an available class slot, you have gained a level +1 to might +1 free point. Brawler. Meticulous training and martial discipline are not your forte. Despite this, your aptitude for using your body as a weapon is remarkable. Tier 1 Foundation. Level 110. Class perk. plus 50% to the damage of unarmed strikes, plus 50% to physical resilience while unarmored, plus 50% to body enhancement skills while unarmored, plus 50% to body empowerment skills while unarmored. Growths, free points +1, might C+, alacrity D+, intelligence E, willpower E, spirit C, charisma D. Base stats: might +2, alacrity +1, spirit +2, charisma +1. Skills: none. Deep 6. Reading the class perk made Leaf trip. A deer bumped into his leg from behind. He turned to glare at the animal, but it looked away. He wanted to ask, "Why are you so close?" But communication was difficult in his current form, so instead Leaf let out a dissatisfied hiss. Turning his attention back to the class perk, he scratched at his head in befuddlement. I was offered the class because I fought unarmed, but during the fight with the 2 drakes I used Gilded Body to create projected limbs. Does that skill still count as unarmed strikes for the purpose of the class perks? Because if so, he did the sensible thing and punched a nearby boulder. One small impact dent and a numb hand later, he repeated the test with an ethereal approximation of one of his 4-fingered hands. The blow was about half as powerful. Stumbling from the surge of exhaustion due to skill usage, Leaf shook his head. It's impossible to tell exactly how much of an effect a plus 50% increase is. The system doesn't give damage numbers to skills. Leaf double-checked his status to see if the thought had changed anything. It had not. By the time he found a small gap in a cliffside in which to rest, most of his animal followers had rejoined the procession. So when Leaf dragged his tired body in as deep as he could go and passed out, he was promptly covered in a blanket of forest creatures. This was the first time Leaf had fallen unconscious in 11 years. That's if you don't count the evolutionary process, which you probably should. This was the first time Leaf had fallen unconscious since evolving. A steady diet of sunlight and siphoning tiny amounts of life force from the soil, and large trees, and getting water when he could, had made sleep a non-factor. Sleep, in this case, refers to several bodily functions going dormant to preserve energy. It might sound familiar, but the process wasn't quite the same. 4 days later he was up. After carefully peeling sleeping animals off him, Leaf took stock of his body. It all seemed fine, though he felt the tree version of famished. Famished Leaf stretched, ivory bark gleaming in the morning sun. Light hitting the small clusters of red leaves growing from vines on his form made them look like they were glowing. He stood knee-deep in a fast-running creek, greedily drinking in as much as he could, as the animals joined him, drinking and foraging for food. Leaf sat on a fallen log and started thinking. When that log cracked from his weight, he moved to the ground instead. He recalled the fight with the drakes. He had won, but I still feel so clumsy, and I lost track of my surroundings. I feel strong. My weight and the bonuses from my new class should make a repeat far more in my favor. He continued to ponder. This made him slip back into old habits. Hours passed without Leaf noticing. The sun rose overhead, a bright yellow ball of heat. That heat was heightened by the turbulent season, baking the ground. There was a soft crunch, followed by a snap. This broke Leaf from his musings. He looked down. A deer, with a red leaf in its mouth, looked back. Their gazes held for several moments before the deer went back to slowly chewing. Leaf picked it up and threw the flailing animal into the water. The rocky valley shook. Pebbles tumbled down and dust was disturbed. Leaf crouched at the valley's edge, squinting down into its depths. A bellow resounded from below, the sound like a bass-boosted foghorn echoing off the stone walls. Two somethings, made of stone and standing over 5 meters tall, duked it out, their titanic fists making the world rumble with each impact. The monsters, giant stone elementals, continued their brawl unaware of the spectators. One opened its craggy maw and exhaled a barrage of glowing projectiles. Shrapnel crashed into the other elemental and peppered the ground and walls. It responded by levitating a boulder and sending it flying. the air visibly parting due to the force of the throw. I need to find another way up, Leaf thought. This valley is not going to cut it. I barely survived 2 drakes, and these creatures are much, much larger. Would I even be able to scratch one if it came to a fight? He stood and turned to face his ever-growing horde of animals. The usual suspects were present, but the newcomers were quite obvious. Over 40 feral hogs milled around. Where they had come from, Leaf didn't know. One day he had stopped to absorb vitality, and bam, there they were. My aura of nobility isn't even being projected out anymore. Why are so many animals following me?
Isux.
The herd, for what else could it be, seemed reticent to climb higher into the mountains. The foothills were dangerous enough. Just the other day, Leaf and company had inadvertently wandered into drake territory. A pack of 5 drakes had been spotted, and that was more than enough to make Leaf turn around and go the other way. But that hadn't been all. This pack of drakes, several miles closer to the mountains, were distinctly different than the 2 he had fought prior. Though it was hard to make out specific details from the distance at which he had spotted the roving pack, he could tell they were almost double the size. The way they had effortlessly bounded up boulders and cliffsides made Leaf re-examine his surroundings. Within minutes he spotted claw-shaped groves where drake claws had dug into rock. The sheer size of the gouges made him shudder. And to do that to stone. What would those claws do to me? Leaf asked himself, then decided not to risk finding out. It was looking like his self-appointed goal of climbing to a mountain peak wouldn't be possible. Considering he had barely made it to the foothills after over a month of trying, it didn't seem likely. The early hush face of the moon gazed peacefully down from the sky above, though Leaf imagined it was judging him. For what? Probably because he was putting the finishing touches on a sleeping hog pyramid. He just needed to place the runt on top. And done. Level up, class noble, is now level 10. For building a community in which you hold a position of leadership and respect, you have gained a level. 1 to alacrity, 1 to spirit, 2 free points. That did not just happen. Chapter 15. Legacies. Level up, class noble, is now level 10. For building a community in which you hold a position of leadership and respect, you have gained a level. +1 to alacrity, +1 to spirit, +2 free points. You have gained the capstone class skill. Legacy. Congratulations! You have reached the level cap for your noble class. Auxiliary classes cannot be promoted. Noble experience earned is evenly distributed between your other classes. You may now teach the inheritant class, noble, to those who meet the minimum requirements. Leaf didn't even look at the new skills description. That had to be the worst way to ever receive a level up. How did that even happen? Was hog stacking really worth that much? Or was he so close to leveling up that doing literally anything would have pushed him over the edge? Thoroughly bemused, he checked over his newest skill. Legacy. Aspects enhancement body. Analysis. Social. Your legacy endures. Those you sire are stronger, healthier, and have an innate resistance to diseases. You can instinctively identify any descendants and may analyze them if they're of equal or lower level to you, gaining a general overview of their classes, levels, and attributes. This skill made Leaf feel uncomfortable. The idea of making more creatures like himself was practically revolting. What was he supposed to do with this utterly useless skill? He closed the system window and began unstacking the hogs. Apes. Leaf explored, parallel to the mountain range. With every passing day, he got further and further west. The hogs had swollen. The number of hogs had swollen. Around 200 of the furry creatures had decided that wherever Leaf was heading was the place to be. It seemed like every time he turned around, the horde would add several new members. One day, a pack of wolves had stalked out of the nearby tree line, growling and slinking forward. A bunch of hogs had turned to face the hungry predators, and, before Leaf had even noticed what was going on, had charged the wolves in a squealing tide of flying dust and rage. The sounds of panicked yelping and angry snorting drifted off into the distance, the remaining members of Leif's procession watching with idle curiosity. A few minutes later, the victorious hog returned and the group moved on. Leif noted that one of the hogs was absolutely drenched in blood, though it didn't seem injured. "Jesus." A strange, tall rock formation of similarly sized blocks and overgrown moss stood atop of a hill. It was hollow and full of piles of detritus. Leif recognized it as some sort of structure, but he didn't know what it was for. An ill-kept path led away from the tower and down the hill. Leif followed, interested in where it led. The first obstacle was half a small stone bridge worn with age. The second would be crossing over the river that ran beneath it. It wasn't particularly deep, nor was the flow overly fast. Leif was too dense to swim, and not in the stupid kind of way. Believe it or not, but trees can actually drown. He possessed some approximation of lungs, but crossing the river was still a risky prospect. He traveled upriver for 2 days before it was narrow enough to safely ford. Any fish living in that particular stretch of river witnessed a very odd scene that day as hundreds of animals followed Leif across. This old, abandoned farmland was scattered across the next leg of Leif's journey. Low stone walls and decrepit homes and barns littered the landscape intermittently. The environment left Leif feeling melancholy. It was all so familiar to what he had once been, an echo of what once was. The farmland led to an equally abandoned village, evidence of fires having claimed several buildings. It made Leif wonder what had happened. Was this destruction recent? He was no expert on ruins, but he had a more firm understanding of how long it took plants to grow. This land had been destroyed, maybe, 10 or so years ago, around the same time I became like I am now, he thought. The idea of the beings who had lived here being turned into trees, forgetting all they were. Leif's fist cracked the stone he was holding. He let it crumble away. Says. The third village was occupied. Smoke rose from the center like a beacon, but something wasn't right. This place was just as destroyed as the ones before it. Leif pulsed his aura in an attempt to get the animals to stay back. It took an hour, and many failed attempts before they seemed to get the picture. He crept forward. Though stealth wasn't his strong suit by any means, he went unseen through fields of wild wheat. Chattering and screeching came from one of the outlying buildings. The sounds were unfamiliar to Leif's ears, but his fractured memory placed them all the same. Goblins. Nothing sows fierce dislike of a species of monster like almost being murdered by them. As he got closer, Leif abandoned all attempts at stealth. The ground was a patchwork of detritus and foliage. There would be no way for something of his weight to move around without making a sound. So he stood up straight and marched up to the building. A little green monster poked its head curiously out of the partially destroyed door. It looked at him blankly, with beady, dark eyes. Those eyes went wide as Leif's foot introduced its head to the doorframe with a sickening crunch. The voices from within the home went quiet. Then angry screeching started. Leif's shoulder checked the door, sending it splintering inwards. What little light there was filtered through ceiling beams where the roof was absent. But visual perception wasn't needed if you could sense creatures' locations via their life force and emotions. A goblin threw itself forward, a spear gripped tightly. The weapon plunged into Leif's lower back and snapped in half. He ended the monster's life with a backhand. Another flipped a table and started to string its bow. Leif reached over, grabbed the goblin by the neck and drained it of life force. It struggled in vain, with his hand tightly around its throat. A fourth goblin swung a rusty cleaver in a wide arc. Its sharp teeth glinted as it passed through a pillar of light. The weapon was wreathed in a dark mist, so instead of letting the attack land, a golden shield snapped into existence. The barrier held against the attack, but the dark energy seeped into cracks, rapidly destabilizing the skill's structure. But it didn't matter. A golden vine skewered the monster through the heart and out its back. The goblin in his grasp finally stopped moving, its body going limp, all blood and vitality siphoned away. Not 30 seconds later, Leaf stepped out of the now cleared building and into the afternoon sun. 2 deer stood outside waiting for him. Leaf sighed at the sight and shooed them away. He wanted to clear out this village without having to worry about protecting anyone but himself. He limbered up, hopping in place and doing a few test punches. If he had managed to kill 2 drakes, this shouldn't be much of a problem. An hour later, 27 goblin-shaped husks littered the village. Chapter 16. Scrap Iron. Leaf lounged against stone steps, leading up to the most intact building within the village. A carved statue made of wood, depicting a winged woman with arms raised high and small symbols etched into her arms, lay on its side next to him. The statue was decayed, the wood rotten in several places. Noting that its eyes had been gouged out by some sort of blade or claws probably wasn't important. All around the village, Leaf's animal followers wandered around, rifling through dirt or munching on leaves and vines. It suddenly struck Leaf how, despite being of plant origin, he only tolerated herbivores and omnivores. No, that wasn't quite right. He had observed birds exclusively eating worms and insects. I protect them because they rely on me. He realized, if the first animals to live around me had been a pack of wolves or something similar, I think my outlook might be different. And it was true. In his earliest moments of awareness, he had protected the presences living within his branches. He continued to watch the beasts go about their business and turned his attention to the system prompts he had received. Level up class Brawler is now level 2 for ridding a ruined village of goblin squatters using only your body. You have gained a level +1 to willpower, +1 to spirit, +1 free point. It was a strange level up. Willpower and spirit. How exactly do class growths work? Mentally shrugging, he turned to the skill options. New class skills available, Iron Fists or Scrappy Focus. His focus wandered between both skills. Like previous options, there was no description. Instead, only vague impressions of what each did. Is there a skill that would let me see more about skill options? Iron Fists felt like a very simple skill. Unarmed attacks did more damage, but it also had some sort of defensive application. Like parts of his body he struck with would take less damage from the recoil. Scrappy Focus was strange. The skill felt familiar in more than one way. He was almost entirely certain that this skill was similar to the Well Within. Similar in that it would build up a pool of energy that could be used to empower other skills. He mentally prodded at the pool of energy within him, bloated and full from the goblin slaughter. Would Scrappy Focus add to this pool? Add to a separate pool? And if so, how would it be different? Would the skills interact synergistically or hinder one another? He didn't know. The second way the skill felt familiar was less tangible, a whisper he couldn't quite hear, something he had long figured out was due to his life before being turned into a tree. Whatever that had been like. This time, the feeling he received made him think he had possessed the skill before, or maybe something very similar. He considered both skills, the odd allure of Scrappy Focus or the simplicity of Iron Fists. He hadn't hurt himself at all when attacking the goblins, but they were unarmored and soft. He had a cultivation skill. It replenished quickly as he fought, due to the various ways he would absorb life force. There didn't seem to be a wrong choice. You have gained the Brawler skill, Iron Fists. X Iron Fists, Aspects Enhancement Body. When you make an unarmed strike, the attack deals more damage. As you attack with a body part, it becomes more resilient to physical harm, as if it were made of metal. Isos? Yep, it was exactly as he had expected. 9 free points. I'm still quite slow even if I've gotten a lot of practice lately. Alacrity. It is. Attributes. Free 0. Might 33. Alacrity 40. Intelligence 25. Willpower 25. Spirit 32. Charisma 32 plus 50%. Leaf blinked, the system windows closed and stood. He did a few test punches and sure enough, even when he was striking nothing, his hands and up to half his forearm had a faint metallic sheen that quickly faded. He held his hand up to the evening light, examining the effect after slapping at the air. It wasn't just that it felt different. Each blow had a slight thrum of power behind it. Wait, what was that? He squinted but didn't spot anything. Amber awareness activated, and sure enough, a nearly unnoticeable reflection in the distance. Something passed the forest. Several kilometers south had glinted ever so slightly in the last light of day.
He saw.
The ruined city built into a hillside stretched out before him. Stone walls nearly 30 meters tall had crumbled, and the buildings beyond were in ruin. It was as if a natural disaster had rolled through, uncaring and utterly destructive. The city was tiered. 3 layers of increasingly high bulwarks gave definition to the settlement's layout. In the center, at the highest point, was the biggest structure Leif had ever seen. A slate monolith towering above even the walls. Behind, or maybe in front, from his vantage atop a nearby wooded hill, Leif couldn't tell its relation to the structure, stood a statue. Its staggeringly tall metallic frame loomed over the city like a silent guardian. Leif squinted. It was hard to make out details from where he stood at the edge of a tree line. A blade made of the same material as the statue was held high as if in triumph, its pointed tip the single highest thing in the city. That must have been what I saw the sun reflecting off yesterday, Leif thought as he observed the devastated settlement. Maybe he could learn more by venturing inside. He didn't see any movement, nor could he detect any vitality from his distant vantage. He cautiously entered the city through a gap in the wall. Now that he was closer, he could see the remains of fallen defenders. Their bones littered the rubble and streets beyond. Several broken and rusty weapons were scattered around, but there was no armor. It was as though a group had come through and picked what they wanted from the corpses. But what? And are they still around? Leif picked up a bent sword. The feel and weight became familiar, as faint echoes of who he had once been filtered through his mind. He was close. Leif could feel it. As he held the weapon, it were as though the puzzle pieces of his past became more distinct. Though when he did test swings, it felt notably weaker than his punches and kicks. Can't deny the efficacy of my class perks, though I suspect a weapon in better condition would be far more effective, he noted, the old unknown part of himself critical of the blade's condition. Leif looked around before continuing into the city. While he couldn't see any evidence of inhabitants, he did notice several more instances of clear looting. What's more, the darkened corners of ruined structures seemed oddly sharp, as if the shadows were being emboldened to come out of hiding. Some buildings appeared to have been flattened from above. Checking inside, he found what seemed to be hollowed-out boulders over a meter wide had crashed down into the structures. But very little furniture was left. The paraphernalia he had come to expect from exploring several destroyed villages was absent. A part of his mind he didn't fully understand analyzed the battle. How it was odd the city was destroyed instead of occupied. How there only seemed to be the corpses of one side present in the aftermath. Maybe it was an internal conflict, the people turning on one another. Then the victors took what they could and fled. It didn't feel correct, but it was the best guess he had. The empty and abandoned streets gave the outer layers of the city a haunting feel. It didn't help that Leif kept detecting life force and the bare hint of emotions and intent at the very edge of his perception. His alternative senses only stretched a few dozen meters and grew fainter the further out he pushed them. Shadows loomed ominously. They danced through the narrow gaps of alleyways and shifted when he wasn't looking. He let grand action swap between spirit, intelligence, and alacrity as he prowled forward. Each attribute ever so slightly affected his perception in different ways. As Leif focused, he noticed something push back. It was incredibly subtle to the point he couldn't be sure he had actually noticed anything out of the ordinary. Whenever he stopped progressing and went to look, he found nothing. Whatever is out there is shadowing me. Coming here might have been a mistake. Though he still didn't see any signs of the city's inhabitants, the feeling of a trap being closed around him became harder and harder to shrug off. Thankful he had left the animals back in the village. Yes, even the deer. Leaf continued on. Occasional uses of amber awareness told him that there were indeed things following him. Small creatures being careful not to be seen. Then, just as Leaf decided that going any further was a poor idea, chittering came from all around. Leaf whipped his head round and saw them. Hundreds of pairs of beady little eyes watched him from the roofs of nearby buildings. More slunk out of alleyways from the direction he had come. Leaf let out a hiss of dissatisfaction. Goblins! Had goblins done this to the city? It didn't feel right. How could these little monsters have overcome the walls and so many armed defenders? Booming laughter came from a building as a figure stepped out. They were tall, with their heavy, muscular physique visible under patched-together armor. Now that he noticed, all the goblins seemed to be partially armored in similar hack-job protections. But comparing this being to the comparatively tiny goblins he had seen so far seemed like a disservice. It was as if a dire wolf had casually walked out from where it had been living among rabbits. "We have no quarrel with your kind little plant," the newcomer called, his deep voice echoing through the shattered buildings and crumbling walls. "But if you wander so carelessly into my territory, well," sharp tusks jutted from the monster's chin, their mouth agape with a wicked smile. Leaf backed away. He didn't make a sound in response. This creature was taller than him by almost a head. Comparing it to the other goblins almost didn't feel fair. "No talk. How disappointing." He grinned. "Do you even know what I am? Do you know who I am? Do not tell me that they didn't teach you, or are you astray?" The towering goblinoid spoke with a lilting, mocking tone. The swarms of goblins all cackled and laughed, their cruel, amused intents locked on to him. "Out of respect for your elders, I will not kill you. You see, the last test subjects, haven't come out of their hole in quite some time. How do you feel about running the gauntlet for me?" "I don't think I have a choice," he grumbled internally. Chapter 17 Falling. Leaf was shepherded towards the central district of the city. Goblins jeered in a wide ring surrounding him as he retreated away from their leader. They threw rocks and fragments of roof tiles. Some even loosed arrows in his direction, but his attention never wavered from the tall, armored goblin. Menace radiated from its form, like waves repeatedly striking a beach. An aura darkened the ground as the goblin slowly advanced. The boiling shade seemed almost physical, as it cloaked the figure and the ground at his feet. Just being in its presence made him feel inferior and vulnerable. But what was more, the monster had control of its aura. Unlike the drakes or the many goblins Leaf had fought, this being felt like a qualitative improvement of all the rest. Would this creature have struggled against a pair of drakes? Would it have been prevented from climbing the mountains? No, it wouldn't. Leaf could feel it deep down. The dangerous lilt in the goblin's step and the intelligent gleam in his eye told Leaf plenty about how outclassed he was. It were as if he had failed to scale a mountain only to find another standing right before him. But the true tell, what really made him uncertain, he couldn't detect the monster at all. No vitality, no emotions, no intent. It were as if his skills were totally useless in the face of the leader. The leader whistled casually as he followed along. As Leaf backed off, he noticed the city begin to change. The most noticeable difference between the inner districts from the outer ones was the sheer amount of goblins. They came in shapes and sizes Leaf had never seen before. There were even several figures taller than the source of the taunting whistling. Though they couldn't have been more different. These hulking green goblinoids were like a boulder had been given a face and 4 limbs and told to go get 'em. What was more, Leaf found where all the items from the outer districts had been taken. Several hordes of junk were piled up within streets and squares. Several groups of goblins seemed to be very invested in their pile of trash. Leaf spotted several scuffles that he guessed were caused by a desire for loot. A chunk of wall was thrown at Leaf by a mean-looking evolved goblin. It smacked into the side of Leif's head and made him stumble. "None of that," the leader chided. "That's no way to treat an honored guest." The offending goblin snickered and scurried away. "My sincere apologies," he said. "They don't teach them manners so far from the Heartlands. If I hadn't given them strict instructions, they may have torn you to pieces before I could say hello." Leif wondered what the large goblin got out of talking so much. As he entered the large plaza with the colossal slate structure, he guessed he would find out soon enough. He glanced over his shoulder at the towering statue. Up close, the sheer scale of the thing was intimidating. Its head lay several meters from its left foot, eyes gouged out, just like in the village. He realized, if only he had the luxury to take a closer look, something brushed up against him. It wasn't physical, but instead as though his soul had been poked by a feather, a feeling of being weighed, of being judged and coming up lacking, washed over him. Leif winced at the unpleasant sensation. "Into the building, if you would. Straight down," the leader said. From his tone, Leif guessed it wasn't a request. He hesitated, then decided to not play along. Leif deliberately moved away from the structure's entrance. The goblin leader shrugged. "Oh, okay then." He raised his palm, and a wickedly long sword apparated out of shadow. To Leif's alarm and confusion, the weapon radiated a sinister violence. Court empath can perceive the blade, but not the wielder. Why? You would prefer to take your chances. I can understand that. Got that Darkwood pride in you, Blight, a deviant evolution, and at level 30, or thereabouts. Surely you have some backbone in you. Level 30, Leif wondered. He thinks I'm a higher level than I am. But why? And could I use this? Leif edged slowly around the goblin. He just rested his blade on one shoulder and made no attempt to impede Leif's progress. He had hundreds of seething and chittering minions to do that for him, though even the lesser goblins stayed back, not eager to interfere. Or maybe they want to watch what comes next, he thought grimly. They formed a large ring around the edges of the plaza. Leif reached the edge of what seemed like a crater, formed from a massive impact or explosion. The large goblin's smile faded. Leif's hackles raised. "Don't you know?" the goblin asked, voice low and threatening. "You're supposed to pay tribute to a king. Disobedience is quite rude." The goblin vanished, leaving behind a wisp of darkness. Leif felt the faintest wisp of intent from behind him, and so he spun. Too slow. An armored boot caught him in the side and launched him bodily down into the crater. Dust exploded upward as he impacted the cracked ground. How? A blow came from below as Leif scrambled up to his knees. Despite his weight, he was sent flying. Leif's vision blurred from the pain. The layer of bark that covered his body had been cracked much like the ground below. He landed heavily, body going numb. The well within didn't trigger its emergency recovery, so despite how bad his injuries felt, it wasn't life-threatening. Not yet. 2 roots and a vague approximation of arms made of ethereal gold burst from Leif's back. They slammed into the ground and hauled him up. Leif stood on shaky legs and glared defiantly at the goblin. "The king? What does that mean?" "Not too bad, Blight," he complimented, "though your kind are known for their durability. Let's have a little more fun and test it some more." Anticipating the Goblin King's attack, Leif projected a golden barrier around his body. A blade wreathed in shadow parted the shield like it were made of butter and pierced Leif through his back. He gasped as his breath whooshed out. Pain blackened his vision, and panic stirred his fluttering mind. But the well within didn't trigger, or maybe it couldn't. It felt as though his ability to use skills was going haywire. Leif fell forward and onto his knees. Golden limbs dispelled into light as his face met stone. Body convulsing. "That's a better position?" The king mocked. "I don't think I've ever seen a blight quite so gold and shiny before. Maybe if you survive my little task, I'll put your corpse in my vault." His voice came again, this time from a different position. I should probably care what those old bastards in the dark woods would think, but, well, did he teleport again, or... Leaf pushed out with his perception, searching desperately. There, two faint wisps of presence. One several meters in front, the second. A large hand grabbed him by the back of the head. Leaf saw a shadowy mimic of the goblin holding him from his periphery. Leaf's face met the ground with a sickening crack and far too much intimacy. But I don't. If they have a problem with little old me, they'd come and say it to my face. He tried to rise, but the overpowering strength of the goblin leader held him down with contemptuous ease. You! Crack. Nothing. Crunch. The ground beneath him buckled, then gave way. Leaf began to fall. The sudden drop made him slip from the king's grasp. Shadowy hands reached for his falling body, but to no avail. The darkness below swallowed him whole. Cissus strode to the edge of the newly formed pit. He spat down into the hole at the same time he unspooled his perception. Telltale traces of the trial's mana were down there, far more saturated than those near the entrance. His shadowy clone likewise peered down. Well, that's convenient. He thought, if I'd known there was another entrance, I could have saved some time. He knew better than to go down himself. But damn was it tempting. Humanity might be a stain on the underside of his boot, but their ancients sure knew how to ward out incarnates. He could almost taste the myth buried deep below. Power his kind hadn't seen in generations. Now he just had to hope the child of the dark woods would survive the fall. He couldn't get his prize otherwise. His first investment had disappeared on him after all. That thought annoyed the incarnate being. But it wouldn't be too much of an issue. With enough time, he would get what he came for. I've already waited this long. What's a few more years? It's like a holiday if I think about it from a certain perspective. Cissus considered sending a thank you gift to the ants. Sure, they were traitorous scum who couldn't be trusted, but their willingness to clear out an entire city and just move on was commendable. He turned to the confused gazes of his minions. Shortcut, he explained. They cheered like the loyal subjects they were. It was good to be king. 6. Leaf's consciousness fluttered as he came to. The familiar sensation of the well within's emergency restoration flooding him. What wasn't great was the aching emptiness of his energy pool. He felt far too weak. Leaf tried to move, but couldn't. Shadowy tendrils slowly evaporated off of his prone form, releasing him from their clutches. That was unpleasant, he thought, air hissing from his mouth at a sudden spike of agony. Good to remember I'm not immortal. Also, nice to know my hatred of goblins is justified. Leaf grunted and rolled over onto his back. As his perception slowly came crawling back, he noticed several things. The first was that he lay in a pool of water, debris from above disturbing what had once been an inch-deep pond, carved into the stone floor below. He had landed 24 meters off-center of a circular chamber that seemed to stretch off into darkness in every direction. The room was lit by various sources around the pool, metallic statues akin to the one above on the surface, each in different heroic poses and holding different weapons. They all had glowing runes etched into their surfaces. Dim blue light washed through the chamber, giving it an ethereal ambiance. The final thing Leaf noticed was that his right arm was missing. It lay mangled in a slowly expanding pool of golden sap. Dust and detritus rained down from above, light from the city barely filtering down through a narrow gap his fall had created. This seriously sucks, but at least I'm not dead. Chapter 18. Tutorial skipping. After several minutes of letting his enhanced healing, courtesy of his Amber Blight Spriggan class perk, do its work, Leaf got to his feet. He stumbled over to his arm and picked it up. All around, the 36 or so statues seemed to stare at him, judging. I need something to drain, Leaf thought. He absorbed some of the water at his feet, but it did little good. He staggered over to one of the statues, a well-muscled figure with a javelin over one shoulder. Tentatively, He reached out and touched its upper thigh. Nothing, just as his senses had been telling him. The cold metallic figure was absent of any life force. Leif looked around for an exit to the chamber. On opposite sides of the large round room were the outlines of circular arches glowing with the same blue light as the statues. He started walking towards one when a light splash came from behind. Leif spun. He didn't sense life force or intent, but a transparent phantom, identical to the javelin-holding statue in shape and pose, stood proudly in the rubble-strewn water. Then it moved, slowly shifting its footing and bringing up its weapon. It nodded slightly in Leif's direction and entered a combat stance. The Spriggan stood there, unsure what was going on. Was it because I touched the statue? Is it going to fight me? The phantom made no moves to attack. It just remained in the combat stance. Leif stepped up out of the pool, and instantly the phantom dissolved into motes of blue light. Leif relaxed slightly. He didn't seem to be in immediate danger. He circled the room twice, looking for an exit. The arches seemed to be the best bet, but there was no way out, though he did notice something. One of the arches seemed damaged in some way, the runic symbols flickering fitfully at infrequent intervals. Just as Leif was heading back to the pool of water, a 3-by-3-meter hole slid open in an innocuous part of the smooth wall. Light, footsteps, and 2 voices came from the opening. Leif tensed. What was that? More goblins. But it wasn't goblins. 2 men walked into the chamber through the newly created side entrance. One was tall and broad, with pale skin and dark braided hair. The second was a shorter, lean man with sandy hair and glasses. Both men, human men, froze as they saw him. Leif froze in turn. This was the first time in Leif's tree life he had seen people, and they had just walked in out of the blue. And though he was caught thoroughly flat-foot, he could identify the trembling echoes from his soul for what they were. Recognition. This was what he had once been. He could feel it deep within his core. A sudden barrage of memories and impressions flickered through his mind faster than he could process them. A series of emotions surged in his chest. Then fear replaced them all. They won't be able to tell what I am. Smiling half-forgotten faces. And even if they knew, how would they react? Locations so familiar yet distant. His mind whirled as fast as it could go. What should I do? He panicked. The taller man, clad in a smart gray and blue uniform with tanned hide armor, stepped in front of the other. An axe materialized out of nowhere with a faint warping of the surrounding air and fell into his outstretched hand. Leif felt a sensation of being measured brush against his spirit, but ignored it. "Oh, hey," said the shorter man, his voice more curious than afraid. "Is this a boss fight room?" A purple glowing sphere hovered over his shoulder. The impression the man's presence gave off was like a carefully arranged stack of scrolls, his wide-brimmed glasses and lack of any obvious armor distinguishing him from his peer, though he wore the same gray-blue uniform. The taller of the two grunted and eyed Leif warily. Frost started to build up on his axe head, frigid air flowing off the blade and dispersing into the chamber. "Careful. It's at least level 30. I've never seen anything like it." In contrast to the other, this human felt like a solid wall of ice, like a blizzard suddenly passing through the land during turbulence. Level 30. That's the second time someone's made that mistake. But why Leif backed away from the pair, raising his one arm in a placating gesture. "I don't think this is a boss fight room, Sieg," the sandy-haired man said. "What kind of boss is half dead and missing an arm?" "The kind trying to lower your guard. The tall man," Sieg replied, axe still held ready, stance still hostile. Both men shared a meaningful look. The shorter man shrugged. "Hey, I'm Marcus. Are you hostile?" The other man called to Leif. "Actually, can you understand me? Shake your head for no, and nod for yes." He demonstrated both motions as he spoke. Leif understood the concept Just looking at these two was making his mind run wild, images of a forgotten life flashing through his mind's eye. Oh, I should respond, he realized. Having stood still for several seconds, he nodded. Want to kill us? Shake. Friendly? Nod. Orc Lord send you. Tilt of the head. Big guy, super strong, green, tusks, talks too much. Rapid nodding. Marcus hopped forward past his companion, eyes gleaming behind his glasses. Sieg held up an arm, and the two shared another look. Careful, the big man said simply. We're not in first year anymore, Sieg. I can protect myself, thank you. Marcus looked at the debris littering the pool, and then up at the ceiling. You fall down from there. We heard something crash from the next room over. Leaf nodded again, lowering his arm and standing up straighter. The big man didn't seem hostile. If the hazy feeling Leaf was getting from the two from Court Empath was accurate, he was just protective. Marcus was easier to read. He had gone from alarm to curiosity almost instantly. The shorter man darted around the room, quickly inspecting the statues, then both archways, the floating purple orb following lazily behind. Finally, he pulled out a strange metallic device with a blue glow. He waved it up and down as he moved near the walls. Then, with no mechanism or giveaway Leaf could notice, he tapped a point. Then the wall slid apart just like the other entrance. Marcus waited for Sieg to catch up, then let the bigger man go in first. Leaf stood in the pool of water, unsure what to do. The two men entered the passageway and vanished from sight. A minute later, Marcus's orb popped back into the chamber, followed shortly by its owner. Passageway is collapsed. Not unexpected, but a bit of a shame. Using the maintenance tunnels to get this far was pretty lucky. We have no idea how difficult this room's challenge will be. Sieg huffed, entering after Marcus. Ask your new friend if it knows anything. Marcus beamed and turned to Leaf. We skipped the early floors when we found this maintenance key. The upper levels are crawling with goblins, and we didn't want to get stabbed. Well, their boss did throw us down here, but you can never be too knife-safe around goblins. Anyway, we slipped away and closed the entrances behind us. He looked up and grimaced, though maybe they'll come down through the hole. Leaf was sweating internally. Not being able to talk was frustrating. He understood the words and instinctively knew if his body was capable, he would have no problems. He tried making basic sounds, but they just came out as unintelligible hisses. Sieg frowned in his direction, but the axe slung over the muscular man's shoulders didn't move. You know how this chamber works? Marcus asked him. Leaf shrugged and hissed again. He sighed, then tried something different. Aura of nobility could be helpful here. He mentally and physically gestured at the javelin statue. Both men felt his aura and looked at the statue. It worked, Leaf thought excitedly. He walked over and pressed his one hand against the glowing statue. A moment later, the phantom appeared and got into position. Huh, Marcus said, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. What happens if you touch the projection? Sieg, do the honors. Sieg glowered and turned to Leaf. Monster, touch the projection. Leaf didn't have much of a choice. He reached out and poked the phantom in the arm. Both it and the statue flashed red. Then the phantom flickered out of existence briefly before appearing nearby in the same combat stance. Marcus clapped his hands together. Training room. There's something similar in the academy. Right. Sieg grunted. In the iron training halls, from what I've heard, never seen, let alone used them. You need to copy the projection stance. Look, there's an axe one over there. One of us needs to complete whatever this is to unlock that. He pointed. Archway. No other way forward. And the further down we go, the further away we get from the green horde. Both Spriggan and dark-haired human looked to the archway, then back to each other. Leaf nodded hesitantly. We must work together, Marcus cheered, fist raised. For united we will not be oppressed. The orc squatting in the city above us may have far, far too many goblins. But we have the power of justice, friendship, and no other choice. Wonderful, Sieg muttered, because the last monster was so kind to us. Hey, he threw us down here instead of murdering us. It could have been worse. Leif decided he had no idea what was going on and would just go with the flow. Chapter 19. Strategic Cheating. Sieg cursed and threw his axe aside and crossed his arms. Marcus laughed from where he and Leif were watching. "It's a whole lot less amusing when it's you failing," Sieg muttered, stepping out of the pool and recalling his axe with some sort of skill. The projection fuzzed away. After the first few stances, the phantoms began to shift between forms with faster and faster movements. Sieg could only get a few repetitions in before losing the rhythm. Leif motioned at Marcus with his aura, pointing at the statues. "Me?" Marcus asked. "I'm a mage. These are testing for martial prowess, not my field of expertise." He scratched at his slight stubble. "Actually, there's a statue with no weapons. Maybe you should give it a try." Leif shrugged and stepped into the pool. He nudged the statue with a foot, and the phantom appeared in a martial arts stance. Leif looked it up and down, then at where he was pressing his mostly severed arm to his socket. It was healing, but the process was agonizingly slow. Right, Marcus said. "Maybe once you're healed, huh? How are you doing that anyway? Is it a skill?" Leif wasn't sure how to answer that with his limited communication abilities. He half nodded and half shrugged. "Do you need sunlight? You're a plant monster, right?" He waved his head from side to side. Sunlight didn't seem to be entirely necessary, but having it wouldn't hurt. What Leif really needed was sustenance. "How do I communicate this frustrated?" he hissed. Without a tongue, making complex sounds seemed to be impossible. Leif was quickly growing less than pleased with his current body as he spent time with the two humans. It had been a little over 3 hours since he had fallen through the roof. Leif tried to push a sense of hunger, or eating out with his aura, but by Marcus's confused expression, he didn't succeed. He could point and vaguely gesture using the control granted from Aura of Nobility, but anything more complex was impossible. "Wasn't the fourth chamber partially overgrown with plants?" Sieg asked. "Those were mushrooms, different type of life." Marcus shrugged. "Really doesn't really matter, I suppose. Place will be flooded with goblins by now anyway." Leif perked up at the mention of possible sources of vitality, especially goblins. He could eat those, and maybe recover some of his wounded pride along with his arm. He tried to explain with his aura and head movements, but neither human seemed to get it. Fortunately, he would be capable of a live demonstration in 3, 2. A high-pitched scream came from above. All three turned to see a small figure plummet out of the ceiling's hole. It hit the ground with a sickening splat, sending waves rippling through the pond. Red started staining the water. Before either human had reacted, Leif had hopped into the pool and made his way next to the corpse. An ethereal golden root manifested from his shin and speared the corpse. Immediately it felt as though a weight was lifted off Leif's shoulders. Vitality surged through his body, mending his cracked bark and mostly reattaching his arm. He picked up the shriveled corpse and hauled it out of the water. "Oh," Marcus said. "That's what you wanted a goblin for." The two humans shared a look. "Are you fully healed?" Leif shook his head after testing his arm's movements. Still stiff and partially painful to move. "Going back is risky," Sieg pointed out. "We'll need to head back up to the third chamber for the side exit anyway," Marcus countered. Leif hissed. "Side exit?" He wanted to ask. Marcus winked. What the big green guy upstairs doesn't know can't hurt him. Besides, his goals for this place are idiotic anyway. There hasn't been a recorded use of a myth stone in almost a millennium. If a goblin shits in a dungeon hallway, but there's no one around to see it, did it really happen? The answer to this particular question was inconclusive because a maintenance passageway entrance slid open nearby and 3 figures walked out. They saw the goblin squatting in the hallway, loincloth hanging down at its knees. Marcus gagged, but Leif didn't notice. He rushed the little monster and plastered its brain matter over the nearby wall with a single punch. "I don't know much about monsters," Marcus said as the 3 returned to the statue chamber an hour and 5 dead goblins later. I know you have skills and such, but do you have the system? Leaf nodded and manifested a small golden branch in the palm of his now fully healed hand. That's a skill, he asked. Leaf nodded again. I see. Very interesting. I can tell you don't have any spell skills. My Magus Intuition skill would have told me. Magus Intuition. Leaf nodded again, not sure what a spell skill was. You have a name right. I know monsters with distinct personalities sometimes have names. Nod. What I want to know, Sieg grumbled as he glanced at the Spriggan, is why your aura feels like it wants to collect my taxes. Marcus laughed. It really does. Very similar to the noble students at the academy. With a wig and uniform, you'd fit right in. Leaf skipped a step. They knew, or rather, could they tell what the origins of his aura skill was? Leaf desperately wanted to know more. Not being able to talk seriously sucks, he thought sourly. Instead, he tried to radiate interest. He only partially knew what a noble was and whatever the academy was. It sounded interesting. Maybe there would be people there who might know who he had been. If I knew that I would have my first major clue. That thought made him pause. How would people react to what he was? What would happen if these two found out what he used to be? Could they help him? Or would their reaction be negative? Unable to voice any questions, he just nodded for Marcus to continue. The academy, we have a bit to go, so I'll just talk, Marcus said happily. As they passed through the twisting maze of side passages that Marcus and Siege had mostly mapped out prior to his arrival, Leaf learned about a place called the Academy. Located on an archipelago made of 4 islands in the Southern Sea, it was the pride and accomplishment of the Inner Empire. Marcus seemed more eager to explain the structure for lesson plans and the different facilities present on the 4 separate campuses than the broader details. They made it to the hidden door leading into the statue chamber. Marcus tapped the wall with his strange device, and they walked through. A few minutes later, Leaf stood facing the martial arts projection. Its stance was wide and balanced, distributed evenly. Leaf shifted to mimic the stance. It took several attempts before the phantom martial artist moved to a new stance, its movements slow and easy to follow. Leaf mimicked it as best he could, but after a minute of attempts, the projection flashed red. Back to the start, again and again and again. Siegs. A step forward followed by a short punch. Red try again. A wide stance with a twist. Red try again. See? Harder than it looks, Sieg said as he munched on a bar of rations. Despite the constant failure, this was probably the most productive few hours of Leaf's life. The projection was making him move in ways he hadn't even thought of. He even suspected it had adjusted the stances in relation to his unique physique. Well, you've been training your whole life, Sieg. Marcus laughed. And you have a combat comprehension skill. Hey, Planty, how long have you been doing this? Punch, step, block, step, red. He let out a hissing sigh and held up a single finger. Marcus turned to Sieg. See? Only 1 day. Leaf shook his head and turned back to the projection. If only he had eyes in the back of his head, able to see his stances and movements from another perspective. That way, he could notice the mistakes he was constantly making. Wait a second. He performed the opening part of a sequence, and then... red. He quickly stepped away and activated. Amber awareness. He could see a vague, indistinct amber outline of his body. Feel how he had moved. With a little practice, maybe the skill would improve, if he could use the skill to perfect the stances, then repeatedly experience doing them correctly over and over. Well, that was cheating, wasn't it? No way it would be overly effective. Right. How fast could he realistically improve? 6 hours later. Level Up Class Brawler is now level 3. For exemplary progress made while training in martial arts, you have gained a level. 1 to Might +1 to Alacrity +1 free point. Level Up Class Brawler is now level 4. For continuous rapid improvements while practicing martial arts, you have gained a level 1 to Might +1 to Spirit +1 free point. New class skills available. Aggressive Stance or Grounded Stance. You have reached the level 25 milestone bottleneck. You have unlocked Skill Fusion. To advance beyond this point, You must overcome an advancement trial. Warning: advancement trials. Difficulty is based on your total number of skills. For every skill above a total of 10, difficulty will dramatically increase. Current skills, 12. Warning: failing an advancement trial may result in the loss of class levels. Advancement trial may only be attempted while at level 25. Any experience gained while at level 25 will be banked until trial is completed. Warning: you are vulnerable while undergoing the advancement trial. Good luck. Begin advancement trial. Chapter 20. Tongue-tied. Apparently, Marcus and Sieg had a campsite set up in one of the previous chambers the two men had explored in the few days they had been exploring the underground complex. They had given Leif directions and told him they would leave the tunnel doorways open. Sieg grumbled about trusting a monster, but he didn't seem to care enough to do anything about it. The man was complaining out of obligation rather than worry, and Leif didn't really blame him. Judging by how proficient Sieg was with his axe and the rapid progress at which he tore through the statue trials, Leif doubted he could touch the man, let alone win in a fight. This is to say, when Leif received the newest flurry of system prompts an hour after they had left, he had no idea what to do. He suspected both Sieg and Marcus were at a higher level, though just how high he could only guess. Should he try to ask them? Wait, don't they think I'm already level 30? And how would I even go about asking? There's so much I don't understand. Leif sighed and focused on the one prompt he did understand. 2 skills to choose from. Both had something to do with stances. This didn't seem like a difficult choice. A strong, stable footing would synergize far greater with his current fighting style and body than the offensive alternative. Just weighing the feeling he got from aggressive stance to that of grounded stance made the choice straightforward. You have gained the brawler class skill, grounded stance. Grounded stance. Aspects comprehension. Enhancement body. Grants instinctual understanding of combat stances and their uses. Grants a bonus to balance. Footwork and stability while fighting in a combat stance in which you have proficiency. Bonus increased by degree of proficiency. Leif felt the change as he stood there. The forms he had been practicing snapped into greater focus. Even while still and not in a stance, he felt in more control. He took a step forward and fell into a combat stance. The martial arts phantom dipped its head slightly as if in acknowledgement of his improvement. And it felt right, as if everything up until this point had been wild flailing. He moved through the early forms, his speed and precision blisteringly fast compared to just a minute prior. As Leif worked, he felt himself shift slightly to enhance his motions. Even without using amber awareness, he could tell his basic forms were rapidly approaching a mastery he couldn't have dreamed of even hours prior. As he practiced the basic forms, the phantom performed different poses and movements, becoming more complex and intricate. He had reached this stage prior, but had quickly made errors and faltered. This time, he lasted 2 minutes of quickly escalating difficulty before his stance broke. Leif breathed out and let his body relax. Maybe I should thank the goblin. Orc, whatever he was, almost killing me and smashing me through the ground, is turning out pretty great. His mind wandered to his animals. If Leif had known how close he had been to a goblin-infested city, he would have sent them far away. Wild animals weren't incapable of protecting themselves, but he still felt responsible. His body ached and weariness was creeping into his mind. He wondered how long a lack of sunlight would take to affect him. As he walked the maintenance tunnels of whatever this underground labyrinth was, he considered the other system prompts he had received. What would the advancement trial be? But perhaps more interesting, how did skill fusion work? Choose 2 or more skills to attempt a fusion. Warning: success rate depends on proficiency and understanding of skills in fusion. Additional skills after 2. Increase fusion cost and amplify failure rate. Newly created skills will be based on the primary skill and belong to its class. Skills used in this process are lost after a successful fusion. Primary skill, none. Secondary skill, none. Usos. Leif heard 2 familiar voices as he entered a new chamber. A tent was set up by the far wall, with 2 figures sitting on the stone floor nearby. Sieg was holding a rounded device with an intricate, metallic silver base. A new voice came from the device. It was distorted and occasionally cut out. As Leif entered, both men tensed slightly before relaxing. "It's hard to tell their exact numbers. We haven't gotten close since you were captured. A highly evolved orc is beyond our team's ability to handle. And that's working together," came a male voice from the device. "If it's a high first strata incarnate, it's beyond all of us but Hera. Speaking of, she should be no more than a week away. Give or take a few days. You know how it is. We have 2 weeks of rations, and that's if we don't pace ourselves. There is also more than enough water throughout the different chambers," Sieg said. He adjusted the device and angled it towards Leif. "We picked up an ally," Marcus said through a mouthful of food. "Right. What is that thing?" came the voice. "It's plenty," Marcus said, smacking his lips. "Professional goblin slurper. My name is not Planty," Leif thought, though he couldn't blame the man for coming up with something on his own. Not like I could tell him. Though Leif had tried to communicate through hand gestures and grunting. It wasn't very effective. Amusing to watch, though. Leif could now see a face within the spherical object. The man was looking away and down slightly. He was bald, and with a darker complexion than Marcus. Fucking hells, guys, that's a blight spriggan, or some sort of variant. Those things are really dangerous. "What level is it?" came the voice. "Agitated this time." Leif stopped at the words, staring silently into the orb. 30 at least, Sieg said, his tone grave. "Kill it!" "No, I'm not kidding, Marcus. I'm reading here that those things reproduce parasitically. They can turn you into one of them." The sandy-haired man just rolled his eyes. "They're why the unclaimed lands are so inhospitable up north." The voice continued. Right. Marcus waved the voice off. "Keep us posted and all that." He grabbed the device from Sieg and somehow turned it off. He turned to Leif, smiling. "Anyway, I was thinking, you can't talk because you don't have a tongue. Why can't you just make one with your gold skill?" Sounds. Early next morning, Leif was practicing making sounds. It was incredibly awkward, like talking with a dead fish lodged down your throat, its floppy tail smacking the insides of your mouth, its salty taste reminding you of the ocean and better times. This got away from me, so let's move on. Amber awareness and gilded body were receiving massive workouts, Leif's proficiency with both skills rapidly improving. As he did so, Sieg followed the instructions of the axe statue. The man was getting better with each failed attempt. During his speaking practice, Leif had downtime. This let him contemplate what the first thing he should ask the 2 men if, or rather when, he mastered talking. What were they doing here? What was this place, and why was it below the city? Who was the voice from the device? Well, he supposed before anything he would start with introducing himself. "It's Leif, really?" Sieg snorted. It was a few days later. "Yes," Leif said, the sound slurred and wispy. "There's no way." Marcus laughed. "That cannot be your name." The man was practically rolling around on the floor. "It is. Name why you laugh." "Because," Marcus chortled, wiping a tear away with a finger. "You're a plant monster, and your name is Leif, like the thing that grows on trees." "Oh, sorry," Marcus wheezed. "I don't mean to be rude. Do you have a last name?" Vine? The sandy-haired man gasped. "Are you seriously called Leif Vine?" Sieg choked on the water he was drinking. Leif glowered internally. "How the hell have I been a plant for over 11 years and not realized that am I stupid?" Chapter 21, Understanding. Leif brooded while he waited for his gilded body skill to recover after overuse. Imagine for a moment that if, whenever you wanted to talk, you had to solve a puzzle cube while balancing on a tightrope. Okay, now imagine something more sensible, but equally as challenging. What I'm trying to get across is that it wasn't easy. Leif and Marcus sat off to the side, watching Sieg get further and further into the statue's training. With every attempt, he grinded away, progressing more and more. The large man's movements were powerful, but nearly perfectly controlled. The axe head parting the air like a scalpel. Each swing use surgical. He's really good, Marcus said with a smile. Sieg, really smart too. He beat me in several systems theory classes. Leaf gurgled non-committally. Was there an easier way to switch between contrasting consonants? Oh, hey, that's different, Marcus said, putting aside the notebook he was writing in and perking up. The Spriggan looked up when he detected something manifest within the chamber, an intent directed at Sieg. The axe phantom had solidified. It now stood, tangible, and in a combat stance. Final part, Sieg grunted. Gods, I hope so. This seriously sucks. Kick its ass, big guy, Marcus cheered. Sieg cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders. Then the projection attacked. It moved in familiar motions, never deviating from the forms it had been imparting. Though it moved in new and unpredictable patterns of the pre-existing stances and strikes, the two combatants whirled and struck, their battle constantly picking up speed. Steel axe head met spectral projection, and sparks flew. Sieg winced and drew back as the phantom pressed him. The tall man fell a step behind in the dance of combat. Then a second. The projection spun out from a flurry of quick testing strikes into a devastating overhead swing. Sieg caught the attack on his armored forearm. Blood seeped from where the armor had cracked and down into the pool of water. Sieg roared and the air grew cold. Shards of ice misted into existence, and the water below quickly froze over. Then Sieg burst forward and no longer in the statue's stances. Power surged around him. Ice layers built up around his axe head, sharpened sheets of infused elemental energy. His weapon's edge grew in size, and the air screamed as he struck forward and parted the projection's head from its shoulders. It flashed red, then poofed out of existence. Nobody fights without skills, Sieg complained loudly. He gestured to the axe statue. I don't have your stupid class. Shouldn't have to fight like I do. He trailed off, letting his skills disperse into spooling vapor. Leif stood. Couldn't he do something about Sieg's wound?
Isox?
Blight's bounty. Aspects enhancement body. Technique? Blood. Your attacks passively drain vitality from struck foes. You may actively siphon or bestow life force via continuous touch. Blood you absorb is converted into the amber sap that beats within your heart. This amber sap naturally becomes compatible with any target you bestow it upon. After you have drained a being of vitality, you gain up to plus 40% to all attributes for 1 hour. This bonus is lost incrementally over the hour-long duration.
Isos?
He could. Leif had never used the healing portion of the skill on someone else, so maybe. He made to walk over, but Sieg quickly popped a small red object into his mouth and started chewing. The tall man squinted at Leif. What? You wanted my blood? Not blood. Leif managed to get out. Ken, heal. Sure you can. I'll stick with restoration pills, thanks. Sieg grumbled and plopped down where Leif had been sitting next to Marcus. You mean healing beans? No, that name is childish. But it's bean-shaped. I'm not in the mood for this conversation. Sieg sighed. This whole chamber calibrates to my current level and attributes, but it assumes I have certain skills from a mythical class I don't have. Hells. No one has it as far as I know. Leif was confused. Mythical class. What's that? He hummed, looking between both men. Oh, Marcus said, I thought you already knew. This structure is a mythhold, a training ground of sorts built in ancient times. Yeah. But nobody gets a mythical class unless they're already incredibly powerful. So what's the point of a training complex, Sieg grumbled. And yes, I know why. I'm just complaining. They used artifacts or myth stones to impart the class onto others. But they don't exist anymore. So now these structures are just holy sites. Right. But the orc above our heads doesn't know that. He thinks there's something down here that will grant him incredible powers. I don't even know if monsters can even gain auxiliary classes, Marcus said with a shrug. Why? Here, then, Leif asked. If there wasn't whatever a myth stone was down here, then why come at all? Oh, there will still be something of value. Maybe a mana geode structures built in ancient times usually incorporated them into their foundations, Sieg said. Marcus bumped him with his elbow. Sieg here is hoping for a promotion item, an emblem or higher. The man continued, seeing Leif's lack of understanding. Monsters naturally evolve when they reach certain levels, right? Well, humans need to use promotion items like seals or emblems to increase our class tiers. But they're damn rare. The system sometimes grants them for performing feats of excellence, but most people buy crafted ones, Sieg said. We're just Academy second years. Even seals, the lowest tier promotion item, are prohibitively expensive. But we're willing to steal, Marcus declared. What are they going to do? Unpromote our classes? Don't think so. Steal from an elite. What a truly amazing idea. Sieg deadpan. What? About milestones? Leif asked. The last word took several attempts to say coherently. Marcus said. The milestone bottlenecks are a massive pain. A lot of people struggle greatly with the first one. I don't know what they're like for monsters, though. Level 25, 50 and 100, Sieg said. Right, but reaching the level 100 milestone is a huge achievement. There are rumors of milestones at even higher levels, but I don't know how valid they are. Marcus commented. Getting below the skill threshold is a feat in and of itself without spending either a ton of time or a ton of money. Sometimes both. And then there's the advancement trial. The man shivered. Advancement? Leif asked. He wanted to get an idea of what was involved, how dangerous it might be. It's different for everyone, personal and tailored to the individual. Both Marcus and I passed ours during our first year at the Academy. It's usually kept private, but there's a bounty put out by certain departments for information about each person's trial. Good money doing it. I have no regrets sharing mine, Sieg explained. I still don't think you should have. It's bad luck. I heard the system makes the next bottleneck even harder if you share. That's superstitious nonsense. Sieg nodded in Leif's direction, seeing the Spriggan's interest. My trial was about my decision to leave my tribe and come south, about walking away from perceived responsibility and accepting my choice. He shrugged. There was a monster too, but it was hardly worth mentioning. I killed it in a single hit while it was forming. I failed my first attempt, lost 3 levels and was sick for a month, Marcus said with a faraway gaze. I had to get further below the skill threshold by fusing more than is recommended at such a low level. It cost a ton, but shouldn't be harmful in the long run. Leif was struggling to form words as he pushed Gilded Body's limb creation to its limits. It takes a long time, Sieg explained, but it can be sped up with mana catalysts like shards. Pretty much any skill can theoretically be fused with any other skill, as long as you can picture what a successful fusion would look like. The Academy teaches the Trustotal model for progression. Each level is like a balloon. Gaining experience expands the balloon, with the ultimate goal of leveling up being like popping the balloon, Marcus said in a lecturing tone, hand gestures demonstrating something slowly expanding. Skills are like a counterweight. They push back against the expansion, only a little bit for each one. But if you go over your skill limit, usually between 15 and 20, your skills push down with enough force that progress becomes impossible. It's a balancing act. You need to fuse skills to keep yourself below the limit, but each fusion is harder and harder, takes more time and resources. So you can't just fuse a bunch of low-grade skills. You need to be selective or else progress at higher levels will be extremely difficult, he explained. Leif nodded. It seemed to make sense. What was your advancement like? Sieg asked. Can't say I'm not a little curious how a monster's bottleneck differs from our own. Leif paused. He hadn't completed his advancement. I still don't know why they think I'm level 30, he realized. You don't have to tell, Marcus said, waving away Sieg's question. It's personal. I have no intentions of sharing my advancement. No, I don't know. How could he explain words were hard, so he'd settle with a half-truth and try again later? Sieg frowned and shifted. He shot Marcus a look. The other man shrugged. "I'm taking a break from the pool. It's all yours," Sieg said, motioning to the ring of statues. Leif nodded. He wanted to see how far he could get. Think about his first skill fusion while he was at it. Ulsh! The two humans watched the Spriggan activate the unarmed statue and begin the training routine. It was remarkable how quickly Leif was improving over just a few days. "Think he gained a comprehension skill that involves combat?" Marcus asked as he stretched. "It's possible. Hard to tell. It's not like we know all the rules of monster skill gain." "So, first whiff of dishonesty my skill has detected so far," Sieg said flatly. "So he does know but doesn't want to share," Marcus considered thoughtfully. If anything, that makes me more inclined to trust him. Everyone's got secrets. You know." Sieg grunted in agreement. "At least I know my skill is working. I can lie more often if you'd like." Helpful as always. Chapter 22. Silent Anticipation. Leif flowed from one stance to another. The basic forms flew by and the exercise increased in complexity, speed, and overall difficulty. He reached the peak of the intermediate training. From experience, if he pushed himself, the Phantom would ramp up the difficulty again. But Leif knew he wasn't ready. Instead, he worked the movements into his muscle memory, and time flew by. His thoughts wandered to what the two humans had told him. It was a lot to take in, but it confirmed a few things. Monster advancement milestones were very similar, if not identical too. What was the term awakened advancement, human advancement? Skills, too, seemed to be remarkably similar. Now, whether this was true for all monsters, or because Leif was an outlier, due to his auxiliary class allowing him to break certain rules, he wasn't sure. He had 12 skills. Amber Blight Spriggan, Gilded Body, Amber Awareness, Blight's Bounty, The Well Within Us, Settle, Noble, Aura of Nobility Eye, Court Empath, Grand Action, Under My Protection, Legacy, Brawler, Iron Fists, Grounded Stance. But Leif needed to lower his total number down to 10, using the newly unlocked Skill Fusion option. The system had said that the advancement trial's difficulty would dramatically increase for every skill over 10. But did that mean if he had below 10 skills, it would be easier? Was there an advantage to succeeding a harder trial? Leif had many questions, though hearing that Marcus had failed his first attempt had made him certain of one thing. He didn't want to lose levels. That sounded miserable. So, what skills should he combine? Leif considered his options as he trained. When his body flagged, he and Sieg swapped places. Sieg quickly worked his way to the projection fight, but struggled to get past the first minute. Let's see. I need to be able to picture what a skill can do after a fusion. So which skills do I have that are similar? Amber Awareness and Court Empath were both perception skills. What would a skill fusion of the two look like? And would a fusion keep both skills' full capabilities? He suspected it wouldn't be as simple as a clean merge. He found the time aspect of Amber Awareness fascinating, but the actual detection abilities from Court Empath were superior. He considered Amber Awareness more closely. The core of the skill was its general perception boost. Or was it? No, it wasn't. Just because he was only just learning the full capabilities of the skill didn't mean that time perception wasn't the skill's core, but he couldn't be certain. This is probably a sign I shouldn't fuse these skills. What else is there? Grand Action and Blight's Bounty provide general attribute boosts, but Grand Action was very simple. Blight's Bounty had energy draining and healing mixed in. What would these two skills look like fused? Blight's Bounty, but with a greater attribute increase, or would it become focused like Grand Action was? It feels like a safer fusion than the two perception skills at least. He mused. What about Gilded Body from Iron Fists? Could be a candidate. Leaf liked the flexibility of being able to conjure golden limbs in any shape provided he could picture it clearly. Would a fusion with iron fists make them more solid, or just go into the general strength increase? Gilded body granted. What about both? Leaf mentally opened the skill fusion window. Initiate a skill fusion. Primary skill, gilded body. Secondary skill, iron fists. Fusion, success rate. Moderate. Warning skills used in this process are lost after a successful fusion. Warning, newly fused skill will belong to the class of the primary skill. You may only attempt a single fusion at a time. Commence. Skill fusion YN. Leaf hesitated for a few moments. Why not? He asked himself. I need to do it anyway, and there doesn't seem to be a downside to a failure. Commencing skill fusion. Fusion of skills. Gilded body and iron fists. 1 on 100%. He waited a few moments. Fusion of skills. Gilded body and iron fists. 100%. He let out a long sigh. The unarmed projection flashed red. My turn. Called Sieg. I want to take another crack before I bring this whole place down in rage. Northerners are known for their tempers, nodded Marcus. He and Leaf traded places. Sieg turned to face Marcus. Careful, else this angry northerner will show you what he can do. He raised his axe high in mock fury. The room trembled. The glowing blue lights all flickered on and off at the same time. All three fell silent. What was that? What was that? What the hell? Sieg looked at his axe. That wasn't me. The chamber shook again, briefly plunging them into darkness. Illuminate, Marcus said, his voice reverberating. Purple sparks danced to life in the palm of his hand, quickly multiplying and condensing into a sphere of light. He tossed it up, and the orb floated in the air and followed him as he moved to pick up his and Sieg's belongings. What kind of skill is that, Leaf wondered. Looking in fascination at Marcus's magical working, the camp Sieg said. His voice was grim. We need to reach the exit near the third chamber before the roof falls on us. What do you think is going on? Marcus inquired. Goblins messed with something they shouldn't. Let's get out before we find out the hard way. Marcus pulled out the maintenance key and opened up the way back. All three quickly made their way through the winding maze of tunnels. Every 30 seconds or so the world would shake. After minutes of running, they reached the camp. Marcus and Sieg quickly packed the tent and their other belongings, while Leaf examined the chamber. Like the statue chamber, there were 2 arches that indicated typical entrances. Though this room was lacking any statues, instead against one wall was some sort of long raised platform, a faded mural depicting an armored person wielding a sword. A brilliant silver light was carved in intricate detail above the platform and into the curved roof. Could it be, Hera asked Sieg as the three moved to a nondescript part of the wall? Unlikely. I mean, they would have contacted us if she had arrived, right? So something else? What if? Sieg was cut off as the chamber shook. Dust fell from the ceiling. Tiny flakes of powder illuminated by Marcus's purple orb. Unlike before, the light didn't return. The mythhold seemed to have lost power. Then, all at once, every entrance into the room opened. Both standard entrances and 3 hidden maintenance doorways slid soundlessly apart. A pack of panicked goblins spilt out of one entrance, as if they had been pressed up against the doorway. They screeched in surprise and fell in a cluster of limbs and makeshift weapons. Heavy footsteps fell as a hulking figure barged into the chamber from the other doorway. It roared as it saw the 2 humans and singular Spriggan. In one hand it held a wicked stone club, and in the other a flaming torch. Troll Marcus called. Sieg stepped forward, axe at the ready. The troll's roar seemed to shake the goblins out of their daze. As one, they turned to Leaf and the others, malicious cruelty in their eyes. The chamber rocked again. As the trembles ceased, the fight began. The goblins charged, scrambling forward. A field of chilling air washed out from Sieg with a wave of his free hand. The floor froze between the group and the goblins. In the same motion, he swiped horizontally at the troll. A thin blade of ice sliced through the empty space. It impacted the troll's chest and made the creature stagger. a thin line of blood trickling down the hulking monster's torso. "Gauntlet," Marcus said, somehow commanding his skill. Purple energy flowed around his wrist and hand before solidifying as a gauntlet. Energy crackled between Marcus's fingers as he pointed at the closest goblin. The creature slipped on the ice created by Sieg a moment before a thin line of purple struck it in the leg. The skill singed the goblin's skin and quickly ran up its body like a snake made of lightning. The creature screamed in pain and fell back. The purple energy then jumped to the next goblin. It, too, fell screaming. Marcus gestured and pointed. Goblins fell as if he were a conductor of death, but more were coming. From both main doorways, goblins streamed through. Leaf stepped forward. Grand action focused his might attribute as he kicked off the ground. It cracked beneath him. 2 golden roots flowed from his knuckles, each hand now topped with a gilded blade-like tip, 10 centimeters in length. He crashed into the goblins, severing limbs and lashing out to crush bones. The green creatures struck back, but what strikes found purchase against his hardened bark left minor scratches. For each blow, Leaf sustained that dealt noticeable damage. Blight's bounty would steal the vitality from 4 or more goblins. Leaf fought in the way the training projections had taught him, but the addition of bladed tips on each hand made for greater versatility. He swept through the massive green, like how a boat parts the ocean's waves. With every strike, a goblin died, but the battle wasn't without difficulties. His twin perception abilities, Court Empath, and his innate vitality detection made his surroundings a blur of emotion and sensation. He focused and willed the effects of Court Empath to lessen, letting his feeling of the surrounding life force fade away along with the intent and emotions. Purple arcs of power danced through the clumped goblins. What monsters survived the energy coursing through and over them were left stunned and defenseless against Leaf. His hand blades pierced the skulls of 2 goblins at the same time. They slumped to the ground, dead. To his right, the troll roared again. Leaf spared a brief glance and saw the source of the creature's angry intent. Sieg hacked away at the troll, his body surrounded by dozens of tiny ice shards. The troll's legs were frozen to the ground, and with every passing second frost crept up its arms. It flailed in an attempt to escape. With a shattering sound, one leg burst free, and the troll lunged forward and right into the overhead blow from Sieg that split its skull in 2. Shockingly, the creature didn't die. Blood and tissue began to rapidly reconnect around the axe head still lodged into the monster's brain. Sieg yanked his axe free, cursed, then decapitated the troll. Even as its head hit the frosted ground with a dull thunk, it continued to heal. The Northman mentally called the ice shards surrounding him to strike at the troll's body as he continued to attack with his axe. An arm fell, then a leg. The half-restored head of the troll was removed. Then Sieg backed away. He felled 3 goblins who were approaching him before focusing back on the troll. A meter-long spear of ice formed in his hand before surging forward. The troll was impaled and rapidly frozen. Sieg's axe glowed with the white light of snow as he shattered the troll from foot to neck stump with a single blow. Arrows started flying, loosed from shoddy goblin-made bows. Leaf ignored those that hit him. Most fell off harmlessly anyway. Sieg had to retreat. He wasn't as resilient. "Shield!" Marcus's voice echoed from over the sounds of battle. A purple half-dome of energy flickered around him. Arrows clattered harmlessly against the protective skill. The man counter-attacked with his arcane gauntlet's power. The archers, tucked away in one of the chamber entrances, screamed as they died. A minute later, the room fell quiet. 4 dozen dead goblins littered the floor. The 3 surviving combatants waited in silent anticipation for something else to go wrong. Chapter 23. The King and the Princess. Cessus was bored. Not in the I-have-nothing-to-do way that you probably imagined, but bored in the I-have-nothing-of-value-to-do kind of way. He had never been good at waiting. It hadn't helped that the last few interesting events had given him conflict blue balls. The two humans he had caught snooping around had been after the same thing he was. But instead of fighting to the death, they had agreed to his proposal of doing his work for him. That had sucked. No entertainment value at all. The second event had been, well, almost alarming. It wasn't every day you witnessed a member of the Dark Woods roaming around outside their vast territory. He had partially hoped the one he had noticed casually walking through the ruined streets of Farron had been a scout, but no invading force of blight beasts or grim ents had shown up, which was very disappointing. He shifted uncomfortably on the slanted roof he was taking a nap on. His makeshift armor clanked, and that made his mood worse. Yes, wearing it made the goblins think he was one of their own, but he missed his actual armor. He reached through a ring of shadow and pulled out a half-empty bottle of Hwyn. He drained it and casually dropped it off the side of the building. A screech of pain came from below, but he ignored it. With a brief effort, he hopped to his feet and leaped a quarter of the city's district with a few hops, only to land within the command center. It was a pile of rubble, but the goblins were very pleased with it. "General," he nodded to the goblin on watch and half-heartedly saluted. The goblin dropped his spear in shock and returned the gesture. "General," it stammered. "Congratulations on the promotion. Where are the others?" "I inside, my lord." "Wonderful. Go kill a mountain drake and bring me its head. Oh, and do it alone," Ceases benevolently commanded as he strode past. The newly promoted and soon-to-be dead goblin practically skipped down the street. He approached where several evolved goblins were bickering over a poorly made map of the city, drawn in debris and dust. "Gentlemen, I have detected a great enemy of our people, and must make haste to slay it. I'll be back in a day or two. Don't kill each other while I'm gone." "Okay." The oversized green children scrambled to salute him, praise his existence, or beg for something. He ignored all of them and swapped places with a shadow positioned on one of the outer walls. Ceases stretched and yawned. Exile was fun when it wasn't so dreadfully dull. Now then, what should I spend the next few days doing? Go fight something worthwhile in the mountains? See what the humans were doing down south. If only I could... Oh, what is this? He asked out loud to nobody. A dark speck was rapidly approaching from the western horizon. Ceases squinted, making out a humanoid shape in dark, slender armor and two sets of rapidly beating insectile wings. "Well, well, isn't this a pleasant surprise?" he said before shooting off a condensed pulse of his aura. The dark shape slightly altered its course and moved directly towards him. Ceases looked down at the scrap the goblins called armor and sighed. Then he started stripping. "E6." A minute and a half later, the newcomer swooped down to Ceasis's level on the city's wall. The orc nodded a greeting as he affixed a sleek red breastplate to his torso. Then he pulled a similarly colored pauldron from his spatial vault. He gave the newcomer a friendly smile and continued getting dressed. "Welcome, or should I say, welcome back. I take it this city was your fine handiwork." The dark figure shared many similarities to a human woman with pale skin and jet black hair, but Ceases knew better. The midnight carapace around her waist and antennae on her head gave her away. So did the wings, and the aura, and her compound eyes. Okay, lots of things gave her away. At least she hadn't been foolish enough to cast off all her monstrous components like some other awakened beings Ceases knew of. "Yes," she hissed without emotion. "Great. It's mine now. I'm not giving it back. You shouldn't have disappeared for half a decade if you still wanted it," Ceases confidently proclaimed as he pulled on an armored greave. Where? Where what? Where is she?" Ceases hadn't the foggiest what the ant lady was on about. "Who? Where is she? I really don't. Sorry. Also, I'm Ceases, the greatest king you'll ever meet." He generously gifted her with the truth and a name. "I am the one called X of the Obsidian Hive. And you lie. Tell me where she is. Where is she?" "I told you I don't know. Do you want a drink?" he asked politely, and with great kindness. He tightened a leather strap and eyed the Formian. X seemed roughly equivalent to himself. As a second strata incarnate, he was no slouch. Maybe a few levels higher than myself. This could be fun. The woman buzzed in anger, the first trace of emotion so far. You know who. Where's my mother? He probably should have guessed that. Formians only got so worked up about a very select number of things. Well, he had no idea as to the fate or location of the Formian Hive Queen. Dead. Sorry for your loss. Lies. The word hit Cesis like a steel fist. He would have rocked back from the force if he wasn't, the greatest. Not lies. She's dead and I killed her. Sorry for your loss. He lied honestly. These words made the Formian try to kill him, which was exactly the point. Shockwaves of gravitational power cracked buildings in half and sent chunks of city wall tumbling. Goblins died in their hundreds as they scampered for cover. Cesis dodged a scythe-like blade of energy with a casual hop and twisted mid-air so he could observe the chaos. This was great. Honestly, everything was wonderful. He definitely had the situation in hand. X was, maybe, just a little bit stronger than him. A dark blur raced across rooftops. A volley of navy blue spears lanced towards him. Cesis dodged by swapping with a nearby shadowy copy. It died in a puff of black essence above him. Should have waited to put on my boots before saying anything stupid, he complained to himself, finishing his get-up and standing up. He reached out and summoned a long blade wreathed in shadows. Time to prove he wasn't a total pushover. The Formian spotted him and let out an ear-piercing screech. Goblins tumbled to the ground, blood trickling from their long ears. Cesis cracked his neck and burst into shadowy power. He stabbed forward, and a mimic of his strike manifested a split second later right in front of the Formian. X cut it to pieces with suddenly clawed hands and continued right towards him. So he followed up his attack with 15 more, each coming from a new direction. This made X retreat, her wings a blur as she skimmed backwards. Cesis was already moving in pursuit. He darted from shadowy alleyways to shattered buildings, his every step propelled by his immense attributes and movement skills. He flitted around the city, never staying in one place for more than a moment, his aura naturally making him harder to detect. Above, the Formian lost track of his position, so instead decided to launch destructive beams of energy in wide sweeping arcs through the city. The attacks had no hope of catching someone as slippery as Cesis. He burnt through stored energy to manifest new shadowy copies and sent them scattering through the newly ruined ruins. This is fun, Cesis thought happily. I hope the Mythold survives. A lance of power sliced the metallic titan in half. Hopefully. Chapter 24, Into the Depths. I can't close the maintenance door. It's like the whole structure is shutting down, Marcus said as he held up the door key. And you can't use your skills, Sieg asked. Create key. Only helps me unlock things I understand, not lock them again. Marcus sighed. The tunnels will be flooded full of goblins in no time. What a shit show. They may even find the hidden exit. What? Leaf asked as he drained vitality from frozen troll chunks. Sieg looked at Marcus. The shorter man nodded and closed his eyes. Find spectral images flickered in and out of existence around the mage's head. He reached up and quickly arranged them into ever-shifting orders. A minute passed, then another. Marcus began to sweat, his movements becoming sluggish. Finally, he opened his eyes. Deeper, Sieg asked with concern in his voice. Marcus nodded. There should be another way out. He stumbled and clutched at his head. The Seeker class is quite excellent, especially after its 10th level promotion, but its skills are really tricky to use correctly. Marcus explained for Leaf's benefit. The Spriggan tilted his head in acknowledgement. Which way, Sieg asked, his tone worried as he glanced between the chamber's now opened entrances. Back to the statue room. I'll reuse the skill when we get there. The path I saw was incredibly blurry. As the sounds of goblins screeching neared them, the three retreated into the Mythold's depths. This way. Through 2 more chambers then. Then there's some sort of blockage, but there appears to be a side route, Marcus said, pointing the way forward. They left the statue room as the world trembled. What, sir? The ground shook with tremendous force. Both Sieg and Marcus were thrown off their feet, while Leif was able to stabilize against the tunnel's wall. Thin cracks began to snake their way along the ceiling. Up, Leif hissed, pointing to the growing fractures in the stone above. Damn, go! Go, Sieg yelled as rubble fell in small chunks from overhead. Behind them came a distant crash and the wails of goblins. The 3 burst into the chamber as the wide passageway fell apart behind them. Before Leif was a rectangular chamber 3 times as long as it was wide. Along both walls were square panels placed in a grid-like pattern, with strange glyphs carved onto their surfaces. Sieg led the way, warily eyeing the walls as he went. He stepped between the first set of 2 and ducked, cursing. Both sigils had suddenly started glowing before a green flash of light met in the center of the room, as 2 beams collided just above Sieg's position. Leif threw out a golden shield to protect the man using Under My Protection, the rarely used charisma bonus, improving the skill's shield as it was used to protect another. Sieg crouched in a daze, looking at the dispersing motes of golden light that surrounded him. He gave the Spriggan a curt nod before standing. Nice work, Marcus commented as he patted Leif on the shoulder. An awful grinding sound came from either side of the chamber, as both glyph panels tried and then failed to move from one grid space to another. The green lights flickered, then died as both panels fractured down the center. Traps, but single use due to the current state of the structure, Leif thought as he observed the rest of the room more closely. Dozens of sets of panels lined both walls, heading towards the exit on the other side. Fortunately, both of Leif's companions were sharp enough to see what he had noticed without him needing to say anything. Better to preserve uses of Gilded Body in case there was a fight. Speaking of Gilded Body, fusion of skills, Gilded Body, and Iron Fists, 100%. Still at 1%. I guess killing things doesn't accelerate the process like with my evolution counter, Leif thought. I can sense that there's enough mana in each panel for a single blast, or whatever they might do, Marcus said. Normally, I'd suggest we go through a maintenance tunnel instead of trying the room, but the way back just collapsed, and there don't seem to be any side exits. Through the traps it is. Sieg sighed and let his axe disappear. I'll be using my face to check these unless either of you want to volunteer. Leif considered this. His body was naturally more durable than both humans, and he was currently full to bursting with stolen life force. His attributes were at their full 40% increase from Blight's bounty. He shrugged internally and stepped forward. Both humans nodded and stepped back. Leif cracked his neck, lowered himself into a ready pose, focused on might with grand action, and exploded forward. He burst past the next pair of traps. A dark sphere of energy detonated behind him. Leif felt the residue of whatever that explosion was brush against his back. But he didn't stop. 2 lances of ice flew from above, but they veered away as they drew closer to smash harmlessly into the floor. Sieg's doing, no doubt. 2 metal-tipped arrows, a foot in length, shot from the next set, 1 on each side. They curved slightly to track Leif's momentum. On one side, he manifested a condensed shield of golden light, and on the other, intertwined limbs of ethereal roots curved around his forearm. The shield shattered, and the arrow skidded off Leif's shoulder. The other impacted his protections from Gilded Body and punched right through his raised arm. Leif hissed in pain and stepped back. He made to continue, but Marcus held him back and confidently walked forward. Next one is lightning, I think. Allow me. Sure enough, 2 bright flashes of lightning erupted toward the man. He raised a hand still wreathed in a purple gauntlet. Both bolts curved midair and struck his fist. There they were absorbed into the skill's construct. Crackling power threatened to overwhelm the working. So Marcus ejected the stored power at one of the 2 upcoming panels. The improvised attack didn't seem to do any damage, unfortunately. Arcane magic has its drawbacks, but the versatility is unmatched, Marcus boasted as he flexed his fingers. Leaf ripped the arrow out of his arm and watched as amber sap quickly filled and closed the wound. The pool of vitality within him had dropped slightly, but it wouldn't pose a risk. 5 minutes later, the room was cleared. The chamber behind them was a destroyed wreck from energy detonations and skill usage. Chapter 25. Fisher. Letlet watched in awe, as what he could only assume were gods did battle in and above the ruined streets of the former human city, Farron. To witness such glorious displays of power was something he had dreamed of ever since he came crawling out of a half-destroyed basement. That was 3 months ago, but to Letlet it felt like a lifetime, which it was. For him, at least. The system had only recently bestowed him with a name of power. Letlet had run around telling everyone he could. They had hit him and told him to piss off. But Letlet didn't mind. He was happy, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. He was happy even as a dark blue light built in power over the city. He was happy as the clouds above began to twist and flow downwards. He was happy as a crackling beam of power ripped the central district apart, the very ground splitting open. He was happy as he was instantly vaporized. Not even ashes remaining. E6. The next chamber had been going so well. Had being the important word in that sentence, the room was cylindrical with significant vertical height. Smooth stone bridges crisscrossed the chamber. Well, most of them did. Several of the bridges pivotal to completing the chamber had collapsed. Murals depicting warriors in splendid armor and wielding every kind of weapon under the moons that gleamed a brilliant silver. They wrapped the edges of the chamber in a downward spiral, each displaying meticulous detailing. Though Leif found the little details difficult to pay attention to, what little he did see of the art display was certainly impressive. He was currently trying not to die. Arrows and other assorted projectiles rained down from above. He slapped a falling stone out of the air, but took an arrow to the shin. Further along the narrow walkway, Marcus and Sieg were struggling. Out of all of them, Marcus was the only member of their group with a potent ranged option. Purple bolts of light whizzed up the height of the chamber, the energy illuminating the darkened bridgeways above. Goblin eyes glinted intermittently and reflected violet as they continued their barrage. The chamber shook. Several goblins tumbled screaming to their demise in the darkness below. For a brief moment, the onslaught of missiles ceased. "Run now!" Sieg roared as he led the charge. At the end of each bridge was a small alcove built into the chamber's walls. Each of these had a maintenance door and attached corridor, but the narrow passageways were so clumped with debris and goblins that they weren't a viable option. Also, they only went up. The opposite way Leif's group wanted to head, the small shelter gave the trio cover as Marcus loosed arc of power after arc of power. Sieg condensed frost onto the walkway behind them, focusing to spread the slippery ice further up the walkway. They waited for the next tremor before making their move. Leif, moving in the rear, spotted a javelin headed for Sieg's back. Under my protection activated at the same time, Leif swapped grand action off alacrity and onto willpower. The shield held initially, but the constant use of the skill had weakened its overall efficacy. Fortunately, the barrier had alerted Sieg to the danger. The big man darted out of the javelin's path, the missile chipping stone as it impacted the walkway. "Something big above us," he called. "We need—" The whole world rocked from side to side. Leif's heart lurched as he almost went toppling over the edge, even with gilded body and grounded stance, improving balance. Marcus wasn't so lucky. It wasn't that the man was incapable. Far from it. What nearly sealed the mage's fate was a huge slab of stone crashing down into the bridge from above and nearly crushing him. The walkway groaned precariously under their feet as it began to tilt. Marcus Sieg yelled and dived toward his falling companion. To the Spriggan's relief, the Northman made it just in time. To the Spriggan's not relief, Sieg too began to tip over the edge as the bridge tilted further and further. Leaf dashed forward and skidded the last 3 meters right up to where Sieg was half dangling. Leaf reached out and grabbed the man by the arm. He then pushed everything he had into might and dug into the stone surface of the walkway with his claw-tipped right hand. For a short, horrifying instant he failed to find purchase. Then his momentum slammed to a halt. Leaf hissed from a mix of strain and triumph. The walkway jerked to a stop as it got caught in one of the chamber's many alcoves. Well, Marcus gasped. That was too close. Then a beam of dark blue energy ripped through the chamber from above. It sliced cleanly through every bridge it came into contact with. By what could only be called a miracle, it just barely missed the bridge they were clinging to. What was less fortunate was the follow-up tremor. Their bridge was shaken free and began to plummet. Over 100 goblinoids, 2 humans, and a Spriggan fell screaming into the void below. The darkness swallowed them up, each instant of falling, stretching on for an eternity. Suddenly their momentum began to taper off, slowing considerably before almost stopping in its entirety. Marcus's glowing sphere of purple light zipped down to its caster and revealed their situation in a soft purple light. Every chunk of falling stone hung suspended as if caught in slowed time. Below was the faint outline of the largest runic circle Leaf had ever seen. Well, he hadn't seen many, but this one still stood out as remarkably large. The bottom of the cylindrical chamber was almost double the width of what it had been above. Leaf took this all in stunned shock. He shook his head and heaved Sieg up, who then in turn did the same for Marcus. Everything felt light, almost weightless. A goblin still mid-fall spun helplessly in mid-air. Its downwards momentum all but vanished. It thrashed and kicked but was unable to move. Sieg sent a disk of ice in the monster's direction. The projectile quickly lost its speed and harmlessly bumped the goblin. The man shrugged. Silver light flickered around Leaf. He looked around confused and saw the same light around his 2 companions. All throughout the chamber, silver light illuminated goblins before with a flash. They all vanished, appearing on the chamber's floor unharmed. For a single peaceful moment, nobody moved. Then Sieg bisected the nearest goblin, and chaos reigned. Chapter 26. Bloodbath. Goblins came screeching at the trio from all sides. They rushed forwards over a dozen at a time. Purple bolts of power danced through the oncoming tide. Goblins fell one by one, fried by Marcus's skill. Frost condensed around Sieg and icy winds whipped through the arena. Leaf didn't have time to pay any more attention to his companions. He crashed into the green wave and sent small bodies scattering. A punch shattered a skull. A kick burst vital organs. He conjured 2 short blades of ethereal golden energy from his knuckles and began to kill. Shadows suddenly rushed up his right leg. They pulled at him, but with little success. Leaf was too heavy for whatever the source of the magic's plan had been. But it was alarming. Magic meant an evolved goblin right, potentially multiple. Orange flames streaked over the swarm and exploded a meter away from him. Leaf backed away, but was too slow and surrounded on all sides. Goblins died, but he was partially scorched. At least 2 evolved goblins, he noted. He drove a blade through the heart of a nearby monster and felt its life force drain. His wounds began to heal. He shoulder-checked a pair of spear-wielders, letting their attacks land so he could reposition. And not a moment too late. Another blast of flames landed where he had just been. As goblins died, he sensed their vital energies fade away. This let him keep a vague idea of where Marcus and Sieg were fighting. The chamber intermittently flashed with different colors, but the predominant one was the violet of the human mage's skills. The ground trembled again, sending the small green attackers stumbling. Leaf was about to take advantage of their distracted state when a hulking behemoth of a creature rampaged through the goblin swarm. A troll, not dissimilar to the one Sieg had killed earlier that day. But it wasn't alone. Accompanying the troll was a taller goblin in more intricate but still terrible quality armor. 3 javelins were slung over its shoulder. It grinned at Leif with a mouthful of sharp teeth and moved to encircle him as the troll attacked in a frenzy. Leif stepped back from the first overhead blow of the troll's massive club. He ducked the second and deflected the third as the creature tried another overhead strike. Leif stepped into its poor excuse for a guard and landed a blade-tipped fist right into its center of mass. It roared in fury, but Leif didn't let up. He roundhouse kicked its jaw, sending rotting teeth and spittle flying in a dramatic arc through the air. Before he could continue his assault, the tall goblin launched a frenzy of attacks with 2 daggers. One of the daggers bit into Leif's neck, the blade sinking in over an inch. He jerked back from the sudden pain and inability to breathe. Another strike came, this one low. Leif battered the attack aside with a newly manifested arm of gold, but doing so cost him one of his knuckle blades. But it seemed to be enough. The large, evolved goblin, tall for its kind, but too small to be confused for a human, lost the momentum of its flurry of attacks. Leif kneed it right between the legs, the devastating critical hit dealing empathic damage to all men everywhere. The Spriggan didn't get to deal a finishing blow. The troll, having quickly recovered, tackled Leif with a bellow and a surge of violent intent. The two went down hard in a tangle of limbs, Leif being restrained despite his weight. The newly summoned arm shattered under the mass of the troll's crushing embrace. The troll grinned down at the plant monster, sure of its victory. It grabbed one of Leif's arms and twisted the limb. With a snap, the arm broke and fell limp. Leif hissed, his mostly healed throat now allowing him to breathe. For over a minute, the two struggled. The taller goblin staggered around nearby with its arms holding a particular part of its body. The troll frowned in confusion, its peanut-sized brain doing little flips. Then the monster started to sag. The thuggish energy its kind were known for possessing a near infinite amount of seemed to have fled. Leif's broken arm snapped back into place, and he battered the troll away. The towering creature fell limply to the side, its body crushing an unfortunately close lesser goblin. Trolls are very hard to kill. Not so if they're facing an opponent capable of draining life force with a continuous touch. Leif rolled to his feet and caught the wrist of the tall dagger-wielding goblin as it aimed for his eye in a last-ditch attack. He squeezed. The relatively frail bones of the goblin turned to fragmented shards under its skin. The creature screamed in terror as Leif headbutted it into the afterlife. He dragged the goblin's limp body for a few seconds so he could drain just a little more vitality. The monster's blood ran up Leif's arm in a near-continuous stream of red. Leif flared his court empath skill, seeking out the emotions and intents of two figures in particular. There, the Spriggan dashed through the fight, and towards where purple and white pulsed in near-constant waves of power. On his way over, he crossed paths with a goblin kindling a small ball of fire. The right half of its body was a crispy mess, no doubt due to Marcus's purple bolts of energy. Leif slapped it into the past tense and continued moving. He needn't have worried. Marcus's magic flared one final time as the last goblin dropped dead. Both men looked to be in rough condition. Sieg was covered in wounds and gashes, his breath ragged. Marcus looked ready to fall over, his skills puffed into purple essence as he slumped to the ground. Leif moved to Sieg first and touched the man's worst injury. He went to speak, but stopped when amber liquid flowed into his wound thanks to Blight's Bounty's vitality bestowal feature. The taller human relaxed and muttered a tired thanks. Once he was no longer at risk of bleeding to death, Leif left Sieg and did the same treatment to Marcus. However, this time his healing seemed to have a limited effect. Marcus was exhausted spiritually and mentally rather than physically. Leif gestured to the chamber's exit. Sieg followed his direction and let out a breath. Yeah, let's leave before the enchantments below our feet give out and drop several tons of stone on our heads. The chamber rumbled ominously, giving credence to his words. The Spriggan nodded and helped scoop up Marcus. The shorter man mumbled a thank you. Finally, Leaf turned his attention to the notification he'd received most of the way through draining the troll. Congratulations, your Amber Blight Spriggan. Skill, the Well Within, has met an upgrade threshold. Would you like to upgrade the Well Within from rank 1 to rank 2? Yes. Yes, I would. He paused mid-step as power surged through his body. Wow, that has quite the kick to it. The Well Within 2. Aspects Cultivation Blood. Empowerment. Body. A near-endless well of energy and potential rests inside your heart. As you absorb vitality, a portion remains, filling and expanding a pool of energy that allows you to improve the output of skills. As you heal and nurture, this pool of energy is condensed, becoming more potent. A portion of this energy is reserved to grant rapid recovery should you become critically injured. There was no change to the skills description, but Leaf could feel the difference. It was as if the pool of energy within him was heavier, more concentrated, more eager to be used. But not only that, Leaf could tell the total amount of energy he could hold had increased significantly, almost doubling. He had 2 other skills with a numerical suffix: Aura of Nobility 1 and Grounded Stance 1. Did this mean he could upgrade those as well? The trio exited the chamber via a large circular archway, leaving the bloodbath behind. Name Leif Vin. Race: Amber Blight Spriggan. Age 11. Attributes: Free 2, Might 35, Alacrity 42, Intelligence 25, Willpower 25, Spirit 33, Charisma 32 plus 50%. Total level 25. Monster classes 1-1. Amber Blight, Spriggan 1120. Skills: Gilded Body, Amber Awareness, Blight's Bounty, The Well Within 2. Settle. Classes 1 Hull, Brawler 410. Skills: Iron Fists, Grounded Stance. Auxiliary classes 1. Noble 10-10. Skills: Aura of Nobility I, Court Empath, Grand Action, Under My Protection, Legacy. Chapter 27 Fortune. The trembling had finally, blessedly stopped. The lower levels of the Mythhold seemed to be far more intact than what Leaf had traveled through to get this far down. After a few minutes of rest, Marcus stood up with a groan. I'll be fine. Can't use any active skills for a little bit, so let's avoid combat if we can. Leaf and Sieg nodded. The trio moved deeper into the Mythhold. To Leaf, the sheer scale of this underground structure was staggering, but the other two didn't seem overly surprised. Whatever was going on the surface seems to have calmed down. Sieg noted, I don't know if I want to find out what the source of that dark blue beam was. Also, for some reason, this part of the Mythhold still has mana running through many of its constructs. Marcus nodded. Yeah, there's quite a bit more ambient mana down here, too. It's almost as if the mage skipped a step and almost fell. Big source of mana to the left. He turned to his fellow human. I think it might be a geode, and if it's been down here, it wouldn't have been touched since Farron was raised. A good 8 years or so. I'll be damned. Sieg sighed. Finally, some good luck. Leaf had questions, but they could wait. The trio jogged up to an intersection and turned to see a perfectly round room with a dazzling formation of purple gemstones sprouting from the floor. Wires and strange mechanisms were attached to the base of the structure, but Leaf didn't understand their purpose. It's mostly low-grade shards, Marcus said, practically buzzing with excitement. But I can see a few dozen medium grades mixed in with the low. Sieg, we're rich. We're the richest second years of all time. Richest if you don't count the Imperial nobles and anyone who was sponsored. They cheated and don't count, the man said, laughing with arms outstretched. Shit. We don't have a way to carry all this. You have the only spatial storage, and it's not exactly large. We can ditch the tent and use the sack for storage, Sieg suggested. Maybe get other members of the expedition down here once they arrive. We'll have finder's privilege. The axe-wielder summoned his weapon and carefully leaned it against the entrance wall. Marcus zoomed forward like an excited puppy. He conjured a hand of purple energy, winced, then sent it swooping upwards to start plucking mana shards from the top of the geode. Leif studied the strange object. It seemed to sprout from the ground at odd angles, almost like branches reaching out of the ground, or like a hand. He thought. Sieg turned to Leif. You can keep what you help carry. I don't know how valuable this stuff is for monsters, but this may as well be a dragon's hoard for us. What is it? A mana geode, Sieg explained. If left alone, it naturally produces shards. The longer, the higher the grade. We, and by we I mean humans with evolved crafter classes, can use them for all sorts of things. The simplest use is a catalyst for skill fusion, and that's what most people use low-grade shards for. The man continued. Leif perked up at the mention of skill fusion. Just how much can I increase the fusion percentage by? Here, Sieg said as he cleanly snapped off a low-hanging shard and handed it to Leif. It was flat, rounded and about the size and shape of an arrowhead. It pulsed softly with a bluish-purple light. They can be crafted into promotion items. A few dozen low grades make a seal. It took me a good 6 months to save up and afford a seal for my scholar class. Medium-grade shards, like the ones Marcus is nabbing, can be used to make emblems, or even crests. Top graduates of the Academy get an emblem at the end of their final year. I need one to promote my level 20 Frostslayer class. Leif looked down at the mana shard in his hand. Would you like to consume this mana catalyst to increase current skill fusion progress? Fusion of skills, gilded body, and iron fists. To 100%. IN. Leif glanced at Sieg. The taller man shrugged and nodded at the shard. Leif accepted the prompt, and the shard dissolved into a shimmering liquid before slipping into his arm. The sensation was strange, like cool water trickling into his chest. There was no pain, just a slight feeling of refreshment. Fusion of skills, gilded body, and iron fists. 200%. Did nothing. He hissed with more than a little annoyance. The northerner laughed. Give it a few minutes. Now help me pilfer as many of these as possible. Leif sighed and started to help. He was still curious about the uses of mana shards. He gestured for Sieg to continue his explanation. Right. Depending on the grade, they have some uses in alchemy. That's the creation of elixirs, pills and potions. They can also be used in the enchantment process. Magical items, city walls, or even powering basic household appliances if you're rich. Most adventurers and explorers make do with the shards they harvest from monsters. And it takes quite a few low-grade shards to add up to anything of value. He said. Leif paused. Monsters. Yeah. You don't know monsters grow mana shards inside their bodies after the first milestone? Not that we were planning to kill and harvest you, he said hastily. Fusion of skills, gilded body, and iron fists. 100%. Ask why you think that. Think what Sieg asked as he snapped another mana shard off the geode's exterior. Hey Sieg, is your bracelet empty? Put these inside, Marcus called as he jogged up. What level am I? Leif inquired, tilting his head. Well, Marcus said, as the larger mana shards he was carrying began to vanish one by one. You have an aura skill, so at least level 30, maybe low 40s if I had to be specific. No, Marcus and Sieg said at the same time. You don't have an aura skill, the mage asked. I do, but am level 25, he said, beginning to feel the strain from the overuse of gilded body. Both men shared a look. Marcus raised an eyebrow, and Sieg frowned. How is that possible? The man said under his breath. That's a hard rule, isn't it? Could the Academy be wrong? Yeah, I don't know. It's like the first thing they teach newbies. If it has a controlled aura, it's too strong, Marcus said as if quoting someone. You're level 25, Sieg asked for clarification. Leaf nodded. Yes. Fuck. What level did you get an aura? He had to think about that for a few minutes. Aura of nobility was the first skill in his noble class. So he would have had to have gotten it at noble level 2. Should I tell them? He pondered. That I used to be like them. How would they react? For some reason the idea made Leaf nervous, but it was something he had been putting off ever since he met the two men. Leaf wanted to be as he was, even through all the confusion and chaos. It had been a driving force, like a ship's sails caught in the wind. Only, now that port was in sight, he realized he didn't know how to dock. Should fear and uncertainty keep him from trying? No, it should not. So he firmed his resolve and told them. 2, Leaf said. Both Marcus and Sieg fell silent. Chapter 28. Unnatural Combinations. 2, Leaf said. After neither man replied for several seconds, he hissed and elaborated. Once, like you. Person. In nervousness, he checked the progress of his skill fusion. He had consumed several more lesser mana shards over the 30 minutes they had worked. Fusion of skills, gilded body, and iron fists. 51, 100%. A person, Marcus said. A human, like me and Sieg. Leaf nodded solemnly. Memory. Distant. Leaf. Always was. But how it doesn't make sense. Don't know. I am unnatural. You have a monster class, Sieg asked. Leaf nodded. And others. Noble. Brawler. An inheritant class and a normal class. You're awakened, Marcus exclaimed. You just did it early somehow. The Spriggan indicated confusion with his aura and a tilt of the head. Using gilded body, so much was making him feel faint. He plucked another mana shard and consumed it for his skill fusion. Marcus said, I'm not really the best person to ask. It's not my field of expertise, nor mine. Sieg grunted. There would be people at the academy who would know more. From what I understand, sometimes a monster gains access to normal classes when they reach a certain level. I think it's at level 50. Leaf went to speak, but Gilded Body was barely responsive. He hissed in annoyance and absorbed another mana shard. Hopefully the skill fusion would make talking easier. The gathered pile was already too big for the three of them to carry. Fusion of skills, Gilded Body, and Iron Fists. 80, 100%. Hey, Leaf, we can't help too much and I'm sorry for that. I'd understand if you are reticent about trusting us, Marcus said hesitantly. Leaf grunted. It was hard to put into words his feelings towards the two. The moment he had met them, he had become more sure of what and who he was. They didn't kill me or attack me in any way, and it's not like I've hesitated to follow them this far. He indicated for the mage to continue. Well, after this, you should come with us back to the academy. You'll have to meet the other members of the expedition, but I doubt they'd mind too much. Didn't the one you talked to via that strange device want you to kill me? He thought, then he considered. From what Marcus and Sieg had said about the academy, it seemed like a good idea, or at least something to seriously consider. Leaf nodded and Marcus grinned in response. Perfect. If anyone could help you, it would be there. Suddenly the rounded chamber shook with tremendous force. The mana geode trembled. The few remaining shards clinked and rattled. The dim light being emitted from the walls and ceiling flickered, then shut off. The only source of illumination, the inner glow of the mana geode and the pile of shards at its base. It's time to go, Sieg yelled as he ran his hand through the pile of shards. 24 liquefied and disappeared through the tips of his fingers. Consume what we can't carry, Marcus. Where is the way out? I need a minute, the mage called as the room shook again. He closed his eyes and began to focus. The faint outlines of pathways and passages began to be traced in the air by an unseen stylus, some sort of skill from the man's seeker class. Leaf stepped forward and plunged his hand into the mana shards. Fusion of skills, Gilded Body, and Iron Fists. 91, 100%. Fusion of skills, gilded body, and iron fists. 97 100%. Fusion of skills, gilded body and iron fists. 100%. Congratulations, your fusion of the gilded body and iron fists skills is complete. You have gained the Amber Blight Spriggan skill. Gold Iron Physique. Shisho. Gold Iron Physique. Aspects Technique. Enhancement Body. Your resilience to physical and thematic damage is increased as your body is tempered to be akin to iron. You are naturally more dense and can control your physique to become heavier or lighter at will. Attacks you make with your body deal increased damage and have greater force behind them. You may conjure golden ethereal limbs, which count as your own body for any beneficial effects granted by skills and class perks while they remain physically attached to your form. You may manipulate the shape of these limbs at will.
Issa.
Leaf had just picked up the newly filled tent bag when he froze. Blue energy flickered across his body, followed by a surge in strength. He quickly read through the new skill's description. It's not overly different than I had expected. He mused. I can adjust my weight, but nothing else seems new. Hang on. The line about the conjured limbs only being affected by half my physical attributes is gone. He activated Amber Awareness to feel the changes to his body once again. There was a distinct difference. He felt even more solid. His steps were firm and sure. Not only that, but the skill felt completely refreshed, as if he hadn't been overtaxing it just to speak. How much more control do I have now? Will speaking be easier? Bad news, guy, Marcus said. There's a way out a little further down. How is that bad, Sieg asked. It feels, I don't know, flooded maybe. It's hard to tell. Also, I just leveled up, which seems to not be the greatest sign. Didn't you level when we first entered the Mythhold? Yeah. Fast levels only happen if you repeatedly challenge yourself. I'm worried about what's ahead. Won't know until we get there. I can't swim, Leaf said, then paused. That was a whole lot easier than before. His voice was still raspy and hoarse, but the clarity and speed with which he could speak, like night and day, as if he had been trying to use cutlery with his toes. Huh. Did your skill finish fusing Sieg? Asked, noticing the change. Yes. Leaf nodded. Reshaping the temporary tongue in his mouth felt smooth and intuitive. He licked the roof of his mouth just because he could. There wasn't any taste. He found that somewhat disappointing. I am too dense. I will sink. I don't think it's flooded with water, the mage said, his brow knitted in concentration. But it definitely feels wrong somehow. The passageway they were jogging down shook violently. Spiderweb-thin cracks began to streak along the ceiling, barely illuminated by Marcus's purple sphere. Sieg stumbled against the wall to steady himself. He was over-encumbered with mana shards, his axe slung over his shoulder instead of tucked away someplace. Leaf wanted to ask how the spatial storage worked, but now wasn't the time. If this place comes down, we're all dead. The Slayer grimaced. If your packs are too much, drop them. Our lives are the priority now. Leaf shrugged. He was carrying the most, but didn't feel too tied down. He was about to state as much when a malicious force came spooling from the direction they were traveling. Haunting whispers echoed through the hallway, and the air grew thick and cold. Sieg swore. Marcus winced and Leaf hissed at the sensation. You know what, guys? Let's find another way, the Seeker suggested. Then the ceiling began to collapse behind them, just one thing after another. Chapter 29 from below. The trio dashed forward, away from the falling stones and towards the terrifying presence. They would have outrun the collapsing tunnel if every step didn't feel like wading through malevolent molasses. A chunk of ceiling fell from above. Leaf instinctually tugged at his newest skill, Mold Iron Physique, activated as 2 arms of ethereal gold erupted from his shoulders. Unlike before, the limbs were far more defined, and though they were still far from opaque, the skill's projections were distinctly more solid. Leaf caught the rubble and tossed it aside. Another slab of stone crashed down, but he rolled away. He used his 2 golden limbs to push himself quickly up to his feet. He spent a brief instant to marvel at how good the skill fusion felt. Before, if I'd tried a similar stunt, the skill structure would have strained, maybe fractured. Push back the aura. Together. Now Sig bellowed. For a brief moment, the Spriggan was confused. Push back. How? But the answer was clear as he felt the auras of both humans billow out and shove against the dark whispers. Leaf copied them. His own aura pushed into theirs from behind. It worked. The malicious presence retreated, and the trio dashed forward. And not a moment too soon, the way back came crashing down in a shower of stone and debris. Leaf conjured under my protection's barrier to protect himself as he stumbled out of danger. Dust sprayed everywhere, turning the air into a chalky mess. Away. Marcus coughed, a purple mist sweeping the air around him clean. Sieg just breathed out heavily, icy wind clearing away flying detritus. Leaf was suddenly and acutely aware of the downsides of being able to taste from all over his body. Dust got everywhere, seeping into the tiny cracks between his bark. The 3 stumbled into the chamber they had barely made it into. Hums. From somewhere deep within the darkness, the sounds of something crashing around was heard. It seemed far enough away that Leaf didn't suspect it was an immediate danger. Whatever it was, good news, guys, Marcus whispered. This place isn't flooded with water. After all this, we actually found our objective. Sieg sighed. I'd trade any amount of extra credit for my life at this point. Found what Leaf asked. Dungeon, Marcus said simply. It's the source of the awful aura, a place where mana filters down from above and coagulates in the depths of the world. A monster breeding ground. Depends on the type of mana, what kind. I'm betting undead, or death-attuned monsters at least, Sieg said, worry in his voice. Let's hope there are no corpses lying around down here then, Marcus said, ever the optimist. They took in the rectangular chamber as the mage sent a ball of light zipping around. Every 10 meters or so was a small side room carved into the walls. Within were person-sized slate stone boxes. We need to leave. Right now. Sieg barked, no longer keeping his voice low. Wow. Shit, Marcus said as he closed his eyes. He winced after a second. No good. You'll have to carry me out if I try that again. But it should be to the right. I can feel an exit in that direction, towards whatever's breaking things, Leaf commented dryly. This is suboptimal, Marcus finished with a wink. Don't worry. What's the worst? Sieg and Leaf both stared the mage down. He didn't finish his sentence. The northerner took the lead. He ran down the length of the room, Marcus and Leaf hot on his heels. They reached an intersection and skidded to a stop. 3 more chambers, identical to the first, spread out in cardinal directions. On the floor of the intersection were deep inset claw marks, as if something large and not overly adroit had come through not long ago. Leaf heard an unsettling chittering coming from the right. It reminded him of something, but the memory was fleeting at best. Quiet thudding sounds began to spill out from all 4 chambers. Why is there a mausoleum down here? Marcus muttered. Doesn't seem fair. Sieg hefted his burden of mana shards. Right. Let's move. They half sprinted, half snuck as they went. The banging from the stone coffins became louder and louder. Leaf felt faint hostile intent lock on to him from the newly animated corpses. But there was something else. He could sense a power not unlike life force from within the tombs. But it was off, twisted in an indescribable way. A skeletal fist punched up from below. But the trio didn't stop to say hello to what was undoubtedly a friend in waiting. The sound of a stone lid sliding free was quickly followed by another. Chittering came from the direction they were headed, louder and more distinct. Again, Leaf felt an odd sense of connection. It reminded him of a muddy field, soaked in blood, of rain pouring down in endless sheets of dark humanoid figures marching in ominous lockstep. He shook the memories away. Now wasn't the time to get distracted. They passed through countless tomb-filled rooms, each filled with undead clambering to break free of their prisons. Marcus's purple sphere of light reached the end of the chamber first. There it illuminated a large rounded door made of stone. It had been split down the middle, like a lumberjack would divide logs. There was no other way to go. Undead began to climb to their rotten feet. Sieg cursed. Marcus licked his lips and Leaf tensed his conjured arms. Then they entered. Thankfully, their destination still had the Mythhold's natural blue glow. The soft light gave definition to the shape of the large round room, not dissimilar to the one with the mana geode, though almost 3 times the size. A titan towered above the far wall. It held a sword up as if in victory. A silver sheen lit up its metallic body. Leif noted that the statue was almost identical to the one in the city plaza. In circular patterns on the floor were mosaic depictions of men and women in battle, their weapons aglow with brilliant silver light. 18 ornate stone coffins lined the left and right of the chamber in small alcoves. They were perfectly spaced, each with a smaller metallic statue at the coffin's head. An insectile creature the size of a small shack struck down into one of the coffins. The stone split with a crack that shook the air, disturbing resting particles. It was long and surprisingly slender for its size. 6 segmented legs and wickedly sharp mandibles. It chittered and turned to the trio. Now facing them, Leaf noticed more details. Patches of rot snaked along its cracked obsidian carapace, a sickly black-green light flickering within its wounds. What's more, the same twisted unlife energy dwelled within. Refugees streaming into a city fronting a vast lakeside. Scared villagers, destroyed lives. A month of 2 armies going back and forth, neither engaging. Victims on both sides. The golden blood in Leif's veins ran cold. Faces he no longer recognized flashed through his racing mind before dissolving into rain and darkness. Leif hissed. Anger churned deep within his soul. The enemy. Fragmented images from a long-fought battle bubbled to the surface. A part of him desperately wished to grasp these memories, to become as he was. But Leif doubted he had the luxury of time. Enslaver, Sieg spat. I thought they had all been killed during the war. There shouldn't be any more in Farron. Apparently not, Marcus commented. The undead ant monster observed them each carefully. Its antenna twitched in apparent displeasure. We need an exit, Marcus. We need one right now. Sieg snapped as he stepped forward, mana shards clattering to the ground as he brought his axe into a ready position. Behind the statue, there's a small tunnel. Leif stepped up beside Sieg, his golden eyes alight with boiling emotions. His internal energies thrummed with anticipation. Can we kill it? The large man looked at him like he was insane. Hostility, hungry and frenzied, lanced into Leif with an almost physical force. The colossal ant reared up and shrieked. The sound shook the chamber. Then it charged. Chapter 30. Arizon Myth. It charged. Marcus called his gauntlet and retreated clockwise around the chamber. Sieg flooded the floor with as much ice as possible, then went counterclockwise. The enslaver didn't care. It charged right through the field of ice, ignoring both humans and launching itself at Leif. The Spriggan didn't have time to run. He tossed aside his sack of mana shards and raised 2 sets of arms and a cross before him and triggered, under my protection. The skill's golden barrier flared to life as gleaming black mandibles went for his throat. The monster's natural blade sliced through the shield with minimal effort. The attack's momentum barely halted, but Leif was ready for it. He braced and caught the sword-length appendages with the flat of 2 sets of hands. Leif stepped in and amplified his weight using gold iron physique. It was just enough to redirect the enslaver's attack. Leif twisted and ducked as the monstrosity barreled over him. Now under the creature, he jerked himself to the left to avoid a spear-tipped leg. Leif grabbed the limb and pulled. The ant buckled slightly and staggered to the side. Then, to the surprise of everyone, it tensed. Then leapt into the air. It covered over twice its height in a single leap, landing sideways on the curved ceiling. Leif had let go of the creature's leg in an attempt to escape, but suddenly found himself free. He shook out his hand. There was a strange twinge from where he had touched the enslaver. The colossal ant turned, its 6 legs stabbing into the chamber's wall. Purple light and a yelp came from behind Leif as he sensed Marcus's sudden spike of fear. One of the stone coffins the enslaver had opened burst outwards, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Purple arcs of light lit up the dust cloud as Marcus unleashed on the coffin's inhabitant. Leif couldn't spare the man a second glance. The monster above him chittered, then spat a condensed orb of acid with tremendous force. Focusing on his might attribute, Leif dodged to the side. He was only barely in time. Where he had been a moment prior was a sizzling and churning puddle. It rapidly ate away at the mosaic tiles below. Another orb. This one aimed for where Leif was moving. The second golden barrier of the fight manifested with a flash. The acid impacted the skill's construct and immediately began to melt the working into dripping essence. A third globule of spit shot from the enslaver's mouth, but Leif partially extended his conjured limbs and used them to pivot off the ground and out of the splash radius. Cold burst from one side of the room. Sieg bellowed in response to a blade of silver that had lanced out from one of the closed coffins to spear him through the bicep. Cracks resounded from all around the chamber as the undead broke free of their tombs. A skeletal figure clawed its way out of its confinement. It manifested a sword of shimmering silver in its hand. Sieg put an ice spear through its skull. It collapsed instantly. Marcus hastily backpedaled away from the coffins closest to him, firing off bolts of arcane power as he did so. The enslaver screeched and dived from its perch. Marcus blasted it as it fell. Purple arcs of power crackled up its left side and along several of its legs. The monster twitched involuntarily as its descent turned from predatory lunge to uncontrolled tumble. Leif quickly stepped to the side of where it would fall and readied himself. Another blast of cold chilled the chamber, but he didn't have time to look. The ant crashed into the floor, sending mosaic tiles and shards of ice and mana flying. The Spriggan cocked back 2 fists, one real and one ethereal gold. Then he struck with everything he could muster. The enslaver's carapace dented inwards as the force of Leif's blow partially lifted the creature's entire body. It screeched again, but Leif didn't care. He punched into its side again with his other fists. Then again with the first set. With each blow, foul ichor and twisted energies flowed up Leif's hands and into his body. He winced at the disgusting sensation, but kept launching blow after blow. Hostile intent flickered from behind, and Leif broke off his attacks to duck to the side. Too slow. A beam of silver light flashed down from above and into his upper back. One of his ethereal arms broke apart from the impact. His natural limb flared with pain, but wasn't severed. Motes of silver light floated around him as Leif reeled from the blow. Then they snapped into a hair-thin line. A skeleton with glowing silver eyes blurred towards him. A spear of equally radiant silver struck forward along the exact trajectory of the line of mana. It stumbled to a stop with the weapon plunged into Leif's abdomen and out the other end. Leif hissed out air as he was lifted a foot into the air where he hung impaled. There were certain benefits to not having the standard human suite of vital organs. The fact Leif didn't die due to being stabbed all the way through was one of them. The undead cocked its head to the side, as if considering a curiosity. Leif glared down, his amber gaze meeting its one of silver. Death energy crept up his arms, black veins appearing to mark their progress. It was as if the undead had activated a skill on instinct but now had no idea what to do. Leif panicked, unsure which threat was more urgent. the weapon lodged through his body or the foul magic turning his extremities numb. He sensed the giant ant begin to get back up and knew he didn't have much time. Since the undead seemed intent on using him as a makeshift flag, Leaf focused internally. The energy had entered his body as he had struck the likely undead enslaver. Blight's bounty should only absorb vitality, but this is very clearly not life force, Leaf thought. He used Grand Action to focus on his spirit attribute. As he willed his amber blood to combat the intrusive death energy, he pushed against it, trying to forcibly shove the corrupting substance from his body. Almost immediately he realized it wouldn't work, so Leaf changed strategies. Instead, he willed Blight's bounty to convert the unlife force. It was a slow process. Amber blood began to eat away at the encroaching death, but he wouldn't have enough time. The enslaver reared up behind him, chittering with madness. Leaf felt ravenous intent land heavily on his shoulders and began to struggle. The Spriggan increased his weight, and the undead holding him staggered. 3 more undead began to close in on his position and knew he wouldn't be able to survive. In desperation, he pulsed his aura with as much force as possible against the dungeon's malevolent presence.
Such
Leaf Marcus called as he preemptively ducked a horizontal swing from a one-armed skeleton. The mage's eyes darted from the impaled Spriggan to the dozens of mana shards littering the ground beneath and around the giant ant. He blasted the one-armed skeleton with a bolt of arcane power. Then he turned and fired at the mana shards, the energy from Marcus's skill, infused with his will and intent, rapidly danced from one lesser shard to another. They cracked, then detonated in blinding flashes of blue light. But he couldn't check to see if the Spriggan had survived. Path of Fate alerted him to imminent danger, and nimble steps carried him away. And not a moment too soon, another skeleton, this one wielding a hammer of brilliant silver, struck at the Seeker with terrifying force. The undead were the most bizarre creatures Marcus had ever encountered. He'd seen undead before, but there was something distinctly off about how these skeletons were fighting. They're stumbling around as if drunk, but their attacks and skills are far too precise. It's like an expert warrior in the body of a toddler. Wait. Throughout the myth hold monuments and artworks depicting warriors of myth wielding weapons of silver. Mythical, he realized with a shock. These are the bodies of mythical class holders. They still have those classes. Sieg fought 3 undead at once. Shards of ice surrounded him, orbiting him as if he were the center of a great blizzard. They warded off the mostly mindless attacks, but the undead were the most inconsistent opponents the Slayer had ever fought. One of the undead came at him, its unstable movements suddenly smoothing out into perfect sword strikes. It took all of Sieg's attention to stay alive for the 3 seconds the skeleton pressed forward. Then it faltered, the mastery of battle and swordsmanship fleeing as if it were never present. Sieg heard Marcus call out, and though he wanted to see why, he simply didn't have time. He bisected the undead and spun to face the next. Then a blinding flash of blue light came from the center of the chamber. Disorientated, Sieg willed his elemental powers to blast out in all directions. He instinctively rolled away from the closest skeleton. Sure enough, a sharp pain to his cheek confirmed that the monsters hadn't been blinded. Leaf sailed through the air. The spear of silver impaling him slowly dissolved as he flew gracelessly up and away from the now scattered remains of its wielder. It occurred to him at that moment that grounded stance only worked when you were, grounded. The Spriggan would soon rectify that mistake as he crashed up against the curved ceiling and bounced off. He landed to the floor with a thud, his weight crushing tiles beneath him. Leaf groaned and tried to get to his feet, but he couldn't move. The death energy was rendering him incapable. He couldn't see the enslaver, but he could feel its rage and unsated bloodlust. It seemed obsessed with him, and as hungry intent began to lock onto him from every direction, he suspected something was making him appear like a tasty treat. If pushing the death energy out didn't work, and converting the energy is too slow. Leaf hissed as he realized he would have to do something stupid. Chapter 31. Endearing Idiocy. All important discoveries are made when someone says, "This is a stupid idea, but let's do it anyway." Most spectacular failures are also predated by these exact words, but don't let that stop you from trying. The first, "This is a stupid idea," came from Leaf. The Spriggan had, by mostly luck, come to the admittedly correct decision to hope his newly upgraded The Well Within 2 could overpower the rampaging death energy within his body in combination with the conversion from Blight's bounty. So instead of fighting the power, he decided to draw it in. The closer to his center of mass the distorted vitality traveled, the more at the mercy of Leaf's amber life force it became. It reached a crucial moment of near imbalance. Corrupting darkness met a surge of amber life. Then its advance grinded to a halt. Bit by bit, the golden energy within Leaf gained ground. And as it gained ground, it absorbed, then converted the power into amber-tinged vitality. And as Leaf absorbed more and more, Blight's bounty finally began working as intended. Gold mixed with sickly dark green in a maelstrom of conflict. Death sought to subvert and decay. Life consuming and springing up from death. With every moment, Blight's bounty grew in strength. For every portion of grim power harvested, Leaf edged closer to victory. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. His vision flickered fitfully as his mind went blank. But only for an instant. Vitality surged as life went from the brink of death to full to bursting with life energy. His wounds began to heal at a visible pace, and the death grip his body was under had vanished. What was more, his attributes began to soar. From 10% to 20%, to the maximum of plus 40% to all attributes. As the undead began to swarm him, 4 golden arms burst from his sides with a thrum of power. They were the most solid manifestations the skill had ever produced. As one, they pushed off the ground. Leaf kicked up into a standing position. Far faster than before, he lashed out at the undead. A blade of silver bounced off a manifested shield, now empowered by his increased attributes. The enslaver snapped its mandibles together and lurched forward to attack. It battered aside the smaller undead in an attempt to reach the Spriggan. Leaf wasn't delusional. He knew he couldn't beat the enemy before him, but for the past he couldn't remember. And the moments he had lost, Leaf wanted to try anyway.
Teeter 6.
Frost built up around the colossal statue that framed the exit tunnel to the chamber. Sieg quickly glanced inside, but it was too dark to see anything. "Marcus," he roared, "get into the tunnel, we need to leave." The mage blasted the enslaver from the side, but the massive insect didn't even look in his direction. "Right," Marcus replied, trading places with Sieg and entering the narrow passageway. The glowing purple of his gauntlet lit up the space beyond. Sieg cracked his neck and turned to see Leaf about to be turned into wood chips. "Oh, for fuck's sake," he muttered, parrying an undead strike and driving it away with a blast of icy wind. "Marcus, is the way clear? There's a locked door." "Give me a minute," the Seeker called back. "Am I about to do something stupid?" he asked himself. A part of Sieg, a part he had grown to hate, insisted on leaving, on walking out and starting fresh. It was a survival instinct honed over years of mistrust and isolation. It was a constant battle to not leave everyone and everything behind. Marcus, the expedition, the academy, Hells, the Empire itself. This instinct had saved him once, but now it was outdated, unneeded. He swallowed thickly. The Spriggan hissed as one of its corporal arms was severed by the wicked mandibles of the undead enslaver. "Come on, Siegfried. Why is doing the right thing always such a burden?" He chastised himself. Then Sieg charged. He only needed a minute.
¿Eso?
A few meters into the dark passageway were stairs carved out of the stone floor. Marcus had found it fascinating ever since he and Siege had arrived in the Farron Mythhold. How this fantastical structure had been built. He could understand such colossal building projects being undertaken in the Empire proper. But out here in the frontier, it boggled the mind. Though he supposed that during the ancient times where humanity was said to have dominated the lands, anything could be possible. The distinct, perfect curvature made by stone-attuned mages could be seen in every chamber. But to make something so intricate and detailed so deep underground, structural integrity is fascinating. But let's focus on getting out Marcus, he said to himself. Reaching the top of the short flight of stairs, before him was a doorway, not one of the mana-locked archways that the Mythhold had used above, and thank the gods for that. Marcus, is the way clear? Sieg's voice echoed through the passageway. There's a locked door! Give me a minute, Marcus shouted in reply, and it was true. Finally, he could make use of his Fortune Seeker class to its utmost. He sharpened his aura, tapped into Path of Fate, and reached out with his perception. The door was mechanically locked rather than thaumatically locked. Must have been built later. I wonder where it goes. He continued to investigate the door. With every moment, his understanding of the locking mechanism became clearer and clearer. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he heard the sounds of battle echoing from back in the chamber. Come on! Come on! He felt he was ready. Focusing on the locked door, he activated his Create Key skill. In his outstretched palm, a small metallic orb manifested and began to warp into the shape he envisioned. It only took seconds, but every instant felt like an eternity. Finally, the magically created key was formed. Marcus grabbed it and pressed the object into the lock. It fit. He turned it. Nothing happened. Oh! No. Come on. He tried again. Still nothing. He retracted the key and refocused. The ridges are slightly wrong. He returned the key to the lock. This time it half-turned. He pulled it out once again. His hands were shaking and his breath came in short bursts. He liked acting calm and collected, but these past few days hadn't been the most relaxing. Marcus wouldn't describe himself as a fighter. His idea of a good time involved books and scrolls. He wasn't incapable. Not like he had been. But the changes to his outlook and perspective on life during his time at the academy weren't entirely transformative, nor were they entirely positive. The key's shape stabilized. He slotted it into the hole and, yes, finally, it clicked into place and the mechanism released, ecstatic that it had worked. Marcus shoulder-checked the door and burst through into a small circular room. It was a dead end. For a brief, horrifying instant, the mage thought he'd led Sieg and Leaf to their deaths. But then his mind caught up with his eyes. He recognized the sigils carved into the floor, and he understood what they needed. Marcus swore, then turned and sprinted back the way he had come. Sieg slumped against the shattered remains of a stone coffin. The blow from the giant ant had sent him flying bodily where he had crashed against the solid object. He spat out blood and struggled to his feet. One of his eyes was slick with blood, and his arms trembled from the single attack he had blocked. Without the combat crash course in the statue room over the past few days, Sieg suspected he would be dead. Leaf skidded across the thoroughly ruined chamber as the enslaver struck out at the Spriggan with one of its front legs. The plant monster had lost an arm and was practically leaking amber liquid from dozens of minor and major wounds. But he just kept fighting. Sieg didn't know how it was possible, but he sure wouldn't complain about it. The remaining 6 undead with silvery glowing eyes had backed away from the fight as the monstrous ant went on a rampage. Their behavior had suddenly changed, and Sieg couldn't begin to understand why. He wasn't a monster behavior expert, something he was now regretting. Live at the academy for over a year. How about you learn something that might keep you alive? Damn fool. Sieg's attention shifted to the doorway the trio had first used to enter the chamber. Undead, clawed their way inside by the dozen. The horde they had been running from had arrived, and now they were out of time. Marcus came sprinting from under the statue's legs. "Sieg, I need your mana shards, the ones in your spatial bracer." "Leaf, it's time to go." It had taken Leaf 3 seconds to lose his arm. Not the best of showings if he was being totally honest with himself. He would have died if Sieg hadn't arrived when he did. For over a minute, the two fought a desperate retreating battle. With every blow, the enslaver grew more and more agitated. Leaf's strikes stole tiny amounts of the dark potential that kept its body animated. Every little bit would slowly add up. But he didn't have the time. Even as Leaf's body healed, his soul screamed with skill overuse. He snapped a final feeble shield up around Sieg, but it had little effect. The Slayer was sent tumbling, his life force flickering fitfully at the corner of Leaf's senses. "Sieg, I need your mana shards, the ones in your spatial bracer." "Leaf, it's time to go," Marcus yelled as he dashed back into the room. Leaf nearly collapsed from exhaustion, right then and there. But that would have resulted in his almost instant death. Then the tide of undead washed past the monstrous ant. Sieg hobbled towards the exit as Marcus began conducting bolts of purple energy into the swarm of rotting limbs. With so many targets so close together, the Arcanist reaped unlife with every attack. Leaf abandoned the idea of retrieving his arm. Hopefully it regrows, he thought wearily. The Spriggan arrived under the statue, grabbed Sieg, then hauled the large man up the stairs. Marcus stayed behind, firing off bouncing arc after bouncing arc. "Crush medium-grade mana stones." The Seeker yelled over the wailing din of undeath. "Throw the dust into the circle." Sieg muttered something, but Leaf didn't catch it. Both of them stumbled into the tiny chamber. Sieg practically fell onto the carved floor. One by one, he manifested a mana shard from his spatial storage item. Leaf joined him, crushing the shards as quickly as they appeared. The dust touched the sigils engraved into the floor and dissolved with a flash of light. The magic circle flickered sporadically, growing in consistency and brightness with every passing moment. Marcus screamed something from behind them, and Sieg reacted on instinct. Dozens of shards materialized all at once. The Northmen winced at the massive waste of money. They crushed 5 more before the circle lit up in brilliant rainbow light. Both Sieg and Leaf vanished before either could blink. Marcus watched the portal flash to life. He was so close, but not quite close enough. A fleshless hand grabbed his ankle as he ascended the final step. He fell to the ground. Bony tips gripped his boots and sunk through the hard leather. He winced at the pain, but pushed forward. Marcus reached back and unleashed everything he could down the flight of stairs. It was a solid wall of writhing limbs and gnashing teeth. He supposed it was partially comforting to finally see undead acting normal. The mage scrambled to his feet and made for the still glowing portal. His foot gave out beneath him. The undead that had grabbed him had severed muscles and rended flesh. Marcus let out a wordless scream as he hit the ground. His vision swam and his head pounded. He'd been in rough shape prior to the fight, due to the toll Path of Fate took on him with every repeated use. A screech of pure fury came from the stairs, and the wall of undeath were knocked off their feet as something large impacted them from behind. Marcus went ghostly white as the savage mandibles of the enslaver ripped a path forward through its fellow undead. It can fit into the tunnel, he thought in alarm. I'm so damn dead. Blades harder than steel and sharper than swords pierced into Marcus from behind. He briefly blacked out from the intense pain. The undead ant thrashed its head from side to side. Marcus's spine was severed. He was incapable of doing anything. Everything went dark as death closed in. The rampaging enslaver barreled forward and into the flickering portal. The mage hit the rainbow light face first and vanished. The portal winked out, severing both mandibles, and a pair of front legs. Chapter 32, Surface of Chaos. 2 deer munched leaves and grass on a hillside overlooking the shattered city of Faerun. As mundane, mostly normal animals, the 2 creatures naturally had no idea what was going on. A sphere seemingly made of the night sky hung suspended a mile over the highest point of the city. Dark blue beams flashed out from inside the gargantuan thaumatic working, the darkness having a diameter of over 100 meters. Goblins poured from the city's walls in their hundreds. The small green monsters were in such a panic they completely ignored the 2 free meals observing the battle between incarnate and awakened. Eventually the beams stopped, which disappointed the deer. The light show had been pretty. Jesus wasn't nearly dead, and if you told him otherwise, he would have killed you. Killed you after he had rested. Not because he was the most injured he had ever been. Not that at all. He was simply sleepy, with a soul so overtaxed it was practically on fire. Cesis swapped places with his last remaining shadow clone. It had been strategically placed to allow for an unseen escape, something the orc gladly took advantage of. In an instant, he had crossed half the city and found himself in the ruins of a structure so thoroughly destroyed he couldn't tell what it had once been. Above, his domain of the night spun slowly, like a pitch-black moon. Its presence shaded the entire city and amplified the darkness spooling from alleyways and creeping from crumbling buildings. But its true effects were on the inside. The Formian called X was trapped within. Her attempts to break free from the skill's grasp were futile. Eventually, the beams of blue light ceased. The other monster had surely burnt through her ability to use that skill. It must have been one of her core skills, the battered and bleeding orc observed. It would be an important detail in their eventual rematch. Of course, the Formian had also seen one of his core skills. She was trapped inside it at that very moment. Cesis fully veiled himself in his aura and waited, not hiding. X seethed internally, but externally she was calm and collected. During the fight her face hadn't shown a single emotion. Such things were weaknesses, and weaknesses could be exploited. As X hovered within the sphere of light, she considered her situation. Her mother was close. She had been tracking her faint presence for months. To be told of the Queen's supposed death had been an insult too grave to let slide. But now she was trapped within what she knew for certain was one of the Incarnate's core skills. Her Ray of Annihilation wasn't suited to her current situation, and her other core skill absolutely wasn't. She launched beam after beam of gravitational power. The skill tore through the shadowy working, but failed to create a significant gap. Chunks of the destroyed city hovered around her like debris from an asteroid field. But they too failed to free her. So eventually she stopped trying. Her insectile wings hummed behind her back, gravity magic keeping her otherwise poorly optimized body airborne. When she was free, X would hunt down the savage who had insulted her mother, her hive. She would rip its feeble limbs from its body and feast on the corpse. Time within the orc's domain skill seemed to pass far too slowly. Or maybe that was her impatience talking. X took in a deep lungful of air and centered her mind. It was important for a princess to be controlled and dignified at all times. How else could she control her subjects? But it was hard, so much harder than it had once been. She truly believed the path her kind had chosen to walk was the right one, and that no sacrifice was too great. The shadowy domain finally began to fade. Instead of instantly leaving X pushed out her aura, her perceptions spreading down into the city below. It would be foolish to not expect an ambush. The orc had had far too much time to prepare. Now if only she could... X sensed something beneath her, far below, a familiar presence. The Queen, forgetting about her enemy. X let herself drop, down towards her mother, to where she would be home. Down. She could find her mother down. Down. The voice hissed into X's mind. Down. Come down to me. For a brief instant, X ignored the wrongness of the pull. She had finally found what she had thought lost. To exultation of finally, blessedly no longer being alone. It thrummed through her body and resonated with her soul. Down, 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 down. The Formian pulled herself out of her dive. The feeling from below was twisted, hungry. She wanted to join it so desperately, to finally be whole once more. But that wasn't her mother. It was something else hijacking the connection. Before her mind could be overwhelmed, and the ability to refuse the call was robbed from her, X flew away. She felt numb, empty, hopeless, defeated. She now had two enemies. Each insult would be responded to with blood. X would kill them both. Then she could die. But not before. Sisyphus felt the moment his domain finally broke apart. But with his aura tightly constrained, he couldn't sense the Formian's movements. He waited. Minutes ticked by, the air thick with tension. Finally, he noticed something. A faint blip of mana nearby. The orc cautiously unspooled his aura and swept his immediate surroundings. Almost instantly, he detected a flash of spatial mana from a nearby building. The flash was followed by two figures. Each presence was as familiar as they were weak. A human and a spriggan. Well, what do we have here? Oh.
Isos,
You have displayed excellence above your ability for befriending. Then fighting alongside the natural enemies of the Darkwoods, you have gained the following. True to intelligence, true to charisma, you have displayed excellence above your ability for delving into the depths of an ancient structure filled with dangers, discovering a portion of its secrets, and surviving all encounters. When many would not, you have gained the following. Out of might, to alacrity. Leaf and Sieg lay on the cold, dusty floor. A gentle breeze carried the faint smell of ash and blood. Through the mostly open structure they sprawled within. Rubble-strewn pillars littered the remains of what had once been a magnificent temple. He blearily skimmed the newest system messages but quickly blinked them away. Now wasn't the time. The spriggan hissed and rolled to his feet. He stumbled when he attempted to use the arm that was no longer attached to his body. Whereas Marcus Leaf looked around, no sign of the man. Sieg coughed and blood splattered the once polished marble floor. Leaf reached out with his one remaining arm and tugged the man out of the magic circle. It won't do for us to be in the way when Marcus comes through, he thought. But as the seconds crawled by, the mage didn't appear. Leaf stared blankly at the space the man, his friend, should be. But he wasn't. Marcus, Sieg wheezed, as the muscular man dragged himself upright. Where is he, Marcus? Marcus. Absently, Leif reached out and grabbed the man's shoulder. He pushed life force into Sieg. Hopefully it would help him heal from his severe, but not critical wounds. They both stood there in silence, staring blankly at the floor. Then, finally, Marcus appeared, and blood stained the floor. Before either man had recognized the state Marcus was in, Sieg had darted forward and caught the mage. Instantly, his armor and clothes were colored crimson. Intestines oozed from the sides of Marcus's torso and flopped to the floor with a wet splat. No, Sieg stammered. The large man began to tremble, his whole body shaking. Leaf rushed forward and grabbed onto the body. He desperately pushed vitality from himself and into the mage. Nothing but the skill kept moving energy. Leaf redirected everything he had into Marcus. No longer healing his own wounds, he felt his life force drain away at an alarming rate. Nothing. Sieg reached for a pouch and withdrew a small glass bottle filled with red pills. He gasped out a sob as the bottle opened. Then he forced all the healing pills into Marcus's mouth. Nothing. Leaf conjured two ethereal arms. He ignored the spike of pain that ran through his soul and scooped up Marcus's guts. He pushed them into the gaping wounds and desperately held them shut. Nothing. For over a minute, Leif flooded the unnerving still body before him with as much life force as possible. His vision began to grow faint and the world began to spin. He grabbed Sieg's arm and began to drain, transfusing vitality from one human to the other. Nothing. The worst injuries on Marcus's body healed over, patched together in ways that would prevent the man's death. Would have, if only they had been faster. If only they hadn't left him behind. If only they had been stronger. Nothing. Then the mage gasped in a lungful of air. Chapter 33. Hostile Negotiations. A clone of shadow scaled the exterior of the devastated temple as Saces watched through the copy's senses. Both human and Spriggan were in rough shape, clearly injured from a life-and-death battle. Didn't I throw 2 humans down into the myth hold? There should be another. Oh, there it is. The second human appeared with a flash of light a few moments later. Saces immediately dismissed him as dead. He doubted anyone could lose that much blood and guts and walk away alive. But both human and Spriggan tried everything they could to save him. As he watched, Saces' attention was drawn to the plant monster, a blight creature that can heal. Now that is quite the oddity. And to try and heal a human at that. Did the poor thing hurt its head from the fall? His quarry weren't going anywhere fast, so Saces spent a moment to see if he could find X. After a few minutes of searching, the Formian didn't seem to be nearby. The orc winced, rolled his shoulder, then swapped places with his shadow clone as it hopped down into the temple. Wounded as he may have been, as a second strata incarnate, there wouldn't be any danger. Saces suspected he could fight them while sleeping. Regardless, it was best to deal with this quickly. He landed with a soft thud and conjured his blade of shadow. To his surprise, the human mage seemed to be breathing, his wounds rapidly healing. Well, it won't make a difference. Gentlemen. Tree. I'm so glad you made it out alive, he said with a confident smile. I truly hope, for your sake, you have what I need. No, the dark-haired human said, his tone lifeless. The man didn't even turn around. He just stared blankly down at what should be a corpse. Very rude. No, I can definitively say that's the wrong answer. The orc sneered. He pressed the tip of his blade into the back of the dark-haired human's neck. He brushed aside matted braids and let the edge draw a trickle of blood. So tell me, human, what exactly do you mean by no? We didn't find anything. I doubt it was there to begin with. He grinded out through clenched teeth. His tone shifted from neutral to a slight spark of anger. Come on now. If you're going to lie, don't make it so obvious. Saces tutted mockingly as he lightly kicked one of the medium-grade mana shards littering the bloody ground. He drifted the tip of his blade to press against the neck of the crouching Spriggan. Reassess your answer, boy, or I'll kill this odd blighter and make you watch your friend bleed to death right before your eyes. I doubt he'll live much longer without constant attention. Finally, the human turned to face him. Saces relished the look of fury, hopelessness, and bitter resentment on his face. A mana geode, and a large network of tombs. The lower floors will be littered with undead by now. I see. The orc nodded. That is disappointing. I hereby declare you failures. You may now beg my mercy for your worthless lives. Why? Why did the world start shaking? The Spriggan asked. Wait a second. You can talk? Huh? Fascinating. Very interesting, Saces said conversationally. Then he backhanded the Spriggan through a pillar. Don't you ever play games with me, child. We're not in the dark woods. I don't have to pay lip service to your status. The human at Saces' feet tensed, but wisely chose not to try anything. As the dust settled, the plant monster rose shakily to its feet. Didn't play. I couldn't. Learned while I was down there. The orc grunted. Quick learner, huh? Then why don't you explain your failure? No failure. The building was falling apart. If you want the myth, the human muttered. Ask the skeletons. They might know. Cessus cocked his head and let his sword vanish into motes of darkness. He crossed his arms. Continue. Silver eyes, able to summon glowing weapons. The undead clearly had the class depicted on all the murals and statues. There's a death-attuned dungeon in the depths of the Mythhold, though maybe it came from even further down. The orc contemplated the story. But it couldn't be correct, could it? Not a chance. That's impossible. How can undead have... He trailed off. Oh, son of a bitch. No wonder the undead are so ahead of the game. Those bastards have been cheating this whole time. Cheating? The Spriggan asked hesitantly. Yes, cheating. No other monsters can obtain auxiliary classes so easily. If the undead have been turning powerful humans and monsters. Fuck, do the other factions know? And if they do... Cessus began to pace, deep in thought. There was an undead enslaver down in the dungeon. The human stated blandly. The orc froze. Then he noticed the severed mandibles and insectal legs. What? So the Formian princess wasn't nuts after all. How big? He snapped, already knowing the answer. It wasn't one he liked. As big as a small building? So the queen was here. No wonder the princess was so excitable. He muttered. Princess, the Spriggan asked. Another ant. Its tone was surprisingly sharp. Cessus waved the question away. You think I did this to the city? No. It was an awakened ant, called X. Around level 150, maybe 60. Real deficient in the brain department. Awakening is bad for one's health, you see. Both man and Spriggan tensed. He ignored them both. Fear was a natural response if you were pathetic and weak, though I suppose it is partially my fault. Oh well. The orc yawned and stretched. All right. For relaying such intriguing information, you get to live. Best of luck with the blonde one. He began to walk in a wide circle around the ruins. 2 pairs of eyes followed him, unsure if he was telling the truth. A tendril of shadows stretched out from a crack in the temple's wall. It slithered towards the blade-length mandibles. Then Cessus, and the severed appendages vanished in a puff of shadow. Iswis, another ant. Something so powerful it nearly brought the city down on their heads. Leaf thought as he trudged through the shattered city. Marcus was unconscious and slung over his back, while Sieg used his shoulder to walk. To call his exhaustion bone-deep wouldn't be metaphorically incorrect. He and Sieg had chosen to find someplace away from the city center to rest. The sheer level of devastation was shocking. Giant lines had been carved into the streets and split buildings in half. Chunks of the city had seemingly been scooped up from the ground and tossed around like a child playing with colored blocks. If the battle had destroyed the other end of the teleportation circle, best not think about it. It wouldn't do him any good to lose focus. With every step his fatigue built, his body grew heavier and heavier. Leaf wanted to exit the city and return to where he had left the hundreds of animals that had followed him. But if he was honest with himself, the possibility of them making it that far without collapsing was next to none. He was totally drained. If it weren't for the innate healing of his Amber Blight Spriggan class, Leaf suspected he would be a corpse several times over. Fascinating how such an innocuous part of the class's perk was so helpful. He contemplated, half delirious. Then he saw something that made him certain he was hallucinating. He skipped a step and almost fell. Sieg cursed and stumbled. Too dear, too stupid, idiotic, insane deer. They emerged from an alleyway, a dozen or so meters away, and stopped to stare at him. Leaf stared back. His one arm twitched involuntarily. Sieg grumbled and regained his balance. Then he too stared. For 30 seconds this moment of frozen time extended. Then Leaf broke it. What the hells are you doing here? Chapter 34. Sanctuary. As the sun began to set, 2 humans, a Spriggan and a pair of deer, walked into a destroyed bar. There was no punchline, or an actual bar for that matter. The building had been split down the middle from a blast of condensed energy. Salsa. Fires lit up the night sky. Weaving trails of smoke were blown away by the crisp evening wind. If Leif never went underground again in his life, he could die happy. He stared down at the stump he had in place of an arm. The wound ached with a phantom pain. Both deer nuzzled up next to him, both fast asleep. Leif drifted off, his hazy mind incapable of remaining awake for even a second longer.
Aus.
A pack of goblins stalked the early morning. Their quiet footsteps and small frames made them quite unnoticeable in the twilight of dawn. They passed a block, then rounded a bend and came across an interesting sight. Two forest creatures were drinking from a fountain that by some miracle hadn't been destroyed in the chaotic events of the prior day. The monsters snickered greedily and scampered forward. Both creatures, a local variety of deer, were completely clueless as to their imminent deaths. "No," said a voice from behind. The small gathering of little green men slowly turned to see a human-sized being, made of ivory white wood and with red leaves sprouting intermittently from its body. The goblins all gave each other the "is this thing for real?" look, then charged. Leif, trailed by the two deer, returned to the ruined bar where he had left Sieg and Marcus. After that early morning snack, he was feeling much better. Sieg nodded slightly as the Spriggan entered the building, then gestured to the pale, sleeping form of his friend. Marcus was in rough shape, but considering he had been disemboweled just over 12 hours ago, being alive at all was a good sign. Leif crouched down next to the mage and transferred his newly gained excess of vitality into the man. He shifted slightly but didn't wake. His breathing became stronger, and after a few moments, his pale complexion began to fade away. Sieg let out the breath he had been holding. "He'll live." "Yes, I think so. I really thought I'd lost him back there." Leif nodded. "Me too. I'm glad we're out." The Spriggan gazed up through the cracked ceiling and let his eyes follow the beams of light streaking in from above. The taller man grunted. Then an orb with a metallic base appeared in his hand. The Spriggan didn't say anything as he watched the human work. After a few minutes, the orb flashed to life. Then it returned to being inert. "Need Marcus to operate it," he said. "My touch won't give it the range or clarity to contact the expedition." "How does it work?" "It's connected to a primary unit, one being carried by the main expedition group. When I push power into it, the device tries to locate the other, but I'm not suited for its operation. I'm all ice and steel, but Marcus has an evolved seeker class and can control arcane energies. His power is aspected correctly." Aspectedly fast. Sieg grunted. "Your skills, or more likely your classes, dictate the kind of power you have. If you open up your system status, you'll notice that your skills all have something called aspects. The theory goes that each person's collection of aspects and class perks slowly makes them attuned to those kinds of energies. This is all first-year academy stuff." The man shifted and took a bite of a ration bar. The deer eyed the food with keen curiosity. Being attuned to an energy type makes controlling it easier, but it also dictates what you can use it for. "I'm attuned to ice and battle," Sieg continued. "Delicate, thaumatic instruments don't respond well to my will." He grunted, making the device vanish. Now that Leif paid close attention, he noticed a slight blur before and after objects were summoned and dismissed in and out of the spatial item. "So," Leif said, after he'd skimmed through his skill aspects, "blood and body social." Sieg snorted. "Social. You really do have the noble class, don't you?" He took another bite. "I'm not really a good teacher, but basically mana is all around us. It's a force you pull on to activate your skills. Mana surrounds us. It's in the air, and the walls, and the plants, and so on. It has a will of sorts. Or maybe it responds to the wills of others. If you're in a place with more mana, your skills get stronger. But the same is true in reverse. Spell skills allow someone to command the mana of the world, make it act in accordance to their will. It's what Marcus can do. He uses his arcane spells skill to amplify his other skills in accordance to his attunement. Leaf thought he understood. So, because Marcus has a seeker class, he can make the device find its other. He's good at finding things, and that's the purpose of the communication machine. That's right, Sieg said. But we need to go somewhere safe, somewhere without goblins and undead and enslavers. If we had known how crazy this part of the frontier was, I doubt the expedition would have been funded at all. It really seems like a lost cause. Leaf found the idea of the expedition fascinating. He knew they had been searching for dungeons, but he still wasn't sure why. He understood the need for somewhere to rest and recover. I have a place? He said, You do. Leaf nodded and stood, assuming the goblins didn't reoccupy it. It's a nearby village. Oh, it's full of animals. Anything's better than here, the man said. One of the deer took a bite from his ration bar. As it turned out, Leaf didn't need to be worried for the safety of his animals. The army of hogs had been diligent in their territorial protection. A sizable group of goblins had indeed made their way to the village, but judging by the current lack of living monsters and the flock of happily grunting, squeaking, or chirping animals swarming him, Leaf was sure things had been okay. The Spriggan had been worried for their safety, about what may have happened after he had left. He felt relieved that his worries had been for naught. A comforting warmth spread through his chest. It wasn't much, but he was glad these creatures had followed him. Hey, I'm back, he said and laughed as two squirrels ran up his legs and started playing. The crowd of animals reacted to his voice with excitement. Right. I couldn't even talk when I last saw them. He doubted they could understand him. Despite acting strangely for wild animals, they weren't that different. Leaf led the thoroughly bemused Sieg into the village, and to a building that still had most of a roof. He carefully placed the still unconscious Marcus down and turned to Sieg. The tall man glanced over his shoulder at the dozen or so forest critters watching from the broken doorway. I have no idea what is going on, he said. But I'm just going to accept it and pass out if that's okay. Chapter 35. Learning. Leaf was halfway through constructing a hog pyramid when Sieg emerged from the partially wrecked house. The Spriggan had periodically checked on both sleeping humans every other hour. Both men should be in peak physical condition, from what he could tell from their lack of wounds and restored life force. But there was more to someone's well-being than physical wounds. Leaf could still feel the ache in his very soul from the overuse of his skills. Speaking of skills, as Sieg sat down on a fallen log, Leaf looked through his current list in search of his next fusion. Amber Blight Spriggan, Gold, Iron Physique, Amber Awareness, Blight's Bounty, The Well Within 2, Settle, Noble, Aura of Nobility I, Court Empath, Grand Action, Under My Protection, Legacy, Brawler, Grounded Stance, I, Ipsosius. What on earth are you doing? Sieg asked. Looking at options for my next skill fusion, he replied, still reading over the descriptions of each ability in turn. He noticed something odd about Aura of Nobility, but chose to ignore it for now. I don't know what a note is, or how it got there, but it doesn't seem important at the moment. Sieg glanced at the orderly pile of sleeping hogs. Right? Listen, I owe you a whole lot. Me and Marcus both. If you need help with anything, I promise to keep it between us. Leaf closed his skill list. What do you mean? People are usually very secretive with their attributes, classes, and skills. Even at the academy, only the most basic information is freely available. The Spriggan nodded. It made sense. If someone knew the ins and outs of your abilities, they had a major advantage if it came to a fight. What about you? How can I help? You've helped more than enough. I owe you more than you could know. Even if we lost most of the mana shards, we still have a small fortune. I can finally promote my Frost Slayer class. I gained 3 whole levels from the craziness of the past few days. I'm almost level 50 now. He took a deep breath, as if bringing himself back to reality. I can barely believe it. I'm still shocked that we lived at all." The two lapsed into silence. There was a lot to say, but very few words worth using. "We survived," Leaf said simply. "Fuck yeah, we did." Sieg snorted. "But again, it was thanks to you." "How about you tell me how you chose what skills to fuse?" Leaf asked, his golden eyes twinkling with amusement. "Sure, no problem. Let's see. My latest fusion was the skills Enlightened Reader and Encyclopedic Mind into a skill called Repository of Knowledge. They were reading and memory enhancement skills respectively. Very useful to have at the academy." "What classes did they originate from?" "That's an easy question. Both were from my scholar class. You wouldn't believe how much class experience you get for scribe in just a year at that place. I know that I didn't. Not until I saw the levels come flooding in. The class isn't a requirement to attend, but pretty much everyone is offered it at some point if they do. Something about being in an academic environment." "Is there a reason to not pick a class?" Leaf inquired, genuinely curious. "Many," Sieg said. "Everyone has a class limit. It starts at 2, then increases by 1 after the level 25 bottleneck, and again at 50. If you've filled your class slots with classes you can't level, or have no synergy, you're in trouble." He continued, "There are plenty of stories of young people picking 2 combat classes, then realizing they have to fight to gain levels. The opposite is sometimes true. Someone picking 2 technical classes, and then realizing they need to spend decades just leveling them to reach 25. "How many do you have?" 3 total: Frost Slayer, Scholar, and Sworn. Sworn is an auxiliary class, inheritant, like your noble class, but auxiliary classes don't have slots like normal classes. Instead, you can only ever gain 1 of each type." This made Leaf pause. "So I can't get another inheritant class because I have noble. Can you remove classes?" "Technically, but it takes months. Years if you have more than a few levels. The process is apparently incredibly painful and usually kills the person attempting it. You're better off removing skills instead, but even that might cripple you for life." "Removing skills to get below the advancement threshold?" Leaf asked. Sieg nodded. "It's grim work. The method was discovered a few centuries back. Discovered in the academy, no less. I know it's something related to how enchanters can imprint skills onto items, but I don't know the specifics. I still need to lower my total skill count by 1 before I attempt the advancement trial. But if I could remove a useless skill like Legacy, Leaf contemplated, several ideas filling his mind. He shook them away. From what Sieg had said, the process sounded dangerous. Anyway, there are lots of theories and ideas behind the best way to fuse skills. Pretty much everyone will disagree, and I've witnessed 2 duels over debates that got too heated. Both me and Marcus did roughly the same thing, though. We picked a skill we wanted to focus on and used it as the base for 2 separate fusions. His gauntlet. The man picked up his axe. Ice began to build on the weapon's head. For me, it's a skill called Frigid Edge. It worked for us, but it isn't easy. Don't forget that each fusion increases the difficulty and cost of the next. Fuse like with like. Avoid fusing things that are too different. For skills with ranks like Aura, Comprehension, and Cultivation, you should try to consolidate them. The Spriggan reread the skills again, re-evaluating his choices. But don't take my word for it. I'm only in Academy's 2nd year. There are surely things I don't know. Leaf nodded and had one final look through his skills. What could he do, and what did he need? There were a myriad of options, but only a few. He could clearly picture the potential outcome of initiate a skill fusion, primary skill, Amber Awareness, secondary skill, Court Empath, fusion success rate, major. Warning skills used in this process are lost after a successful fusion. Warning. Newly fused skill will belong to the class of the primary skill. You may only attempt a single fusion at a time. Commence skill fusion Y Senen. In his time under Farron, Leaf had truly begun to understand the sheer usefulness of Amber Awareness. The ability to clearly see his mistakes from another perspective had been invaluable. Would the fusion allow me to see the present and past in greater clarity? He pictured a skill that could observe his surroundings, then replay them with ever-increasing detail, like my personal window into the past. He accepted the fusion and picked up another hog, commencing skill fusion. Fusion of skills. Amber awareness and court empath. 100%. Chapter 36. Connections. It was 3 days later, and Marcus still hadn't awoken. According to Sieg, falling into a coma-like state after being extensively healed was common. Leif held his mostly regrown arm up to the sun. The warming rays had been far more comfortable ever since being trapped underground. He lay in what had once been a wheat field under a blanket of animals. The Spriggan had discovered a powerful new component to his gold-iron physique skill. Multi-petting. 4 ethereal hands of amber each attended to a different creature. A shadow fell over Leif's body. He squinted up at the deer-shaped silhouette. The placid animal looked down at him with accusing eyes. "Without me." Her gaze seemed to say, "Do I mean so little to you?" He reached up with his real arm and scratched the deer's chin. The animal leaned happily into his touch. Sieg's voice drifted over from somewhere inside the village. He seemed to be talking to someone. Is Marcus finally awake? Leif thought, carefully rolling to his feet. "Shall we go take a look?" he asked the deer. It blinked at him. "Guess that's a yes." Leif hopped over a partially collapsed stone wall and strode into town. The deer completely flubbed its jump and fell in a tangle of limbs. Leif shook his head, amused, and kept walking.
"Yeah, that's what I said. Where are you?"
Sieg said as he held the communication device. The man seemed less than pleased. Leif looked around, but didn't spot Marcus. Had the expedition gotten within range? As he got closer, the response from the device became more audible. "See the smoke from our position. Maybe a day out at most. You should come to us instead," said the voice. "No, Johann, we're not coming to you." Marcus still hasn't woken up, so I have no idea how you think we could. Anyway, why are you so far from the city? We pulled back when the light show started, and when we couldn't contact you until we got closer, the safety of the main expedition members became the priority, Johann said through the device. Sieg grunted. "Where is Hera? Shouldn't she be here by now?" "Hera is—" The sound from the orb crackled. "Lady Hera is traveling with Adriana and Linus, so she couldn't go at her usual speed. According to her, the monster activity in the region is rapidly becoming abnormal." Leif finally got close enough to see the man's face. It was the same person who had demanded Marcus and Sieg kill him earlier. Not the most positive of first impressions. The man's dark bald head glitched in the orb. Then his eyes fell on Leif. "I see you failed to follow my advice. No wonder you're both roughed up, trying to lead us into a trap." "Siegfried, you know damn well that isn't the case. Leif here is an asset and a witness to the events that happened below Farron. So get your ass up here and do your duty as coordinator." "My duty? Listen to me, you damn savage. I don't know what it's like in whatever shithole you came from, but in civilized lands we don't fornicate with monsters," the man snapped. "Besides, if you don't kill it, Hera will, and she'll have far more questions for you than I will." "You fuck!" Johann talked over Sieg. The device peaked in volume, distorting his voice slightly. "Don't care. I'm third in command of this expedition, so I'm ordering you to meet us halfway. Grab the mage and carry him. I don't want to hear any excuses. And for your own sake, Fried, ditch the plant." The image within the device's orb vanished. "Third in command." My ass Sieg roared at the construct. He made the object vanish and turned to Leif. "He's not in the command structure. Little bastard is letting being the coordinator go to his head." The conversation had made Leif more than a little uncomfortable. Out of nervous habit, he checked his skill fusion progress. Fusion of skills, amber awareness, and court empath, 100%. Sieg spat to the side and leaned back against a nearby wall. "We're not leaving?" Leif asked. "Nah, we'll go in the morning. I'm not too worried about Marcus. He should be fine. once he wakes up." The man sighed. "I'm becoming more worried about you. If you wanted to leave us, I wouldn't blame you. People can get unsettled by monsters that are not bound by a Temer class." "Would I be in danger if I went with you? I mean..." "Possibly. Johann doesn't pose a threat. He's basically a non-combatant. But he likes to run his mouth. The power-tripping asshole. Hera might be a different story. She can be quite aggressive, and she likes to do things personally. If we run up on the expedition unannounced, she could very well blast us into the afterlife out of the reflex." That didn't make him feel any better. "I see. Does she already know about me?" "Not a clue. I doubt Johann mentioned anything. Or at least he hasn't yet." Sieg sighed. "If you do come along, how about we get you to wait a mile or two away and let us explain the situation first? Probably safer that way." Leif nodded and offered a hand to help the man up. He had slowly slid down the wall during their conversation. Sieg smiled and accepted the offer. "It's so strange how heavy you are. I'm a big guy. Normally I at least make people struggle to grab me, maybe lose their footing. There are some benefits to being a tree." The Spriggan shrugged. The two made their way to the house Marcus was sleeping in. A hog came squealing past while being ridden by 3 forest mice. Sieg eyed the sight, but didn't comment. The man back there? You're not from the same place as him." "No. And I'm better for it. Johann is from a southern imperial province. Not sure which one. I'm from the land far north of the Empire, though I suppose most Imperials would consider where we are right now the North." "I see," Leif said, though he really didn't. He wondered if Sieg had a map. "It's not the North unless you piss mead and fistfight bears." Sieg continued. "And the vistas. Most beautiful place on earth, let me tell you. Fjords, filled with the purest of water. Mountains wreathed in constantly swirling snow. Ice spirits come out to dance when music is played. And during the turbulence, the man looked off into the middle distance. The sky is set alight with rainbow lights. Auroras as far as the eye can see." "Sounds breathtaking," Leif replied honestly. The man grinned at his words. "So why did you leave come south to the Empire?" Sieg's smile dropped. "The North is beautiful, but it's also dangerous. I inherited the title and class of Sworn. It's a religious position within the tribes. My tribe, they believe that the system is a test. It pushes us down because it wants us to rise. A twisted kind of offshoot of what Lashevites believe down south in the Empire proper." He continued. "For months at a time, sometimes years, the North is cut off from the rest of the world. Sometimes it's the weather, and sometimes it's migrating monster hordes. The High Sworn of my tribe decided that these periods of isolation were a divine test from the heavens. He wanted us to embrace these tests." "Did he get his way?" Leif asked as they approached the house. "Yes, but also no. It took years for his constant suggestions to gain traction, and when they finally did, many of my people chose to leave. Families with young children or the extremely elderly. What the High Sworn was suggesting would have been suicide for many. Eventually I opposed him. It wasn't an easy thing to do, and back then, I was quite young. But he would have led us to our deaths. So you left?" He was too low level to pass on his class to anyone else. So it was just me and him. We were 2 months into our self-imposed isolation when I confronted him. It was a shouting match in front of the entire tribe. Sieg shrugged. In the end, I just walked away. I grabbed my shit and left. I didn't look back. Kept going until I left the North entirely. From what I heard a few years later, many of the tribe had followed after me, only a few days later. "So you saved people. That's good." "I saved myself?" he said without humor. "I didn't expect anyone to follow." Chapter 37. shared sympathy. Marcus was dead. Or rather, he felt like he was dead. He drifted in and out of consciousness over the course of several hours. When the memory of what had happened to him bubbled to the surface, a soothing presence would chase it away. Two voices slowly filtered down through the haze. It took him several minutes to focus enough to make out who exactly was talking. The first presence was a familiar sharp frost. The second, a golden pillar of authority. In his state of half-awareness, Marcus thought he sensed an intangible connection to the second, but it was fleeting, like moonlight through heavy cloud cover. "That hardly seems fair," came a familiar voice. It sounded as if it were coming from far, far away. "Fair? Not at all. We wouldn't know until afterwards, but they were intentionally trying to get us expelled. When you're from a highborn family or have a sponsor, you can get away with a lot. Even if the academy is fairer than most places." The second voice was deeper, a comforting baritone. Marcus knew who that was. Sieg. And the other leaf Marcus's foggy mind cleared bit by bit, and with it, the clarity of the conversation sharpened. "Oh, I remember this. Fun times." "And they got away with it?" Leaf asked. The Spriggan's voice was significantly less pleasant than Sieg's. A raspy and hissing timbre to each word, though it was far better now than when he had first started. "Almost," Sieg said, laughing, "even though we did the work as a pair, and the project had 10 people per group. Our grade wasn't great. It wasn't terrible, mind you, but just barely enough to pass. One of the little pricks tried to claim that me and Marcus had sabotaged the project. Oh, I don't think he intended for his accusation to be taken quite so seriously," Sieg continued. "But somehow his family got wind of the story and pressured the academy to take action, which they did, and when they did, they found that no, we hadn't sabotaged shit." "Ah, they got punished?" "No, not really. Their family got some blowback, but nothing really came of it. What did happen was the academy quietly shifted me and Marcus into a different wing, so that was nice." "And you and he became friends afterwards?" Leaf asked. "Yeah. I realized being so standoffish wasn't doing me any favors. But in my defense, anyone who acts so unreservedly friendly right from the start is suspicious." "Huh? What's that supposed to mean?" "Maybe. Maybe you were too influenced by your past to see clearly." "Yes, exactly, Leaf. You tell him. He asked me if I wanted to play night tiles within the first 30 seconds of us meeting." "But it's a fun game. You even like it." "What the hell's was that?" A warm, wet sensation pressed against the side of Marcus's face. "Oh." I didn't even know what that was. He had to teach me. "Because you were uncultured." Ugh! What the shit? The wetness came again. Then something slimy entered his ear. Marcus yelped and sprang up, eyes snapping open. A deer stood at his bedside with its tongue out. Both man and Spriggan turned to look at him. "Marcus, you're awake," Sieg said as he pushed the deer aside. Leaf shrugged. "Told you it would be soon." "Yeah," Marcus groaned. "I'm alive. Not sure how. But I won't complain. It's thanks to Leaf. Some very potent healing skills." Marcus gave the Spriggan a thumbs up. "Thanks a bunch, buddy." "You're still level 25, Leaf nodded. 20 scales, you get a healing class offered to you once you complete your advancement." "I'm not taking that bet," Sieg snorted. "Because it's obviously going to happen." "How far along are your skill fusions?" he asked Leaf. The Spriggan paused, then answered. 6%. "Only 6, Sieg. Get this man a mana shard." "Wait, we have some of those right." "A handful. 2/3 of the medium grades are left, and they're the important ones," Sieg confirmed. "Give the tree some shards. He deserves all of them at this point," Marcus exclaimed. "We were waiting until you woke up," Leaf said placatingly. "Give him some shards. See, where are they?" Leaf already knew. There was a small sack of low-grade mana shards on a mostly rotten table. He started absorbing them one by one, while listening to Marcus complain about the deer trying to nibble his hair. Ishuk's fusion of skills, amber awareness, and court empath, 23 100%. "By the gods!" Marcus gasped. "Why are there so many hogs in this village?" "I don't know. There are far too many." "I agree. We need to regroup with the expedition, preferably before we get trampled. Sieg grunted. Fusion of skills, amber awareness, and court empath, 41, 100%. He said that, did he? Johann is just projecting. He's from the middle of nowhere, too. Oh, I know. He's a little rat that grasps at whatever power you hand him, Sieg said as he hefted a small sack of his and Marcus's belongings. Fusion of skills, amber awareness, and court empath. 60-100%. If the undead reach the surface, they'll try and turn every living thing they can get their hands on. It would be wise to send the animals somewhere safe, Sieg commented. Leif contemplated this. Where would be safe? The northern mountains were full of dangerous monsters. Should he send them back east? Would they even obey him? Leif looked at the two deer following Marcus around. Probably not, he thought with a sigh. Asus, fusion of skills, amber awareness, and court empath, 100%. A faint wisp of smoke had come into view, its nearby presence signifying to the trio and their many animal followers that the expedition camp was close. The smoke rose from behind a series of low rocky hills. Sieg and Marcus had gone on ahead prior to Leif completing his latest skill fusion. While he waited, the Spriggan had plenty of time to read over his newest skill. Congratulations. Your fusion of the Amber Awareness and Court Empath skills is complete. You have gained the Amber Blight Spriggan skill. Amber Sympathy. Amber Sympathy. Aspects Perception Time. Enhancement Body. Social. The Amber provides a glimpse into the past. You passively absorb information about what has recently transpired nearby. You gain this information whether you were present or not. The more significant or personal the events of the past, the clearer they become to your sight. You become more aware of your surroundings and are able to detect the emotions and intent of beings nearby. You may share a limited amount of this skill's effects with those nearby. And by read over, I mean adjust. Because, unlike before, Amber Sympathy was always active. Sure, like with most skills, Leif could push the effects down with a mental prod and a slight exertion of will. But Leif wanted to get used to it. Just looking at the hundreds of animals revealed a transparent golden echo following each creature as they milled about. Though the further from him they were, the less visible the trail. He focused, and the echoes became more distinct. Physical reality rewinding as what looked like amber grains of sand flowed all around. He could see the faint hints of the trajectory leaves had fallen, where footprints had been trodden into the ground. But most fascinating of all were the impressions and emotions. It was nearly indescribable, but Leif could almost hear the whispers of intent and feelings from the past, as if they were a distant conversation. Leif waved his hands through the air, and where his hand passed, the Spriggan could feel the path the wind had blown. But there was more. For the longer Leif focused on his surroundings, the further and further back the gilded overlay of time rewound. It was, to put it as simply as possible, magical. Chapter 38. The Expedition. Leif didn't know what to do. Should he do his advancement trial right now? He was currently at the skill threshold, and Marcus and Sieg could be gone for a few hours to a few days. To advance beyond this point, you must overcome an advancement trial. Warning: advancement trials. Difficulty is based on your total number of skills. For every skill above a total of 10, difficulty will dramatically increase. Current skills 10. Warning: failing an advancement trial may result in the loss of class levels. Advancement trial may only be attempted while at level 25. Any experience gained while at level 25 will be banked until trial is completed. Warning: you are vulnerable while undergoing the advancement trial. Good luck. Begin advancement trial when... On one hand, he wanted to do it right now, but on the other hand, he didn't know how long it would take. On the other hand, he was alone, and it was a good use of time. On the other hand, if he was attacked while undergoing the trial, he would only have a few hundred hogs to defend him. Hundreds of hogs wasn't an awful defensive strategy. While he was trying to make up his mind, Leif did what he often found himself doing while nervous. Look through his status.
Saw.
Name, Life Vin. Race, Amber Blight Spriggan. Age 11. Attributes, Free 2. Might 37. Alacrity 44. Intelligence 27. Willpower 25. Spirit 33. Charisma 34 plus 50%. Total level 25. Monster classes 1-1. Amber Blight Spriggan 1120. Skills, Gold Iron Physique, Amber Sympathy, Blight's Bounty, The Well Within 2. Settle, classes 1. Brawler 410. Skills, Grounded Stance. Auxiliary classes 1. Noble 1010. Skills, Aura of Nobility Eye. Grand Action, Under My Protection. Legacy. Every few lines he would glance into the distance, looking to see if there was any movement from the expedition camp. Marcus had said it was about a mile away and behind a series of low hills. Leif fidgeted with the communication device the two humans had left him. It was their only one, but since the expedition was so close, they had let him hold on to it. It suddenly hummed in his hand. For an instant, Leif panicked, thinking he'd broken it.
Hey, LF, we...
Came a crackling voice through the device. After a moment, the connection stabilized, the voice becoming clear. Meeting Hera a day south of here. Shadow us as we move. Okay, said Marcus. That's fine, Leif said. It was odd talking into the device, but he would get used to it. Leif knew at least one member of the expedition would rather he was dead. Rushing things would only hurt him in the long run. Thanks, buddy. Johan is having a fit, so I've got it. The device cut out. Leif sighed and placed the orb into the small sack he'd been given to carry the delicate object. All right, he said to the animals. Let's get moving. As the sun began to set and the quarter-cracked face of the moon rose in the night sky, Leif came across something odd. Singing. Cautiously, he approached the sound and came across an older lady, wrinkled with age and slightly rotund. She was ankle-deep in a slow-moving stream. She was humming a melody to herself as she washed a large pile of clothing. She wore a large smock and apron, both slightly frayed on the edges. Who is this, a member of the expedition, or a local from a nearby village? He contemplated. If there was a populated village nearby, he would honestly be surprised. From what little he understood of the region's history, the kingdom of Farron had been invaded and annihilated by the enslaved legions, with goblins moving in after the fact. So not a local. He looked over his shoulder at the mass of animals. He indicated with his aura for them to stay back and stepped towards the stream. The old woman happily went about her work, seemingly clueless as to his approach. Leif got within 30 meters, then waited. She just kept singing away, working through the pile of dirty clothes. He waited some more, feeling awkward. He tried to get the woman's attention. Hello? What is it, dearie? She asked, not looking up. I'm sorry, he asked, not expecting that response. Dinner is on the pot. It's the twins' night for serving duty. Did they burn the campsite down again? No, he floundered internally. It would be a lot easier if she just looked up. I'm not from the camp. Are you with the expedition? By the heavens, she exclaimed, having finished a particularly dirty burgundy undershirt. It's... Come a little closer. This old woman can't see very well. Leif shuffled uncomfortably in place, then did as she asked. Tall, well-built, a nice ivory exterior. You know, boy. With how our dear coordinator was going on about you, I'd imagined you having horns and fire. He stopped. You know of me. Leif, was it? Or Leaf? That's a fairly common name in the northern kingdoms, is it not? What? With an A or an I? Oh, with an I. I see. We will head off once I'm done here. I wasn't joking about it nearly being dinner time. You want me to come along? Wouldn't that be a problem? It won't be a problem if you help this old woman with the rest of the laundry. Leaf looked over his shoulder to check if he was being pranked. Dozens of pairs of eyes watched him with great interest, but it was the usual animal suspects. He shrugged and joined the old woman. Leaf supposed he had more than enough hands to help out. The Spriggan carried the basket full of wet, but thoroughly cleaned clothes. The old woman happily chatted away about the time she was told the story by her friend, about the time someone had told her that a cat had been rescued from a tree. Leaf didn't even know the older woman's name, but as he listened to her ramble on about one topic or another, Leaf felt he knew far too much already. The Spriggan, followed by the animal horde, quietly plodded along as she launched into a story about parsnip prices. "What am I doing?" he thought to himself. The old woman was surprisingly spry for her age. She walked and talked without missing a step, and the incline they were climbing was quite steep. When the tents of the expedition camp finally came into view, she was regaling him with a tale of how she correctly timed the imperial markets. But Leaf quickly found himself distracted. He also had no idea what she was talking about. 3 dozen people milled around a small clearing. They were all different shapes and sizes, but they wore the same style of clothing as Marcus and Seek, a well-fitted uniform of gray and blue. The humans gathered around a central fire, bowls in hand. Several loudly chatted about one topic or another. The Spriggan froze, unsure what to do. "Come, boy, those clothes won't carry themselves." The old lady beckoned. Leif briefly panicked, reflexively opening his system window before calming himself. Am I really doing this? Should I be doing this? 100 worries raced through Leif's mind, but he couldn't return to what he was by standing still. He stepped towards the camp. Chapter 39. Blade in hand. "I normally do the cooking," the old lady said as she casually walked into the camp. "But it's academy policy to teach those on expeditions basic survival skills. You see, that makes sense," Leif thought, as one by one, every pair of eyes around the cooking fire turned to him. Suddenly he was very conscious of the fact he was carrying a basket full of clothing. "Is it overcooked?" the elderly woman asked. "Are we all going to get food poisoning again?" The group looked between her and the laundry-carrying Spriggan. "Lady Melissa," a bald man exclaimed as he stood, hastily unsheathing his sword. "Intruder in the camp. Drive it off." Leif saw Marcus and Sieg get to their feet in the back of the group. "Coordinator Johann, the elderly lady," Melissa snapped. "Put that sword away before you hurt yourself. As for the rest of you," she glared at the stunned crowd, "you will not stab my assistant. Boy, go put the washing down by that box. No, the shorter one." "I cannot believe it," Johann spluttered. "To bring this filth to our camp!" He wheeled on Marcus and Sieg. "The monster has already corrupted Lady Hera's servant. How dare you do this to us?" Leif sensed the aura of the man, Johann, tremble in fury. It gave off the impression of shifting and interlocking machine parts. He deliberately tried to relax as he carefully placed the clothing to the side. So many hostile intents and emotions were quickly fraying his nerves. He wanted to push his newly acquired amber sympathy down, to no longer be able to feel the intent of those around him. But if they attacked, the skill would be his only warning. "We've been telling you this for the past few hours," Sieg spat. "If you listen to us at any point, you might understand. This is why the Academy shouldn't accept savages. You've led a monster right to us, while we're in the middle of hostile territory. Are you mad?" the coordinator snapped in response. The members of the expedition looked warily between Leif and the argument. A few fanned out or took on defensive postures, but most stood around and gawked. "Dear Melissa," asked one of the onlookers, a young woman with 2 circular discs on her belt. "Yes, ma'am," she replied, her gaze shifting from Leif to the older woman. "Where is my little Hera? Has she arrived yet?" "No, not yet. The missive from earlier today is still the most." Something in the girl's pocket pinged, the sound deafening all muttered chatter. She fumbled for a moment before bringing a smaller version of the communication orb out. Johann stomped over and snatched it out of her hand. The object flashed briefly. The man smirked. "Spit it out," Sieg demanded. "Soon." The coordinator said triumphantly. "It says soon. The blade is coming soon." For some reason, several people all looked to the sky. Melissa waddled over to Leaf with a bowl of soup. He hadn't even noticed her grab it. "Want something to eat? It's dried fish and cream." "Good for you." No, I don't eat," he said. "It's important for growing boys to eat," she stated with the confidence of seniority. "I should probably go," Leaf said. "I'm not welcome here." And it was true. He could feel the hostility building up, disgust, anger, and fear. Not all of it was directed at him, or at least not directly. It was more like what he represented was anathema to these people. Considering this land was destroyed by monsters, I can't blame them, he thought. It all felt hopeless. This had been a mistake. How could something like him, possibly be welcomed into civilized society? Nonsense, nonsense! You're a guest and it doesn't matter what the loud children over there say, she said with a kind smile. My little Hera will be here soon. The two she was escorting arrived earlier today. It won't be long now. Leaf Marcus called, pushing his way through the crowd. Sorry, we really did try to explain. You explained wonderfully, my dear, Melissa consoled. I understood your words just fine, and my hearing isn't what it used to be. Sieg swore at the group and told them to put away their weapons. They grumbled and complained and did a fantastic job not listening. There, over there, two new voices called at the same time. A young man and woman both pointed to the west. Then they turned and glared at each other, as if they had been grievously wounded by the thought of speaking the same words. Leaf looked to the west, and for an instant he didn't spot anything. It was because he was looking too low. Overhead the clouds parted as a thin streak of white blasted through the blankets of darkening white and gray. Members of the expedition yelped and cursed, most scattering. The Spriggan tensed. Then he looked down at the bowl of soup the old woman had put in his hand. Here she comes. Just be yourself. Leaf thought that was possibly the worst advice he had ever heard. The streak of white arched downwards, angling towards the camp. It fell in a blur of speed. Leaf's vision was barely able to follow its trajectory. One thing was certainly clear. It was heading towards the expedition. It landed a good 20 meters behind Leaf. What few animals hadn't been startled off by the yelling and screaming of the camp's denizens darted away. Dust exploded outwards, spraying over the nearest tents. A glowing arrow protruded from the dirt. Then it warped and expanded. With a pop and a flash of white light, a woman appeared in mid-stride. She wore plain, but form-fitting clothing. Blonde hair billowed behind her along with a shoulder cape of gold and gray. She took in the campsite with a quick, evaluating glance, then focused on Leaf. The Spriggan tensed as piercing hazel eyes bore into him. The space behind Hera blurred. A ghostly outline of an armored figure wielding a bow apparated, string drawn and arrow knocked. Then the woman kicked off the ground. In a blink, she was at his throat, curved blade drawn, hostile intent, sharp and immediate. Like the crack of a whip kept Leaf locked in place. It was the only thing that prevented him from dropping the bowl of soup. For an eternal instant everything was still. All chatter and yells had ceased. The evening wind fading into the background. What? She said, tone flinty. Is this? And why is it in my camp? Leaf felt her aura rise above him. It rose like a domineering tyrant, then crashed down like a wave. It was an almost physical authority, something that had been earned with steel and blood. Leaf felt his perception unnaturally withdraw into himself. He knew that using a skill while suppressed in this way would be possible, but would take a great amount of effort. Wait, her aura. It feels familiar, he realized. Then, as if attracted by a strange similarity between them. His own aura pushed back. Leif's aura was no match for Hera's, but the buildup of fear, anxiety, and a healthy dose of anger allowed, for a brief instant, his aura to shine through the cracks of her iron grip of control. His authority rippled against her own, a marking of birthright. "Interesting aura," Hera commented, cocking her head slightly to the side. "Thanks." Leif deadpanned. She could almost certainly kill him. But after being kicked around like a ball not too long ago, he had no intention of letting her do it for free. If she went for a killing blow, at the very least, he would try and return the favor. "You're the reported anomaly." "I suspect so. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't gut you like a fish," she commanded. Her tone broached no argument. "Sieg and I owe him our lives, Blade," Marcus said as he coughed dust and dirt from his mouth. "I would certainly be dead without him." "He's a witness to the events below Farron," Sieg commented, "and we already offered him the Academy's assistance." "Did you now?" she asked, never looking away from Leif. The Spriggan remained still, but Marcus nodded emphatically. Hera narrowed her eyes. Her already sharp gaze glinted threateningly. "Oh, here's something interesting. In the southern deserts, there are shapeshifters who disguise themselves as people, manipulate their way into towns and villages. They can hold a conversation, even act friendly." Leif understood the implication. "Prove yourself." "I have a noble class." He said that wouldn't be possible if he were lying. "Right, so you're level 50. Forced some brat to impart the class. I've seen it happen. The line between monster and person blurs, the stronger one becomes," she said coldly. "I'm only 25, he hissed. Her blade bit into the bark at his neck. She tilted her head as if studying him from a new angle. "Do you feel frustrated, fearful, desperate?" Leif couldn't nod with a sword to his throat. He just glared back at her with 2 balls of glowing amber. "I'm getting sick of things more powerful than me doing what they want. A common complaint, just get stronger. It worked for me." "Hera, dear, don't you think this is enough?" Melissa asked. "One can never be too safe. Grandmother, Miss Hera, Kosia, the man you're threatening is someone I invited into our camp. They're a guest as far as I'm concerned," the old woman chided. Hera sighed. "You're not a blade of the Academy, grandmother. This isn't your choice to make. I must prioritize the safety of..." More words were exchanged, but Leif wasn't paying attention. Something had shocked him to the core. Kosia. I know that name. But from where? Then the realization hit him. Like a brick through an expensive window, Leif blinked open his Aura of Nobility's skill description. "606. Aura of Nobility I. Aspects Aura. Social. Your auric presence possesses traces of your noble bearing and lineage. You may display your intent through your aura. Your intent has a greater effect on those with a weaker aura. You can control your aura in ways impossible without an aura skill. Notes. Keep this suppressed around the Kosia family. They're insufferable. 2 years later, one of them married my cousin. They're closing in. Help me. Ish. Chapter 40. Tag along. Kosia Leif asked, his voice a questioning hiss. Hera raised an eyebrow and tilted her head. "Oh, you got something to say." Leif hesitated. "I suppose it's too late to back out now. I know. Or rather, I think I knew that name," Yushi asked with heavy skepticism. "Knew me? No, maybe I don't know. I don't remember who I was." She squinted at his words. Then, "How do you know my family?" Each word punctuated with intent. "One of my skills, Aura of Nobility, has a note attached to it. I didn't know what it was until your name was mentioned," Leif explained. "Do tell," Hera said, keeping her sword raised, but her tone was less overtly hostile now. More curious. "Like I have a damn choice." He grumbled internally, but he wasn't too upset. Not when he suddenly had a lead to his past. He read over the note, then mentally shrugged. What's the worst that could happen? It says, keep this suppressed around the Kosia family. They're insufferable. He kept his tone as flat and neutral as possible. For the second time in only a few minutes, everything went quiet, except for the sound of Johann choking. Leif's response seemed to have temporarily stunned Hera, though if that was a good thing or not, he wasn't sure. She laughed. A single, high note. It split the evening air like a particularly loud ranged attacking skill. The sword fell from the Spriggan's neck as Hera doubled over wheezing. Her initial laugh turned into an avalanche as more tumbled from her mouth. Leif glanced at Melissa. The old woman had her lips pressed together in an amused line. Her eyes creased, the laugh lines pronounced due to her advanced age. Sorry if that was offensive to your family. He told the old woman, not my family, dearie. I worked for the Kosias my whole life, but I followed this one when she left the roost. Melissa said as she smiled at Hera. The younger woman had fallen to the muddy ground. There's more, Leif noted. Please tell. Hera snickered as she got to her feet. She wiped a single tear from her eye. Sure, he said, shrugging. Without a sword to his neck, Leif was far more willing to share. 2 years later, one of them married my cousin. They're closing in. Help me, he said, keeping his voice neutral. Hera fell over again. The ghostly projection of the archer faded away into wisps of smoke. Leif could have sworn it gave the woman a disapproving look as it did so. So, Marcus said, wringing his hands together, no violence. We're all good here. Yeah. There's no way Plant Boy over here could have faked something so accurate. Oh man, it's gotten so bad even the monsters know to stay away. Hera wheezed. I don't actually know what any of it means, Leif said. Actually, can I even put notes on skills? Then he opened his system and tried to add a note. Grounded stance. Aspects comprehension. Enhancement body. Grants instinctual understanding of combat stances and their uses. Grants a bonus to balance, footwork and stability while fighting in a combat stance in which you have proficiency. Bonus increased by degree of proficiency. Notes. Testing. It's that easy. I should probably add something more relevant to the skill. Grounded stance. Notes. Only works while grounded. What's your name? Spriggan Hera asked, wiping a tear from her eye and regaining her composure. Leif Vin. Vin. It doesn't ring a bell. But my family has holdings in Epidor and Varan, kingdoms to the east of here. I never really paid attention to the politics and games, so I'm probably not the best person to ask. Leif is a common name in the northern kingdoms, Melissa said as she took the bowl of soup from Leif's hand. She turned to the expedition members. Okay, you lot. Less gawking and more eating. Epidor and Varan, the northern kingdoms. I'm probably from one of them, Leif thought. Then he turned to Hera. Thank you for the information. Also for not killing me. She waved him off. Marcus, Siegfried, I'm assigning this to you. Any actions Leif here takes while moving with this expedition are now your responsibility, but I doubt anything will happen. Yes, ma'am, they both responded. Oh, another thing, she said with a sly smile. The Academy doesn't accept monsters not bound by a Tamer class. Even if I wanted to ignore those particular rules, and I don't, they exist for a reason. But even if I did, a Freddy most certainly wouldn't. Sieg nodded and Marcus rubbed his chin in thought. All right, people, Hera said, clapping her hands together with enough force to make a small shockwave. There are no signs of either high-threat targets. We'll be observing for the next few days. Then we head back to base camp. Silongs. Hera stepped under the flap of her tent and let out a tired sigh. These past few weeks had been akin to the troublesome task of wrangling kittens. And now it seemed like the whole expedition would be a waste. The Empire is not going to be pleased. But they never are, she thought, kicking off her boots and hanging her shoulder cape on a small stand. The tent had been prepared after she had arrived, the furniture produced from her storage item. "Darius, we both know I can see you. Stop being a creep," she said. "Ah, my apologies, ma'am," a young man with olive skin and sharp green eyes said as he materialized out of concealing mist. "Would you like my report?" Unlike the other young adults of the expedition, Darius didn't wear the Academy's uniform. It caught her off guard sometimes. She had gotten so used to seeing the uniform over the past year. She motioned for him to do so. Darius cleared his throat. "No hostile actions or temperament." When encountering Melissa, the creature showed no signs of violence. "Did she know you were following?" "Probably not," he admitted. "Reassess that answer, boy. My grandmother might be twice the age of the next oldest person on this expedition, but she's thrice as cunning. She knew." "Yes, ma'am." "So, think you could take the Spriggan?" Darius shifted uncomfortably in place. "No, ma'am." "Probably not?" "Correct." "Your threat assessment has improved," she said with a curt nod. "Anything that can control that many animals isn't in your strike range. Now, get out of my tent." Darius awkwardly bowed, then made to exit. "Oh, one last thing. Keep an eye on Johan and the other idiocy-oriented members. It isn't every day a unique being walks into your campsite, and I'm quite fond of this one already." So. Leaf sat on a boulder overlooking a small gully. It was a few minutes' walk from the camp, and while he had technically been accepted, the Spriggan knew to keep his distance. He let the tension of the past few hours drift away. He had been interrogated, questioned. As it turned out, he didn't have much to add to the story Marcus and Siege had already reported. Both men had argued for him to stay within the camp. They even offered to let him stay in their replacement tent. But Leaf needed little rest, and the idea of being trapped beneath something, even if it were just a sheet of fabric. The fractured moon hovered overhead, red lines crisscrossing half of its surface like still bleeding wounds. He breathed in the cool night air, tasted the hint of incoming change on the wind. He'd been putting off his advancement until now, and finally he had a few days to focus on himself. It was a strange thought that despite being a tree, this was the first time in what felt like a lifetime he would remain still. To advance beyond this point, you must overcome an advancement trial. Warning: advancement trials. Difficulty is based on your total number of skills. For every skill above a total of 10, difficulty will dramatically increase. Current skills: 10. Warning: failing an advancement trial may result in the loss of class levels. Advancement trial may only be attempted while at level 25. Any experience gained while at level 25 will be banked until trial is completed. Warning: you are vulnerable while undergoing the advancement trial. Good luck. Begin advancement trial 1. Forced to retreat, beaten, treated like trash, tested and threatened. Just get stronger, he thought mockingly to himself. Okay then, I will. 11 years since his rebirth. 11 years of stumbling around blind and confused. But he was no longer directionless. He now had his first taste of success, a light in the dark that may reveal who he was. No more holding back. It was time to take the next step. Commencing advancement trial. Chapter 41. The Decision. Commencing advancement trial. Witness a past event in which a choice was made. Passing this trial will break the level 25 bottleneck and allow for further advancement. Good luck. Everything faded away into darkness. One by one, the stars winked out, and the evening wind stopped blowing. Leaf found himself floating in an empty void. It was absent of all defining features or characteristics. As the Spriggan tried to concentrate on his new surroundings, they once again began to shift. His mind felt like it was being held underwater, all thoughts murky and distant. Voices echoed, as if spoken from a vast distance. Cracks of light formed in the void surrounding Leaf. He twisted and turned to get a closer look, but found that he couldn't move. Finally, there was a flash of light, and the world slowly came into focus. Leaf blinked as his mind cleared and his surroundings came alive. He was walking. Yes, he was walking down some sort of hallway. To his left were lines of pillars fronting a vast swath of vegetation, but not like a forest. The plants are all in orderly positions, their branches cut into shape and leaves trimmed. Where am I? He thought, mind spinning as he struggled to take in everything at once. He was like a spectator in his own body. He could feel himself walk, but not control his movements. What's more, he could feel the thoughts and emotions of the body he controlled. And, in a moment of pure ecstasy, Leaf realized what was going on. It was his body, his past self, that was still human. Just the sensation of being in the correct body gave Leaf such a strong sense of relief he could barely contain his excitement. But it also made clear just what he had lost, just how far from what he should be he was now. The world warped slightly and the scene shifted. Footsteps echoed off the polished stone floor. 2 sets of footsteps. Leaf! Life stopped for a moment and listened to me. Please, you're making a mistake, called a female voice. It's not a mistake, sis. It's the right thing to do. His past self responded, his voice confident and mind resolute. It's not the right thing if it gets you killed, Leaf. The young woman, sis, snapped as she jogged to keep up with his longer strides. She had dark brown hair tied into a knot and tanned olive skin. Her dress was highlighted in the same gold and red as the banners hanging from balconies or the flags fluttering atop poles. Listen to me for once, please. Am I Flavia Vin, or some random stranger to you? Leaf stopped and sighed. Sis, this isn't a mistake. Grandfather wouldn't do. He would, Leaf, Flavia said in an exasperated tone. He would, because he did. He's made his decision, and that's final. Getting in the way is suicidally stupid. The patriarch will see reason, Leaf said with a smile. Besides, Loki's been a valuable member of our house's staff for decades. Longer than we've been alive, sis. He grinned as she scowled. Stepping in is the right thing to do. Grandfather will see that, Leaf said, and put a hand on Flavia's shoulder and looked her in the eye. The woman was young. Observer Leaf could instinctively place her age a few years younger than his own. But how old am I? I should have asked Marcus and Sieg about how old they all are. Or would that have been weird? He contemplated. The Spriggan was still mostly clueless about the intricacies of humanity, other than the minor fragments of memory and instinct that he had retained. It's a scheme, Flavia groaned. Grandfather is doing this to give House Ural an opening to gain face. Stepping in will anger both parties. And after the last incident, you don't have anything or anyone to protect you. The young woman tugged away and glared at him. Well, the scheme is stupid, so I'll put a stop to it, he said with a shrug. And I don't need protection. I'm the one who protects around here. He continued, striding down the passageway. You're an idiot. I'll get father. Don't get killed, she said, and ran off in the other direction. The sound of her sandals striking polished stone echoed as they went separate ways. Sis. Leaf witnessed himself walk through the grounds of a grand estate. He marveled at the sights, greedily absorbing every detail. He was brought back to the present when he felt his steps speed up. Leaf rounded a corner and came across an alarming scene. A group of 3 men in well-fitted clothes and short blades at their hips surrounded an aging man in servant's clothing. Leaf had passed many servants on his way to this courtyard and could immediately recognize their different stations at a glance. He could also tell that the 3 men weren't in House Vin's golden red. 2 of the men were grabbing at the man he assumed was Loki and beginning to get violent. Leaf vaulted a low stone wall and entered the courtyard. Gentlemen, he called out, what seems to be the problem? Young lord, the leader of the group said, stepping away from the old man and bowing at Leaf's approach. We have discovered this trash has been insulting your great house and stealing from its vast estate. We of House Ural were just about to put him down for his insolence. Oh, Leaf said as if he didn't understand. But I don't believe you. What? What gasped the older man. Hey, Loki, Did you do the things this man is accusing you of, only to help feed my— See, innocent, this is uncalled for. Leaf beamed. The Ural lackey, or whoever he was, went red. But he spluttered. Loki. I, Leif Vin, of House Vin, hereby pardon any and all allegations of slights against my person and my house done by you, however true or false they may have been. You dare call us liars? Do you even know what's going on? The man snapped. I do, but I don't care. Find honor and face somewhere else. There's none to be found here. This was a direct order from the Vin Patriarch. The leader snarled, his tone low and dangerous. You misjudge your standing, boy. Thank you, young master, the old man stammered out. One of the Ural goons struck him across the face. Leif tensed, his vision going red. He stepped forward, blade half drawn. That was very foolish, he said slowly, in a tone to match that of the Ural family member. Shut up, boy! You've gone too far already! The man growled. His eyes flickered down to Leif's half-drawn blade. A duel? For honor, Leif replied, his words making all three men pause. The leader smirked and straightened. Instead of killing you, I'll make you beg. Your patriarch won't fault me either way. Your reputation precedes you. Issel? Leif knelt before a seated crescent of elders. The other members of House Vin slowly filtered into the auditorium to witness the patriarch's judgment. Whispers came from all sides. Leif caught snippets of his name being said. He could feel their judgmental stares, their glances and their dissatisfaction. He thought he could make out Flavia in the crowd, but the glowing monolights that backed the gathering made it hard to see. Silence, boomed a tired voice. Instantly all noise stopped. I am not pleased, so let's make this quick. Before us is my grandson. He has directly interfered with decisions made by House Vin's leadership and has humiliated us before a house of lower standing. The speaker was an aged man, his skin wrinkled and posture bent with age. Despite that, the man possessed a presence that weighed Leif down like a physical force. Once a deal is struck, he continued, we do not go back on our word. Leif, what do you say in your defense? Why did you knowingly defy my directives, knowing that it was my will that allowed the events of yesterday to occur as they did? And why? Pray tell, were the corpses of 3 House Ural scions within the grounds of my estate. At no point did the man's voice raise, his volume consistent and stable. But the tension escalated with every word. Leif, both past and present, could feel the crowd of observers begin to emotionally distance themselves from him. Leif, the Leif, spectating events through his past self, was confused. Why is the patriarch asking questions but not letting me answer? But a feeling of grudging acceptance came from the kneeling young man. He had seen family judgments before. Hells, he had been in this exact position several times. The disapproval of his family weighing down on his shoulders. Do you doubt my motives, child? Do you foolishly believe yourself above my will? You have sabotaged an alliance with Ural and made us, all of us, seem weaker to Varen as a whole. To think you are the son of my successor. Pathetic. The patriarch practically spat the final words, his voice finally rising. The kneeling young man bristled, but Leif, the observer, perked up at the mention of Varen. He now knew where he was from, where he needed to go. It was like the final piece of an impossible puzzle had finally clicked into place. Son, father, a new voice called. Leif could see a figure stand up from nearby the patriarch. Hope filled his heart. He knew that voice, or rather, only half of him did. To the Leif watching, this man was a stranger. You will address me by title in this place. Now be seated. I will pass judgment. The boy before us being your son will have no bearing on my decision. A traitor will be treated as a traitor. He is your grandson, the man said, his tone pleading but respectful. Be merciful. His education is still incomplete. Son, grandson. The reality of the situation hadn't quite struck him yet. This was his family. He belonged here. He had known logically who these people had been, but only now did Leif truly comprehend just what he was seeing. The concept of family wasn't totally foreign to the Spriggan. A new desire was seated deep within. He wanted this. No, he needed this. Leif looked out at the watching crowd and knew that he couldn't be whole without it. How can I possibly return to this as I am? He thought, trying to imprint the faces of his family into his memory. An almost numb sense of melancholy settled on Leif's shoulders. Reliving this, seeing what he had lost, it almost feels further away. A primal longing to reclaim what he had lost almost made him miss the patriarch's next words. Education was your responsibility, and besides, exile is a mercy. Maybe elsewhere he can be of some use. Now sit. You will have your chance to speak with the failure before us once we are done here. Exile. Is. Leif hesitated before knocking on the heavy doorframe of his father's office. Enter, came an exhausted reply. Leif swallowed and did so, stepping into the dimly lit room. The final hints of day disappearing over the horizon from the single, ornately framed window. The evening sky outlined a middle-aged man with weather-worn skin and dark hair winged with silver. The man, Leif's father, had his head in his hands, his eyes sunken. "It is good to see you, my son," he spoke through gritted teeth. The words carried an air of desperation and sadness. "Oh, yes, father." Leif replied, "Why? Why would you go against the family like that? You had to have known the results of your actions, the consequences." "I thought, did you really? Your sister thought, she thought for you, Leif." His father winced. "I'm sorry, I should have warned you in advance, not let you discover what was happening on your own. It's not your fault, father. I just couldn't stand by and let it happen. Why would grandfather even do something like that? Loki was a loyal custodian. He didn't deserve to be treated like some disposable pawn." Leif argued. "He stole from the estate. That isn't loyalty." "Leif, why was he forced to steal? To begin with," he said. "The servants wear rags. Their cheeks are sunken. Compared to only a few years ago, it doesn't seem fair at all." His father sighed. The patriarch uses what resources are at his disposal, and he uses them for the best interests of the house. The house? What about its members? Leif asked in desperation. Why are we so accepting of the wrong course of action? You taught me that House Vin is honorable, that we do the right thing. I hate it. I can't. When you are older, his father said carefully, you will come to understand the necessity of what we do. To Leif's ears, it sounded as if the man was trying to convince himself. That wasn't the right answer, and both father and son knew it. They fell into an uncomfortable silence. The Leif who was observing could feel the distance between his past self and his family grow. With every passing moment, it was like a rope, fraying in the middle as it was pulled taut from opposite directions. A moment away from snapping. With a sinking feeling, he knew the outcome of this conversation and the fate that would befall the young man he had once been. Leif began to struggle, to try and break free. If I can say something else, make a different decision. Maybe I won't lose everything again. What will happen to Loki? Will grandfather let House Jarl kill him anyway? The past, him asked, unaware of his future self's plight. No. Loki has been sent to a border estate. You will never see him again. The older man said, not meeting Leif's eyes. I see, that's good. Another silence. What about me? Where will I be sent? The military. You may be on the younger side, but the Varan army is always looking for officers, and you meet their initial requirements. The enslaved have been more active these past few months. The king suspects that a war may break out. An invasion. His father nodded grimly. I see, so I'll be a soldier then. For the rest of my life? Leif asked bitterly, though maybe it would be for the best. No, not the rest of your life. 10 years was what the patriarch chose. and I think it's a good amount of time. It will give you time away from the house and its politics. Time to see the world and grow into yourself. I see. But Leaf, you have made enemies these past few years, and even more when we consider the past few days. House Vin will be making it clear that you no longer have our blessings and protections. You will be a target. Our house's rivals will see this as an opportunity to strike. I see. It's not just exile. It's a test, Leaf asked. His father nodded stiffly in affirmation. So I'll have to prove myself then. Show them that I'm not an easy target. His father's eyes softened. I have been ordered to provide you with nothing but the bare essentials to make it to the capital, though nothing can undo the inheritant class I bestowed upon you. Not if they don't want to cripple you. As harsh as this sounds, you must leave before first light. Now would be best. Do not linger. Right. What about... Leaf, you damn idiot, Flavia yelled as she burst uninvited into the office. You're an idiot. You're stupid and I hate you, she said, gripping his shoulders as he remained seated, violently shaking him so his head rocked back and forth. You better not die. You better come back. If you die, I'll kill you. Right, you got it, sis. He laughed, rocking in place from her assault. Even his father smiled slightly. Don't you dare not come back. I don't want to inherit your responsibilities for the family. You have to do it. I'm sorry, her words pained both past and present Leaf. Wow. Now I think I'll go out of my way to die in a ditch somewhere. Leaf joked. Then he stood quickly, nodded at his father and made for the door. She grabbed the back of his red and gold cloak. I'm so sorry. Please come back. He could hear the tears in her trembling voice. It won't be the same without you, so come back alive. Promise me, Leaf. Yeah, he said, not looking back. You got it, I promise. He doesn't know what he's letting go. And then he left, stepping out of the office, leaving family behind. Leif walked quickly down the attached hallway and away from his father and sister. Details of the world began to fade away, leaving only the light at the end of the hallway clearly visible. Something latched onto Leif's shoulder and pulled him back. No, don't go. If you go, you'll never come back. The man grunted and shrugged off the restraints. Another force grabbed him, halting him mid-step. Please, if you leave, you'll lose everything. You'll lose yourself. Leif struggled against the grasping limbs. Hands, another wrapped around his leg, then his throat. With his every attempt at escape, the grip only tightened. Sweat beaded on the young man's face, his eyes a narrowing in concentration. You have everything you want right here. There must be something you can do. You can still change things. Leif thrashed against the immovable force, stopping him from leaving. He writhed and pulled, trying with all his might to take just one more step. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Fear and loss and desperation all threatening to spill out. He had been so careful to keep them in check. Just stop. If you're going to die, at least do so without abandoning everything. He screamed and took one final step. Parts of his restraints fell away. 1,000 hands all grasping for him, tugging him back and threatening to engulf him in their embrace. Swallow him whole. Leif noticed for the first time that he was no longer possessing his former self. The Spriggan hovered overhead, watching as the man he had once been was prevented from making the mistake of leaving his life behind. The trial world started to crack. White light shone through fractures in reality as everything began to break apart. It's better this way. I'm happy with this. I belong here. I want to be here. The struggling human's head snapped up in Leif's direction. Tears streamed down his sun-tanned face. Long dark hair was tugged back by unwavering hands. The Spriggan flinched as their eyes met. Defiance, rage, pure unfiltered fury bore into him from below. Who are you to make that choice for me? Those eyes said, dark brown, spearing into glowing amber. At least if I die, I'll do so without giving up. But we didn't come back. We failed to keep our promise. Giving up in this situation is normal. It's the right thing to do. We can still try to come back, those eyes said, pleading. And then Leaf realized the hands holding his past self back, stopping him from moving forward. They were made of wood, 4 fingers, sharp-clawed tips. Come back, how could we? Is that even a possibility as we are now? The man's gaze softened, as if in recognition of future pain. It won't be easy. The world continued to crumble away, the cracks in reality almost reaching the man below. Leaf steadied himself, then made a choice. He felt his heart break. Loss like a mortal wound to his soul. His resolve firmed. If he wasn't ready yet, he would make himself ready. There had to be a way to turn back. I can still try. Yes, I can't give up yet. Fight for it, the dark eyes said. Fight. I can do that. The golden gaze replied. Then Leaf let go. His former self burst free from the wooden restraint and ran with all his strength. As he raced forward, the trial shuddered, threatening to collapse. The fabricated reality shattered with every step. The Spriggan watched the man he had once been sprint into the light. Everything went white, and the trial ended. Chapter 42. Advancement. The night air brushed against the bark that life possessed in place of skin. He felt no discomfort, no pain. It took him a moment to adjust to the completion of the trial, his mind soaking in memories of what had transpired. He just stopped, remaining perfectly still. For over an hour he sat. Emotions from within roiled, while his monstrous physiology enforced an artificial calm. There was no adrenaline, no dopamine or endorphins. Having experienced the thoughts and emotions of his past self, only now did the Spriggan realize how hollow he had been up until now, how lacking in humanity, and that realization lit the smoldering embers of desire. He had chosen to fight, to do what he must in order to reclaim a portion of his old life, but only now, hours after making the decision, did he understand what it meant. The amber sap that coursed through his body like golden blood churned. Power flexed within him in resonance with something. Then the moment faded, and Leaf let himself relax. The trial hadn't been what he'd expected. In a way, he felt cheated. If Leaf had known the content of the trial, he would have done it far sooner. It had been a link to his past. He should have undertaken it immediately and not waited for his skill fusions. He paused. No, that isn't right. Towards the end, the decision I made, would I have made the same one only a few days prior, knowing what I do now? How much did it change me? Leaf contemplated. He couldn't wallow in regret. The man he had once been had gone to war, and it was up to the present Leaf to bring him home. Once more, he thought over the trial. Advancing was supposed to be more challenging depending on how many skills one had. But how could his trial have scaled in difficulty if he had undertaken it with 11 skills, or even 12? What would have changed? Would the system have shown him more happy days, together with family? Or would it have been different in its entirety? Didn't Sieg mention a monster in his trial? Leaf shook his head and finally looked at his system notifications. He needed the distraction. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the Level 25 Advancement Trial. For resonating with the past and coming to a solid conclusion about the decision made, your trial completion grade is high. No additional reward is granted based on passing grade. For passing this milestone, you may now advance your levels beyond this point. Banked experience will be awarded after rewards are finalized. Your general class limit has increased from 2 to 3. All attributes have their efficacy increased by plus 10% for achievements earned and difficulties overcome. Up to this point, you may further increase the effects of a single attribute of your choice by plus 30%. Attributes. Free 2. Might 37 plus 10%. Alacrity 44 plus 10%. Intelligence 27 plus 10%. Willpower 25 plus 10%. Spirit 33 plus 10%. Charisma 34 plus 60%. Zero 6. Leaf read over the system windows as the exhilarating rush of power flooded his body. Strength rippled through his bark and plant fiber muscles. He flexed his body, feeling the quantitative improvement of his enhanced attributes. Another 30% to an attribute of my choice. That seems very potent, Leaf thought, rolling his shoulders. He considered which attribute to apply the bonus to. The most obvious option was something like might, alacrity, or spirit. Those attributes were directly beneficial to how he fought and would likely be the largest boost in power. But there was another option, a potentially stupid option. What if I increased my charisma by 30%? The idea seemed foolish, but a part of him latched on to the idea. Maybe it could help me become like I was. With a 90% total increase to charisma after his noble class perk was taken into account, he would effectively have 64 in that attribute. Then, Grand Action could increase any other attribute by 20% of that 64, just under 13 points. Leaf briefly considered that he didn't remember ever learning arithmetic. The Spriggans supposed he learnt it as a child. A child. The thought briefly distracted him, but he quickly refocused, pushing down the dull ache of loss. If Leaf thought about his past, he felt as if the guilt of leaving may crush him. Numbers. Leaf, focus on the numbers. He chided himself internally. The amber heart beating in his abnormal chest calm, returning to its regular cadence. Bringing any other attribute up to a 40% bonus would provide a larger increase to all but his lowest attributes. But the flexibility Grand Action could grant was very tempting. I wonder if there are ways to add charisma scaling to certain skills via fusion. Under my protection uses 50% of my charisma if I use the skill to protect another, for example. Actually, now that he thought about it, which skills did he currently possess use the charisma attribute? Charisma was the attribute that increased one's force of personality and amplified their presence. Grand Action and Under My Protection were the obvious skills. They literally stated their use of charisma in their skill descriptions. Aura of Nobility was another that used charisma. He could instinctively feel the skill's connection to the attribute. But just what did his aura skill do? Sure. It helped him control his innate presence and projected his noble heritage. But what else? Leaf hadn't really considered it before. But didn't his aura affect the range of his other skills? Amber Sympathy let him sense intent and emotions in a radius around him. When his aura was suppressed by Hera, his senses were likewise compressed, pushed down, and forced to retract. He triggered the time perception aspect of the skill, and sure enough, its range almost exactly coincided with his aura's radius. He focused, and his aura billowed out further, going from around 10 meters to its maximum of around 30. Leaf noted how his aura and perception were both faint and indistinct at his maximum range. He could more clearly feel the sleeping animals nearby his boulder than the ones further away. He felt at each of his other skills, but he didn't feel the obvious connection to charisma for any of them. So he was left with a question: was it worth it? Would he be able to gain more skills that utilized charisma in the future? It was a risk, but it felt right somehow, as if the risk was worth taking. He didn't think this was due to some hidden hand pushing him in this direction. More like instinct. It felt as if were he to choose this path, he would gain the options to benefit from the choice in the future. Somehow, you have selected charisma as the beneficiary attribute for the plus 30% bonus. Confirm why, and congratulations, banked experience will now be distributed. Level up class. Amber Blightspriggan is now level 12. For prowess shown in battle, you have gained a level. +1 to might, +1 to spirit, +5 free points. New class skills available: Veil of Nature or Emboldened Vegetation. Level up class. Amber Blightspriggan is now level 13. For overpowering, rampaging death energy, you have gained a level. 1 to might, +1 to intelligence, +1 to spirit, 5 free points. Level up class. Amber Blightspriggan is now level 14. For surviving a deadly encounter and restoring an ally from the brink of death, you have gained a level. +1 to might, +1 to alacrity, +1 to spirit, +1 to charisma, 5 free points. New class skills available: Nature's Beacon or Amber Steps. For an instant, Leaf was stunned, 3 entire levels. As it turns out, no, not just 3 levels. There was more to come. Level Up class, Brawler, is now level 5. For defeating multiple foes using your body as a weapon, you have gained a level 1 to Intelligence, +1 to Charisma, +1 free point. Level Up class Brawler is now level 6. For going blow to blow with a foe far more powerful than yourself in a life and death battle and living to tell the tale, you have gained a level 1 to Spirit, +1 free point. New class skills available: Combative Gumption or Bounding Leap. Leaf was stunned at the sheer amount of levels, stats, and skills. He had 3 pairs of skill options before him. Not only that, but he had 19 free attributes. The Spriggan was about to spend them when he noticed the final system prompt. It was a new class. For displaying your aptitude for life-aspected magics, reversing the near-fatal intrusion of death energy, and successfully bringing someone back from the very brink of death, you have the opportunity to gain the Attuned Life class. Class slots, 1/3, except YN, for constantly healing and protecting your allies even in the direst of situations, and proving yourself a capable healer and combatant even under the most stressful of circumstances. You have the opportunity to gain the Has Adept class. Class slots, 1/3, except Y or Sun. Oh, 2 new classes. Great. Chapter 43. Skills. 2 new classes. Both were very similar in description. Leaf was at a loss. Which should he pick? Attuned Life or Adept? Both? Neither. He knew from pestering both Marcus and Sieg that one of the strongest arguments against filling up all your class slots was that low-level classes granted a whole lot of skills, and if you went over a certain limit, you wouldn't be able to gain levels. Leaf looked between both classes. He had no idea what to do. Luckily, there was a campsite full of academics nearby. He had time to go over the options with people more knowledgeable than himself. So he turned his attention to the first of his skill options, Veil of Nature, and Emboldened Vegetation. The first was difficult to get a solid grasp of. Initially, Leaf thought it might be an aura skill, but he shouldn't get one of those until level 30 in his Amber Blight Spriggan class, or whatever it will evolve into. Instead, it was a perception skill, or rather, the opposite of a perception skill, a stealth skill, a way to hide himself and those nearby. No, that's not quite right. It has some protective capabilities as well, he realized, studying more closely the feeling he got from the skill. As for the other skill, it seemed decent, actually. Emboldened Vegetation would, quite simply, allow him to empower any plant he touched. Leaf was a plant, so the skill should work if he used it on himself. Right? Just from Leaf's initial evaluation of both skills, he was leaning towards Emboldened Vegetation, but it would be smart to look over the other options before making a decision. The next 2 skills were Nature's Beacon and Amber Steps. The first skill had a social aspect. He felt it resonate slightly with his noble class perk. He could call animals to his location, or potentially direct them to a place of his choice. Leaf looked around at the piles of sleeping forest critters. Birds and rats, hogs and squirrels. I don't think I need any more of them. I have no idea how they're keeping themselves fed either. From what he knew, these animals should be eating far more than they were currently consuming. Hogs were notoriously destructive foragers, and while they did wander off at times to eat, these outings weren't anywhere near as frequent as the Spriggan would have thought. But if they were healthy and happy, he wouldn't complain. As for Amber Steps, oh wow, that's amazing. I'm definitely picking this. Amber Steps, Aspects Technique, Teleportation Movement. Time. Your every step echoes into the past. You may teleport to a location you recently occupied. So 6. The innate knowledge of how the skill could be used trickled into Leaf's mind. He hopped up from his seated position and eagerly jumped down from his boulder. He focused on returning to the top. Nothing. There's a required motion for use. He realized. He took a step. Then, in a blur of amber light, he appeared back atop the rock. He was facing the wrong direction, and he felt briefly disorientated. But honestly, it didn't matter. "That's amazing!" Several of the sleeping animals stirred awake at his exclamation. Leaf stepped forward, and in a streak of gold he returned to the bottom. The skill twinged slightly from the repeated use so quickly after the first, but it wasn't anything to worry about. Leaf wobbled in place for a moment, then he used Amber Sympathy to replay the feeling of using the skill. He saw himself step forward and vanish. "I can get used to this," he said, shaking his head in wonder at his newest skill. Leaf had become quite familiar with skill overuse in his time beneath Farron. He needed to find the skill's current ceiling and get used to the feeling of being displaced in space. Now, for the most important question. What were the limits of Amber Steps? What are the restrictions? Leaf walked in a straight line for 10 seconds, then 20. As he walked, he could feel the skill unspooling out behind him, his every step leaving a tiny anchor for the skill to latch onto in the ground. After 40 seconds, Leaf sensed his connection to the most distant anchor begin to fade. He took a step. A golden streak shot through the night, Leaf rematerializing where he had once been. Fatigue washed through Leaf as he staggered in place. "At least I'm facing the right way this time." The Spriggan felt a distinct throbbing pain permeating throughout his body. "Whoa, that took more out of me than I thought it would." A nearby hog grunted and flopped over onto its back. Leaf gave it belly rubs while he contemplated Amber Steps. "Why was that use of the skill far more taxing than the other times I used it? Is strain determined by how long ago the anchor was placed? Or is it distance traveled when activating the skill?" he mused. One thing was certain. The more he used Amber Steps, the easier it would become. His mind spun with the possibilities for fusions and upgrades, but he was getting distracted. Leaf turned his attention to the next pair of skills, ones for his brawler class: Combative Gumption and Bounding Leap. The first immediately reminded Leaf of his least favorite skill. Legacy was a skill he never intended to use. The mere thought of having to turn someone into a plant monster just to make use of the skill filled him with anger. He almost discarded Combative Gumption out of hand, but he quickly realized the similarities were only surface level. It was an analysis skill like Legacy, but unlike that skill, this new one had something to do with gauging relative combat prowess instead of letting him see the attributes of his descendants. He knew about these skills from what Marcus and Sieg had told him. They let the user compare themselves, an object or item, to something else, and the system would provide feedback. Bounding Leap gave off the impression of building up energy, then releasing it to launch yourself upwards. It didn't really appeal to him. Combative Gumption seemed far more useful. Shaking off the irrational distaste, he selected the skill. It's Combative Gumption Aspects Analysis. You may analyze a target to determine if their combat experience is greater, lesser, or equivalent to your own. Analysis may fail if the target is significantly more powerful. He immediately used it on the hog. Combat Experience. Lesser. I don't know what I expected. Finally, Leaf returned to the first pair of skills. He still couldn't get a clear read on what Veil of Nature could truly do. Picking it would be a gamble, one that may or may not pay off. Ultimately, Leaf made the simple choice and picked Emboldened Vegetation. Each 6. Emboldened Vegetation. Aspects Empowerment Nature Body Life. Touch a plant to spur it to rapid growth and recovery. Vegetation you empower with this skill become more resilient and require less nourishment to survive. The targets of this skill quickly lose the majority of its empowering effects. A small portion of this skill's effects are maintained, but will slowly decay over a longer period of time. Repeated uses of this skill on the same targets reduce its efficacy. Leaf's immediate fear after reading over the skill's description would be that he couldn't target himself. After a moment of panic, he calmed down. He could indeed feel that his own body was a valid target. The second question was how long was the slower decay period? He plodded over to a nearby tree and placed a hand on the trunk. Emboldened Vegetation triggered, and a shudder rippled through the plant's center of mass before shooting up its branches and down into its roots. Almost immediately, leaves began to bud, then fully grow in the tree's canopy. Leaf spotted several small branches spread, reaching for the surrounding air like greedy little fingers. The Spriggan could feel the energy thrumming through the tree, a vibrant and potent force that made its vitality hum with delight. It made Leaf curious as to what exactly emboldened vegetation would do for him. If it makes my mobile form sprout branches, I will not be pleased. Chapter 44. Training by Dawn. Leaf's fist rushed through the crisp morning air. He stepped forward and moved into the next part of the training form. His every strike sent a small rush of wind blowing across the small flat plateau. He was using grand action to empower his might attribute. Having spent his 19 free points on charisma, the effect was quite potent. Success attributes: free 0, might 41 plus 10%, alacrity 45 plus 10%, intelligence 29 plus 10%, willpower 25 plus 10%, spirit 37 plus 10%, charisma 55 plus 90%. Leaf effectively had over 100 charisma, after the bonus was taken into account. Grand action allowed him to boost any other attribute by around 20 after counting the 90% increase. The results were immediately noticeable. When he focused on spirit, his body felt more vibrant, and his connection to the world around him felt far clearer. Willpower made concentrating feel almost effortless, and intelligence cleared his mind and sharpened his memory. But the two biggest changes were to his might and alacrity. Leaf moved on to a different form, a more complex series of sweeping movements and wide stances that the Mythold had taught him, as he repeated over and over what he had learnt beneath the city of Farron. Leaf became more and more accustomed to how much stronger he had become, from the edge of his perception, the range having been increased due to his aura of nobility, benefiting from the massive boost in charisma. Leaf felt two faint presences approach. Initially, he assumed it was Marcus and Sieg, but they wouldn't have known where he was, nor did they have any reason to be awake so early. Actually, maybe Marcus could find me with his skills, Leaf thought, thinking back to the mage's Seeker class. But as it turned out, it wasn't either of them. As the two presences came closer, the feeling of their vitality became clearer. People. Likely two members of the expedition. The first hopped over a small incline and came into view. It was a woman, younger than Hera by several years, and likely in her late teens. She had short, tied black hair and a scowl etched onto her angular features. She was followed by a man of similar age. He had hair both longer and lighter than his companion. His eyes were wide and round, similar to the rest of his head. Both radiated a tired irritation, not targeted at Leaf, but rather at one another. The Spriggan thought back to his initial encounter with the expedition proper during the prior evening. He recognized them both. They had been the pair who had first noticed Hera's imminent arrival from the sky. The humans stepped onto the plateau with sluggish, exhausted steps. The girl was the first to notice Leaf. She missed a step and rubbed at bleary, sleep-filled eyes. The young man, hot on her heels, stumbled as he crashed into her from behind. They briefly fought one another for stability before breaking apart, hissing curses and insults. "Good morning. I wasn't expecting company," Leaf said, both amused and slightly defensive. How would these two react to his presence? The girl grumbled as she stood up straight. "Morning." She yawned. "I told you we should have gotten here earlier. Now the good spot is taken," the boy muttered. She turned on him with an angry scowl. "And who was it that woke up late? Because it wasn't me." "Linus," she snapped back. "Well, it wasn't me who messed up in the mine dungeon. Was it Adriana?" he retorted, bristling at her comment. The girl, Adriana, flushed red. "Well, I wouldn't have made that mistake if you—" Hey, Leaf said, sensing the hostility building up between the two humans. "Why don't you tell me why you're here instead of fighting?" It felt odd to engage in conversation with strangers. He was still unsure if they would panic. suddenly realize what he was and flee, or maybe something worse. Instead of being angry or disgusted like Leif had expected, both looked sheepish. Training, Adriana mumbled. We need to get stronger, Linus said, rolling his shoulders. We can't fail again. He glanced at his partner and sighed. We're a team, even if she doesn't like to act like it. Not my fault the Academy paired us up, Adriana snapped back. And if you weren't so insufferable, me insufferable. If you think this is my fault. Hey, Leif said again, raising his voice to distract from the upcoming argument. He paused, unsure what to say. Wincing internally, his mind raced. How would I have acted in the past? What would the man, who was still human, have done? I'm training too. How about we do it together? Even to his own ears, that sounded forced. Both humans stopped bickering. It was clear they didn't know how to respond. He could sense confusion and apprehension from Amber sympathy. Leif didn't blame them. If a monster had asked his past self to train, how would he have reacted? So he tried a different tact. So, what do you need to improve? Maybe I could be of assistance. The two shared a glance, then spoke at the same time. Coordination. Teamwork. Then they glared at each other as if annoyed that the other had spoken. I have no idea how to teach that, Leif thought. Okay. How about you? Warm up. He had seen Sieg do that before attempting the statue's trials in the Mythhold. When he had asked, Marcus had explained the process in his usual enthusiasm. The teens both shrugged, then moved into separate positions. Leif was relieved. He would have time to think. Almost immediately, they got in each other's way. Linus had withdrawn 2 wooden training daggers and began to levitate them in wide, sweeping arcs around his body. Adriana, in turn, lifted her hands and started sending out short bursts of whistling wind. The daggers drifted into the path of the blasts, and then the two were bickering and cursing. From what Leif had understood from Marcus and Sieg's explanations, expedition members were paired off into teams, but the 2 men were far, far more coordinated than these two. Leif scratched the back of his head as the first rays of light peeked over the horizon. Leif rewound his perception of time, amber grains, each representing movement, change, drifted back as he focused. The Spriggans saw both Linus and Adriana move back into their ready stances. He sensed how their intent was focused internally as they began to use their skills. Leif canceled the time perception of amber sympathy and crossed his arms. Neither of you take the other into account when you act. You're like 2 arms reaching for an object, never realizing you're attached to the same body. 2 golden apparitions burst from Leif's shoulders as the humans turned to look at him. Both limbs moved into a ready stance. Come, no skills, half speed. Chapter 45. Observations. Hera saw. Her perception honed from her high-level archery class, and further enhanced from light magic let her see much further than most of her level. She stood on 1 foot at the tip of a spear-like pine as she looked over the landscape that had once been the kingdom of Farron. It was a bleak, disturbing reminder of what could have happened to her own homeland, to all the northern kingdoms during the massive enslaved invasion for that matter. Her keen vision flicked to the stone wall of jagged teeth jutting from the ground like a savage grin. The northern mountains were a place of high mana density. Danger lurked around every stone. Even someone considered an elite of humanity like herself had to be wary. But it wasn't the mountains humanity had to be worried about. It was what lived beyond. Even a few days' travel from the mountains, she diligently scanned the peaks, searching for any movement or glint that may grant her foreknowledge of an imminent threat. There was nothing. Other than the boiling clouds that rolled between the jagged peaks, there was no movement. The threat was closer. From her life of living on the edge, Hera had found that simple fact to be the most consistently true. Danger was always closer than you imagined. It had been true when she was little. It had been true while she was training for the Crucible. And now, years after she'd gone through hell and come back reforged. She shook her head and refocused. The Academy blade shifted her attention to her more immediate surroundings. The remnants of ruined villages and towns littering the landscape for miles in all directions. The lingering smoke trail from the expedition's campsite. A small flat plateau jutting from a nearby cliffside where 3 figures moved. Hera had noticed this encounter happen over an hour ago, as the sun had first risen and had been intermittently watching its progress. The pair she had intentionally put together fumbled over one another as they traded blows with the expedition's most recent and most interesting addition. She found it infinitely amusing that despite being so far removed from home, a strange remnant of her past would find her even out on the ruined frontier. Hera doubted she had ever met the man called Leif Vin, if the Spriggan story was true, and despite the absurdity, she did believe it to be so. Then he would have died back during the war. I would have been how old? 13, 14, she thought idly. Months and years had somewhat lost its meaning after her experience in the distorted time of the Crucible. Movement caught her attention from the north. 2 large winged creatures had burst from a tree-covered hillside. Hera watched the griffins' panicked descent as they flew perpendicular to the northern mountains and disappeared into the west. The danger is far closer, she thought. They couldn't stay here. Whatever forces were at play in this region were beyond her ability to contend with. She would need to observe the aftermath of the battle and find evidence of the powers at play. A day. Then we head south. Maybe sooner. It depends on what I find. She spoke aloud, her voice drifting on the wind. Yes, ma'am, said Darius from a nearby, but notably shorter tree. His voice quivered slightly. He teetered, his balance unsteady. Hera could pierce the skill producing the misty shroud he used for concealment, but for those around his level he would be nearly invisible. She suspected the less observant members of the expedition hadn't noticed him at all. That was something she would need to train them on. So much to do, she thought, judging the distance from her current location to where the griffins had taken off. A bow of light materialized in her palm. Hera drew back the string, and an arrow blurred into existence. Keep watch, kid. I'll be back soon. Then she loosed the conjured projectile in a streak of white into the distance, the arrow whistling as it flew, a streak of shimmering white trailing the projectile. A few moments later, she mentally triggered a follow-up skill and vanished, but not before hearing his muttered reply of, "I'm not that much younger." An hour later, she arrived outside Farron, and in a few moments she had observed the scope of the damage. Hera winced as she beheld the sheer level of destruction. On her way to the ruined city, Hera hadn't discovered any sign of what was causing the local wildlife to panic. Well, other than a small group of goblins, but those creatures were barely a threat to something as powerful as a griffin. Regardless, they were wandering too close to the expedition camp, so she had eliminated them. Now, within the city proper, Hera felt the push coming from the ground beneath her feet. The wards cracked and shattered from within the mythhold, burnt the last of their energy as they projected a field intended to scramble the mana that naturally saturated the bodies of powerful beings. She, as a human barely over level 100, was not the intended target of these defenses. It reminded her of the less sophisticated protections that many banks and noble estates employed throughout the Empire proper. Hera had always wondered if they genuinely expected the whispered immortals of humanity to rob a bank. The idea seemed ridiculous, but she supposed it also prevented divination and other such skills. The battle within the former capital of a once powerful northern kingdom had wrought devastating amounts of destruction to the ancient mythhold. The entrance had collapsed, unsurprising considering the power at play as monsters used the corpse of civilization as a playpen. In fact, the entire main square of the city's innermost district had sunk into the ground, as if slammed by a great fist from above. The morbid scene felt much like the rest of this part of the world, destroyed and with potential danger hiding behind every corner. It made her worry. Already 2 of the students under her care had nearly been killed in a newly discovered earthen-attuned dungeon. Then, while she was traveling to rescue them, she received word that 2 more had vanished, and experienced second years at that. Hera sighed and summoned a shard of mostly see-through glass. The object had a thin outlining of metal around the edges that glinted under the sunlight. She focused her power, attuned to light as it was, into the small construct and captured an image. She would need proof. As a blade, her word ought to be enough. Who am I kidding? Khan probably won't believe me even with proof. She grumbled internally. There was a time and place for strict military doctrine, but this expedition wasn't it. Already they had needed to improvise and deviate from the established plan. She knew that if the former military man knew how much he would have a fit. Hera moved around the city, leaping from building to building. Where she couldn't maintain a height advantage over her surroundings, she created shimmering platforms of white light on which she stood before bounding off. The blade was searching for something, a minor inconsistency in the story relayed to her by Sieg, Marcus and their odd new friend. Teleportation, not the act itself. Teleportation circles hadn't been lost to the annals of time like so many of humanity's other wonders. Rather, it was where they had teleported from. The mythhold should have prevented teleportation in and out of the structure, similarly to how it would prevent scrying. It was a basic ward, so basic it was even used in her backwater homeland. She made her way to the mostly destroyed temple. Tall pillars framed the skeleton of the structure's internals. Judging by the tattered remains of several banners and an altar with bird iconography, the temple had likely been Saurian. Mind filled with dark thoughts, Hera quickly found the teleportation circle. Blood stained the marble engravings. The sheer amount gave her pause. Hera withdrew several mana shards from her spatial storage and activated the teleportation enchantment. After testing the portal's stability, she stepped through.
Listen.
30 minutes later, she re-emerged into the mid-morning light of Farron. Fucking hells. This is why I hate fanatics. Why the fuck would you deliberately undermine an ancient structure's defensive integrity just to build a back entrance? Hera yelled at the rubble. Utter fucking imbeciles! And what was worse, the undead she was informed about in the debrief had escaped down into the depths of the earth. Fractured cracks mired by hundreds of tiny scratch marks indicated the direction they had fled. Hera hadn't gone deeper. She was an archer. Much of her strength relied on large open environments. Despite her reputation for being brash, she most certainly wasn't suicidal. A shiver ran down her spine. At this very moment, they were likely crawling around beneath the northern frontier. If they found a way up to the surface, or worse, if they were being controlled by something. This isn't just a regional crisis. This is a catastrophe waiting to happen. Undead in the north, the Empire barely holds them back in the east as is. She fumed internally before firing off an arrow of light into the sky. Isus, a crimson speck of light, invisible to all but its own kind, hovered above the northern frontier of humanity's territories. The Overseer observed. It was his job, after all. Not that he was getting paid. Data streamed into what constituted his mind, unseen rivers flowing into his consciousness wherever the system's influence touched living beings. He couldn't observe the whole planet, not at once anyway. The Overseer had been situated above this specific part of the world for the past 15 years. He would seed his awareness into regions where major shifts in the power structure of the many warring factions of Earth occurred, or would soon occur according to his predictions. It wasn't an exact science, you must understand. Do you know how difficult seeing the future is? Anyway, the Overseer had been paying keen attention to this specific part of the world. It had only become more interesting after a major error let him slip through the cracks. That wound in the fabric of the system's directive had since healed over. Nothing but metaphorical scar tissue remaining. It was disappointing. He would have loved to have another chat. System errors weren't an altogether uncommon phenomenon, but ones that left a large enough gap only happened on average once or twice a year. The Overseer watched several happenings all at the same time. A mundane trade agreement at the skydocks of Alho, 2 children struggling to survive in the streets of Cartanth, an ever-growing horde of undeath beneath what had once been the kingdom of Farron. Over the millennia he had watched, humanity had lost more and more to forces they were unable to keep in check. To say the Overseer had grown callous to the loss of life wouldn't be incorrect. He had created several mental blocks and backup protocols just to prevent himself from being overwhelmed. It wouldn't do for this world to lose the last of his kind. The Overseer felt his awareness wandering. Focusing for an extended period of time was growing harder and harder. He just hoped something would change for the better while he was still around to see it. Chapter 46. Sharing. 3 daggers, each controlled and propelled by telekinesis, flashed forward, the sharp metal glinting under the sun. To Leif's sight, they were trailed by a thin line of gold, as were the movements of both of his opponents. Oh, phew. Leif slapped aside the first, sidestepped the second, and let the third impact his shoulder. It did little to stop him, though the dagger penetrated deep into his bark. The Spriggan charged the human whom the blades belonged to, his 4 amber arms reaching, deflecting, hounding. This had started out as training without skill use. It was one of many things Marcus had talked about while they were trapped within the Mythhold. Apparently it was a common training method in certain parts of the world. Leif and Sieg had done it once. Then the Spriggan had gone back to practicing with the statues. Leif's current fighting prowess was like night and day to how it had been back then. It was remarkable how much a few days had changed him. He knew the early levels were the easiest to gain, but levels only counted partially for his current growth. Regardless, Leif had sensed the building frustration growing within his 2 students. As they kept tripping over one another, he had told them to go wild. If anything, it had made them fight even worse. But that was over an hour ago, and 4 rounds later things were slowly changing. Linus launched himself back with a burst of telekinetic power. As Leif made to follow, a sharp whistle came from his left. It was followed a split second later by a powerful burst of wind. It buffeted Leif, but only for a moment. Adriana cursed and gestured downwards. A field of thrumming wind surrounded her body, empowering her movements. She sent 2 more bursts of air in Leif's direction as Linus retracted his daggers from where they had flown. For a brief, fantastic moment, the 2 were in sync. Then, one of Linus's daggers moved into the path of his companion's blasts and got knocked off course by Adriana's wind. The weapon was sent tumbling. Then the wind mage stepped into an invisible wire of telekinetic energy and tripped. Both humans yelled in frustration, but they didn't let up. Leif grabbed at Linus's collar, but a sharp whistle made the rogue speed up ever so slightly. The Spriggan turned his attention to the fallen mage as she struggled to get up. Amber steps carried him back towards her location with a streak of golden light. Grand action accelerated his movement as he focused on alacrity. Adriana panicked at his sudden and rapid approach. She flared a dome of repelling wind and sound around her. Leif powered through, though he was still slowed slightly by the domain skill's effects. The wind mage sent a compressed blade of near-invisible air right for his throat. He easily blocked the relatively dangerous attack with a golden barrier courtesy of Under My Protection, then snapped his arm up to catch the rogue, who was hurtling through the air right towards him. Linus had landed on, then kicked off a boulder with enough force to crack the stone below. The man somewhat foolishly yelled as he flew forward. It didn't particularly matter in this instance, as Leif could already sense him, though it may have been a decent surprise attack in any other situation. A golden hand caught him by the arm and twisted. At the same time, another grabbed Adriana by the shin. Young man and woman swapped places, tumbling like the blades of a windmill as Leif spun his entire body. Linus slammed face up into the ground as Adriana was wheeled through the air. Then Leaf slammed her down on top of him. Both combatants groaned in defeat and moaned in pain. Leif stepped back and crossed 3 sets of arms. Better. They were fine. Mostly. He would heal them in a bit. The pair of humans didn't get up. He analyzed them. Combat experience lesser. Combat experience lesser. To be expected, I suppose. I wish combative gumption gave a little more detail. Leif contemplated. The Spriggan focused on his willpower and reshaped a golden limb. It narrowed and extended, no longer recognizable as a hand and arm, but more akin to the roots he had first created after his evolution. The thin branch of amber administered a healthy dose of healing. The groaning stopped. The past few hours had been more than enlightening. For him, at least. Leif was now far more familiar with his newfound strength. Linus and Adriana had gotten much out of the training too, though probably less than he had. The two humans seemed to have an irreconcilable rift, preventing them from even trying to work together. The Spriggan wasn't sure how, or if, he could help either of them. He had needed to get used to his skills and attributes after his massive growth in levels. It was a good distraction as well. Images and scenes from his trial kept slipping into his mind, lighting a fire within his spirit. Leif knew he couldn't act on his desire to return home. He wasn't ready, and a part of him doubted if he ever would be. Fortunately, progress was an exemplary distraction. Having gotten used to his new strength and learning to adapt to 2 new combatants, he had received a system prompt. Congratulations, your brawler skill, Grounded Stance, has met an upgrade threshold. Would you like to upgrade Grounded Stance from rank 1 to rank 2? Why say? Naturally, Leif accepted the rank up. Almost unconsciously, he began to reassess his footing, how he moved, the weight distribution behind every past strike. He could sense the inefficiencies and mistakes with his current style. It wasn't like the skill had dumped this knowledge into his mind. Instead, it felt more akin to his own understanding being sharpened and clarified. A spotlight pointed at a specific place, guiding him in the correct direction. Ranking up the skill hadn't been overly difficult. Ever since Leif had ranked up the Well Within, he had become aware of the ceiling certain skills possessed. Similarly, with his cultivation skill, upgrading Grounded Stance no longer seemed within reach. As if the next step would require a qualitative leap in understanding to even glimpse the next rank, the Spriggan turned to where both humans were stumbling to their feet. How can I teach them? They're so quick to get into each other's way. Within moments, they were grumbling at each other. This quickly began to devolve into a full shouting match. Leif had an idea. There was a brand new part of a skill he hadn't yet used. He reached out with his will, targeting both expedition members. Then he triggered Amber Sympathy. The present faded into the background as golden grains of sand began to drift against the currents of time. Adriana gasped, and Linus stared in shock. The outlines of each motion, attack and counter, began to replay across the plateau. Maintaining the skill like this, sharing his ability to see the past, was far more taxing than usual. Leif focused his will and pitted it against the increasing strain of the skill. He couldn't rewind all the way back to the beginning of their most recent spar, but he got within a few seconds. Good enough. Do you see it? He asked. Both humans nodded dumbly. It's faint, and it's hard to make out. Adriana said. Is this our fight? Linus asked, squinting at his surroundings. Yes, Leif replied simply. Now watch. Right from the start, you got into each other's way.
Sure.
Midday came and went before something changed. Both Linus and Adriana had become fixated on training. Their animosity fueled rivalry, spurring each to improve faster than the other. But just because they were motivated didn't mean they were any good. 2 new presences approached the plateau. Leif cocked his head in the direction of the newcomers while he absent-mindedly scratched the head of a deer. Several animals had filtered down from where they had been resting. Many watched in interest as the 2 humans sparred. Sieg and Marcus came into view. Leif nodded as they approached. "You're stronger. Very nice." "How was the advancement trials?" Sieg called. "It was enlightening," he responded. Out of curiosity, he used combative gumption to analyze them both. Combat experience, greater. The results for the Northman were expected. The man had been training and fighting most of his life after all. Leif switched his focus to Marcus and repeated the skill usage. The skill was instinctual, barely requiring any input to activate. Leif thought, reading over the results in confusion. Combat experience, lesser, error. Target invalid, error. Target invalid, what Marcus asked, coming to a stop. Is something wrong? Is it my face? What's happening? Somewhere far away, a red mote of light was absent-mindedly watching a pair of songbirds fly through the air. The overseer received a ping indicating a system error, followed by coordinates. It did a little flip in happiness before zooming off. Chapter 47. Imperfect. Combat experience. Lesser. Error. Target invalid. Error. Target invalid. Leif asked, looking blankly at the system message. Marcus asked, staring at his staring. My analysis skill is saying you're an invalid target, Leif said, thoroughly confused. What Marcus asked, dumbfounded. What Sieg said, equally puzzled. He turned to look at Marcus, then shrugged. Mine works fine. Leif shared a look with the deer. Combat experience lesser. What is going on, Leif thought. Why is my combative gumption skill showing 2 error messages, and why only for Marcus? I have a new skill, he explained, detailing the effects of his analysis skill. For some reason it shows 2 error messages after I analyze you. System errors sometimes happen when skills conflict, Sieg said. A pretty famous example is if a new skill invalidates the conditions to use an older skill. The system sometimes alters things if that happens. Maybe your skill has 2 conflicting prerequisites, Marcus suggested. Something like, you must be lower level and you must be higher level. There's a course dedicated to system oddities in the academy. Leif reread the skill. There was nothing of the sort in the description. No, nothing like that. Oh well. If it's a new skill from Brawler, it will likely fix itself if you fuse it to something else, or if the class promotion changes something, Marcus said, hopping forward. Now, tell us, did you get offered a new class? The Spriggan nodded. Yes, Marcus said, pumping his fist. I knew it. I won the bet. You didn't win shit, Sieg stated flatly. I never took that bet. Actually, Leif said, I was offered 2. Sieg grunted in approval. Well deserved. Did you pick one? Not yet. I wanted to get a second opinion before I made a choice, Leif said. The Spriggan detected the intent to nibble and gently deflected the offending deer with a hand. It made an annoyed huff at being denied. Leif glared down at the innocent-looking animal, its eyes wide and hopeful. Then an arrow of light fell from the sky. It disappeared behind a cluster of trees back in the direction of the main campsite. To the side, Linus and Adriana's spar-turned duel came to a stop. Both teenagers looked battered and bruised. Each was breathing heavily and sporting several minor injuries. Let's walk and talk kids, Marcus said, looking at the two with amusement and clapping his hands together. I can personally attest to how potent Attuned is as a foundation class, Sieg said as the campsite came into view. I combined mine with Fighter. Once both had a joined level total of 10. Costs a promotion seal like usual, but it frees up a class slot. The process is called a class union. Leif hadn't thought about that. How was he supposed to get promotion items? He knew the system was supposed to occasionally reward them. But considering neither he, nor Sieg or Marcus, had received one after escaping the Mythhold, while the inner workings of the system are a mystery, even to the most enigmatic of beings, we can be quite confident that if Leif, Marcus, and Sieg had killed the reanimated Formian queen, they most certainly would have been showered in rewards. Throughout history, there had been quite the obsession with discovering how best to trigger the different system rewards. As far as I'm aware, nobody has ever gotten close. The process of reverse engineering algorithms that use variables that cannot be directly observed by the mortal eye tend to be fairly impossible. We'll trade some of our mana shards for seals and emblems when we arrive at the outpost. The Academy usually brings a stock of them for large-scale expeditions like this as rewards. Doubly so when the Imperial Army is involved, Marcus said. I thought this was the expedition, Leif asked, gesturing at the camp. We're the main party, Sieg said. Our task was to look for potential dungeons and assess threats. It's what the Academy does best. Or at least it's what the institution makes students do for training. But the Empire is looking to expand a line of forts across the newly vacant frontier, in case of any follow-up invasions. I heard Farron had recently discovered resources in the north, near the mountains, Linus said, wincing briefly at some of his lingering aches, before continuing. Leif had healed both him and Adriana before the group had set off, but the Empire didn't know about it until the royal family evacuated. Politics, Sieg sneered. The Empire may have tried to defend the people if they had known. Linus opened his mouth as if to argue, but Johann came stomping up. Meeting, now. Get moving. The bald man glared at Leif, but didn't comment. The Spriggan was more than glad to avoid a confrontation. Hera sat, one leg over the other on a fallen log, while the 36 or so members of the expedition milled around her in a rough semicircle. She drained a canteen of water, then tossed the empty container to Melissa. The elderly lady caught the projectile with surprising adroitness and shuffled away. Okay, people, Hera called, and she focused on the group. This whole thing has gone to shit, so we're pulling out. The horde of undead those three found, she pointed at Marcus, Sieg and Leif, are missing. Not that they don't exist. I'm saying they retreated deeper underground. A hush fell over the expedition. Hera brought her lips into a thin, humorless smile. Normally undead don't behave like that. Not unless there is a high-level monster controlling them. So we have 3 major problems. Firstly, the entire countryside is practically flooded with goblins, including an incarnate orc lord. Secondly, an awakened enslaver of unknown level is somewhere nearby. And finally, there is most likely an undead infestation in the chasms beneath our feet. The silence, somehow, became quieter. We'll head south, fast and light. Once we've made contact with Far Reach and the Imperial contingent, we can make our next choices. Got it. No more funny business. From here on out, consider this a war zone. I want this camp unmade and everyone ready to leave in an hour. Go, go, go. Immediately, people went scrambling. The campsite became a maelstrom of chaos as belongings were packed and tents began to fall. Spriggan, Hera said as she stepped out of the frenzy, with me, we need to talk. Leif tilted his head in acknowledgement and moved to follow the human. They walked several dozen meters from the expedition. Leif noticed Marcus pointing towards Hera and him to Sieg, but neither man followed. They reached the tree line and stopped, Hera leaning against a tall tree. Time is short, so let's make this quick. I'm grateful you saved the lives of 2 of my people. Without you, they wouldn't be alive, and we may very well have lost more trying to rescue them. I've checked out the ruins of Farron. It's a massive disaster. He nodded, unsure where she was going, thinking about your story and how unique your situation is. I can only assume you will be of great interest to several factions, not only within the Academy but the Empire as a whole. But this is just about a state of emergency. We don't have time to do paperwork and check regulations. I'll probably get yelled at, but at this point, I don't care. Hera sighed before continuing. Bringing you with us will be a pain. The military especially won't be pleased with a monster tagging along. Fortunately, I have a solution. Darius, get over here, she called, seemingly to nobody. Huh! A moment later, a young man in dark clothing, leather armor, and with piercing green eyes materialized out of mist. Leif took a step back in surprise. He hadn't noticed the man, or his intent with his perception until he had become visible. "Yes," Darius asked, his voice hesitant. "Give Leif your badge," Hera ordered. "My lady?" "Yes, I know it's yours, but we only have one." She turned to Leif, plucking a small silver object from Darius's hand as the man withdrew it from a pocket. This denotes someone as an auxiliary member of an official academy operation. She flipped it to Leif. The Spriggan caught the object and examined it. It was finely detailed and made out of a silvery metal. A faint blue glow emanated from within tiny seams. It was shaped like a serpent eating its own tail. Or is that a dragon? Yes, its wings are folded, but that's definitely a dragon. Within the center of the encircling dragon were 4 overlapping circles in an almost flower-shaped pattern. It's something the Academy uses to verify personnel hired on for one reason or another. If anyone asks, "You're a healer we brought on after an incident. Congratulations, you're hired. Your pay is whatever the current rate is. I'm not sure how much a healer's time is worth." Darius shrugged when Hera shot him a questioning look, the boy looking away after a moment, not meeting her gaze. Leif appreciated the help. He really did. But there was a glaringly obvious flaw in Hera's plan if she wanted him to blend in. "Here," she said, as the air around her hand warped. A thick, traveling cloak, mud red in color and with several small patches materialized out of nowhere. The blade threw the clothing at Leif. It landed on his head and draped him like a clothes hanger. Little pointed sticks jutted up and out from under the cloth. "Just put that on and don't talk too much. It's obvious you're not human when you talk." "Oh, now that our little expedition has 2 auxiliary members, you 2 are a pair. Look after one another and all that. Now I have a tent to pack. See ya," she said, turning and walking off. Leif untangled himself from the cloak and looked down at it. The Spriggan suddenly became aware he'd been effectively naked this whole time. Physiologically incapable of feeling embarrassed. The noggin chemicals just weren't there. Leif stood frozen. The parts of his mind and soul that were human conflicted with those that were monstrous. The collision short-circuited both. Good to meet you," Dyrus said. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly when Leif didn't respond. Are you okay?" "If anyone is wondering, no." There was nothing to see. Chapter 48. Adept or Attune. Leif looked rather unassuming under his new cloak. He was roughly the size and shape of a human adult, though he had different proportions. His arms were longer, and his hands were larger, possessing 4 claw-tipped fingers. With his hood up, aura withdrawn, and extremities hidden beneath fabric, the Spriggan wouldn't draw too many odd glances. The expedition marched in a quick, loose, single-file formation. Most people were burdened with their tents and belongings, but several were notably light on visible possessions. "Do you not have a tent?" the covered plant monster asked. "I sleep under the stars," Darius replied. The young man watching the moving column reach the base of the hill and disappear one by one into a sparse cluster of trees. "Do you have a tent?" Leif looked at him for several seconds. A stupid question." He turned away, sheepish. "Sorry, I'm not great with people. Or monsters. Sorry, I've never talked to a plant before," and Leif huffed a laugh. "Less words can be better. Sometimes I don't know what to say. Often, actually. But he doesn't need to know that." "Really? I guess so," Darius replied, partially fading out of sight. A twig snapped behind them, and the man jolted, spinning in alarm, the movement dispelling whatever stealth ability he had unconsciously triggered. 2 deer stared placidly, both chewing on leaves attached to the same stick. It looked ridiculous. "I'll let the expedition get further ahead before I follow with my animals," Leif said. "You can go on ahead. I know you've been forced to do this." Oh, not at all." "Well, a little. but I'd happily do anything Lady Hera asks," he said, green eyes sparkling as a goofy grin spread over his face. "Do you know her well?" "Yes, well, no, not as much as I'd like. She's just so, Leaf didn't. Strong, he guessed. Darius sighed. The man gained a faraway look in his eyes. "She's so beautiful, smart, the way her hair shimmers under the sun." The Spriggan's amber eyes flickered, imitating a slow blink. "Huh? And the way she moves, so elegant and graceful. And the way she fights." Darius's hands were wildly gesturing, and the way her body hugs the... He paused, realizing what he was saying. And to whom? The human turned beet red and partially veiled himself in mist. He squatted down, arms hugging his knees. Pretend you didn't hear anything." Leaf just nodded. He had a class to pick for displaying your aptitude for life-aspected magics, reversing the near-fatal intrusion of death energy, and successfully bringing someone back from the very brink of death. You have the opportunity to gain the Attuned Life class. Class slots 1/3, except YN, for constantly healing and protecting your allies even in the direst of situations, and proving yourself a capable healer and combatant even under the most stressful of circumstances. You have the opportunity to gain the Adept class. Class slots 1/3, except YN. Leaf had been considering his options ever since they had been presented to him. But that didn't mean the choice was easy. He had 2 skills with the life aspect. Leaf suspected that Attuned Life would likely amplify those skills, and most certainly grant him several new ones. Leaf sorted his current skills, making a list of the skills with the life aspect. Isos, settle. Embolden vegetation. Isos, only 2, and they were both skills he had very little experience with. I think Foundation classes provide at most a plus 50% bonus to skills from the class perk. At least that's what Brawler provides. Actually, now that he thought about it, what is the difference between life and blood? Both have something to do with healing, and several of my blood skills barely seem related to it at all. They mention vitality and life force. Isn't that synonymous with healing? Well, Leif supposed he had someone to ask, though he wasn't sure how mentally sound Darius was after his little outburst. "Hey, can I ask a question?" the Spriggan asked. "Sure," the man stammered, looking up guiltily. "Anything. I mean, not anything. You know what I mean," he sighed, shoulders deflating. Leaf didn't. Why are some skill aspects so similar? And do class perks overlap if the aspects are more or less the same? The man rocked back in his ankles and sat back. He looked lost in thought. "They're like system semantic. That's what I was taught anyway. But no, there's no overlap. Fire and heat are different aspects, and class perks don't overlap any bonuses. A bonus to fire wouldn't affect a skill with the heat aspect, I think. Not unless they had both. I have blood and life aspects. Don't they do the same thing?" He shrugged. "I didn't go to that big fancy academy. My family runs an adventuring guild in Aileho. You'd be better off asking the students, or Lady Hera." He mumbled the last part. Leaf crossed his arms. He wasn't fully satisfied with that answer, especially since the expedition was currently marching out of sight. He focused on the second option. Adept seemed more generalized. It mentioned both healing and combat in the class unlock prerequisites. "Fighting is good. I do that quite a lot," he mused. It was likely the class would provide a perk with increases to what he was already good at. Stacking perks seems to be quite potent. I wonder how much class synergy is recommended. Leaf knew which class he had been favoring. Further contemplation hadn't changed that, so he picked his newest class. "Congratulations, you have gained the Adept class. Level Up Class Adept is now level 1. For meeting the class requirements and having an available class slot, you have gained a level, plus 1 free point. Sipsa. Adept. Through persistence and grit, you have come to possess a natural inclination for the healing arts and an understanding of the body. Tier 1 Foundation. Level 1, 10. Class perk. plus 50% to the effect of life-aspected skills, plus 50% to the effect of enhancement body skills. Your healing skills are 50% less strenuous on the target's body. Growths, free points plus 1. Might D. Alacrity E. Intelligence D+. Willpower C. Spirit C+. Charisma D+. Base stats might plus 1. Willpower plus 2. Spirit plus 2. Charisma plus 1. Skills. None. Olshul. Leaf read over the class details. The attribute increases from the class's base stats were mostly insubstantial, though every little bit would add up. He wondered why his Amber Blight Spriggan class granted so many attributes compared to his general classes. I suppose it's one of the main differences between monster and human classes. That and monster classes evolve, while human classes promote. The Spriggan mentally assessed his current skills. With the additional 50% increase to body enhancement skills, many felt even more potent. But he wouldn't test them out. Not quite yet. After all, he still had something to do. He had made a choice. Leaf understood the theory behind not filling up his class slots, but having talked to Marcus and Sieg about it, he felt confident in it being the right choice. While it may hinder him in the short term, Leaf felt in the core of his being it would pay off. Hopefully. Congratulations! You have gained the Attuned Life class. Level Up class. Attuned Life is now level 1. For meeting the class requirements and having an available class slot, you have gained a level. Plus 1 to intelligence, plus 1 free point. Attuned Life. You have felt your connection to life and have chosen to solidify it. To be attuned is to walk in the steps of something greater. Tier 1, Foundation. Level 1, 10. Class perk. You and those around you naturally recover from wounds at an accelerated pace. Plus 50% to the effect of life-aspected skills. Plus 50% to the effect of skills that heal or restore. Growths. Free points plus 1. Might. Alacrity E. Intelligence D. Willpower D+. Spirit C. Charisma C+. Base. Stats Intelligence. Plus 1 Willpower. Plus 1 Spirit. Plus 2 Charisma. Plus 2 Skills. None. Leaf nodded thoughtfully as he read over his second healing class. The part of the class perk about natural recovery was almost identical to a line in his monster class's perk. He would need to level up in either class to gain a new skill. According to Marcus and Sieg, being taught by another owner of a similar class would be enough to level up once or twice. But Leaf didn't have anyone to teach him. Fortunately, he doubted gaining levels would be too much of a challenge. Leaf spent his 2 new free points on Charisma, bringing the attribute to 60. His resolve firm. He would gain strength, and then regain what he had lost. Name Life Vin. Race Amber Blight Spriggan. Age 11. Attributes. Free 0. Might 42 plus 10%. Alacrity 45 plus 10%. Intelligence 31 10%. Willpower 28 plus 10%. Spirit 41 plus 10%. Charisma 60 plus 90%. Total level 32. Monster classes 1-1. Amber Blight Spriggan 1420. Skills Gold Iron Physique. Amber Sympathy. Blight's Bounty. The Well Within 2. Settle. Amber Steps. Emboldened Vegetation. Classes 3-3. Brawler 6-10. Skills Grounded Stance 2. Combative Gumption. Adept 1-10. Skills None. Attuned Life 1-10. Skills None. Auxiliary Classes 1. Noble 10-10. Skills Aura of Nobility. I. Grand Action. Under My Protection. Legacy. Social. Chapter 49. Scouring. The crimson glow from the closest moon's cracked surface filtered down onto the planet. Where water pooled red was reflected like glistening blood, as Season's devastated side slowly rotated more and more into view over several days. The weather began to shift. The winds would pick up or become perfectly still. Rain or snow would fall in an endless wave, only for the sun's rays to warm the world the very next day. During these early days of turbulence, a group of goblins ran through the wilderness. They numbered around 20, and as they ran, they trampled undergrowth and disturbed wildlife. They ran because they were being hunted. They all were. A shockwave of power bloomed from behind the slowest goblins. It came from 100 meters back, the force sending dirt spraying and wood splintering. The detonation of power had come from where several of their group had tried to hide. Sweat ran in sheets down their small green bodies of those still fleeing, their breath coming in fearful rasps. Many of the panicking monsters dropped their makeshift weapons and shrugged off scrappy armor. They fled in any way they could, sometimes on all fours, desperately shoving each other aside to get even a few steps further from their pursuer. The evening flashed a dull blue as a lance of power shredded the land 50 meters to their left. The goblins knew their time would soon be up. For a brief, beautiful moment the air went quiet. For a blissful instant everything seemed peaceful. Then she fell upon them. The 5 fastest goblins, each over level 10, died instantly as a crushing weight plastered them into paste against the soil. Wings thrummed on their attacker's back, each insectile protrusion moving faster than they could see. It blurred forward, bones broke, and skulls shattered. In an instant, over half of their troop was dead. The slowest goblin, an unevolved creature with no name, fell back in terror. Warmth stained its ragged loincloth as it froze in fear. One of its brothers tried to flee, but it was pulled back as if by invisible strings. It screamed and wailed as it flew into the pursuer's iron grip. Words were spoken, but the unnamed goblin couldn't hear what was said, nor could it truly see through its tear-stained vision. One by one its clan died as the hunter reeled them in. Finally its turn came. A vice grip latched onto his shoulder and yanked him upwards. The goblin shivered in terror and rapidly blinked the tears from its eyes. The being before it looked almost human. Pale skin and long jet-black hair. It stared down at the goblin with cold, lifeless eyes, its feminine face portraying no emotion. "Where is he? Where is the one you call king?" she asked. "But please," the goblin howled. "Please, I'm just a goblin. I'm only level 3. I don't give any experience. Please, where?" She said, her voice somehow even colder. "Is your king? I don't know, please, I'm—" The goblin's pleading was cut off as his head impacted a hardwood tree and shattered. "Jesus." X hovered over the land, her wings and gravity-attuned powers keeping her at a consistent elevation. She scanned what was once the eastern fringe of a human kingdom called Farron, a kingdom she had been responsible for destroying. It was the will of her hive. She had no regrets. No, that wasn't true. She regretted that they had eventually lost. When their numbers were depleted and their supplies ran low, the humans had rallied near a coastal city and driven her kind back, forcing them to retreat. X had dueled the humans above their harbor, the complex wooden structures home to strange ships. The strongest of their city had worked together and drove her away. She had known it would happen. What the awakened Formian didn't know was that her family would be butchered in a pitched battle. She hadn't been there. She hadn't been able to help. After she had recovered from her near-life-threatening wounds, she had gone looking for them. Their trail had led underground into the geometric caverns below the world. But there, the trail had ended. For years, X had wandered, lost and confused. Without her hive, what was she? How could she live? But then, she had detected something, the faint scent of family. Even now, hovering above Farron and scanning its landscape, she could sense it, something calling her home. "Down," it whispered. "Come down." "No!" she hissed, teeth gritted. With every day the call grew louder, harder to resist. "You're not her. You're not my family." "Down!" X unleashed a ray of annihilation. It sliced down through trees and a hillside. "Down!" The Formian flinched. She needed something to focus on, something to hunt. The one who called himself king. Yes, he is another enemy. Hunt him. And so she did. With sheer force of will honed from a lifetime of combat and survival, she ripped herself from the pull. Goblins continued to die, killed by an entity far beyond their ability to comprehend, let alone fight. But as X left a trail of death in her wake, darkness crept up from below, adding the dead to their numbers. The expedition headed south. Hera pushed them to move faster and faster. During the day, she would stand above them, floating on a shimmering platform of light. She seemed focused on the far distance, and the faint flashes of blue light that could occasionally be seen. As they traveled, Leif noticed the land becoming less and less hospitable. Birds no longer sang in the branches of trees. Insects had gone to ground, and small mammals hid at the slightest sounds. He could feel something change deep beneath his feet, a creeping foulness following behind them. Even his animals could feel the change, the myriad creatures all sticking closer to him with every passing hour. After a day of moving at a near-constant jog, the expedition seemed to finally slip away from the malevolent force that had been on their heels. It was as if the world had taken a deep sigh of relief. The landscape changed. No longer were they marching through dense clusters of trees and jagged cliffs. Instead, the land became flat. Rocks piled up at the base of large sweeping hills as if they had been collected by a force capable of moving the world itself. In the distance, and the direction they were traveling, were large swaths of swampland. The inconsistent weather of early turbulence followed, each hour potentially bringing something new. On the fourth day of being on the move, Hera called the expedition to a halt. In a valley, a mile or so away, was a trail of lights and a line of slow-moving caravans. The vehicles were being pulled along by large woolly beasts with upward-facing horns. Surprisingly, some of the creatures seemed to tower above the very carts they were pulling. "What is it?" Leif asked to the empty air. At a cursory glance, he seemed to be alone. But over the last few days, he had gotten more and more skilled at sensing a hint of the veiled, misty presence lingering nearby. Darius shrugged, the man materializing from mist a few meters away. "Dunno. It isn't the base camp, though. We're still a week or two off still. Maybe nomads." "Nomads? I didn't think anyone lived here." The man squinted into the distance and nodded, seemingly to himself. "Yeah, it's definitely nomads. A Demican clan, most likely. They're a pretty common sight on the border of the human territories." Demican? Chapter 50. Distance. As the expedition drew closer, they caught the attention of the nomad camp. Individuals, too far away for any recognizable details, grabbed weapons and began scrambling around. Clearly, the expedition's arrival had caught them unaware. From his position at the rear of the expedition, Leif saw the tension and nervous shuffling of the academy students. He could sense several preparing for a fight. Others looked as if they were ready to run. "The Empire is quite hostile to Demican," Darius said as he squatted in place, watching as 6 riders exited the nomad camp. "There have been more than a few wars in the past century or so, mostly in the east and south. The enslaved attacking the northern kingdoms and imperial provinces is only the latest incident." Leif tried to recall what he knew of that particular enemy. He'd been remembering small flashes of a battle, but the memory was hazy and faded. "I thought the enslaved were ant monsters," he asked. "No, the enslavers are ant monsters, but most of their soldiers were human, or Demican with ant-like features." The Spriggan tensed at the revelation and viewed the camp with greater scrutiny. The riders approached the expedition, their stout horses effortlessly navigating the rugged and hardy terrain. "Will they be hostile? Will there be a fight?" Leif asked, the amber glow of his eyes watching the nomads warily. "Nah, we're in unclaimed territory, and even if we weren't, Allaho has friendly relations with many of the Demican clans in this area," Darius said, shrugging. "Actually, maybe she will need me, since I'm from a guild and not the academy." Leif side-eyed the young man. He seemed to have lit up at the thought of being of use to Hera. Strange man. Leif thought as he turned his attention to where the nomad riders had come to a stop. In the distance, Hera stepped forward. For over a minute, words were exchanged. Then the riders nodded and their postures relaxed. Darius was practically vibrating with excitement, his presence slowly fading in and out. "All right, kids," Hera called as she approached the milling crowd. "We'll be making camp here for tonight. I need to talk to their leader. If any of you start trouble, I will make you regret it." Many of the expedition members slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. Leif felt fine. Whenever he began to flag, he would draw a trickle of energy from every other plant he passed. It had been more than enough to keep him going.
"You saw."
Sure enough, Hera had called on Darius before entering the nomads' campsite. Melissa went too, but not before badgering them all about good behavior. The nomad camp was large. From its position atop a nearby hill, Leif could estimate there to be enough curved, fur-lined tents to house well over 100 people. His animals lazed around while the expedition slowly put their own tents up and began to prepare the evening's meals. Sieg and Marcus were the first to finish. The two men, a few years older than most of the other expedition members, were quick and efficient with their work. They ambled over to check up with Leif. The expedition had been moving at such a brisk pace that they hadn't had much time to talk in a few days. Marcus invited Leif to sit around the expedition's newly lit campfire, and tentatively the Spriggan agreed. With his hood up, he sat at the periphery of the group. He listened to their chatter, but didn't join in. Leif could feel the hesitation and apprehension of the humans around him. They stayed clear, and he didn't push the issue. Trying to integrate wouldn't end well, though it pained him to admit it. Leif imagined the young man he had witnessed in his advancement trial interacting with the expedition, laughing at their jokes and engaging with their conversations. How would the person he had once been react to their friendly jibes? How many of them would have been his friends? The thoughts quickly spiraled downwards into depression. He was alone, and would be, until he could regain what he had lost. If that's even possible. He thought sourly. Leif was so close to having a wisp of his old life back, but he was kept at arm's length by suspicion and hostility. Marcus and Sieg were the obvious exceptions, and while they kept him company, they clearly had other things to do than babysit a brooding monster. Sieg was on cooking duty, along with a woman Leif didn't know the name of, and Marcus started arguing with two other men about a technical topic Leif didn't understand. It was so normal, but so far away. An hour into the meal, a group departed the nomad camp. They snaked down the hill and made their way towards the expedition. It was small compared to the gathered academy students, around 10 nomads in total. Conversation came to an end and several people stood up, some tense, others more relaxed. Leif wasn't overly familiar with the social cliques, but he had noticed several distinct groups. The one that made to confront the newcomers was led by the one expedition member Leif had an overwhelmingly negative experience with. "What do you want?" Johann snapped. His arms crossed as if his posture alone could bar them entry. Leif felt what remaining intent on him shift away and be redirected at the nomads. Now that they were closer, Leif finally got a good look. At a glance, they were indistinguishable from normal humans. Slightly taller and well-built, but that wasn't out of the ordinary. Sieg was of similar stature. Then Leif noticed the hair. It was long and remarkably fluffy. It rolled down their shoulders like white and gray clouds. Then he noticed the horns. "We brought drink," the lead nomad said, his voice a low rumble despite his age being on the younger side. "And we suddenly have so many new friends to share it with. It would be shameful to waste what may be the last calm night before turbulence kicks off properly." The man grinned, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Johann took a step back as if the lack of hostility was a physical force. Several expedition members chuckled at his expense, some whooping at the proposition of drink. "What a coincidence!" Sieg laughed in response. "I just so happened to cook too much food." Chapter 51, Ruckus. There was a brief moment of tension as both groups stood still. Then the leader of the visiting nomads laughed. "I like your attitude, Northman," he bellowed. "Nowhere does hospitality like beyond the pass. It's a damned travesty." Sieg grinned. "You'll have to forgive them. Their culture is far too advanced for such things." Both men clasped forearms as if they were longtime friends. Johann spluttered in the background. He muttered dark words and stalked off. With that, the tension broke. The nomads, all on the younger side of adulthood, some with more prominent horns and some lacking them entirely, began to pull out skins filled with fragrant liquid. Drink, as it turned out, was a fantastic icebreaker. Leif watched, an observer rather than a participant. He watched the golden trail of time follow each gesture. He saw different groups as they moved around. With each moment they intermixed, their trails weaving together like a complex web. With so many people, it was difficult to accurately read their emotions and intent. Leif suspected it was because of his lack of experience with amber sympathy. Actually, he thought, couldn't my aura be of use? Leif focused, utilizing his recently improved charisma attribute. Control was never something he had really tried, other than expanding and retracting, of course. As the gathering morphed into a party, Leif practiced. At first he retracted his presence, pulling it around him much like the heavy cloak he was wearing. Then he tried to shape it. A tendril snaked out, but he quickly lost control as he moved it too far away. The connection fraying. He pushed and pulled, reshaping his aura of nobility like wet clay. Leif withdrew into himself, the activity letting him forget his loneliness. As the minutes ticked by, his control slowly became more deft. The complexity of forms he could shape his aura into improving. Leif jerked in surprise when his focus was interrupted by a system notification. "Congratulations, your noble skill, Aura of Nobility, has met an upgrade threshold. Would you like to upgrade Aura of Nobility from rank 1 to rank 2 Y Core 10? He accepted the prompt. Somewhat surprised at how easy the upgrade had been to obtain, his aura seemed to tremble, then condense, like early morning mist pooling in valleys. If before his aura had been blurry and insubstantial, now it had sharpened into focus. The difference was subtle, but immediate. Or at least Leif thought it was subtle. Several intents locked onto him from the partygoers who were nearest. All but one belonged to members of the expedition, but none he knew beyond the vaguest of details. One by one, their focus slid away, and back to the increasingly rowdy, impromptu festivities. I guess they felt the change in my aura, Leif thought. He patiently waited for the attention to slip off of him. Now that his aura skill had upgraded, he could sense the auras of those nearby with a brand new clarity. But it wasn't just that. All of his esoteric senses became slightly clearer, growing in fidelity with every passing moment. The life force surrounding him, mostly blurry and diffuse due to the sheer quantity of people, became far more defined. It wasn't to the point he could pinpoint individuals. He would need more practice. Then he noticed one of the intents hadn't left him. He glanced up and met the gaze of a nomad woman. Her long, cloud-like hair billowed down her back, and her similarly bushy eyebrows were cocked in amusement. Small horns barely poked out from beneath the layer of fluff. She looked him up and down, then smirked. Leif grumbled internally as he refocused on his aura. Is she mocking me? Does she find my isolation funny? Did she? Greetings, a voice said, a jovial lilt to its accented tone. Leif looked up and saw the nomad approach. She held 2 wooden mugs and continued with a song-like tone. I'm Liv. Nice to meet you. Leif froze. She doesn't know what I am. What if she finds out and it ruins the party? What if a fight breaks out? What if... So, are you the dark and brooding type? Or the serious, self-improving type? She asked. The amusement in her dark eyes was matched by the flickering firelight. The Spriggan considered her words. But how could he respond? His voice was a dead giveaway. He formed his usual tongue with gold iron physique. The use of the skill in this way had become second nature to him over the weeks since he had started talking, actually. Now that he thought back on it, hadn't he learnt that ability abnormally quickly? Or was he tapping into dormant instincts while trying to communicate? Actually, why the hells hasn't he tried writing "What if"? Focus, Leaf. Focus. Leaf snapped back to reality and tried to mask his voice, while keeping his response short. Both, he half said, half grunted. Smooth, Liv laughed. It was a unique sound. It rolled from her mouth like a rounded stone down a hill. Yeah, not a fan of the atmosphere, I don't blame you. My little brother hates crowds. He likes to hide away when things get loud. He nodded, then hesitantly took the mug she had proffered. He did so with a ethereal limb of amber. Not wishing to reveal his nature, she raised a fluffy eyebrow, but didn't comment. You not in with this lot? She asked, gesturing to a group of academy students. Hired help. I bet they need all the help they can get. She snickered, taking a swig from her mug. Leaf eyed his own. Can I even drink? I usually just absorb liquid into my body directly. He paused, then took a careful swig, the liquid entering through the narrow crack he had in place of a proper mouth. It had a warm, earthy taste, like someone had poured pepper over recently lit kindling. It reached whatever Leaf had in place of a stomach, or maybe his lungs. There it started to be absorbed into his body. It wasn't unpleasant. He supposed it was quite nice. He let out a sigh, enjoying the moment. Good taste, Liv asked, her mouth quirking into a smile. We mix it with yak piss. Really brings out the flavor. Leaf gagged, some of the alcohol coming back up. The nomad laughed uproariously at his misfortune. A joke, he realized, finding it quite amusing. For a brief moment everything felt right, that there was no distance, no divide. Then reality slammed back into place. If she had known who, and what he was, a shout, followed by a cacophony of laughter, pulled Leaf from the downward spiral of negativity. He glanced up and saw two of the younger expedition members, a boy and a girl, confronting a pair of nomads of similar age. Something had been said to start the altercation, but Leaf hadn't heard what. He stretched out his newly enhanced aura, and with it, amber sympathy. Leaf sensed the sparks of emotions, the flickering hostility and apprehension. Leaf sighed and pushed himself to his feet. Liv stood as well, her mug never leaving her lips as she drained it. Something else was said, followed by another round of laughter. The faces of both expedition members went red. If the color of their cheeks was due to anger, embarrassment, or the flush of alcohol, it wasn't clear. Kids, Liv said with a sagely drawl, can't hold their drinks. Leaf put his mostly full mug aside as voices were raised. You take that back! The boy yelled. Take it back or I'll... Do what? Asked the nomad directly opposite him in a challenging tone. The boy was a head taller than his counterpart and twice as wide. Leaf noted he seemed to lack any horns. Enough, Johann spat, his face filled with indignant rage as he stumbled to his feet from the sidelines. This is why I didn't want them here. Nothing ends well when monster-blooded are involved. Everything went quiet. The man's anger faltered briefly before returning with a renewed fervor. But before he could say anything else, a new figure stood. It was a nomad who was sitting next to their well-built leader. His frame was lean, his hair shimmering an iridescent purple, its shoulder length restrained by woven bands. No horns. In fact, he seemed to barely belong among the mostly homogeneous nomads, as only his clothing matched. He stepped forward with quick confidence and placed a hand on the two younger nomads' shoulders. Sorry. Things got a little heated. How about we all take a step back and not ruin the night? I suspect we've all been told not to cause trouble. Forgive my little brothers, he said with a placating, but friendly tone, followed by a short bow. One of Johann's eyes twitched. Leaf winced, as did several other expedition members. Marcus and Sieg included. This won't be good. You should be grateful to be in our presence at all. You should be honored that we would give trash like yourself the privilege. The coordinator hissed with a slurred voice. He pointed an accusing finger at the purple-haired man as he got up in the man's face. Trash? The nomad's expression flattened. All friendliness vanished to be replaced by calculating intensity. Interesting words. You wouldn't happen to be from the Southern Empire, would you? So what if I am? You wouldn't happen to have no hair at all. What of it? And you have an almost metallic gleam to your skin. In my experience, people with those traits tend to have some dragon blood in them. A little hypocritical for someone who hates monster-blooded. Wouldn't you say? The coordinator froze, his entire body tensing. The nomad smiled. Then Johann punched him. Right in the face. The observing crowd all oohed. The nomad's head rocked back, the coordinator's expression one of barely fulfilled vengeance. Then a mirror sheen flashed over where the blow had landed, and Johann's head snapped backwards, unlike his own punch, which other than being surprising hadn't seemed to do much damage. The sudden and unexpected counter crunched bone and sent blood flying. The crowd ah. The coordinator fell on his ass and raised his hand. 3 orbs, each a different color, spun into existence. They raced forward, each heading for a separate part of the nomad's body. The man, standing but still off balance from being sucker-punched, didn't have time to react. Whatever the damage reflect skill had been, was apparently activated automatically. A golden shield snapped up around him. It thrummed with protective power. It blocked all 3 orbs with ease, each dissipating into motes of elementally charged light. Leaf stepped forward. Amber arms crossed over his chest. Several people all looked to him before older members of both encampments rushed in to break up the fight. Chapter 52. Assistance. Leaf felt the attention on him, like gusts of wind constantly poking at his soul. Actually, some of the intent washing against him felt different, as if his aura was being questioned. Not understanding the difference and not having the time to consider, he mentally battered them away. The questioning intent dispersed and Leaf stepped forward. He was technically an employed healer. He'd already saved lives, and this would be nothing quite as grand. He reached out and touched the shoulder of the injured nomad with an amber arm. Vitality washed down his arm as he focused on willpower. With the boost to the attribute and the improvement to all healing-related skills courtesy of attuned life, golden light lit up at the point his ethereal limb met intricately detailed tribal furs. The man gasped and briefly shook in place. He let out a breath as if everything was right in the world and gave Leaf a nod in thanks. The Spriggan turned his attention to the second, younger man. Johann glowered up at him, his eyes burning with fury, pain, shame, and a kaleidoscope of other emotions. To Leaf's senses, they rolled off of him as if they were a physical mantle. Johann reached up and wiped blood from his upper lip. For an instant it looked as if he would try and lash out. But even in his addled mental state, the man seemed to recognize that would be a poor idea. Piss off. I don't need the help of a monster, he muttered, his words slurred. Too bad, Leaf responded coldly. He didn't like the man, but he had been hired to heal, so he would. Not that anyone knows how much I'm being paid, he shrugged internally, refocusing on Johann now. I need the experience. His golden eyes met the coordinator's. For an instant, neither moved. Then a flash of amber light lit up at Johann's feet. A ethereal tendril had snaked out from under Leaf's cloak and made contact with the man's boot. After a moment, his nose made a disconcerting pop as the bone mended back into shape. Johann blinked, his initial reaction similar to the nomad's. Leaf turned and walked away as the man started a half-incoherent rant. The healing had mended the wound, but it had done nothing for his current state of drunkenness. As Leaf left the spotlight, he caught Sieg's eye. The large man nodded slightly, the motion conveying a surprising amount of detail. He was an asshole, but you did the right thing. the man's expression said. The Spriggan hoped he was right. Impressive, Liv said as Leaf sat back down at the edge of the party. She handed him his mostly full mug, the liquid sloshing around as she gestured. Leaf shrugged and took a sip. I was expecting something idiotic to happen, he admitted. While he wasn't familiar with most of the expedition's members, those he did know seemed to have fairly large personalities that tended to clash. The nomads snickered. Fun, though. The Spriggan wasn't so sure. He'd rather not get involved more than he had to. Leaf also thought it was wrong to hope for situations where his ability to heal others would come in use, though he did need to level his newest classes somehow. Maybe healing myself during or after fights would be the best outcome. After that, the party remained more subdued. Both groups seemed more hesitant to split away and interact with the other. A few minutes after the confrontation, the purple-haired man who had been punched approached Leaf. "My gratitude," he said with a short bow and a smile. "I am Samil. Things got a little out of hand, and for that I apologize. I'm afraid I cannot pay for your service. Life on the frontier isn't the most lucrative." "Think nothing of it," Leaf replied. Compensation outside of whatever his pay was hadn't even crossed his mind. "Then my sincere thanks will have to do. Perhaps I can offer a favor in return for your generosity." "Always so serious," Leaf heard Liv mutter under her breath. The Spriggan waved the man's offer aside with an amber arm. "That was some impressive shielding and healing," Samil said, looking around the camp. "With you at their side, the Imperials are in good hands." The man gestured to a nearby flat boulder, as if asking to sit. Leaf nodded, indicating that he could do so. "You seem different." "From the other nomads, I mean," Life said, wincing internally at his choice of words. Though it was true, Samil lacked many of the distinct features the other nomads possessed. Liv snorted. The man just smiled. "Indeed, we hail from different regions, not to mention the difference in our blood. Nothing to be ashamed of, despite what some may say." "Samil here is a peacock," Liv said, giggling to herself. "That's why he's so pretty. Isn't that right, purple boy?" Samil's smile flattened as he pressed his lips together. "I don't know about pretty. Different, certainly. Me and my family are descended from an awakened bird-like monster found to the far east. An amethyst lyre, to be precise. Not a peacock." Leaf frowned internally. "Descendant? Yeah. Some kind of king or something, right?" Liv asked. "So the story goes. Hard to gauge its validity so far from home. The powers that be in the east are constantly changing, faster even than the weather during turbulence." "I don't understand," Leaf said hesitantly. At the look of confusion on the two nomads' faces, he elaborated. "I've been isolated. I was a hermit of a sort." "What do you mean by descendant?" Samil nodded, considering Leaf's question. He flipped some of his long purple hair so it fell in front of his shoulder. "My hair is evidence of an awakened bloodline, the remnants of a monstrous trait or feature that has faded with each passing generation." "Like my horns," Liv said, tapping the small ivory protrusions. "Awakening is a remarkable process," Samil said. "When a monster reaches a certain point, level 50, I think, it can choose to awaken. When they do, they gain the ability to acquire human classes." "Ah, and a human body," Liv said. "But from what I know, that's considerably harder. I've heard stories of my revered ancestor. They said he looks like a grumpy old man, but he's actually a high-level Tempest Mountain goat. He lives somewhere in the mountains to the north." Leaf froze. His whole body tensed as if he had been struck by a bolt of energy. His mind raced and his thoughts spiraled. Human body? Could it really be that easy? Chapter 53. Showtime. The conversation continued with Liv and Samil speculating about the strength of their respective monstrous ancestors. Leaf tuned them both out, not on purpose. He was simply too distracted by the most recent revelation. Level 50. It was so close. There was no way his goal would be so easily within reach. Right, he thought. Maybe he had suffered enough. Maybe this was the world's way of apologizing for his unfair treatment. The thought was somewhat comforting. but a twinge in his soul told him that it couldn't possibly be so easy. Something would go wrong, or there would be unexpected complications. His mind kept spinning as the night crawled on. E6. Marcus waddled over, more than a little tipsy. He started complaining about how arcane formulas should just get along. It seemed like nonsense, and after a minute he was dragged away. When Leif finally was in the state of mind to talk, he asked more about awakening. But nobody really knew much more than the name. Samil suggested asking an awakened monster about it, which wasn't actually a terrible idea, if he knew where to find one, which Leif currently did not. As the night went on, the food ran out, and the drinks quickly followed. Several people began to drift away, some expedition members returning to their tents and the nomads back to their camp. He noticed several people slip away in pairs but didn't bother to investigate. It wasn't his business. As long as they weren't actively hurting each other or in danger, he didn't particularly care. The cracked face of Season hung large in the sky as Leif returned to his animals. He paused, looking at a suspiciously shaped pile of hogs. His amber eyes narrowed as he beheld the seemingly self-made pyramid. Leif looked around for the deer. He wasn't sure why, but he found the company of the two creatures who had been with him the longest comforting. He couldn't find them. Uh-oh. Leif spent several minutes searching, only to discover a hoofed leg sticking out from under the pile of hogs. Leif let the slowly building tension leave his body and made his way to a mostly flat stretch of hill. Level 50. He was close, or closer than he had been before his advancement. At level 32 he was still a ways off, but it wouldn't be long. Right? Hera was strong, and she seemed young, only being a few years older than the academy students. Maybe there's a way to level up quickly. He contemplated. Perhaps there's a method or location that could grant large quantities of experience. He thought over his possibilities, the burning desire for growth building up with every passing minute. Then it struck him. Dungeons! It was what the expedition had been searching for. Leif considered his options. A part of him wanted to get up and march into the wilderness, to rip and tear until he was level 50. But was rushing truly a smart idea? He tapped a golden set of fingers on the ground, torn between a growing impatience and a desire for connection. He stood, then sat, then he stood again and started to pace. What can I do? What should I do? He thought. Linus and Adriana found a dungeon, but something happened, and they had to leave. Is it accessible? Is it even nearby? And aren't most dungeons underground? A group of hogs, members of the self-made stack, shuffled awake as he marched around. They trotted over to him one by one until he had a little group trailing behind his every step. Leif stopped and sighed. He flopped down to the ground with his arms spread, hogs piled on, nuzzling against him as they went back to sleep. Leif looked to the side as he lay, peeking through a gap between two sleeping animals. He saw 4 skinny legs poking out of the now dismantled pile. Only 4. Oh, gods! Where is the other deer? 86. It was the hunter, prowling through the night, unseen, unnoticed, a shadow flitting. The deer tripped over a rope used to tie a tent in place. A short metal peg popped free from the rocky ground and the whole construct began to tilt sideways. A predator, the most sneaky being to... A pot crashed down from the crate the deer had bumped. The creature froze, ears twitching to see if the noise had awoken any of the tall ones. Like a whisper in the dark, under to moon it slunk. Nobody would sense. Its foot became trapped as it accidentally stepped into an empty mug. The animal flailed about as its balance became jeopardized. A minute later it had regained its footing and continued forward. The deer approached the now cooling embers of the night's fire. The smell of tasty things still hung in the air. The deer liked those. It sniffed around, overturning plates and searching sacks. It only nearly woke up the entire campsite 3 separate times. It found a platter of what had likely been used to prepare the evening's meals. It began to lick greedily at the meat juices. Then it recoiled at the spicy pepper taste. It trotted around the camp with its tongue lolling from its mouth, eyes watering its search for more prey. It was unsuccessful, at least in the area around the campfire. The deer, apex predator that it was, tried to break into the nearest tent. It failed because the flap was tied shut. If it had hands, the creature could have just reached under the loose gap and tugged on the dangling cord. But it was neither capable nor smart enough, even if it was. It tried the next tent, and to it, and the universe's surprise actually got in. The tent was empty, which was odd. Normally there should be a person sleeping within. Confusion was a general state of being for the deer, so it mostly didn't consider this oddity. It sniffed around, flinging loose clothing around and generally making a mess. No food, though. Disappointing. It tried the next tent, but it was sealed shut. The muffled sounds coming from within were strange, so the deer tried extra hard to get in. This attempt involved pushing its face into the tent flap as hard as it could, leaving a deep impression in the fabric. Fortunately, the tent's occupants seemed to be distracted by something and didn't notice. It tried the next tent, nothing. Then the next, also nothing. Somewhat peeved at its repeated failure to break and enter, it moved to one of the outer tents. The flap was open. Success, without thinking. Though that probably didn't need to be mentioned. The creature eagerly darted inside. It was dark. The outside was somewhat illuminated due to season's crimson and white glow. But within the tent, the animal couldn't see anything. Or, at least, that should be the case. A dim glow emanated from the far side of the tent. And while the illumination wasn't great, it was just enough for the deer to make out a lying figure. But even if its sight was mostly compromised, it could smell and hear something. Breath stained with far too much drink, and soft snoring. The deer crept inside, kicking over a sheathed sword and spilling a water skin onto a pile of clothes. Perfect entry. The figure didn't notice, despite its toes becoming damp after the deer gave them an experimental lick. Salty. It sniffed the air. There was something further inside. The deer's tummy rumbled in anticipation as it snuck further inside. It accidentally stepped on the sleeping man's leg, but he just groaned and rolled over. The scent of yummies became clearer. The deer sniffed again. Sure enough, they were near the human's bald head. A sack, small and roughly pillow-shaped, was being used as a headrest. Within were crunchy ration bars. Yummy ration bars. But the man's face was directly where the sack's opening was. The deer stared blankly into the dim light, its single-digit brain cells working overtime. Showtime. Chapter 54. Camp Chaos. Apes. Countdown to disaster. 10 minutes. Show. Johann dreamt of home, of the canyon walls the size of mountains, the washed-out rainbow color dividing the hundreds of rock layers. Each an indication of times long lost as the years went by. He dreamt of the rolling dunes and hanging petrified forests. He dreamt of the people, hardy, but always smiling. And he dreamt of losing them. It was a repeating nightmare, of beauty turning to tragedy, of the shadows of winged creatures darkening the ground, and the earth shaking roars that filled the air. But this dream was different. He ran through the streets of the city he once called home, terror in his heart. As he fled, he stepped into a puddle, his feet becoming wet, but it wasn't raining. In the south, it only rained during turbulence, and even then, only rarely. He scrambled up and continued fleeing, heart pounding in his chest. Wind, hot and humid, struck his face. He tensed, recoiling as terror leapt into his chest. He expected to look up and see the hungry jaws of the monstrous creature that would soon end his life. It had happened before. Unlike in reality, these nightmares often ended in his death. But there was nothing. He looked around, desperate to see where the danger would be coming from. His surroundings were blurry, washed out and unfocused. Johann blinked, trying to recall, trying to see. It had been so long. Something struck him in the back of the head and he jerked forward. He yelped in pain and spun. His eyes snapped open and darkness flooded his vision. What? Something tall and four-legged loomed over his prone body, its wide eyes glinting with madness, its form stretching off into the darkness, as if melding with the tent. His mind, half awake and still highly intoxicated, saw what it wanted to see, what it expected. He screamed, choked on his tongue, gagged, then screamed again.
Saga.
Countdown to disaster 7 minutes.
Isso.
Something crunched in the dark, the sound like bones breaking, splintering in 1,000 pieces from a devastating impact. The deer chewed, the ration bar too large to fully fit into its mouth. It was otherwise frozen in place, its eyes fixated on the suddenly awake and screaming human. This lack of reaction wasn't exactly indicative of well-tuned survival instincts. After all, this placid creature hadn't known danger for most of its life. From the moment it had discovered the happy tree to the birth of its daughter, the deer had been safe and secure underneath a vibrant red canopy. Also, the animal was colorblind, but that hardly matters at this point. With another crunch, it broke off half of the ration bar. Chunks and crumbs, half fell onto the ground, the other half falling into the human's lap. The man screamed again for some reason as the deer stepped forward and towards the sack. There were still tasty treats within. Countdown to disaster 6 minutes. The monster darted forward, clearly going for the kill. Johann scrambled back before he lashed out, kicking it in the face, or trying to. His foot connected with his ration sack, sending the contents flying. He yelped as the shadowy entity once again moved, its motions predatory and smooth. Johann scrambled to his knees and dove to the side as it attacked. Another sickening crunch came from behind him as he desperately reached for his sword. His sword, where is it? It should have been towards the entrance, but it wasn't. Vision blurry and mind fuzzy, the man completely missed the fact the weapon had simply fallen over. He made a mad dash for the exit, still screaming his lungs out. In his panic, Johann barreled into what he could only assume was a demon. Both went down in a tangle of limbs. Something hard impacted the side of his head. The coordinator saw stars and crumpled to the ground.
6.
Countdown to disaster 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
6.
One by one, the sleeping hogs awoke as Leif picked them up to see where the missing deer was hiding. But it quite quickly became apparent the creature wasn't nearby. It wasn't easy to tell the different animals apart with his perception when they were all asleep. The Spriggan cursed and put down the final hog. The creatures started sniffing around and grunting at one another. A scream split the night air. Leif jerked his head towards the sound. It had come from the expedition camp. It was a few minutes away. He hadn't wanted to mix his animals and the humans. And while he trusted some of the expedition members, he most certainly didn't trust them all. Several of the hogs all turned in the direction, their grunting becoming more worried. Leif, too, felt uneasy. As the night had gone on, the eerie sense of dread had slowly crept closer and closer from beneath. Another scream, followed by panicked shouting. Leif took off running. He just hoped he wouldn't be too late.
Shush.
Countdown to disaster 4 minutes.
F.
The deer zipped around camp as flashes of magical light flared from all around. It ran, but didn't know where it was going. This was because in its attempt to escape from the final tent it had brought the fabric down atop its head. Now the deer stumbled, tripped and galloped around as if it were wearing a poorly made ghost costume. Unable to see, the animal ran in random directions. This just so happened to take it over the ashes of the campfire. Embers burst up around its hooves, some landing on the trailing tent fabric. Elemental orbs flashed by, but the deer's erratic movements, combined with the caster's disorientation, caused them once again to miss, all except a sphere of dancing flames which burst against the loosely hanging fabric. Now the entity assaulting the camp was both a ghost and partially aflame. Yells and cries came from all around. Torches were lit and people stumbled out of tents with bleary eyes. Countdown to disaster 1 minute.
Isos.
Leif sprinted into the chaos of the expedition camp. His weight, combined with the somewhat unstable ground, had made the journey take a bit longer than it otherwise should have. Even having reduced his weight using gold iron physique, it hadn't helped much. While this skill granted a certain degree of flexibility, the Spriggan was still far denser and heavier than he looked. Leif glanced around, seeing panicking expedition members and a few nomads running around and shouting. Sieg burst from a nearby tent. The large man was pulling on a shirt, his movements clumsy. Sieg Life called, jogging over, "What is going on?" Then he saw it, and his tree mouth fell as open as it could. A flame, completely covered in soot, mud and fabric. The deer. It was being chased by almost 10 people, all screaming and yelling. "I have no fucking clue," the large man said, glaring at the chaos. "But I think that has something to do with it." The Spriggan sighed. He pushed out his aura, and the deer immediately veered in his direction. Sieg looked around for more danger, the man having summoned his axe after he had strapped on his storage bracer. Then Leif felt it. Something was off. Leif could sense the life force of things within his aura's radius, a radius that had dramatically increased after his advancement and skill rank up. It wouldn't be inaccurate to say the Spriggan could feel every blade of grass, the worms in the soil, and the bugs in the air. Though not perfectly clearly, more like the wash of vitality now had more defined colors. It had taken Leif a few hours to properly adapt to this change in ability, but he was glad he had taken the time to do so. All around him, just on the edges of his perception, he could feel approaching absences of vitality, as if something, or some things, were veiling their presences. It was subtle, incredibly so. If Leif wasn't blasting his aura out while deliberately searching for danger, he never would have noticed. "Incoming," he yelled, flaring warning intent through his aura. Then he grabbed the deer and ripped off its burning mantle. The animal was unhurt and looking nonplussed. "We're surrounded," he called again, desperately trying to get everyone's attention. Ice billowed from Sieg, coating the ground in frost. The tiredness in his eyes vanished as his expression became alert. But while he was prepared, there were dozens who were not. Angry chittering filled the night. Then the veiled things in the dark skittered forward. "Suspicious." Countdown to disaster, 10 seconds. E6. Chapter 55. Inexperience. An arrow of light was fired from atop the hill where the nomad camp was situated. It flew in a high arc, a radiant streak of white that illuminated the night like a personal star. For the brief instant it hung at the peak of its arc, everything came into sight. The panicking, half-asleep expedition camp. Several of its members, too young to be considered adults. Several were half-dressed, half-asleep, and half-intoxicated. All were unprepared, but not as unprepared as they otherwise would be. As the arrow fell, a comet through a void of black. The creatures hissed and skittered away, but only for a moment. They were tall, twice the height of a human, though almost all of their size came from the 8. Pencil-thin legs that held up their small, hairy thorax and abdomen. Sets of 8 eyes glinted in the light from above. The campsite was surrounded by hundreds of ominously reflective spheres. A man stumbled back as he saw them, his face going pale and his eyes wide in terror. His panicked yell seemed to be the spider monster's indication to charge. The light from above seemed to sear away the darkness that clung to their spindly frames. Oh! The arrow of light fell among them, piercing the body of a single monster. It shuddered and twisted unnaturally as it died, long, slender legs folding in on themselves. It was a single death, but there were countless spiders. An ethereal warrior apparated where the arrow had landed, its armored frame wielding a large blade. It began to hack and stab as several more arrows lit up the sky. Several of the arachnids froze, many turning to face the newly appeared threat while the rest swarmed forward. Shards of ice flew horizontally, spinning like discs as they severed arachnid legs like an axe would fell saplings. They snapped with a sickening sound, their elevated bodies falling with furious screeches. Marcus stumbled out of the nearest tent, trading places with the deer as Leif threw the oblivious animal inside. The Spriggan focused on willpower, the attribute soaring thanks to grand action and his vastly improved charisma. 4 limbs of ethereal golden energy thrummed into existence from Leif's back. They pushed through small gaps in the cloak he had made for just this use. The limbs then morphed, changing in seconds as bladed tips grew from their knuckles. Leif's own, physical, ivory-white arms were likewise tipped with similar golden blades. So much control over gold-iron physique would have been impossible prior to his advancement. Screams rose from all around as the Spriggan stepped forward. He gutted a spider, a bladed arm piercing it up from below. Another fell as he bisected its front 2 legs. The creature screeched as it tumbled. He crushed it underfoot and kept moving. An expedition member fell backwards as a spider lunged for him, but Leif shielded the man with a golden barrier. A pair of floating daggers zoomed in from out of sight and stabbed into the monster's side, but Leif didn't have spare attention to give. With each blow, Leif landed. The monster's vitality and purple blood trickled down through his limbs and into the pool of life energy within his body. Leif had burnt through much of it to empower the initial skill usage that conjured his golden arms. With every kill, the pool refilled. It churned within him, boiling and eager. So when a spear-tipped spider leg stabbed downward, the intent somehow shrouded and punched through his neck. Jerking the Spriggan's entire body to a stop, the energy was ready. It flooded upwards, towards the wound. The spider withdrew its appendage, confident of its kill. So when 2 amber arms ripped it to pieces, it likely felt more than a little confusion. He charged forward, felling 3 monsters before using amber steps to blink back to where he had been a moment prior, and out of reach of any counterattacks. Leif was like a whirling dervish of death, his every movement tearing into the attacking monsters. Nearby, Sieg was having similar success. The spiders were slipping on the frozen ground before being cut down by either the man's axe or the several floating blades of ice. Purple light flashed from behind, the world trembling for just a moment before arcane lightning danced from monster to monster. The spiders quickly realized the futility of attacking this heavily defended portion of the camp. They chittered and hissed, withdrawing into the darkness of night. Those few academy students and nomads who had rallied to fight off the attackers seemed at a loss as to their next course of action. Leif felt a spike of fear blossom up from within the camp. Amber sympathy let him feel the surge of emotion, and likewise locate where it had originated from. A spider stood above a nearby tent, its long limbs elevating its body to loom high over its soon-to-be victim. Leif couldn't see the person who was in danger, and with no target, under my protection couldn't trigger. So he improvised. A golden javelin soared through the air, impacting the creature's side, but bouncing off. It left a small gash that bled purple ichor. The monster hissed and wheeled to face its attacker. Leif growled internally. That improvised attack hadn't been all that effective, and now he was down an arm. A surge of vibrating wind caught the monster from behind and sent the thing soaring bodily up and away. Leif watched it sail off into the night before crashing down somewhere in the darkness. Adriana limped from behind a tent as Leif jogged over. He finished off a spider blinded by some sort of green, sizzling liquid from another expedition member as he went. She clutched her side where blood was flowing freely. Despite that, she had a look of triumphant satisfaction on her face. Adriana slumped down next to an injured nomad girl Leif didn't recognize, her arm mangled and eyes unfocused. Leif knelt, placing an amber hand on both humans and letting Blight's bounty surge life force from himself and into them. The nomad girl gasped as golden light burst from her arm, the wound already healing at a visible rate. "Thanks." Adriana grimaced, her bloody hand still at her side, but the tension was rapidly leaving her body. Leif just nodded and stood. All around were flashes of skill usage, a tumbling and chaotic mess of emotions and intent, all mixing together with a confusing mesh of life force. Cold blasted from nearby, followed by crackling purple energy. Leaf chose to trust Sieg, and Marcus were capable enough to hold their own. He tore off in the other direction. Amber's sympathy was being overwhelmed. Too much was going on. Leaf focused and retracted his aura, pushing the skill down and dampening its effects. It took an instant of concentration. In that exact moment, a pair of spiders seemed to materialize out of the darkness. Shadows spooled from both towering monsters like the morning mist. Each was taller and more angular than the other spiders Leaf had seen. He could only assume both were higher level. Most likely both were evolved monsters. One of the two leaped forward as if to bite him. Leaf slashed at it with 3-bladed arms and drove the monster back. It hissed in pain as purple ichor ran down its face. Several eyes ruined. Leaf needed to kill them quickly. Every second he wasted, people might die. The uninjured monster skittered to the side and opened its mandibles wide. Strands of darkness, sticky and restrictive, shot from its open maw. An amber shield snapped into existence around his body. But the shadows, web-like in nature, phased through the barrier and wrapped around his legs, stalling his movement. Leaf hissed, letting the shield drop and cutting at the strands. Each slash severed the restraints, but for every one removed, 2 more would latch onto his body. The injured spider flanked him, then bit down on his shoulder. Leaf didn't feel pain, but instead a facsimile of the sensation. An icy chill flooded his upper body as the monster's fangs sunk deep. Despite his bark being remarkably tough, the creature didn't have any problems penetrating through the outer layer and into his plant fiber muscles. Leaf seized up, his body going numb. His amber arms fell limply to his side as he felt his connection to the skill grow fuzzy. Likely because the limbs were connected to his body, but he couldn't be certain of the exact cause. More shadow webbing wrapped around his form. Leaf was being spun up like a cocoon. He struggled for a moment before realizing it was useless. He would cut his way out or not at all. The spider monster chittered and pulled the connecting webbing taut. Then it yanked, like a fisherman plucking their catch from the water. Nothing happened. It yanked again, this time with more force. Leaf increased his weight using gold iron physique, and once again the spider achieved nothing. Something rumbled in the distance, but Leaf didn't have the time to consider what. Both spiders hissed and chittered, unsure what to do. His unusual nature fought whatever paralytic venom the spiders had pumped into him. With every second he could feel the cold retreating, his control over his limbs being slowly restored. But as he was, Leaf couldn't move. If either monster decided to finish him off, there was little he could do. Their spear-tipped legs were easily up to the task, if they targeted the right areas. Despite being restrained, Leif was more than healthy. The well within practically roared with power from the monsters he had killed and partially drained. Power waiting to be used, practically begging. Leif reached for a skill he hadn't yet used in combat. Previously, he hadn't wanted to use it without extensive testing, but things were looking desperate. Emboldened vegetation triggered, and the life force within his body trembled. The well of vitality that his body housed flared. His golden eyes flashed with power, and his entire body convulsed. Somewhere in the distance, what sounded like thunder rolled across the land. Chapter 56. The Charge. Heat built under Leif's bark, and every muscle went tense. The paralyzing cold was shunted to the side, his body regaining control. But that wasn't all. Far from it. All over his body, his plant-like nature became clearly apparent. Red leaves bloomed where newly growing branches shot from his back and arms. The wooden spikes outlining the crown of his head rapidly lengthened, each jutting out like ivory horns. Blood-red leaves billowing out like a canopy of crimson hair, or the plume of a helmet. The shadow webbing, tightly wound around his body, was shredded by the sudden growth, as was the traveling cloak gifted to him by Hera. Leif staggered forward, falling to one knee. He was temporarily overwhelmed by the sudden change to his physical form. Everything felt electric, from the sharp tips of his 4 clawed hands to the beating well of life force within his chest. It urged him up, to expand, to grow into his true potential. And for a brief instant he felt something more. It was a distant feeling, incorporeal and fleeting, yet somehow all around. Then it was gone. Golden light flared as cracks formed up and down his body. Pain, this time real, lanced into his very soul. It was too much. He was burning up from the inside. It was as if the vitality coursing through his very being was trying to tug his existence in different directions. His mind reeled at the sensations. How is it so strong? Is the skill being amplified by the vitality within me? Or is it the other way around? He gasped, desperately trying to wrestle his rapidly transforming body under control. But it wasn't working. The power within him wanted to grow. It needed to grow, so he redirected that intense desire into something else. The 2 spiders chittered in frustration, neither willing to get too close to the plant monster that had suddenly lit up like a golden beacon, light blazing from within. When a dozen amber limbs erupted from all over the Spriggan's body, they weren't totally unprepared. What they were unprepared for was the sudden increase in reach. Bladed gold impaled and amber fingers ripped as the 2 monsters, each 3 meters away, were torn to pieces. Blue crystals slowly manifested out of similarly colored mist over their twitching copses. But Leaf barely registered the phenomenon. Almost immediately, the newly conjured arms destabilized, the rampant energy rendering the skilled constructs brittle and volatile. They broke apart into amber motes of light, essence drifting up into the night sky. But there was more to come. Leaf pushed himself up to a standing position and lurched himself to the side as a pack of 3 more spiders scuttled past, their abnormally long limbs easily allowing them to step over any still-standing tents. Amber limbs once again burst from all over his body. The spiders stood no chance. The bundles of shadow they were hauling along fell to the ground with unceremonious thuds. Leaf could detect life force and emotions from within, but he was barely in a state to help. Everything ached, each movement sending soul-deep waves of agony through his body. The rampaging energy had subsided, but it had left him feeling raw and weak. He limped over to the first bundle and ripped it apart with his clawed hands. A girl was within. Leaf thought he recognized her as the expedition's assistant coordinator, but he couldn't be sure. She was paralyzed, unable to move except for the terror in her darting eyes. Leaf saw the pain, the fear. It hurt him deeply to feel a portion of both be shunted onto him. He moved on to the next bundle. This one contained a still-asleep nomad. Leaf paused, but didn't think too much about it. It was idiotic to sleep through something like this, but he supposed alcohol was alcohol. The third bundle was very small, too small to be someone's entire body. Sure enough, it contained a severed leg. Leaf winced internally at the sight and healed both freed captives. He was running low on stored vitality, the abnormal usage of his skills weighing him down both physically and spiritually. Someone screamed and he moved forward, half delirious, but not before grabbing one of the spider corpses by the spear-tipped feet and draining its remaining vitality.
Usos.
Hera fired as fast as her attribute-enhanced body could allow. 2 spiders fell screeching as they rushed up the hill, dead in a single perfectly aimed shot. She spun, firing off another arrow and potentially saving an older nomad man's life. A trio of large woolly yaks tied nearby grunted and huffed in fear. If it weren't for their restraints, the creatures likely would have fled already. 3 more spiders chittered as they charged. These were the larger evolved creatures. Shadow webbing blasted out from 3 horrific maws. Hera mentally triggered a skill and vanished in a flash of light. She appeared halfway down the hill, closer to her own camp. The arrow of light at her feet dispersed into essence as she triggered another skill. A moment later, an armored figure apparated into existence in the location she had been standing the instant before her teleportation. Its ghostly form shimmered silver under the night sky, a massive blade already in mid-swing. The shadow webbing had already missed. This left the summon unhindered. In moments it had butchered the first evolved monster and moved on to the next. Hera let her mental awareness of her summon drift into her subconscious. Several such entities already littered the battlefield, and maintaining constant control was impossible at such numbers. Something rumbled in the distance, but she couldn't see what had caused it. She suspected it may have been a storm-related skill from one of the higher-level nomads, but whoever had used it wasn't in her line of sight. Hera cursed. Her vision was too reliant on light, a weakness she was actively seeking to rectify. Above in the nomad camp, several more than competent fighters had rallied. She wasn't concerned about them. Her students, on the other hand, her highly enhanced perception swept the expedition camp, the lights from several skills and a multitude of newly lit fires letting her clearly witness the violent events. She saw the chaos and the panic and cursed internally. They had been too lax. She had been too lax. Where the hells did the spiders come from, and in such numbers too? Her eyes briefly flickered to where the distant swamps were located, but surely not. Such a journey would have taken the creatures over an hour. Why would they have roamed this far? She saw several young men and women fall. She prayed they were just paralyzed. She sprinted down the hill, firing a high-arcing arrow into the sky before letting her conjured bow of light transform into a 2-meter-long glaive. She reached the outer edges of her camp. Spiders died as she cut through their ranks. A dozen. Then 2. They had correctly realized she was the largest threat, but were clearly incapable of fighting something as fast as she was. Hera mentally felt her previously fired arrow land on the far side of the camp. Then she vanished, leaving the monsters bloodied and confused. The ground rumbled.
Eso.
The hogs were restless. The protector had rushed off, leaving them behind. Now screams and flashing lights lit up the night sky. The animals grunted and squealed, the smaller forest creatures scampering out of their way. The largest of the hogs were no strangers to danger. Several of them bore scars from previously won battles. Normally, hogs wouldn't actively seek conflict. Sure, they could be violent, especially when it came to protecting their young. But if one thing was readily apparent about these creatures, it was that their behavior wasn't exactly normal. The biggest of hogs slowly worked itself up into a frenzy, its younger and smaller family following its lead. One by one, eyes turned to the distant campsite. They all froze. A powerful and familiar flare of energy erupted from the battle. The lead hog squealed, outraged at the thought of leaving the protector to fight all alone. It was an old creature. Its hide wore the signs of age. One of its tusks was broken. But ever since it and its family had encountered the protector, things had been good, from spending every day, desperately scavenging for food, struggling to survive. It didn't want to lose what it had found. Something bound it to the protector. It bound them all. The connection wasn't forceful or malicious. Instead, it was comforting, liberating. It squealed once more, then rushed off down the slightly sloped hillside. A tide of furious fur followed after it. The uneven rocky ground made the initial buildup of momentum struggle to take off. Once the majority of the hogs had reached firmer ground, they began to pick up speed. The earth shook under their hooves. Almost 200 beasts charging. Their charge ran straight into a retreating group of monsters. Slender legs snapped under the onslaught as the hogs plowed forward, unstoppable and furious. Dark webbing impacted a few, but it wasn't nearly enough. The tide of animals reached the human camp and split in 2, like waves tide parting before the prow of a ship. Each half of the stampede curving around one side, the horde encircling the campsite, dozens of spiders perishing each second. Bundles of shadow fell from where they were being carried. They landed on the sea of hogs and were swept up in the charge. A minute later, the charge tapered off. The lead hog had accidentally run face first into a boulder, and from there, it all fell apart. Stunned survivors of the expedition stared in awe at their sudden and unexpected saviors. Several of the hogs all moved to where their protector was slumped against a mostly collapsed tent. He reached out and petted them on the snout. Hera stood in partial disbelief. Then she started barking orders. The injured were gathered and those wrapped up in webbing were freed. That night, several animals all received system notifications they couldn't read. Level up class. Canyon Swine is now level 10. For savagely trampling monsters far stronger than yourself, you have gained a level 1 to might. Congratulations! You have reached the level cap for your Canyon Swine class. Would you like to evolve? Warning. You are vulnerable while undergoing beast evolution. Chapter 57 Respite. Level up class. Forest Deer is now level 10 for being the reason your herd was alert and ready. Leading to them surviving an ambush, you have gained a level, +1 to alacrity. Congratulations! You have reached the level cap for your Forest Deer class. Would you like to evolve? Warning. You are vulnerable while undergoing beast evolution. The deer couldn't read, obviously, though being tied to a thin tree with rope while the humans cleaned up after the attack did give it plenty of time to try and fail. Animals couldn't exactly control or manipulate the system, other than by accident. The deer, hanging there helplessly, wasn't an exception to the rule. It instinctively blinked away the window like it had done to all the others. Fortunately, the system operated mostly autonomously for lower-level beasts and monsters. This was one of the reasons why certain prompts would be automatically accepted after a certain duration. One could consider the restrained animal a sort of accidental power leveler. Not deliberately, mind you, but being in the proximity of a certain monstrous tree seemed to reward a constant trickle of minor experience. You may find this odd. Why would being in the presence of Leaf grant experience? Does it work on people? The answer is surprisingly simple. Plant monsters, almost without exception, naturally release a small amount of excess life force into their surroundings. It's one of many minor innate abilities the monster type possesses. Another example being the ability to drain vitality, even without an associated skill. This is why the environment around monstrous plants tended to be vibrant, even overgrown with vegetation. Animals innately gained a small amount of experience by being well-fed, safe, and healthy. Among a few other objectives, a continuous stream of all three sources over months gradually led to levels going up. After an hour, as the morning sun rose over the horizon, its daughter plodded up to it. Both deer stared dumbly at one another. "Why are you like this, Mother?" The gaze of the younger deer seemed to say. "I regret nothing," was the silent reply.
Shush.
The man bit down hard on the thick strip of fabric in his mouth as the pain of having his severed leg reattached shot up his nervous system. Golden light suffused the wound, binding it and quickly restoring the limb. His eyes flickered as exhaustion swept through every muscle, drawing the man down into the embrace of unconsciousness. Leaf felt himself nearly topple over, but managed to catch himself. If he fell, he would likely crush the now sleeping man. It wouldn't do to accidentally kill his patient. The Spriggan was wrung dry. Everything hurt. 7 people, expedition members and nomads, both lay out before him in a large animal skin tent. These were the most severely injured from the attack. Almost 36 had received minor to major wounds, but they would survive using healing pills until he could get to them, the expedition's supply of which was now all but gone. Leaf was once again cloaked. Apparently Hera had backups, though the blade had stressed the fact they were limited in supply. The vegetative growth spurred by emboldened vegetation had fallen away. Twigs and branches had withered, and most of the newly sprouted leaves had fluttered off in the hours after his usage of the skill. He wasn't sure why the growth wasn't permanent, but he was glad it hadn't been. He preferred being able to be covered up. It allowed him to pretend he was something else. Not that it would help much anymore. Most of both camps saw me uncovered. He mused darkly, but the thought wasn't as bitter as he would have suspected it to be. Many had balked at his appearance, but a healer was a healer. Nobody was stupid enough to chase him off. An elderly woman shuffled into the tent. Her wizened face was creased with wrinkles, and her silver hair was tied up in a series of large buns. There was a slight, iridescent sheen to her hair, making it seem to glimmer in the dim candlelight of the tent. She was followed by a child, no older than 6 or 7, long purple hair, almost identical to the nomad man who was called Samil. Leif couldn't tell if they were a boy or a girl, and at the moment he was too tired to care. The child scampered up to Leif and held out a cup with both hands. "Water," they said, beaming, several missing teeth showing, before twirling and running out of the tent, arms flapping behind their back. Distant cries of "Wota." Wota could be heard, gradually vanishing into the distance. If Leif could raise an eyebrow, he likely would have. The elder smiled gently and slowly sunk into a kneeling position next to an unconscious nomad woman. She ran wrinkled fingers through the younger woman's hair. A soft blue light built in her eyes and ran down her face like bioluminescent tears. 2 drops fell onto the sleeping woman's chest, where they seemed to unnaturally ripple across her bandaged torso. The Spriggan had caught glimpses of this woman, who he could only assume was a healer, throughout the night, though only after the attack as she bustled around directing people and calmly soothing away fears. They hadn't had time to exchange words, not due to a lack of desire. "Mind you, you should drink," she said, moving on to the next patient. "My powers do little for physical wounds, but they can beat back disease and infection. Should perk you right up as well." Leif nodded, then awkwardly raised the cup to his mouth, or the small slit in his mask-like face that counted as 1. A single sip seemed to drive back the darkness. Leif felt his vision clear and his mind refocus. He took another sip. Both healers remained in silence as the woman worked. She tended to each casualty with equal care. Once she had finished, she knelt before Leif and dipped her head in a partial bow. "Thank you, honored one." Leif didn't know how to respond to that. He just gawked at her from beneath his hooded cloak. The elderly woman continued, "This one is Kala, spirit healer and descendant of Lila. My sincere gratitude for aiding in our wounded. You have saved many lives." You're welcome," Leif said. This wasn't exactly what he had expected to happen. The elder straightened and smiled, laugh lines showing on her aged features. "I hope one day you have many descendants. They will be a proud and virtuous people, I am sure." Leif nearly spat up the water he had drunk. He felt it surge up from whatever he had in place of a stomach and fought to keep it down. Kala snickered in amusement at his reaction. "In all seriousness, dear, I am genuinely grateful to have another healer on hand. Without you, I fear many who live now would have had a far more grim fate." "Is there no other healer? I'd have thought they would have been fairly common," Leif asked. Having regained his composure, "It is rare, I'm afraid. To be offered a class capable of healing isn't uncommon, but it's usually self-healing with limited applications in the restoration of others. It took years of careful work to push my own abilities in that direction," Kala replied, her gaze briefly going distant. Leif frowned internally. He supposed it was true he seemed to be the only healer within the expedition camp. Why? Why is it so rare, I mean? There are several people in your camp with knowledge of herbal ointments and medicine," he said, gesturing to the injured within the tent. "Why not actual healing skills?" Kala's smile waned. "The ability to heal thematically, as the academics you travel with would put it, is dictated by aptitude and mindset. Not just anyone can light themselves on fire and gain an associated pyrokinetic class or skill. It takes time, effort, and more than a little luck. The Spriggan nodded thoughtfully. He supposed it made sense, and even when someone obtains a healing class, their power is dictated by the aspects their skills have. Kala continued, I am a water-aspected healer. I can cleanse and purify, but restoring severed limbs. She motioned to the man Leaf had reattached the leg of. Actually, I've been wondering about that. What exactly are the differences between these aspects? I have blood, and now life-aspected skills, but they both heal. I can't tell the difference. Do you not have a spell skill? She asked. I do not, Leaf said, then paused. Actually, he had several notifications he hadn't looked through yet. Maybe he would receive one from his latest level-ups. If you wish to learn, I can teach. My knowledge may not be generally applicable to your path, but any little bit can help. We healers must stick together. Besides, she smiled, I think our groups will be moving down south together for the conceivable future. This time with a night watch that doesn't get blackout drunk. Chapter 58. Healing for Dummies. 2 hours later, the expedition and nomad clan were on the move. Surprisingly, there had been 0 fatalities during the night's violence and panic. The monsters had seemingly been more interested in disabling and stealing their potential victims than they were killing, and those who did sustain life-threatening injuries had been healed in time. 6 people had been carried off into the night, but they had been saved when the hogs had charged to the expedition's rescue. Leaf noticed that people, especially the expedition camp, seemed to be treating both him and his animals differently than the day prior to the attack. They cast glances, some even staring. This wasn't out of the ordinary, but no longer were their looks due to distrust and fear. Instead, there was curiosity, even amusement directed towards the deer and some of the more friendly hogs. Leaf was a little hesitant to let his animals get too close to either group of humans. They were potential food sources after all. Fortunately, both groups seemed to have more than enough food. That, or they didn't touch the animals because of him. The wind howled as far above clouds twisted into bizarre corkscrew formations. These formations were surrounded by spinning streams of what seemed like snow. The temperature had dropped as the turbulent and unpredictable weather picked up. Leaf watched as a party of 12 split off from the now merged group. He spotted Hera and Darius among them. They were heading towards the swamp, the nomads having given each a horse on which to ride. With time to finally wind down from the night's frantic activity, Leaf looked over his latest notifications. Level up class Adept is now level 2. For healing the injured in a time of crisis, you have gained a level for 1 to willpower, plus 1 free point. New class skills available: Healing Palm or Identify Ailment. Level up class Attuned Life is now level 2. For infusing yourself with a surge of vitality and successfully utilizing it, you have gained a level plus 1 to Spirit, plus 1 free point. New class skills available: Detect Vitality or Life Spells. Leaf read over the system windows and the information they provided. He spent the 2 free points he had gained on Charisma and turned his attention to the new skills options. Leaf was somewhat disappointed at the choices offered. Both seemed fairly obvious, he thought, mentally sussing out the feeling the 4 skills were giving off. While initially he was disappointed, he consoled himself that these were just the first set of many skills he would earn from both classes. Healing Palm seemed like a simple touch-based restorative skill. It would likely fuse cleanly with some of his existing skills. Identify Ailment didn't seem to compare favorably. Leaf wasn't sure anyone would actually pick it over the ability to heal. As for Detect Vitality or Life Spells, he could already naturally sense life force even without a skill, so that choice seemed like a dud. I should ask Kala before I pick anything. In fact, I'll take her up on her offer to teach me. There is still so much I don't know. Isaacs Leaf was traveling at the rear of the convoy. He sped up to a jog as he weaved past carts, yaks, and groups of marching humans. The nomads had a strange design to their carts. The wheels were wide and they seemed to rise and fall with the terrain. Then Leif realized that it was strange, that he considered their carts to be strange. He wasn't a cart expert after all, unless he had been back when he was a human. Probably not. He asked around for where Kala was. Apparently she traveled close to the lead carts. As Leif approached, he saw the young kid with purple hair. He, or maybe she, was jumping up and down atop a yak that towered above all the other animals. The creature didn't seem to mind. The kid saw Leif and pointed down at him. "I will stab you," they declared loudly. "I am a knife. Swords have a longer reach," called a male voice from up ahead. The child paused, brow knitted in contemplation. "I am a sword," the human-shaped weapon said, nodding happily. "I will stab you with my face." Then the child peeped in surprise as a lasso of water wrapped around their waist. They were tugged down and out of sight amidst yells and flailing limbs. Leif walked up alongside the huge yak. Samil leaned out from where he was driving the cart. He nodded. The young man beckoned the Spriggan forward. "I must thank you for last night," he said, smiling. "If not for you, things may have gotten even more desperate." "It was nothing. I just did the right thing," he responded. The man laughed, scratching the back of his purple hair. "Is that so? I should apologize for my little brother. Han is quite the troublemaker. Please do not take any of his antics to heart." Leif could sense the pouting boy somewhere within the animal skin-covered cart. More of a carriage, really. "Wait, how do I know that?" "It's no problem. I was hoping to talk to Kala." "She's in the carriage, right?" he asked. Leif already knew the answer. He could sense her soothing aura from within, like the calm surface of a lake. Samil nodded. "She's scolding Han. You can hop in if you want. There should be enough room." Leif suspected he would break the vehicle with his weight if he climbed aboard. "Best not. I can wait," he said. Samil shrugged, then parted the hanging cloth and called inside. A moment later, the wizened features of Kala poked out. She saw Leif and smiled. "Ready to learn, I hope?" "Deeps." "It is good you asked, before making a hasty choice," Kala said approvingly as she sat next to Samil in the driver's bench at the front of the cart. Han struggled in her lap, but the old woman had no problems keeping him in place. Many make choices without consulting their elders. She continued, Samil smiling off to the side. "My path wasn't that of a healer grandmother. I will be a mighty warrior one day." The man replied, "Yes, yes." She sighed. A fool like his father. She turned to Leif. "Identify ailment. Isn't a dead choice, like you first assumed. The more you understand about the wound, disease, or ailment, the easier it is to heal. The more efficient the skills used, the less strain it puts on you and your patient. Not to mention the less energy it takes to empower if you have a cultivation skill." Leif nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't realized that had been a factor in how effective his healing was. Would the same concept be true for some of my other types of skills? He contemplated. Anyway, that skill is both a crutch, while also being remarkably useful. I had the same skill once, but it changed over time, so I shouldn't pick it. "You don't need a skill to learn how to identify what's wrong with your patient," she said, reaching down to a leather skin bag she had brought out of the carriage. Within was a book, worn with age. She cackled. "Sir. If you're traveling with a bunch of students, then it's only proper you have a little homework." Leif looked at the cover and mentally squinted. In faded text were the words, "A Novice's Guide to Restoration." Better than healing for dummies, he idly thought. Chapter 59, Will of the World. Kala had told Leif he should read through the introductory chapters of A Novice's Guide to Restoration before picking his newest skills. When Leif had told her the skills would be automatically selected by the system in several hours, her reply had simply been, "Read quickly, then." The convoy had set up camp for the evening, everyone on much higher alert than the night before. The group that had gone off to scout the swampland had returned during dinner. The unnerving report that evidence of several large groups of spiders should be present, yet were absent, made everyone uncomfortable. Leaf sat with both deer asleep next to him. Backed by the nearest fire, he was absorbed with the textbook. It described concepts he hadn't even considered. The flow of vitality through the body, how it was more potent while moving from the heart, and less potent on the return. It detailed the different aspects that had restorative properties, or certain aspects that could potentially develop healing-related skills. It answered a question Leaf had been pondering for a while now. What exactly was the difference between the life and blood aspects? The book described the life aspect as being foundational, a general descriptor the system used for healing skills that encompassed most avenues of restoration, but without specialization, though the aspect also tended to be given to skills with already present healing properties, or the ability to bestow restoration on others. This made Leif suspect his Blight's Bounty skill would likely gain the aspect if the skill was improved via a class evolution. Nature, the book said, specialized in growth and passive resistance to ailments. Bone was focused on mending and rejoining. Water, as Kala had previously explained, was cleansing and soothing. In contrast, fire was energizing and aggressive. Healing skills with the fire aspect could often harm the user if improperly used. Ash was revival and holding on to life, making the most of the last drops of life force. The book went into significantly more detail on Ash than any of the prior aspects. Apparently, the author had first-hand experience with the element. There was an anecdote about how they had seemingly brought an ally back from the very brink of death. Finally, Leaf reached the section detailing blood. The aspect seemed to have a focus on internal injuries, with another strength being a malleable sort of manipulation. Someone with a blood-aspected class could quickly clot weeping wounds, or drain vitality from their opponent. The final chapter, Leaf read, stressed that any healing skill could technically restore ailments outside of their speciality, but that the strain and cost of cultivated energies would be far greater. This, too, was something Kala had already taught him, but Leaf made sure to read every last word. He found it strangely addicting, absorbing knowledge directly from a page. How the past words of an experienced person could be passed down from individual to individual. The wisdom contained gaining a sort of immortality by being put to page. The Spriggan snapped the book shut, startling one of the deer awake. The other snored away happily, not having noticed. He scratched the awake animal behind the ears and opened up his system window, the gray screen highlighted with gold and red appearing in his mind's eye, yet also overlaying the physical world. Warning: make selection within 6 hours or skills will be randomly chosen. Leaf stretched, the inhuman joints in his body creaking as he finally moved after several hours. He made his choices. They hadn't changed despite what he had learnt. Healing Palm. Aspects Technique Life. Send healing energies into a target you touch. Seed 6. X. Life Spells I. Aspects Spell Life. You may command the will of the world. When you do so, skills used may have a greater potency. Sux. Leaf read over the descriptions of both new skills. They were simple, and mostly what he had expected. The Spriggan placed a hand onto the sleeping deer's back, focusing on Healing Palm. Interestingly, Blight's Bounty came easier, the skill from his monster class eager and ready to be used. Leaf had to manually push the skill down to make sure it wouldn't activate. He refocused on Healing Palm, willing the energy to flow from his hand and into the sleeping animal's body. A soft white light bloomed at the point of contact as the skill activated. The deer didn't seem to notice. Leaf felt his cultivated reserves from the well within drop, the skill twinging slightly. Neither effects were overly impactful, about what he had expected. Leaf suspected he could use Healing Palm another 10 or so times before the skill would fray, and its effects would lessen to the point the skill would be all but useless until it had recovered. As for how much cultivated life force the skill cost to amplify, the Spriggan focused, trying to gain an accurate sense of how much energy rested within him. It was nearly impossible to tell. There was no numerical value that could quantify the well of power. His understanding of the vitality nested within his soul was more instinctual than practical. He activated Healing Palm again, this time on himself. With a hand pressed to his chest, Leaf pushed as much cultivated power into the skill as he could. He felt the cultivated vitality within him surge up his arm in tandem with the skill's innate energy. Then it flowed back into his well of life force. The skill tingled his body. It tried to heal, to restore, but found little in need of either. The effects fizzled as Leaf returned his attention to his cultivation. He had maybe used 1/30th of the stored energy to amplify the skill, and while much of it returned back into his well, a significant portion had been lost. Leaf sighed. No infinite loop of power for me. Leaf hadn't expected it to work, but it was good to confirm his theory. Now, time to test my spell skill. He placed his palm back onto the sleeping deer. He felt for the unfamiliar skill. Brand new. It felt slippery, almost intangible. He focused his will and steadied his mind. Marcus was his frame of reference for this kind of skill. The human had spoken with intent, using his voice to mold his skills into a more effective shape. The Spriggan triggered Healing Palm and spoke aloud. Heal. Nothing happened, or rather, nothing out of the ordinary. Except something had changed. Though it had been minor, something both within him and in the air and soil had shifted ever so slightly. It was faint, like a breeze brushing against the very edges of his awareness. He contemplated that shift, that feeling. Again he tried, and again the use of Healing Palm wasn't empowered. Another, then another. White light lit up the evening with every attempt. He was getting closer. Leif could feel it. This time Leif focused on that shift. When he spoke not only to his skill, but the air, the soil, the world itself. It was less a statement and more a question, a request for assistance. Then something intangible and faint, yet at the same time colossal and all-encompassing answered, and the world shifted, pausing like its breath was being held. Heal. Chapter 60. Goals. Heal. The word hung in the air, the sound seeming to come from all around, not just Leif's mouth. Then something shifted. Power built up in his hand, rising with every moment. Leif felt the well of power within him drain at an alarming rate. He had been so focused on getting his command to work, he hadn't limited the draw. White light with dancing specks of gold flared from where he touched the deer's back. It lit up the night, briefly outlining the shadows of a distant clump of trees. The deer bolted awake, limbs flailing and eyes wide with alarm. The creature's body glowed with the after effects of his healing as it tore off through the camp. It stumbled, tripped, then tumbled up against a sleeping yak. The large beast opened its eyes sleepily, not seeming too bothered by the disturbance. The deer lay, legs up in the air as it stared back at Leif. That's what you get for trying to eat me, the Spriggan said. The creature let out an annoyed whine. Leif got to his feet. There was a short spike of pain from Healing Palm. Empowering it with life spells puts a much greater burden on the skill. Good to know. He needed to refill his pool of vitality. Leif ran his clawed fingers along the dry bark of a twisted and aged trunk. Ordinarily, he would have tapped into his innate ability to drain vitality as well as the passive drain granted by Blight's bounty. But the tree before him was aged, almost deceased. It felt wrong to take away its final few years for what for him would be a minor and temporary increase. He let his hand fall away as he stepped back from the tree. Then a thought struck him, and he reached back out, triggering emboldened vegetation. making sure to not tap into his cultivated vitality. He pushed life into the tree. The energy surged through its trunk and branches, seeking to encourage growth and bolster vitality. To Leaf's surprise, it actually worked. The skill having a much greater effect than he had anticipated. Over the next few minutes, the tree stood up straighter. Its few leaves were now joined by dozens of new shoots. The plant practically thrummed to his senses. "Did I just cure this tree of its old age?" he asked himself, partially gaping at his handiwork. The implications were staggering. Now that the tree was well and truly alive, couldn't I siphon life force back into the well within? It didn't work when I healed myself, but if this works, it would almost be an exploit. He tapped the tree with a single clawed finger. Sure enough, vitality began to trickle down his extended digit, slowly entering his cultivation pool. He was so focused, amazed at his discovery, that when a presence bloomed up behind him as it entered his mostly restrained aura's range, he jerked back in surprise. Leaf turned to see who it was, relaxing at the familiar sight. "Hey, hope I'm not interrupting." "Strange tree business," Hera said as she tossed a small bag towards him. Her blonde hair seemed to glow faintly. It outlined her face and shoulders, making them stand out against the dark of night. Leaf hadn't noticed that before. He supposed it wouldn't be obvious while under sunlight. Leaf caught the bag out of reflex. The contents clinked around within. "What is this?" he asked. "Mana shards from some of the evolved spiders. The harvest is split based on participation, and you did quite a lot. Usually I'd say lives are invaluable, but in this case, they're around 1.5 low-grade shards each." "Ah," Leaf said, feeling somewhat foolish. He hadn't considered payment at all. "I'm not currently fusing any skills. I was waiting to see what skills my new classes give me." "I see," Hera said, stopping a few meters away. You don't have anywhere to store shards, do you?" "I should have thought about that." She scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Leaf thought the motion looked strange, as if she were suddenly half a decade younger. The two stood in silence for a few moments. "I can hold on to them for you if you want," Hera offered. "You can grab them when, or if you need them." "Sure," Leaf said, handing back the small bag. Hera took it and the pouch vanished in a subtle blur. "I don't know if this is a strange question, but I just healed this tree. I can now drain vitality from it into my cultivation skill." "Isn't that? Oh, you have a loop. Nice. It's not an exploit or against some unspoken rules or anything if you're worried about that. Most people who choose a cultivation path try to get another skill that helps feed back into it. Otherwise, upgrading your skill can take forever and be stupidly expensive." Leaf frowned internally. Expensive. He didn't like the sound of that. But can't I just repeat what I just did until the skill upgrades again? It feels almost unfair. She shrugged and stepped up beside him. Things don't tend to be fair. It's how the world works, I'm afraid. You'll figure this out eventually, but I'll save you the trouble. Cultivation skills require quality, not just quantity. A fire cultivator can light a bonfire and sit in it. It's basically infinite fire, right? Well, eventually that low-grade fire won't be enough. His progress will stall. What's the solution? Hera smirked. Burn better things. Build a hotter fire. Big magical trees are a favorite for those kinds of people. Stay away from fire cultivators is what I'm trying to say. I'll keep that in mind, Leaf said, trying to think of any expedition members or nomads who used fire. Don't feel too pressured to push your skill ranks. The average is around 1 upgrade per advancement, so rank 2 at or before level 25, 3 for 50, and so on. Leaf quickly read over his skills. His aura, comprehension, and cultivation skills were at rank 2, while his newly acquired spell skill was still at rank 1. According to Hera, I'm actually slightly behind the average. I'll need to work on that. I don't want to fall behind. What's your goal? Hera asked suddenly. My goal, Leaf asked, somewhat taken aback. Yeah, I know it's kind of a strange question to ask out of the blue, but Well, you're a strange kind of person. I was just curious. No offense. Leaf gave her a deadpan look, the glow of his eyes flattening out into lines. Then he contemplated her question. Get a human body, he said after a minute. Apparently some monsters can do it. So why not me? Hera nodded thoughtfully. And how will you do it? Get stronger. Reach level 50 and see what comes next. Some of the nomads I talked to seem to think that was an important level to reach. I haven't really thought about things much beyond that. Get stronger, huh? You know, I used to have that same goal. Just get stronger. It'll help you take control of your life. If you're stronger, things will get better. That sort of thing. Leaf frowned. I thought, back when we first met, that you said getting stronger worked. She laughed. Oh, yeah, it did. Didn't quite go in the way I had hoped, though. It's complicated. Leaf sighed. Complicated? Feels like things get more complicated the more I learn. It's a big, scary world. Some people make it, some don't, Hera said. And you did. I made it somewhere. Not sure if where I ended up was what I had wanted, but at least I made something of myself, she said with a shrug. The Spriggan hesitated. He didn't want to pry, but this woman was at least tangentially connected to his past life. Also, she had just asked about him. How did you do it? Get strong, I mean. Hera looked up at the night sky, the cracked face of season glaring down from above. I was being led by the hand down a certain path. Back then, the Kosia family was obsessed with growing its influence. The matriarch, my grandmother, viewed her life's goal to get our family into as many positions of power as possible. My skill note wasn't overly positive towards them, Leaf mused. Right. If a random tree monster knew how bad it was, my family must be truly infamous. I bet even the dragons to the south know to stay away. She laughed, hands on her hips. So you left the Spriggan asked? Well, I ran away. Disowned myself, really. That was fun. Melissa followed me. Bless her. Without her, I don't think I would have made it as far as I did. She said. Inwardly, Leaf frowned. Surely there was a better way than to up and leave. Anyway, I joined an adventuring company down in Sablaris. It was a sister company to the guild Darius's family runs. That got me to level 50. It took a few years to advance that far, but I was still too close. My family kept harassing me, demanding my return. She sighed and leaned back against the newly healed tree. So I entered the Empire proper. If I became a citizen of Mekris, even the Kosia family wouldn't be able to pull me back. I probably should have thought things through more. I was young, alone, and had the noble class. Leaf nodded as she trailed off. He didn't really understand, but it was good to know his suspicions that Hera had the noble class were correct. He remained silent, letting her piece together her life story. There are 3 ways to become a citizen of the Empire. Well, 4. But I'm not counting being born in the capital as an option. The first is buying your citizenship. It takes more fangs than sense, and wasn't an option for me. The second is marriage. If you marry a citizen, then you become one too. Her face darkened for a moment. The final way is through something called the Crucible. It's a tamed dungeon below the Imperial capital. If you survive and come out strong enough, you can join a faction and become a citizen. Simple, really. And you entered this Crucible? He asked. Hera nodded. And the faction you joined was the Academy. That's right. Now I'm a professional babysitter. Speaking of, I need to do the rounds and make sure nothing is sneaking up on the camp. Want to come with? Chapter 61. Noble. The wind picked up. It rustled leaves and billowed clothing. The sound was not that of a raging gale. Instead, the wind possessed an almost shrill melody. In the distance, motes of purple and red fluttered up from the earth, specks of bioluminescent light reaching for the sky. An arrow of light streaked through the night. It impacted the side of a grassy hill with a thud, An instant later, two figures appeared in a flash of light. The first was a cloaked being that teetered briefly, before taking a step forward to gain their balance. The second staggered only to be caught by an amber arm. Hell's leaf. Why are you so damn heavy? If you were any higher level, I'm not sure if I could have teleported us both. Maybe only a shorter distance. Hera grumbled, wincing at the internal pain caused by the overtaxation of her skill. We could have walked, the Spriggan pointed out, mentally focusing on the teleportation anchor left behind by his Amber Steps skill. He felt his connection to the anchor remained stable, despite the distance. We'll walk back. I don't think my skill would activate if I tried to take you again. Hera snorted, straightening up and observing their surroundings. Why would you leave? Leaf asked after a minute of silence. Your family, I mean. Even if things were bad, wouldn't it have been better to stay? Hera pursed her lips and started walking. She indicated for him to follow. Why would I have wanted to stay? I was being groomed for a position I didn't want. Surely you know a little of what the northern kingdoms are like, the things the noble houses do, but they're still your family. Leaving it all behind is walking out on everything you knew. What about those who would miss you, those that loved you? Anyone who loved me would have been glad to see me escape. How much of your own house do you remember? Because mine certainly wasn't worth sticking around for, Hera said. I only recall small flashes, Leaf admitted, picking up his pace to match the archers. A face here. A happy moment there. But my advancement trial was a moment from my past. It showed a disagreement between my past self and House Finn, but there was good too. I had a sister. And a father. Both. He trailed off. Both would miss me. He didn't say. Both would have mourned my death and moved on. He tried not to think. I was 11, Hera said after Leif didn't continue. I was 11 when my family told me who I would marry. A man from another house. He was almost triple my age. We wouldn't have been wed until I was of age, but still. Absolutely disgusting. She spat to the side and continued. But you know what happened. A year later, he was assassinated. Then the people who had him killed were in turn assassinated, so the whole thing was called off. Thank the gods. Leif didn't know what to say. He still was only partially familiar with the cultural part of humanity. He remained silent and let her vent. And then the war started. The enslaved legions started marching on our lands. You know what my family did? They bickered and squabbled, more interested in their own power than protecting anything or anyone. Hera came to a stop. She clenched and unclenched her hands, clearly worked up. Leif stepped up beside her. For a few minutes nothing was said. Finally Hera broke the silence and turned to him. What happens when you go back to them? She asked pointedly. Then I'll... Hera cut him off. What happens when your family doesn't see that it's you? What happens when they try to use you, or harm you, or even kill you? Do you think they would prioritize you over whatever minor benefit they can gain? What happens when they see a level 50, or whatever level you'll be monster, and they try and harvest the mana shard inside you? Leif froze. He'd considered the possibilities, but surely not. He could convince them. They would see reason if he explained himself. Surely. But he couldn't say those thoughts out loud, because what if it wasn't true? At best you'll be a resource. Something to be used, Hera said. Teeth gritted. And at worst you'll be an obstacle. Something to remove. It's how the nobility always are. It's been 11 years, Leif said hesitantly. Things will have changed. My father and sister will probably be in charge. From what I saw, they were good people. I can trust them. A swarm of green light flowed through the night sky. It spun towards, then over the flickering firelight of the distant camp, twisting in intricate and dazzling patterns. Have you thought about it? Hera asked finally, seeming to have calmed down. About what? About the inheritant class we both have. About noble. No, not really. I like the skills it gives, though. Most of them, at least. Without them, I'm not sure how far I could have gotten, though I still can't stand the idea of ever making use of legacy. Hera grunted and kicked a small stone. It went sailing off into the night, trailing a soft white afterglow. Why do you think there's a class specifically for those who hold power? Why isn't there a farmer class or a villager class? Leif thought about it for a moment. He didn't know the answer. It's because inheritant classes can be passed down, but they had to come from somewhere. A person wasn't randomly born one day with the noble class. She said. The Spriggan nodded. It made sense. So, someone earned the class, and from there it was passed down. No, she said, smiling sadly. The system cannot reward inheritant classes. It comes from someone trying to teach a different type of auxiliary class, like a mythical class, or more likely a unique or legendary class. The story goes as such. Hera continued. There was once a man who ruled over all humans. He fought back the tides of monsters and built the first cities. As a reward, the system granted him a class that he passed down to his children, and they passed that down to children of their own. So people with the noble class are the descendants of this man, this first king. The first king, that's exactly what they call him. It's because of him. Some people have a class that signifies that they're supposedly better than everyone else, that they have some innate right to rule, but it's bullshit. Anyone can learn the noble class. It just has to be taught by another holder of the class. It's all about aptitude for the class's skills. Bloodline and birthright have nothing to do with it. Leif re-examined his class. Why did he have it when others didn't? As a monster, was he even deserving of it? But what was more? Why did he still have it when all of his previous classes had been lost? But do you know what's worse? The skills? They're awful, Hera said, wrinkling her nose. They're manipulative and controlling. Did you know there's a noble skill that can force someone to obey a command? No, I don't think I was ever offered something like that, Leif admitted hesitantly. She nodded. Good. The skills any class offers the owner is based on personality and experience. But it's worse than that. Aura of nobility. The skill pretty much every single person is offered right from level 2. Even that skill leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Leif frowned internally at her words. He hadn't found the skill to be anything but useful. Surely you've noticed it. Everyone's aura projects their emotions and intent. It's not something specific to aura of nobility. She said. No, I have a perception skill that allows me to sense that, Leif said, confused. Court empath. Yeah, I have that one too. That skill's real use is piercing through basic obfuscation, aura manipulation, and the innate resistance of those with higher-ranked auras to being read. Wait, so why? Why does aura of nobility even exist? The skill allows you to lie. You can project an intent while meaning something completely different. You can be feeling one thing but present to the world that you're feeling something else. Most classes that allow for deceit or direct manipulation are restricted, or at least partially. Not noble, though. Why would those with authority restrict themselves? Leif considered her words. He really did. But they were wrong, weren't they? I don't think your conclusion is correct, at least not fully. The noble class's skills can protect and guide. They're not inherently malicious. Doesn't a leader need to be able to correctly care for their subjects? I'd agree if these powers weren't so readily abused. I've seen those with sinister intentions use these skills all my childhood. It never ends well. You can't blame a tool for how it's wielded. I can if the tool corrupts anyone who picks it up. Leif sighed inwardly. He was arguing with someone who had made the same mistake his past self had. But unlike him, she hadn't experienced what it was like to wake up having lost everything. She hadn't lived half a decade, flickering in and out of awareness, with a gaping hole where her identity and past should be. Chapter 62. Names. A flock of highland runners crested a distant hill. Their shrill cawing split the morning air. The caravan was in full momentum. They had awoken early and set off as fast as possible. The world was gaining an almost dark and malevolent cast, and it wasn't due to turbulence. Everything was fleeing south before an ever-encroaching threat. When the sun was hanging far overhead, the mixed group stopped for a break. Many collapsed as soon as the relentless marching was no longer needed. Food and drink was handed out, and people ate quickly and quietly. Leif walked through the caravan, absorbing the growing tension the humans and their animals were feeling. Several of his own animals were intermixing with the humans. They seemed more inclined to the nomads than the expedition. He saw the largest hog, scarred and battered from a lifetime of struggle, be handed a bundle of fireside cooked bread and fruit from a nomad girl who did a little bow. Leif almost missed a step when the hog dipped its head in response. Did it just bow back, or am I seeing things? He shook his head and continued on. Leif found the group he was searching for. Marcus sat cross-legged on a patch of short wild grass, while Sieg practiced axe forms nearby. Purple lightning crackled around the mage, his glasses partially hiding his closed eyes. Marcus peeped open an eye as Leif sat down next to him. The student seeks advice from the master, he said with a smirk in his most sagely of tones. If Leif could roll his eyes, he likely would have. This was his third day of learning about spellcasting from Marcus. The human adopted the gruff diction of an older man and spoke with prompt pompousness. Leif wasn't sure why, and Marcus just smiled when he had asked. His ability to practice was dwindling, as the caravan spent less and less time idle, even going partly into the night. "Recall the teachings," Marcus said in his odd way of talking. The Spriggan did so, mentally recalling what he had been taught. "Wrong," Marcus bellowed, coughing slightly before continuing. Out loud. "You must repeat the lessons out loud. It's very important." Leif didn't understand. Sieg also seemed to share his confusion. "Marcus, what on earth are you doing?" the man said, letting his axe vanish and wiping sweat off his brow. "I am very wise," the mage said sagely. "Very annoying." "Yes, that too. How is anyone supposed to meditate with you acting like a clown?" With great focus and concentration, Leif tuned them out, focusing internally. It was surprising how easily he could center himself while remaining still, as if there was a part of him that relished any opportunity to stay in place. As for what he had learned, over the past few days, Marcus had explained how one progressed their spellcasting. If cultivation required an abundance of resources, and comprehension was about diligent practice, then spell casting was someone's ability to persuade not just their own magic, but the world itself. The mage had described the process as having an argument with an abstract concept, and coming away having convinced it you're worth listening to. The first step was being able to sense whatever concept one's spell skill would allow them to interact with. Marcus had said that this part was both frustrating and tedious. It involved someone opening themselves up to the world via meditation or intense concentration. So it was strange then that Leif didn't seem to have any issue connecting to, or perhaps drawing the attention of the will of the world. Even now, barely a few minutes into meditation, he could feel something moving just beyond the edges of his perception. He mentally beckoned it closer, and something invisible shifted around him. The will of life, as he had come to call it over the past 3 days, was a playful and almost juvenile presence, and while it seemed more than happy to comply with his most simple requests, Leif had likewise found the concept to be extremely stubborn. Whenever Leif triggered healing palm, or even emboldened vegetation, the will responded quickly and easily, and like a key fitting into its designated lock, everything worked as expected. His skills were empowered at the cost of substantially more strain. The difficulty was trying to make life spells adapt to anything that wasn't life-aspected. It just didn't seem to work. Heal, restore, mend, recover, grow. All of these commands worked perfectly, but only with a limited amount of skills. He mentally reached for Gold Iron Physique. Create. Nothing. More. Again, nothing. Hand-arms strengthen, harden, reinforce. None of them worked, but it felt as if it should. Leaf could sense the concept of life being drawn into his blood-aspected skills, only to remain at arm's length, unwilling to obey. He had time. Maybe the skill simply was too low-ranked to tap into what he felt should work. Or maybe the skill would change when his attuned life class was promoted at level 10. Perhaps it was foolish to expect such explosive growth in only a few short days. Leaf's golden eyes flickered as his vision returned. He saw Sieg marching off while shaking his head. Marcus was standing in an absurd pose, arms above his head and one leg lifted to make a triangle with the other. The Spriggan turned away from the absurdity, taking in the bustling caravan, the break period almost over. A small purple-haired child marched out from behind a series of yak-pulled carts. He stomped purposefully towards Leaf. Each of his raised fists was clenched tightly around a lulling tongue as two deer obediently followed. Mr. Treehorn called, beaming up at him. "What names?" "Names." "Yeah," the kid said, nodding enthusiastically, the motion making both of the deer's heads bob in unison. What names of deer? Leaf's mind temporarily went blank. He had never even thought to name either of them. In fact, he hadn't considered naming any of his animals. Why was that? Wouldn't that have been a normal thing to do? He shook his head to clear his thoughts before responding. "I don't know. They don't have names." Both animals gazed up at him, eyes confused. Han scrunched up his brow in concentration. "This one is Lonnie," the boy said, tugging on one of the deer's tongues, "because she is cute, and Lonnie is a cute name." Leaf nodded hesitantly. "Lonnie, it isn't a bad name," he mused. "And this one is Bumhead, because she keeps following people when they try to go do poos," the child said confidently. The Spriggan looked down at the newly named deer with pity. "Oh, how about something shorter?" "Bum!" "Something nicer." "What about Bam Leaf asked?" The kid's eyes lit up. "Bam Bum. How about just Bam?" he said. Han nodded after a moment. Leaf still needed a way to differentiate both deer visually. They looked practically identical. "How should we tell them apart?" he asked. "This one is younger and has more dots," Han said, pointing at Lonnie. "And this one keeps trying to eat yak fur. It's simple to tell apart." Leaf looked between both nonplussed-looking deer. Only now that it was pointed out did he notice the minute differences. "Lonnie and Bam it is. Try to keep out of trouble, you two. Please," he said to both deer. If the Spriggan didn't know any better, he could have sworn both animals' eyes briefly unfocused, as if their attention had been briefly drawn to something no one but they could see. Han released his grasp of the animals' tongues. He wiped his palm on his furs before running off giggling to himself. Leaf reached out and gave both deer a scratch under the chin. They nuzzled into his touch. The Spriggans smiled inwardly, even as beneath their feet malice built, a creeping sense of dread leaking into the ground. They would soon be out of time. Leaf just hoped he could keep everyone safe. Chapter 63. Malice. Leaf put a golden fist through the skull of what had once been an evolved wolf. The monster, rotting and twisted, perished with a low, gurgling growl. Overhead streaks of white light flashed, each targeting undead too far away for anyone else within the expedition to even have a chance of hitting. From over a hill, another group of undead of all different shapes and sizes came sprinting, bounding and stumbling. Among their number were several distinctly goblin-shaped figures. They would undoubtedly be corpses reanimated by death-attuned magics. Leaf wasn't certain if that was an improvement. Just like the previous group, and the group before that, they rushed mindlessly forward, only to be cut down. In fact, over the course of the day, a near-constant yet strangely small stream of undeath had come charging. None had a hope of genuinely threatening the combined convoy. Yet still they came. It was ominous, much like the feeling of dread that wafted up from beneath their feet. Leaf couldn't help but suspect they were being toyed with, like whatever malevolent force was directing the attacking monsters was only half interested in him and the expedition. By what and why the Spriggan wasn't sure, A barrage of skill, each as wildly different in appearance as they were in their varied aspects, were launched from where a cluster of a dozen academy students were positioned at the mouth of the small wooded valley. Thunder rumbled from ahead. This was yet another constant of the day. It wasn't caused by any fluctuating weather. In fact, the day was remarkably pleasant and warm. This thunder came from several of the stronger nomads. Unlike their expedition counterparts, many of the nomads seemed to share remarkably similar paths. A half-rotted, yet still moving carcass of a bear came howling towards the Spriggan. Leaf contemptuously slapped it, the sheer force of the blow sending the undead beast spinning comically into a pack of 3 mostly skeletal goblins. "Does that count for extra points?" Leaf asked the mage, who sat above him on the lower branches of a tree. "Sure," Marcus said with a yawn. "What do you think, Sieg? Triple points." "I think," the large man grumbled as he held his axe wearily, "that you should be taking this more seriously." Yeah. It was scary at first, but that was hours ago. If they bunched up before rushing us, it might be a challenge. The mage shrugged. But they don't, so it isn't. He lazily pointed a finger to a straggling zombie goblin. It popped as purple lightning fried its insides. "All right, people," Hera called from where she stood over 100 meters away, atop a stack of boulders. "The way forward is clear. Pull back and regroup with the caravan. As one." And with more than a few sighs of relief, the expedition members retreated from where they had been holding ground. Leaf knew what his job was: heal any wounds as quickly as possible. There had been some minor scratches and bites earlier in the day, but he had gotten to the injured before any affliction spread by the undead attackers could fester. It also helped that most of the undead seemed more interested in getting to him specifically, to the point many would forgo easier and closer targets. Leaf had thought it was strange until an expedition member had pointed out most undead could detect vitality, something he just so happened to have a whole lot of, an amount that was currently far greater than normal due to Blight's bounty, draining the animating energy out of the moving corpses and converting it into life force. It was frustrating in a sense, to be so flooded with power but without a worthwhile target to use it against. As they retreated into the valley, the convoy came into sight. Undead were coming in ones or twos from further down, but were being torn apart with little effort. Within the convoy were his animals, huddling together and safe from any immediate danger among the children and beasts of burden the nomads employed. Leaf felt tension. He hadn't realized he was holding go. A weight around his heart lifted. If there was any group at the largest risk to the sparse undead, it was the animals. The sheer number of turned or reanimated beasts that he had killed over the past few hours was proof of this. Off to the side was a small cluster of the mostly non-combatant expedition members. They were crowded around a communication device while whispering and muttering to one another. An arrow of light fell from the sky, and Hera stepped out towards this group. As Leaf and the others jogged up, they caught the tail end of the conversation. A younger woman was speaking in a hurried and slightly panicked voice. "Yes, ma'am. The Far Reach outpost is under attack. The report said there were hundreds of undead surrounding the encampment, and the sky skimmers are still away after evacuating the first batch of support staff and injured." Hera cursed. "What of Khan?" They said he was escorting the skimmers. Something about a pair of griffins harassing the craft." The Academy blade cursed again. She turned to address the expectant looks from the expedition members, but her attention was arrested by a trio of approaching nomads. Kala was among them. The other two were what Leif thought were the clan chief and his wife. "What's the plan?" the aged man asked, voice a low rumble. "We cannot stay. We can deal with the small amounts of undead as they are now. But any more and things would start looking dire," the man didn't say as he trailed off. "The undead seem to be amassing at our destination," Hera said, her expression calm but her tone grim. "What we're facing now are likely stragglers, or strays from the main horde. The nomad's face paled, going almost the same color as his mane of white hair. Then we cannot follow. I'm sorry, but I must prioritize the safety of my people. Perhaps we can skirt to the east before continuing down south. Are you certain I cannot force you to remain? But there is a certain safety in numbers, Hera said. The nomad nodded firmly. Beyond this valley are flatlands. If we travel quickly, both during the day and night, we should make it out safely before the threat becomes too great to manage. Kala Leaf called as he sought out the elderly healer some 10 minutes later. She turned with a creased brow. I need a favor, please, before we part ways. Her expression softened. What can this old woman do for you? Leaf paused. He had made his choice, but that didn't make it easy. I need you to take my animals with you. They're not safe where I'm going. Behind him, his entourage of critters shuffled uncomfortably, as if they could partially understand his intent to part ways. It wasn't a decision Leaf made lightly. Far from it. But what choice did he have if he brought them with him into a military camp under attack from a horde of undeath? What would happen, even if he somehow found a way to keep them safe? What then? Could he bring them along as he tried to re-enter society? He needed answers, help, and most importantly, power. If he managed to get into the academy, he couldn't bring them. If he found a dungeon, he couldn't bring them. If he wanted to be the person he used to be, something within Leaf's chest twinged. For a moment he hesitated, tempted beyond reason to abandon everything, to give up his goals, ambitions, hopes, and just accept what he had now. But Leaf couldn't. No matter how tempting the fleeting thought had been, deep down, he knew he couldn't. Kala nodded, somehow reading the emotions on his featureless face. Yes, we can keep them safe. When this is over, you can come and find us. Leaf turned then, seeing the faces of his animals. The newly named Bam and Lonnie were in front, eyes wide and confused. His chest twinged again, the desire to stay rearing up. It took several moments for his resolve to harden. Then, using his aura, Leaf told them what they had to do. After several minutes of coaxing, and with obvious reluctance, they joined the nomads. As the clan departed, Leaf watched. As they snaked over a series of hills and vanished from sight, Leaf watched. I'll come find you when this is all over, I promise. Chapter 64. Siege Breakers. Soldiers fought atop palisade walls built barely a month earlier. Undead shambled, ran and prowled towards the encampment. Few could ascend the 3-meter-high fortifications, clumping up at the base of the wall and ineffectually battering the defenses. But some could, and those were the true threats in this battle. A large monkey-like creature used the shoulders of the weak undead amassing at the base of the wall to launch itself up and onto the battlements. It swiped out with long clawed arms, rippling with muscle, battering aside 2 Imperial soldiers. They cried as they fell, one toppling off the wall completely, fortunately into the camp and not out. The second slumped against the sharpened stakes that tipped the fortification, wheezing and gasping for breath. The undead monkey screeched in maddened triumph and stalked forward. Somewhere in its feral gaze was the faintest sheen of intellect, a frightening prospect. Either this monster had been alarmingly powerful when it was turned, or had somehow leveled up considerably. Undead displaying even a hint of awareness were a terrifying prospect to any region or territory held by humanity. Fortunately for the wounded soldier, a higher-leveled officer was close by. Flames roared atop the battlements, incinerating the monkey as it threw itself to the side a moment too late. All across the Imperial outpost, newly constructed in the ruins of the now abandoned town of Far Reach, similar scenes played out. The defenders held, but all knew in their hearts the position was lost. Some of the mostly green soldiers had heard the reports of conflict with the undead in the east. The ravenous tides had been a near-constant thorn in humanity's side for what felt like countless generations. The citizens of Mekris all held faith in the eastern garrisons. But for how long would their faith in the Empire's ability to defend them remain if a new front against the undead was opened in the north? For the average recruit, these contemplations on the wider scope of Imperial stability were irrelevant, preoccupied as they were in surviving from one moment to the next. Far to the south, a rainstorm pelted down in angular sheets. The column of half a dozen floating, vaguely ship-shaped vehicles, seemingly spared from the downpour by sheer luck as gale-force winds, propelled them ever onwards, above the evacuating skimmers. In the roiling cloud cover, a man stood defiant in resplendent Imperial armor. His concentration split partially between commanding the weather itself and fending off the pair of undead griffins harrying the evacuating non-combatants. A serpentine form slithered through the air as if swimming through the rain itself. A maw lined with sharp fangs grinned down at the two monsters, a low rumbling growl escaping its throat. Then, with a snap of its vast, bird-like wings, it plummeted down. Leaf took in a sharp intake of air as he crested the jagged hill's peak. From the summit he could see the outpost sprawling out beneath him. Though perhaps more importantly, he could see the swarms of undeath surrounding its wooden fortifications. Hera already stood atop the hill. The woman had used her arrow teleport skill to quickly ascend and get her eyes on the situation. Conjured bow in hand, she grimaced down at what she saw. Leif couldn't blame her. The situation looked grim. The outpost was built along a series of rocky bluffs. The undead were attacking uphill, through what had once been farmland and local industry. Behind Far Reach were heavily forested valleys, rolling hills and snaking rivers. A natural stone arch, easily the width of a road, connected the primary bluff to a shorter secondary bluff that stood otherwise alone to the south of the rocky formation. Leif noted this smaller bluff seemed to be in heavy use by the expedition, but at the distance he was looking, he couldn't identify why. People scurried along the wide, yet winding dirt paths. Some rushed to the walls, while others carried out tasks with almost frantic energy. Newly made wooden structures and large clusters of tents outnumbered the derelict buildings of the town. Bright flashes of multicolored light lit up along the palisade fortifications. Leif could clearly make out bursts of elemental energy and the glint of weaponry from his vantage point. Behind him, the more physically capable of the expedition were struggling up the hill's final incline. Leif studied the ongoing battle, a part of his mind subconsciously analyzing the battlefield. From the placement of troops to the position of bottlenecks and choke points on the slope leading up to Far Reach. He turned to Hera. "We need a plan." She turned to him and nodded slowly. "It's hard to say, but I'm not confident that most of the students can handle this fight. You're a durable, close-range, sustained fighter, correct?" "Yes." "And the undead seem to have an obsession with tearing me to pieces." He knelt, amber eyes squinting. "We need to draw them away from the walls. There aren't enough soldiers to maintain the perimeter's defense for much longer. If we could group them up, it should be possible to eliminate most of the horde in a decisive blow." Hera raised an eyebrow. "You seem keen. I'm not the girl you want if killing lots and lots of monsters is the goal. My specialty is long-ranged, single-target damage. My summons could do a lot of work in melee, but they can't really move from where I place them." Leif contemplated their options for several moments, then stood. "I might just have an idea. How exactly does your summon skill work?" "I wish I was level 50, Sieg grumbled. "Being so close to such a major power-up when it could be used doesn't sit well with me." Marcus shrugged as he led the expedition single file along a series of ledges, leading towards Far Reach. The mage turned and grinned over his shoulder. "You're just jealous they didn't include you in the plan?" "Hardly. I can slow and hinder a large group of weaker enemies with my aura and other skills, but I don't have the capabilities or strength to pull off what they have planned." "Probably better that way." Linus huffed from behind them. "I only caught the tail end of that discussion. but it seemed pretty insane. I'm glad we're not involved, though. All this hiking is exhausting work. Maybe if you allocated more. Might. Getting up that hill would have been easier. Adriana mumbled as she followed. Linus muttered something under his breath. Before the young man could reply in earnest and kick off another argument, a figure appeared from around an upcoming bend. Mist fell off their form as their barely visible outline faded into sight. Footing is decent, but the final climb up the bluff will need someone to get up ahead and put down rope, Darius said, squinting up at the sounds of battle above. You seem nervous, Marcus commented with a sly smirk. Worried about someone? The scout looked at the mage with a blank expression. I mean, kinda. If this goes bad, my badge will end up in some zombie's belly. I need that to get paid. And if I lose it, my father will kill me. Oh, the mage asked, not thinking about someone else. No, I... The man spluttered, realization dawning as Marcus stood there beaming. I'm not. There's nothing. Even though we barely see you, it's incredibly obvious. Sieg grunted as he bumped Marcus to keep the man moving. No, it isn't. I mean, what's obvious? Linus didn't seem to care, still grumbling under his breath. Isn't she too old for you? Adriana asked with a scowl as she scooted past. The scout faded away to hide the changing color of his face.
He's also.
Still atop the hill, Hera sneezed. Feeling sick, Leaf asked, not taking his eyes off the battle below. Gods, I hope not. I'm over level 100. If I'm somehow still susceptible to the common cold despite my advancement, this whole system is a scam. Well, get all the sneezes out now. I need your aim to be on point. The timing of this will be pretty tight. The blade wrinkled her nose and conjured the first of several arrows. I'm fine. Maybe someone was talking about me. Only good things, I hope. Hera pressed her lips into a line. Very funny. Do you perform stand-up to grass and shrubs? Leaf cocked his head to the side and replied flatly. I'm usually standing up. What do you mean? Chapter 65. Lure. A behemoth of twisted flesh and bone lumbered towards the Imperial outpost. Each step shook the earth beneath its colossal legs. It wasn't the first of its kind to approach the fortifications. But unlike the last time such a monster had threatened the outpost, the Imperial defenders were run ragged from exhaustion and skill overuse. On the battlements, soldiers scrambled to get into position to repel the towering abomination. Overhead, the light cloud cover built. The pitter-patter of rain plinked off laminar armor, bringing an intermittent percussion to the melody of battle. The monster lowered its disfigured body and let out a garbled roar. Soldiers released projectiles and unleashed skills. They impacted the colossal undead but did little to injure it. With each earth-shaking step, it drew closer and closer. Then something that gleamed a brilliant white impacted the monster directly in its misshapen forehead. The creature staggered. The blow wouldn't be lethal, but the sheer force of the projectile temporarily stunned it. Then, where the arrow protruded from its noggin, two figures flashed into existence. The first drove an already drawn sword through the undead monstrosity's bulbous neck, severing the head in a single swift strike. The second had what looked like tendrils of gold billowing from their cloaked back. From the battlements, only those with perception skills enhancing ocular vision could make out the scene clearly. Not tendrils, arms, each balled into a fist and clutching tightly around gleaming objects. The swordswoman kicked off the toppling behemoth as the cloaked individual plunged two ivory arms into the stump where the monster's neck had been. Black ichor flowed up what looked like armored bone-white arms, only to burn away into an inner golden glow. A second arrow fell, this one landing atop the wooden battlements. Soldiers scrambled away, but the arrow hadn't been an attack. With another flash of light, Hera appeared, stumbled, then caught herself against a sharpened wooden parapet.
Isos.
Leaf rode the undead as it collapsed. His weight, increased thanks to gold iron physique, pushed its body down and allowed him to maintain his balance. Hera vanished in a flash of light, no doubt repositioning to her second arrow. Speaking of arrows, as death energies flooded into his body, only to be subsumed and converted into golden life force, Leif felt every inch of his body flex with power. Blight's bounty was working overtime, and the attribute increase from the skill was already maxed out at 40%. Leif hopped off the now unmoving behemoth and slammed the first of his already conjured amber limbs into the disturbed soil, or more specifically, the glowing arrow it was holding. Working quickly, he repeated the action, planting each arrow like a tent stake before doing the same with the next. All around him, Leif could feel the hostile intent from the nearby swarms of undeath slowly shift from the human outpost and on to the much closer and much more concentrated source of vitality. Leif triggered Amber's steps, not to return to the hill, but instead to quickly reposition himself back to the bloated corpse of the abomination. He jumped off the body, striking down ravenous undead, and they clawed at him in seeming desperation. He twisted, letting the amber arms spin in a wide arc, crushing reanimated corpses and twisted ghouls. Then, with the last 3 arrows planted, he retreated into the center of the circle he had created. The first arrow he had planted began to fade, the skill's structure losing its cohesion. That's when Hera triggered another skill. In a flash of light, an ethereal soldier clad in ghostly white armor burst into existence where the arrow had once been. It wielded a massive 2-handed blade, the weapon already in mid-swing as the entity was summoned. Its translucent armor, a set of gleaming, interlocking plates that seemed to be without flaws. Leif stepped back from a monkey-shaped undead before punching a hole right through its chest. All around him, undead howled and gnashed their teeth. Then, in sequential order, each of the arrows flashed. Within seconds, Leif was surrounded not just by undead, but an armored entourage of summoned ethereal guardians. Limbs were removed and bodies bisected as glowing white steel began to hack and slash. What would have been a slow but inevitable death, surrounded by rotting monsters, turned into a blender of carnage. The undead were seemingly unaware, or perhaps unwilling to fight Hera's summoned warriors. She had called them Sentinels of Light, but Leif wasn't sure of the exact details behind her ability. Well, other than that, they needed to be summoned from arrows she used as anchors, and that they couldn't move far from said anchors. There were some academic theories about why certain skills had restrictions, but they mostly went over his head. Leif could study when he wasn't in the undead-infested frontiers of humanity's territory. A hideously twisted beast, like several quadrupedal animals stitched together, lunged past the line of defense and met an amber fist straight to the face. It crumpled, the front half of its body being squished into its deformed rear. A zombie with wickedly sharp claws pushed its way past a sentinel. It lashed out at the same moment a glowing white blade bisected it at the waist. The monster's claws stabbed into the summon's pauldrons but otherwise did little damage. Leif, seeing the monster was still trying to reach him, stomped its skull into the soil. It shattered like a dropped vase. The captured life force within him began to leak through, burning him up from the inside. His every attack siphoned small amounts of twisted vitality. Each drop quickly added up as pain built in his chest. Leif repeatedly reconjured and empowered his amber limbs, trying to outpace the input of vitality with wasteful expenditure. A dog or large fox snuck between a sentinel's armored legs and bit down hard on Leif's own shin. A second set of jaws overlapped the undead's own, though much larger. They too bit down, and Leif fell to one knee as he buckled under his considerable weight. He fell, then plucked the reanimated beast up by the bushy tail and tore it free, sending a pair of back legs and attached spine spinning off into the distance. He battered away the still latched-on head and pressed a palm to the wound. Already the innate vitality within him was bubbling forward to restore him to health. Healing Palm accelerated the process with a flash of light. Leif stood, shook off the growing ache within his soul, and dropped into a low fighting stance. This might take a while,
So, sis,
A communications officer peeked over the edge of the fortified bluff. In his hand was a small communication crystal linked with the outpost's command center. As the soldier looked over the edge, he spotted a group of academy students bickering while trying to climb the steep, almost cliff. They seemed to be having issues with getting their ropes secured. One of the students looked up, a young man with sandy blonde hair and glasses. The man waved. Damn kids. They should have waited for a recon team to have collected them. The soldier grumbled internally. Wait 1 moment, the officer called down as he ran off to find anyone not currently occupied with defending the outpost to assist him. Something that was surprisingly easy, as the fighting along the walls seemed to have mostly stopped. He called up to a squad staring slack-jawed into the distance. When they didn't reply, he picked up a loose stone and threw it, what their leader called down, rubbing the back of his helmeted head. Eeps! It sat cross-legged in a cavern beneath the world. It could sense the puppets. It commanded go limp one by one. Their strings cut. The humans were surprisingly resilient. If it had expected 2 elites to be accompanying their little excursion, it would have handled things slightly differently. A beetle crawled out from between its teeth. It snapped its jaws shut, snapping the insect in two with a satisfying crunch. Though it neither hungered nor tired, the being intimately enjoyed the sensation, the feeling of breaking something far below itself in stature and power. The thrill, the hunt, the game. Undeath could get so dull if one didn't invest in little ways to keep themselves occupied. Life force bloomed above, and the large, carapaced form it was sitting on twitched. A skeletal hand steadied the former royal, soothing its innate urges. An observer may have called the gesture kind, almost caring. Instincts it had long suppressed urged it to snuff out any and all life, to satiate and fulfill the purpose its kind were born to do. But you didn't get far within undead society if you were little better than a feral beast. It tapped bony fingers along the obsidian exoskeleton of its most beloved prize. Formians were a fascinating commodity. Even a queen as young and relatively weak as the one it had risen were such unique specimens. A spider chittered nearby, one among a few of the enthralled it had bothered to recover. The beast was still alive, though with every passing day it drew closer and closer to undeath as ambient energies claimed it. Sending those creatures after the humans had been quite amusing, though, with how the current situation was going, it regretted not having its more potent undead available at the time. Yes, cutting the game short would have been a considerable letdown, but victory was its own reward. Though, with how its horde had grown both in size and strength, the being couldn't truly complain. Even now, some of its more prized possessions were hard at work, butchering their way through the network of caverns that gave the depths of the world such a unique and abyssal flair. One of its more stable connections, a string of death connecting to a reanimated griffin, snapped. It hissed in displeasure, the undead surrounding it within the cavern instinctually doing the same, their wills resonant and subservient to its own. It contemplated its next move while gently stroking the Formian queen. It was still possible to get a perfect victory. If the humans escaped, the status quo in the east may change, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Its kind were a little too happy to enter extended periods of stagnation. No, it wouldn't let that happen, if only to avoid the displeasure from the underlord it served. It still had several cards to play, and if all went to plan, it could gain far, far more than it would lose. It just needed to dangle the appropriate bait. It cackled, the chilling sound reverberating through the oddly geometric cavern. As it had done many times before, it reached for the string connecting itself to the ant queen. With a blur of consciousness, its mind merged with that of the ants. Its senses the ants' own. Time to have some fun, claim another prize, and finish this little game. Chapter 66. Far Reach. The slopes fronting the Imperial outpost became still. Smoke rose in faint wisps where blasts from skills had scorched the hillside or ignited abandoned fields. Among this smoke rose motes of amber light. Leaf hissed out a long breath as he allowed his limbs to finally dissipate. Around him, the few remaining sentinels cracked and broke apart, fading away into white light, mixing with gold. Corpses littered around Leaf's feet. The hem of his cloak darkened with a mixture of dirt and blood. Throughout the fight, he hadn't been in any true danger. The numbers of undead, while great, had been diffused by distance and lessened by the soldiers atop the fortifications. What few that made it past Hera's summons were often missing limbs or gravely wounded. Leaf flared his aura in an effort to burn away the last remaining excess vitality. He knew, as he cultivated life force, his available pool would expand, but that expansion was comparatively slow compared to the rate he could accrue energy. His focus briefly shifted to his notifications. He had gained a level, not too bad for a 10 or so minute stretch of intense combat, though the buildup of experience over the past few days was likely as much of a reason for the gain. Level up class, Brawler, is now level 7. For defeating a large number of foes unarmed and unarmored, you have gained a level. +1 to might, +1 to alacrity, +1 to spirit, +1 to charisma, +1 free point. That was a very nice level up. He wasn't totally sure as to what caused certain level ups to grant more attributes, while others granted very little. But he had noticed the fluctuation in growth. More was better. He wouldn't complain. Leaf trudged up the incline towards Far Reach. He noticed a section of wall different in design and accurately identified it as a gate. He angled towards it and continued on. He reached the gate and looked up at the soldiers atop the wall. "Well," he asked, cocking his hooded head to the side while shuffling the heavy traveling cloak around to make sure it covered him completely. We're waiting for orders." "Sorry about that, sir," one of the soldiers said in an apologetic tone. Leaf grunted and crossed a pair of amber arms in front of his chest. "Good work out there," another soldier called down. "Very impressive. Saved our asses for sure." Leaf nodded, then fished out a small metallic badge. "If I showed you this, would you let me in?" "This seems ridiculous." The first soldier squinted down at the object. "What is it?" Leaf tossed the academy badge up to them. It flipped through the air before the soldier caught the trinket in a gauntleted hand. A moment later it was thrown back to him. "Apologies, sir. Come on in." A moment and some muffled shouting later, the wooden gate parted, swinging outwards with the efforts of 4 soldiers working as one. He entered the camp only to see a scene of controlled chaos. Men and women, most armed and armored, scrambled in every direction. Tents and makeshift structures clearly only recently put up were being ransacked, some being brought down entirely. Several eyed his mostly hidden form as the Spriggan took in his surroundings. The gate groaned closed behind him as he stepped forward. Shouting came from the right, and Leaf turned to see a woman in more defined and intricate armor bustling past a team lifting an empty weapon rack. She was flanked by a pair of more ordinary-looking soldiers. "I said," she barked, "that no one was permitted entry without being vetted. The Academy brats are already in quarantine, and now you let an unknown into the camp." "But ma'am, he arrived with the blade. Did you see the fight?" One of the soldiers protested. "I don't care if he's the Emperor himself. We cannot risk anyone harboring potential infections. Doubly so if they were foolish enough to fight beyond the walls. The doctrine is clear." "I'm a healer," Leaf cut in. "Where are your wounded?" The officer spluttered for a moment before straightening. "Is that so?" she asked, almost hopeful. Her attitude a near instantaneous reversal from but a moment prior. Leaf deliberately made his body relax. Being surrounded by so many potentially hostile strangers wasn't doing him any good. "Do you need my assistance? If not, I can just wait here." No, I mean yes." She cleared her throat. "Please, come with me. The Academy contingent should be near the triage tents. The Spriggan fell into step behind her as they made their way along the main road, the packed dirt path winding up before curving along with the natural slope of the terrain. The two men, he could only assume were bodyguards of some sort, side-eyed him. They took in his cloaked appearance but didn't comment. Leif returned the favor, feeling their questioning probes brush against his aura. He had come to recognize the feeling as the comparing tests of interpersonal analysis skills. Interestingly enough, with his rank 2 aura and the hefty amount of charisma he possessed, Leif knew he could deflect their attempts to identify him. A part of him was tempted to do so. After all, if one of the Imperials could detect that he was a monster, things could get ugly. But according to those Leif had talked to over the past few days, as he questioned them in an attempt to saturate his general lack of knowledge, he had come to learn most analysis skills worked by comparing attributes, levels, or even aspects. His own skill, combative gumption, compared combat experience. He was fairly certain this metric measured combat experience quite literally, as in how much experience had they gained from fighting in regards to leveling up. He checked the soldiers, not entirely surprised that many, if not most, were recognized by his skill as combat experience greater if they possessed 1 or 2 combat-oriented classes, as to be expected of soldiers. Then even if they were at an overall lower level, the sheer fact they had needed to fight in order to gain said levels made his skill determine them to be greater. They rounded a bend in the well-worn path, the dirt road a remnant from when the outpost had been a small town. Passing lines of orderly tents and what looked like abandoned crafting workshops, the officer finally gestured. Over there, the healing stations are in that long tent. The quarantine area is behind it, she said formally. Leif nodded and stepped towards the healing tent. He could already perceive the fitful vitality of several within. The officer coughed and her bodyguards shifted uncomfortably, their armor clanking softly as they did so. If Leif could physically roll his eyes, he would have done so. He sighed and continued past the wounded and towards the quarantine area. It turned out to be a converted barn, one of the sides having been removed, allowing for a tarp and wooden supports to expand the building outwards. The academy students milled about, several with bored expressions, while others seemed nervous. Several guards watched at a safe distance, none too close to the students. "Next!" called a gruff voice. Leif watched as Linus stepped up to a pair of older men, who both wore exhausted expressions and dirt and sweat-stained robes that had once been white. Around their necks hung 2 pendants with what looked like a jagged mountain bound in chains. The man who had spoken raised a small crystal shard. It didn't seem to do anything, so the man handed it over to the other, who placed it within a small metal box. The officer Leif had been following cleared her throat. New arrival. She barked formally, and a healer, prioritize him if you would. "I outrank you, girl," the crystal user grunted. "And healers should be all but immune to being turned. Unless they're dead, of course. But fine. Over here, boy. Let's get this over with." The Spriggan stepped into the opened barn, a guard stepping aside to let him enter. The man Leif assumed to be the leading officer for the quarantine area looked him up and down before the second man silently handed him a second crystal from the same metal crate. Once again, nothing seemed to happen. Clear. The man grunted, handing the other back the crystal. "Now, if you're really a healer, get to work. If anyone dies because of this tedious formality, I'll feed you all to the commander's snake." Chapter 67. Suspicions. The smell in the air was sterile and clean. The scent of blood and sweat mixed with medicinal balms and clean bandages. There was a pervasive sense of barely contained panic as the number of critically injured had begun to climb. Climb, that was, until Leif got to work. "Heal." The command resonated through the tent, the very world stirring at its utterance. The bedridden soldier, face gaunt and skin pale from blood loss, twitched as golden light flashed, where what was a near fatal bite wound to the lower neck. Muscle fibers regrew at a visible rate, and the man's skin healed over. His breathing changed from the ragged gasps of a man desperately clinging on to life to the deep rhythm of an exhausted sleep. He wouldn't be able to continue the fight. Healing magic would often leave the recipient in a near coma-like state for days, if not more. Aides grabbed the unconscious man and carried him out of the tent to wherever the recovering were being kept. It had been 4, approaching 5 hours since Leaf had begun working within the healer's tent. There were 3 others designated as the outpost's healers. Though only one had any actual healing skills, the other 2 were proficient with balms and stitches. One was a surgeon by profession, the other having been trained as a battlefield medic. Within his first hour, Leaf saved 4 lives, healing the injured soldiers of what would have surely been fatal wounds. Apparently, the undead had once again begun assaulting the outpost, though ever since Leaf and Hera had intervened, the numbers were significantly reduced. Even then, soldiers fell. Leaf overheard 2 officers talking in low voices about the slowly increasing fatality rate. Several bodies had been carried through the healer's tent, hidden under white sheets. According to the Imperial healers, the 2 men outside working in the quarantine area were priests. Their crystals were able to detect death-aspected energies that may be lingering within any otherwise unaware victims. Every now and again they would enter and double-check the recovering patients. At no point did their crystals react. Leaf wondered if they actually worked, or if the priests were just waving them around for fun. Towards the end of the first hour, Leaf was running low on stored vitality. He had excused himself and made for the battlements. Then, he had located where the sound of battle was loudest before scaling the wall and simply hopping over. 20 seconds later, he materialized back atop the palisade fortifications with a streak of golden light. Soldiers watched him go, several slack-jawed. Below were the corpses of 2 undead drakes, where the Spriggan had ripped them in half, among half a dozen pulverized corpses. Revitalized, Leaf had returned to the tent. This process repeated itself 4 more times. Despite these intermittent breaks, his efficiency only improved. While healing, he made sure to note the specific injury or ailment. Then, he tried to guide his restorative energy in a way it would have the most effect. It wasn't easy, but after the 5th or 6th attempt, he noticed a considerable reduction on the strain the use of his healing skills had on both him, but also the wounded he was treating. It was progress, sure and steady. The experience he had earned, both from healing and combat, was also noteworthy. It had resulted in a level up class for Adept is now level 3. For restoring the bodies of those under your care and fighting to protect them, you have gained a level 1 to intelligence, +1 to willpower, +1 to spirit, +1 free point. And it wasn't just for him. Around the 3rd hour, one of the healers without an associated class had received a system prompt offering them a class called Dedicant. The class was often granted to those who sought mastery of a trade or profession. Finally, the continuous stream of injured slowed to a trickle. Leaf stepped out of the tent into the crisp evening air. He hadn't seen any students within the healing tent, though Darius came and found him a few hours into his healing duties. The young man had told Leaf that they were being kept away from the fighting. Best go find where they are, Leaf thought, stretching. His wooden body creaked slightly, his plant fiber muscles unwinding as tension dissipated. "Esux, I told you that I'm more than capable," Sieg said, his tone exasperated. "I'm almost level 50, with my highest leveled class being a combat one. I highly doubt you have many soldiers as capable as I am in a fight." The officer, a man with a well-oiled if underdeveloped mustache, remained stone-faced. "This is an evacuation, son. Our responsibility is to get any and all civilians out of danger." Sieg gestured at the bluff connected to the main camp by the stone archway, more specifically to the still-empty docks, absent any vehicles capable of evacuation. "Well, I don't see our ride to safety anywhere nearby. Does that mean I can assist in the defense?" The soldier's eye twitched. He opened his mouth to speak when another officer entered the part of the camp that had been designated to the expedition members. With every step, the firelight of the nearby lit torches flickered slightly, causing the shadows to lengthen and twist. The man Sig had been speaking to stiffened and saluted. "I think the student makes a good point," the approaching officer commented, eyeing Sig up and down. "The Mekri's empire needs all the help it can get to defend from external threats. To fight back the foul creatures who threaten our peace is a commendable duty." Sir," the other soldier said, hand to chest. The commander strictly said. The newcomer waved him down. "Alfredi isn't here, and the situation has changed since he left to escort the skimmers. Our men are tiring, and another major attack could come at any time. Who's to say we couldn't accept any volunteers?" Sieg studied the higher-ranked officer. He was tall and wiry, his face partially gaunt, with high cheekbones and severe features. The shadows, flickering in the firelight, seemed to dance unnaturally as the man stood at ease. The blue and gold trimming to the man's military uniform gave him away as a man of noble birth. Sieg immediately didn't like him. He took a step back, his guard rising. In his time in the Empire, Sieg had come to learn the types of people best avoided. The man before him was almost certainly one of them. There was a feeling he gave off, though Sieg couldn't pinpoint exactly what. "Dismissed, soldier. I have some questions to ask the Academy contingent of our little expedition," he said smoothly. The first man saluted once again and made himself scarce. Out the corner of his eye, Sieg saw Marcus approaching. He subtly motioned for his friend to stay back. He noted the Imperial soldier had a metallic earring painted red, a pattern that looked like a spider web woven out of blood or the cracked surface of season up above. He didn't recognize the symbol. Perhaps it was a guild or some other sort of organization's mark. "I wasn't aware there was anything me or my companions would need to be questioned about," Sieg said, keeping his face straight. He suspected he could guess what or who the officer would ask about. "Oh, but there is," the man said with a slight smile. "It's about the thing you brought back with you, the one currently masquerading as a healer." Sieg frowned in mock confusion. "If you're referring to the auxiliary member Hera hired during our outing, then I don't have much to say. Ask her about him if you want," he said, crossing his arms. Something about this man was putting him on edge. "The Academy Blade is currently indisposed to questions regarding her latest hiring decision," the officer said. "Considering she is performing overwatch for the siege we find ourselves weathering. Perhaps you could fill me in," he asked leadingly. "That doesn't sound like my problem, sir." The officer's smile widened, but none of it reached his eyes. "I see. Thank you for your," he said, trailing off. Sieg turned to what had caught the man's attention. From around a tent walked the topic of conversation, hooded and tall, with a faint golden glow of his eyes peeking out from under his hood. Sieg looked back to where the officer was, but the man had vanished. "Gods damn it. This is the last thing we need," he muttered, pushing his aura out towards the Spriggan. Leaf changed course from the large gathering of students and moved to him. The Northman jogged forward and met him halfway. "What is it?" Leaf asked. "You seem to have drawn suspicion. Or rather, some of the military leadership probably has an idea of what you are, and they're snooping." It still surprised Sieg how quickly the Spriggan had gone from nearly unintelligible to an almost natural-sounding voice. He supposed it was old habits kicking back in, though truth be told, he didn't have a clue. Leaf paused for a good few seconds before deflating. "How many lives do I need to save before I get treated like everyone else?" he asked with a sigh. Sieg grunted. "You could save the whole damn world, and there would still be people who hate and distrust you. It's not a you thing. It's a human thing. Now come. I didn't get to see how that plan of yours was executed because apparently we students need to be babied constantly." Chapter 68. Skimmers. The dawn broke, the sun lighting up the underside of a blanket of wispy clouds, causing the sky to burn as if aflame. Then turbulence asserted itself, and smoke began to rise up from the layer of white and gray. The condensed water vapor hanging above the world burned like the warmth of a hearth. The awe-inspiring sight did little to revitalize the defenders of Far Reach. The soldiers were weary, their exhaustion bone deep from what Leif had learnt was days of near-continuous fighting. Small droplets of soot fell from the sky, rendering the already dour and suffocating atmosphere of Far Reach even more so. Leif could practically taste the emotions hanging in the air, odorous and pungent. He pulled back, amber sympathy, reeling in the skill along with his aura. As morning began to pass, an argument rose near the curved arch of natural stone, the bridge linking the two bluffs that housed the newly founded Imperial outpost together. The voices were crisp and sharp. The shouting quickly attracted a crowd. Several academy students watched from their position on the southern edge of the main bluff. The belligerents of the verbal conflict were a contingent of crafters and other non-combatants who hadn't been evacuated during the first round. The others a contingent of officers, not so subtly ordering a portion of the next evacuation to be the army's wounded. Leif still wasn't certain how the evacuation would be handled. From what he had both overheard and had been told, the expedition had utilized a fleet of vehicles capable of flight. According to Marcus, who had professed he found the whole subject fascinating, the sky skimmers weren't flying, not truly. Instead, they rode currents of mana along predetermined paths. The skimmers were incapable of veering from their chosen paths more than a dozen or so meters. The thematic theory and engineering aspects of the technology went so far over Leif's head, they may as well have disappeared into the burning clouds above. Leif felt at the depleted pool of vitality that nested within him. He had drained much of it during his stop to the healer's tent before the sun had risen. Fortunately, the casualties during the night had been lax, the undead's numbers perhaps having begun to thin. At his side, a misty presence manifested. Ever since Leif had upgraded his aura skill, the scout had become easier and easier to notice. But with his aura retracted, Darius had managed to get the drop on him. Leif didn't give the young man the satisfaction of startling him. He was fairly certain Darius found the process of sneaking up to someone as close as possible highly entertaining. Leif turned and saw the man staring out towards the horizon. "Worried?" the Spriggan asked. "Yeah, Allaho is on the coast, almost directly south of us. My family, friends, home." Home, Leif thought, the concept fleeting in his mind. Wouldn't that be nice? He reached into an inner pocket of this cloak, retrieving the metallic badge with a serpentine dragon biting onto its own tail. "Here, I've flashed this around enough. I doubt there's anyone in this camp who doesn't know I'm with the Academy." "Keep it, at least until this," he waved vaguely at their surroundings, "is over. I had Hera write an official statement about the expedition and my involvement. For me to bring back to the guild, it's a pain in the ass. Even if this isn't the beginning of an apocalypse for the northern kingdoms, territories, and provinces, the political blowback is going to suck massively." "I can't imagine," Leif said. And it was true. He simply lacked any and all frames of reference to understand the ramifications of the events they were experiencing. It left him feeling adrift. And not for the first time, he questioned whether remaining with the expedition had been the correct choice. But no, it had been. Leif knew that his biggest weakness was his ignorance, that if he continued to blindly surge forward, he would almost certainly trip and fall. Almost unconsciously, he stretched out his aura to seek out his animals. But they were gone. He had sent them away. He recalled Bam and Lonnie, their chaotic antics, the sense of comfort and connection they granted him. "What do you think of the Academy?" he asked Darius. The question was half out of curiosity and half out of a need for validation of his decision. I don't know." The man shrugged. "I've never been. I'm not good with people." And at the academy, that's what you have to deal with. Sure, the resources and opportunities are great, but it isn't for you, Leif finished. Yeah, I just want to fight monsters and hone my skills. No offense. Bad monsters. Not like you. I didn't. Leif grunted, amused as the man spluttered. He once again studied the horizon, hoping to see a sign of change. Darius fell silent before perking up. Hey, look, over there, he called, pointing eagerly. The Spriggan followed Darius's directions and strained his eyes, the golden glow flickering behind his ivory mask. He couldn't see anything, but the scout yelled again, this time attracting attention. Skimmers, they're coming. Immediately a dam of tension broke. More people started pointing and calling. Some laughed. A few soldiers cheered. A few seconds later, Leif finally saw what Darius had spotted. Over the horizon came the distant outline of triangular sails. As they drew closer, Leif made out the wooden ship-like structures each was attached to. But they weren't boats. They were flat, more like a raft. They quite literally skimmed across the sky, valleys and forests being left behind as the crafts bobbed up and down, plowing forward with tremendous speed. Then the murmurs started once again. Leif could sense a growing tingling of anticipation and fear building. There were 3 skimmers, but as Leif studied what he now recognized as wooden jetties jutting out of the smaller bluff's side, he noticed something strange. There was room for more than 3 skimmers, 5 at least. "Cut!" Darius hissed. "This—" Then an alarm began to ring from near to the walls. A screech split the morning air. The feeling of malevolence, ever present yet diminished, suddenly flared beneath his feet. Horns blared and officers began barking orders. Oh, Jesus! Leif tensed, then let the building nervous energy go. He would be more than capable in the upcoming fight. It was callous to think of what may turn into a slaughter as an opportunity, but for him it likely would be. Then he turned and followed the rushing soldiers to the wall. Chapter 69. Living undead streamed up the hill in a near-continuous tide. Some were skeletal, almost fragile-looking. Others still possessed their skin, muscles or fur. Beasts, goblins, and bizarre mixes of both met a hail of skills and weapon-propelled missiles. A screech split the air as row after row of undead fell, only for their place to be filled. Intermittently, blue light would coalesce in a small blue shard, only to fall into the swell of monsters and vanish from sight. As Leif reached the top of the wooden battlements, he saw it, at the peak of a hill. The hill he and the expedition had once scaled before entering the outpost stood the distant, towering form of a black carapaced insect. The amber blood flowing through his body froze as he felt a baleful gaze and intent land squarely on his shoulders. Leif tensed, his whole body ready. Around him, soldiers stumbled or cried out, the sheer weight of the reanimated monsters intent enough to act as a physical force even from so far away. Oh, it couldn't do that before, Leif thought, ripping his eyes away from the undead enslaver and back to the more immediate threat. Has it gained more skills since we fought it below Farron? Was it hunting and leveling up all this time? A rotting goblin reached the bottom of the palisade below where Leif was standing and impaled the wood where its fleshless arms had been whittled into sharp bone spears. It used its arms to rapidly scamper up the side of the wall. It reached the wall's apex and leaped towards Leif, mouth stretched wide. A golden palm hit it in the face, shattering its skull and sending the monster's diminutive body flipping off back into the horde below. Then another undead clambered up, only to be cut down by a soldier's sword. For minutes, this pattern repeated. Those few undead who could climb would ascend the wall only to be slain. For a moment, Leif hoped this status quo would hold. But that hope was quickly dashed. The sheer press of bodies began to create makeshift ramps. Undead, ravenous and frenzied, used the heads and shoulders of their kin to assail the fortifications in greater and greater numbers. A level-up notification made itself known before being minimized automatically. In a brief moment of calm, in between the maelstrom of violence, Leaf checked it, hopeful it would offer him something to meaningfully aid their current plight. It didn't, but the boost to attributes was welcome all the same. Level Up class, Amber Blight's Brigand, is now level 15 for standing in defense of the needy and bestowing freely your vigor. You have gained a level +1 to might, +1 to spirit, +1 to charisma, +5 free points. He had 5 free points, mentally slamming them into his charisma attribute. Leaf felt his power flare, his aura strain against invisible restraints before flexing into its new potential. He sensed panic bloom from his left and instinctively activated. Under my protection, without turning. The golden shield snapped around a fallen Imperial just as a humanoid with oddly elongated limbs leapt at them. It hit the barrier and bounced off. The undead was run through the back by a spear-wielding defender before it could recover. Panic, death, fear. The emotions swirled in the air, laying over the battle like a thick blanket, smothering and suffocating. Intermittently, the enslaver queen would screech, the sound sending soldiers recoiling and the intent slamming down into their spirits. Soldiers cursed and screamed as one by one they fell. Despite everything, it quickly became apparent to Leaf that this fight was far, far beyond his ability to impact significantly. There were simply too many places he needed to be, too many wounded to heal, too many lives to save. Too many monsters to kill. In the sky above, the crimson cloud cover began to darken. In the distant south, the steady rumbling of thunder rolled across the land. A multicolored flash of skills erupted down along the battlements. A part of Leaf's mind unconsciously recognized that it wouldn't be enough. They were simply outnumbered. They wouldn't be able to win. It was a sobering, almost nostalgic realization, only to be compounded by the gradual beginning of rain. Single drops at first, the melodic pattern of water plinking off armor in an almost peaceful rhythm over the din of battle. The dour weather brought back a haunting familiar memory of fighting a losing battle, having chaos surrounding him on all sides as his exhausted body was dragged through the muddy earth. Opportunity, he thought scornfully. Am I delusional? There is only death here. Only pain. For minutes more he fought. Despite his best efforts, Leaf felt the burning wicker of life force wink out as men and women fell along the defensive line. But even as they fell, and the feeling of impotence, of failure at being unable to prevent their deaths built, so too did the roar of amber life within him. With each blow he landed, each undead he slew, and each corpse he drained. Energy pulsed and roiled within his center. It was as if a golden inferno lit up his very soul, the light from within shining through the cracked bark that was his skin. Unbidden, several faces flashed through Leaf's mind. He didn't recognize them, their visages cloaked in shadow and fog, laughter and song. A roaring bonfire with drinks being handed out. Men and women sat around, all armed and armored. But it wasn't the Imperial silver and blue. Their armor was far less uniform. Breastplates and mismatched weapons, and their mostly disheveled and lax attitudes. The faint, vague outline of a tall man raised a mug in Leaf's direction, and something was said. He couldn't make out what, even as the others surrounding him raised their own drinks and said the same. There was laughter, but he didn't know why. Who were these people Leaf didn't know? He just wanted to reach out, to pluck the memories of the man he had used to be right out of his fractured past. But he was too far away. An undead vaulted the palisade, launching off the cramped forms of those incapable of climbing. It let out a blood-curdling snarl as it lunged towards him. The hostile intent snapped Leaf from his near reverie. The creature cut its way past 4 of his 6 limbs before Leaf stepped back and twisted. Conjured arms of amber reformed at his will, becoming sharp and slender. With a tug, he bisected the undead. In its place, there were 2 more, and after he slew them, they were replaced by 3. With each reanimated corpse, he felled. For each body, he drained his well of vitality grew and grew. It boiled within him, vibrant and powerful. It was remarkable how quickly the pool could go from near empty to bursting at the seams. The attention of the undead, hungry and cruel, slowly shifted, moving from those that surrounded him and locking firmly in place on Leif's shoulders. From dispersed and varied to focused and malicious, the intent of hundreds of undead became fixated on him and him alone. The amber well continued to fill, the golden energy trying to spill free, burning him up from the inside. The rain continued to fall, the light shower transitioning into something heavier. Partially dazed, Leif parried the wicked claws of a stitched-together ghoul as amber sympathy warned him of its deadly intent. The monster howled as he battered aside its raking blows before being silenced as a golden fist punched into its rotting torso and ripped out its spine. But Leif wasn't there, not fully. While he fought and moved, the constant hum of rain dragged his mind away from the present, a memory of standing atop a hill, watching as the sun set and rain clouds began to disperse their payload over the grassy valley before him flickered through Leif's mind. It was distant and unfocused, but nonetheless it was like a blow to the gut, a lethal strike right in the heart. Leif jerked, returning to the present as something light and bursting with corrupting death landed on his back. "Focus," he commanded himself. "You can brood when you're dead." Despite his unnatural physique, Leif's breathing became uneven, his amber heart racing in a dissonant rhythm as golden vitality coursed through his veins. As a newly conjured amber limb cut down the undead assailant as he fueled gold iron physique with as much cultivated power as he could muster, Leif cast out his awareness to the desperate battle all around. It was too much to take in, too much to process. Then something dawned in the back of his perception. Leif became aware of something. Under the crimson, burning sky, on a rainy battlefield far from home, something stirred within the Spriggan's soul, mutilated almost beyond recognition. A part of who he had once been resonated with what he had become. In the over a decade since he had been reborn, his mind had been shrouded in a heavy layer of fog and physiological miasma. Through a tiny crack in his soul flickered an emotion. It burst up unbidden and violent, shattering the physiological barrier as his monstrous nature had subconsciously wrapped around his once human cognition. It wasn't glorious, nor was it hopeful or heroic. The Spriggan sucked in a sharp inhalation of rain-chilled air through the rigid slit he had in place of a mouth. Fear, an emotion often correlated to weakness, or perhaps cowardice. It was so raw and potent that it grabbed his heart in a vice grip and threatened to squeeze. Fear of failing to protect those around him. Fear losing those he had come to rely on and trust. Fear of once again falling, forgotten and alone. Fear of never regaining what he had lost, of dying as something inhuman and wrong. In that moment, Leif was in 2 places, fighting atop a wall in the remote remains of a once bustling settlement, facing the sky as his life bled out in a muddy and silent field. And while the emotion was sharp and painful both, it was also the most real thing he'd felt in over a decade. As his mind connected 2 points in time, it solidified something important, like a puzzle piece slotting into place. It made him feel alive. The air stilled, all sounds falling away, as if up until this point he'd been fumbling around in murky darkness, blindly reaching out in desperation for something he didn't truly understand. But despite it all, it was him, even as his mind, body, and soul had been torn apart and remade in a twisted mockery of what he had once been. Under all that had been twisted and changed, he was still Leaf, and he was still alive, despite the unfathomable odds, despite the potentially unique situation he had found himself in. Despite it all, he knew one thing, that the man he had once been had felt the exact same fear. And in response to this realization, in response to the sheer relief of still being, something in the world shifted. Leaf let out a long, hissing exhaltation as the fear fell away, discarded like a shirt that no longer fit. An awareness locked into him. It wasn't physical, nor was it tangible in any way. The intent, if calling it such was even correct, was more curious and playful than anything else, like a bubbling spring, or laughter riding currents of wind. Congratulations, your adept skill, life spells, has met an upgrade threshold. Would you like to upgrade life spells from rank 1 to rank 2 Wai Shen? Leaf didn't need to read the message to know what it was. He accepted, and felt the world once again shift, like a breeze blowing through a field of grass just out of sight. Leaf felt his ability to control, or perhaps his ability to request and commune with the abstract concept of life, be strengthened. Like flexing a muscle, he tested the connection this intangible authority had with his blood-aspected skills. It was stronger, but not yet fully complete. He would need another upgrade, or maybe two. The call of the past faded into the background as Leaf fully focused on the present. He had a plan. It was stupid and foolish and quite possibly suicidal. Or it would be if he didn't empty out his reserves of golden power still roaring within him. Leaf darted along the battlements, his amber limbs a blur of motion. As he moved, Leaf expended as much cultivated vitality as he could with every injured man and woman he touched with healing palm. The empowered skill knitting together rent skin, mending torn muscle, and restoring shattered bone. He glanced back into the outpost, at the growing pile of critically injured who had been pulled back from the fighting. In a bounding leap, he fell from the wall, landing in a heavy and inelegant crouch before making his way to the pile of wounded. 40 seconds later, as the anchor he had left atop the wall began to flicker and fade at the back of his awareness, Leaf stepped forward and triggered. Amber steps reappeared back atop the fortifications. Leaf cracked his neck. Time to do something stupid. Then he jumped off the wall and into the unyielding swarm of teeth and bones. Chapter 70, above. Or rather, he was about to do something stupid. As he stepped up onto the sharpened wooden parapet, a deafening roar split the battle. The undead seemed to shy back, recoiling from the sound as if in terror. Many of the defending humans flinched, several clasping hands over their ears as the near-deafening wave of sound buffeted them. All eyes turned to the burning sky. For a moment, nothing appeared. Everything stood still, as if soldier and undead monstrosity were united in waiting with bated breath. Then a serpentine creature descended. It burst through the crimson and saffron clouds. Its green-scaled form glimmered a rainbow iridescence. The blood-red crest of feathers surrounding the crown of its draconic head stood out even against the similarly colored sky. As it dropped, the creature stretched out. From snout to tail, it was as long as the trunk of an aged pine, and twice as wide. Wings, feathered and bird-like, snapped out as the majestic creature plummeted, the motion arresting its descent and causing it to pull up from its dive, no higher than 30 meters from the top of the outpost's walls. A great swelling of wind whipped across the battlefield as the monster glared down on the horde of undeath. Its fanged mouth parted as if in an amused, cruel smile. Pocht is not pleased. Pocht is not pleased at all. It said, its voice a hiss of disapproval. A ripple passed through the ranks of the undead. The intent of the giant ant queen shifted from the defenders. Many breathed out in relief at the liberating sensation. The scaled monster beat its feathered wings a single time. "Perish," it commanded, the word resounding like the edict of an executioner. Invisible fire danced along every surface, the world responding to the order. Flames, real and white-hot with edges of blue, rushed from the creature's open maw like floodgates being flung open to unleash a torrent of water. A screech of outrage came from the still stationary enslaver as the flames bore down upon the undead horde. A secondary force rippled across the battlefield as a green malevolent light flickered into existence within the chests and eyes of the reanimated corpses. The undead rushed forward, their ravenous assault on the defensive perimeter of Far Reach redoubling. It wasn't enough. Whatever empowering magic had been bestowed on the abominations was irrelevant before the flames that ashed flesh and charred bone. Dozens of undead vanished under the torrent of flames. The winged serpent coiled upwards and unleashed a second devastating stream of white and blue down upon the battlefield. The soldiers below flinched away from the heat, several abandoning the wall entirely to avoid being in the proximity of the attack. Leaf activated, under my protection, as even his ivory-white bark began to crisp at the heat. The reanimated ant queen chittered angrily. Malevolent energy built up along its obsidian carapace. The scaled monster twisted, its entire body contorting to face down the enslaver. Before either monster could clash a solid beam of white streaked across the sky, it fell upon the giant ant, piercing its head before detonating in a wave of radiance. The entire horde of undead rippled as if struck, their frantic assault of the outpost once again coming to a halt. "That was my kill!" The serpent hissed, its head snapping upwards. "It's still alive!" Hera called from where she crouched atop a pane of solid light. The platform slowly rotated far above Far Reach. Another angry cry confirmed her observation, the ant re-emerging from a cloud of dust and blindingly white essence. "Good, good," the monster said, snapping its jaws as if eager to tear into obsidian carapace. "Where's Khan?" Hera asked, yelling to be heard over the howling cacophony of undead as they restarted their advance. "He comes, yes, he comes soon." "Thank Fu." Hera's expletive was cut short as a lance of dark blue energy ripped down from the sky. She vanished an instant before the beam would have vaporized her, the platform shattering as if made of glass. The dark energy fired in a continuous line, carving through the horde, the ground, the wall, and several soldiers. Where the attack passed, the air rippled as it was pulled inwards. Dust and debris swirled. The closest soldiers were tugged off balance, stumbling in its direction. Gravity, a familiar dark blue power. Leaf looked up to see a speck of black far above. It twitched unnaturally, its movements jerky, as if partially restrained. The queen shrieked once more, and her daughter replied. Another lance of navy blue swept across the battlefield, this one aiming for the flying serpent. A section of the wall to Leaf's right was disintegrated. The wooden stakes next to the newly created breach cracked and splintered. That was too close, Leaf thought, his mind racing. Undead charged for the newly created opening, though many fell down into the deep crevice the powerful beams had created. Leaf quickly dropped down to position himself within the gap in the outpost's defenses. Almost immediately he was met with an onslaught of rotting flesh and twisted bone. They fell upon him. Under my protection, flared into life only to be buffeted by the sheer weight of bodies. He positioned 6 arms of conjured gold. Using his willpower, Leaf molded them into spears. The tips sharp and length increased. When the shield dropped, he stabbed out and up, impaling the closest monsters with each strike, and an unknown amount packed in close behind them. Leaf stepped back, retracting his limbs only to stab forward once again. He repeated this over and over, each repetition felling several more baleful creatures. Some still possessed flickering green light, their gazes piercing, the energy animating them bubbling in a violent fervor. Soldiers in imperial silver and blue called for the retreat as a towering abomination reached the wall. It crashed through like a child, stomping through play blocks. Another screech split the air. A moment later, a beam of blue carved horizontally down through the wall. It split the twisted behemoth from side to side, rotting guts spilling out over the ground. Leaf jerked down, but he would have been too slow. Barely a foot above his head, the gravitational energy crackled and dispersed. The top half of the nearby section of wall fell backwards in an almost absurdly slow fashion. The Spriggan staggered back. He hadn't been the target of that attack, but he had almost been a coincidental casualty. Death had come so close and so fast that he hadn't been able to react in time. A feeling of powerlessness swept over him. If affecting the wider scope of this battle had been beyond him before, now what could he do? Arrows of light arced over the encampment, each targeting the distant figure of the awakened enslaver. Pocht coiled and twisted, moving in erratic patterns, in an attempt to reach the undead queen. Whenever it got too close, a beam of dark blue would slice through the world, keeping it at bay. They had lost. It was only a matter of time before the final defenders fell and the tide of undeath claimed the outpost, erasing all traces of life. Then the wind changed direction, and the crimson sky parted as if by a colossal wedge. In the distance, thunder rumbled across the land, and the temperature dropped by several degrees. Leaf twisted around to see what was coming. For an instant, he and many of the desperately fighting soldiers held bated breaths. Then, over the horizon and approaching at a blisteringly fast pace, came a vessel. Easily 5 times the size of the skimmers Leaf now saw had almost reached the smaller bluff. Rain fell, the shower quickly transitioning into a flood. The dry, packed dirt of the camp rapidly turning into a muddy mess. Within moments, the outpost was bathed in sheets of icy water. From the south, almost indistinguishable from the rolling thunder and inaudible over the sounds of battle, boomed laughter. Chapter 71. Downpour. The storm front rolled in as the walls were abandoned. Carts, crates, and debris were pulled into makeshift barriers to stem the undead's advance through the winding streets. Leaf ducked behind one such barrier as it was closed off. The soldiers didn't give him a second glance. His cloak hung heavy on his shoulders, the rain-soaked fabric partially restricting his movements. But there was otherwise little discomfort. There was the ever-present worry that his inhuman form may be revealed. But in the moment, surrounded by undead, he found it hardly mattered. Above, the serpent roared in triumph, its movements becoming quicker, its every motion more agile and dangerous. No longer did it beat its feathered wings as it was swimming through the falling rain. "What is that thing?" Leaf asked, staring up at the being of fire and scales. Another jet of white and blue flames scorched the now abandoned battlements. The undead, streaming through gaps in the defenses, were incinerated as they blindly rushed forward. "Commander Khan's bound companion. It's called a Kotal, a sacred protector of the Empire," one of the nearby soldiers said, the young man likewise staring up in awe. "Bound? Yeah, he has a high-level Tamer class," the soldier replied, briefly taking off his helmet and wiping water from his eyes. Something that powerful could be made subservient to a human. How is that possible? Leaf wondered, gazing up at the Kotal with a new perspective. Icy frost bloomed a street over. Leaf reached out and trickled vitality into the nearby soldiers with Blight's bounty before tearing off towards the familiar skill. He would fight, but he'd rather fight alongside those he knew. There was no path leading in the correct direction. so Leaf took the direct route. He kicked in a door of a repurposed house. He crossed the plain, rectangular room in only a few strides, before increasing his weight and shoulder-checking the structure's far wall. He burst out into a small, dusty square in a shower of splinters right as a purple arc of lightning flashed towards him. Leaf nearly froze in surprise, his shield flickering around him for the half a second it took for the arcane energies to disperse.
Fuck. My bad, Marcus called.
Did you just run through that wall?
No time, Leaf hissed, turning to face a group of short, humanoid ghouls. The right-hand side of the courtyard was inundated in frost. Several of the incoming undead slipped and tumbled, their fall sending those behind them likewise spilling to the ground. A sharp whistle of wind came from a nearby street as Adriana ran into view. She was followed a moment later by Linus, the boy lugging a sword far too big for him to use. Leaf didn't have time to consider why. Wind magic swirled around him as a feeling of being lightened flooded through his body. The world slowed ever so slightly, his every movement flowing and crisp. The air around his arms and legs quivered slightly as he ran to position himself between the students and the undead. Sieg manifested an axe head of sharpened ice before bisecting 3 undead with a flex of his skill. The large man was likewise surrounded in vibrating air. Leaf stepped forward, amber limbs surging outward to puncture, crush, or restrain. He found his control of Gold Iron physique was just as affected by Adriana's empowering skill as the rest of his body. Convenient, he thought, easily deflecting a skeletal beast's clawed swipe with 2 amber limbs. Leaf dispatched the monster and cracked his neck. "Did you guys see the Royal Sky Skimmer?" Linus called, shouldering the massive weapon. "It's our ticket out of here." "We all saw it," Adriana snapped. "The problem will be getting onto the bluff with the docks." "Fighting retreat," Marcus suggested, arcane lightning dancing between similarly colored gauntleted fingers. "Also, what's with that sword?" "Linus, he's compensating for something," Adriana said. "I have an idea," Linus said. The young teammates spoke over one another, then shared a baleful glare. "Focus people," Sieg called. The man using his aura in conjunction with skills Leaf didn't know to ice over the other half of the approach. Reanimated corpses clogged up the slippery entry point, clustered as they were. Marcus's arcane lightning danced through the ever-growing pile-up, dealing incredible damage. Above, on the right, Leaf called as the group retreated through a mostly unused lane. A low growl came from the worn tiles of the nearby rooftops. A moment later, a pack of 3 undead drakes prowled into sight, their clawed legs digging into the rain-slick tiles. 2 of the reanimated drakes were the size of the more common beasts found in the foothills of the northern mountains. Raw muscle was visible where several clumps of dull scales had fallen off. The third was a different story. Unlike the larger creatures Leaf had spotted in his somewhat naive quest to climb up a mountain, this drake was long, lithe, and remarkably slender. It was like comparing a rapier to a pair of battle axes. The unevolved drake's approach was inelegant and clumsy compared to the deadly poise of their evolved kin. To make matters worse, within the fanged maw of the evolved drake were the flicker of baleful green flames. "They're blocking our way," Sieg said, his voice low, "and they're not mindlessly attacking. This is bad." "The undead will be coming up behind us shortly," Marcus whispered, purple energy crackling. "I can keep them off us, but only if the drakes don't get to me." Leaf stepped forward, rolling his shoulders as his conjured golden limbs flexed and readied for battle. He'd dealt with drakes, both alive and reanimated. The first of the bulkier drakes leapt forward, the roof's tiles spraying behind it from the force of its jump. A burst of vibrating air combined with a wave of frost to knock the creature off course. The second lowered itself, then made a running jump straight for Leaf. He grappled the horse-sized undead as the sheer force of its landing forced the Spriggan to take several steps back. Before he could tear it limb from limb, green flames billowed down towards him from the evolved drake. The crackling. Death Attuned fire sizzled and popped under the ever-worsening rainfall. He threw up a shield, but the emerald flames quickly began to melt it away, the skill's construct oozing away in golden droplets before dispersing into essence. Flames lapped at his arms and upper body, scorching the ivory wood and singeing the plant fiber beneath. Leaf grunted and focused on might. He grabbed the undead beast with multiple golden arms, then twisted and brought the drake, still growling and clawing while trying to tear him to pieces, between him and the flames. Rotting scales melted and flesh sizzled and was erased by the intense heat. Despite this, the drake seemed more than ready to continue the fight, its lifeless eyes now ablaze with flickering viridescent light. The drake's strength redoubled, forcing the spriggan to take another step back. Leaf punctured the monster's side with a spear-tipped arm. Then he drained the reanimating energy from its form. To his surprise, the malevolent fire seeped into his body, along with the death energies he had been expecting. The flames were doused and converted by Blight's bounty, but not before dealing significant internal damage as the internal structure of his physical arms were made nearly useless. Leaf's vision flickered, and his monstrous body grew numb, his form seeming to weigh twice what that had before. The conjured amber limbs began to crack and fall apart. He fell, the drake biting into his shoulder and splitting wood with its finger-length fangs. A burst of ice cut off the continuous blast of flames. A pair of daggers struck the side of the evolved drake, but bounced off ineffectually. Behind Leaf, purple light flashed, a sure sign that the swarm of undead chasing them was drawing closer. "We don't have time for this!" Leaf snarled internally. He triggered Healing Palm, the restorative energies of the skill shooting up his arm, only to be diverted into his own injuries before it could reach his hand. He activated the skill again, this time for his other arm. Leaf dug into his reserves of strength and grabbed the drake's throat with a four-fingered hand, his clawed tips digging into the beast's scaled hide. Then, half by instinct and half by hope, he triggered Healing Palm for a third time. "Heal," he hissed, the command echoing off the nearby buildings, stilling the falling rain, drawing the attention of something unseen. Healing light pulsed through the drake's body. It rippled through its head, then down the spine and limbs. All at once, the deadly spark of emerald that suffused the drake's form flickered, then fled before his healing magic. The drake stiffened, then collapsed to the ground, unmoving, like a puppet with its strings cut. That was remarkably effective," Leaf mused, rolling the drake's corpse off of him and stumbling to his feet. Several of his conjured arms fell apart as he used them to hoist himself upright. He remade them with a brief effort of will. The other unevolved drake had been split in half by what Leaf assumed was a devastating strike from Sieg's axe. Frost still clung to the bisected corpse, and red-streaked ice coated a nearby wall. The evolved drake let out a low hiss from its position still atop a nearby roof, a stream of green flames spraying towards the large man who cursed and dodged to the side. The drake turned its angular head, tracking his movement, the flames lapping at his side, burning the man's already filthy academy uniform. A golden barrier flared into life, giving Sieg just enough time to break line of sight before being turned into ash. Leaf winced. The sudden manic use of so many skills was beginning to take its toll. The final drake roared, letting out another cone of flames, then leapt from the roof, not towards Leaf or Sieg, but Linus and Adriana. The younger students backed away, Adriana seeming to be concentrating while Linus looked to be totally unarmed. Panic bloomed in Leaf's chest. He was already moving as the drake fell, the world coming into slow motion. He wouldn't be there in time, and he doubted his shield would be able to protect either student for more than an instant. Now Linus yelled, the man raising his hand to the sky. Adriana grabbed his shoulder as a blast of wind blew them both back. They tumbled head over heels, kicking up dirt and impacting the side of a dilapidated house with a crack. A long sword fell from the sky. It penetrated the charging drake slightly off-center, carving away a chunk of its face and skull. The undead collapsed to the ground, skidding several meters through the muddy dirt. Its momentum gone, the drake lay twitching and struggling to move. Fortunately, it was unable to regain its footing before an arc of purple energy fried what remaining fight it had left. The drake ceased moving, and Leaf let out a breath of relief. He looked between the evolved drake and where the two students were picking themselves up from the muddy ground. "That," Marcus said, jogging into the aftermath of the fight. "That was pretty damn cool. Also, I leveled up. Sorry for stealing that kill." Adriana mumbled something about it being fine while Linus just raised a thumb in acknowledgement. He wiped mud from his face, only to leave more filth than before. "I'm still 49, Sieg sighed, grunting as Leif helped him get to his feet, while healing his wounds with a trickle of vitality. "One off the next milestone. I haven't even been able to promote my combat class." The first group of evacuees were most of the crafters and non-combat officials, and they apparently took the promotion items. "Cheer up, big guy," Marcus laughed. "You wouldn't have time to do the advancement trial even if you did reach 50. Also, as fun as this is, we really should get going." Fighting powerful monsters from a distance had been Hera's go-to strategy for several years. It had been wildly effective. Being able to defeat foes who were significantly stronger than you was one of, if not the quickest ways to level up, albeit far from the safest. It had served her as an adventurer. It had served her in the Crucible. And up until this point, it had served her while she worked as a blade of the Academy. A crackling lance of dark blue energy ripped through the air she had been standing in but a moment prior. She ran, manifesting platforms of light with every step, only to let them dissipate into essence. Maintaining more than a few barriers was well beyond her ability without dedicating a significant portion of her focus to the task, and she needed all of her power, wits, and concentration to not be obliterated. Another beam of gravity energy shot from where the humanoid enslaver flew 100 meters away. Hera manifested a barrier of light above her and twisted, kicking off the pane of light, shattering it in the process, and launching herself downwards. She felt her hair rise and her clothes tug against her body, pulled back by the near passing of the ant's deadly attack. Another pane of light appeared as she fell. Hera twisted the skill's construct with a minor effort of will, altering it to let the barrier not be tied to the point she had cast it. Hera hit the platform feet first and felt it partially fracture under her downward momentum. Fortunately, it held. She rode the pane of light downwards, ever so slightly tugging on the skill's construct to reassert its default state of being stationary. It was a trick she had learned years ago, back when the skill had an entirely different name. Hera stabilized her footing and summoned a bow thanks to her Armory of Light skill, a core skill that she had created thanks to multiple fusions, all from different classes. The created weapons were an all but perfect conduit for her other powers. She twisted, the platform spinning, and returned fire on the enslaver. The creature was forced to dodge, flying in elegantly to the side, its insectile wings a blur of motion even to Hera's enhanced vision. Then it was forced to retreat further as a geyser of white and blue flames raked across the sky. Shiny human, the feathered serpent hissed, coiling through the rain and rising to Hera's own elevation. "Coatl," she replied, not entirely sure how to communicate with Commander Khan's bond. "Father says to drive the ant lady away. He will bring the big flyboat," Pocht roared. Then it dove to avoid a lance of blue light. "Tell him to hurry up," she yelled back, running in the opposite direction to not give their opponent an easy target. For minutes more, they battled in the sky, and though they fought to force the enslaver away from the outpost and the desperately retreating humans below, The oddly human-shaped ant was more than capable of weathering their assault, never straying far. "It's trying to protect the undead queen," Hera realized, cursing under her breath. "While that thing is in play, it won't allow us to shepherd it away. And while it's over, far reach, everyone is in danger." She peered through the low, burning red cloud cover and scanned the ground. The closer to the battle Khan drew, the more wild and unruly the skies became. As high as she was, the very air was thick with both rain and soot. If she could eliminate the undead enslaver queen, maybe this whole ordeal would end. From the report Marcus, Sieg, and Leaf had given her about the events within the Mythhold, Hera doubted the Ant Queen was the entity in control of the Horde. It won't hurt to try, she thought, firing off a quick volley to keep the enslaver woman busy before retreating up into the clouds with a sequence of bounding leaps. Prismatic sight activated, and the cloud cover thinned, retreating into the background as her perception skill bled away all excessive visual stimuli and helped her vision penetrate any non-solid obstacles. She sighted the Ant Queen far below and began charging up an arrow of light. Hera doubted she would get another chance as good as this one. Best to make it count. Her previous attack on the enslaver hadn't killed it outright, though surely the monster had been wounded. She would need to put everything she could into a single, deadly attack. Power-built, light shining in the arrow's pointed head like a beacon. The clouds around her shone with a dazzling radiance. The heat coming off the skill made steam rise in a continuous pillar as the very air screamed like a kettle. She took aim. Years of training and far more life and death experience than most her age steadying her arms, calming her breathing. Then an obsidian-clad fist crashed into her side as the Academy blade was sent flying, the impact blacking out her vision and pulverizing her ribs. The almost fully charged skill destabilized, then detonated. Everything went white. Chapter 72, Of a Feather. Khan Alfredi, commander of the Aelho garrison, captain of the Empire's Mercy, bondmate of an ancient guardian, and grandfather to 47 grandchildren, made the sky weep at his approach. He hung in the sky, as if the very air was capable of supporting his greatness. His well-oiled mustache and beard remained perfectly still, despite the chaotic lashes of wind and rain that surrounded him. In fact, he wasn't wet at all, a benefit of mastery over weather magics. Despite his age, Khan Alfredi didn't look a day over 50, one of many advantages to advancing through the level 50 and 100 bottlenecks at a young age. His dark complexion was common among those from the Empire's eastern provinces. At his command, great updrafts of wind swept from the south, propelling both him and his personal sky skimmer at speeds no vessel had ever been designed to travel. The skimmer was far larger than the meager rafts the expedition had used on its initial deployment to the northern frontier. And truth be told, the Empire's Mercy was not the right tool for this job, its greater size making it more suited for the open seas than constantly pitching in an effort to not crash into the tops of trees or rolling hills. But he had little choice. 2 of the skimmers had to be left behind due to damages. As long as he could evacuate the men and women under his command out of the death trap that had been sprung on them, everything would be fine. Should be fine. With a flex of his will, he ushered another gale of winds to surge up from behind. His skimmer once again picked up speed. The crew clutched to guardrails or had tied themselves to the deck via ropes. Such speed would generally be ill-advised. If the skimmer strayed more than 24 or so meters from the navigation route, the vessel would no longer be powered by the invisible streams of wayfinding magics. But the pace, while reckless, had been more than worth it. Khan had partially feared that Far Reach would have fallen, the position having been overrun by undead. It was a good thing that the Empire's methods of reclaiming lost territories accounted for sudden attacks. Far ahead, the battle raged unceasingly. From his elevation, Khan could just make out undead and soldiers fighting in the streets and through the ruins of buildings. But beyond that, Above Far Reach was the real fight. Khan felt his blood rise, his every cell flush with energy. He'd burnt through a week's worth of cultivation pushing for time over the past few days. A little more wouldn't hurt. He redoubled his speed, the cultivated power of storms and winds that spun within his soul, being expended in what many would have considered wasteful excess. In the moment, Khan found that it hardly mattered. He hadn't seen a fight like this in years, not since the ants had slaughtered their way across the northern vassal kingdoms and partially pressed into the empire proper. It seemed that Hera's reports had actually been correct. Sure, he'd doubted her. When Hera had explained the Academy's discoveries via communication construct, he had found them hard to believe. But as he observed the conflict with his own eyes, Khan finally accepted that she hadn't been mistaken. The enemies humanity now faced were likely a remnant of that invasion. It brought him no small amount of joy to realize some of his old foes had willingly presented themselves for him to finish off. Khan laughed, the sound reverberating through the clouds like rolling thunder. If the man who had gifted him the Empire's mercy could see what he was doing with it, he likely would have spat blood. He could feel the flickering emotions of his bond. Pucht roared in delight as he drew near. The closer he and his bonded companion drew, the more stable their connection. He was close. A minute, maybe less. He would have to guide his skimmer into the tiny docks at the outpost lest his ship accidentally break apart on the rocky bluff. It would take only a moment. Surely there would... A sudden spike of alarm reached him from Pucht. His heart briefly caught in his throat. For an instant, nothing happened. Then a blinding flash of white lit up the sky, blowing away the cloud cover that hung above Far Reach. Khan cursed and kicked off of the wind, Rainstep carrying him ahead of the skimmer at a blisteringly fast speed. He blurred forward, still blinking the blindness from his vision. Khan sensed, rather than saw, his bond as the Kotal was sent flying by the blast. The pain, phantom, like a memory, reached him through their connection. Finally, the outpost came within his range of perception. Each raindrop that hit the ground below, plinking off armor and skin, relaying the positions and situation of the battle. It looked grim, despite everything he had been too slow. His perception caught a figure falling through the air. Khan pivoted mid-step and all but flew upwards. He caught Hera's falling body, then kicked off the air to lurch both him and the unconscious blade away from a slice of dark blue power. It seemed to carve through reality like a warm knife through butter. Khan's perception skill warped and distorted where the gravitational energy had passed. Pucht! He mentally roared. Despite being injured, the Kotal twisted immediately in response to his call. Shiny human hurt, the serpent mentally cried. I take to ointment wizard. Khan grimaced as he took in Hera's partially charred form. If there are any in the outpost who can help her. Pucht, where is the nearest healer? His bond's crimson crest of feathers shimmered, a telltale sign of the creature's divination skills at work. The Coatl's head snapped down. I sense, but different. Strong. It hissed. Much strength. Khan frowned. Who in the expedition was a strong healer? He supposed it didn't matter. Go, take her to the healer. I'll hold off our little friend up there. With a gesture, he tied a tether of water around Hera's waist and looped it around Pucht's middle in several large loops. Then he turned his attention to the enemy of humanity. A wide grin split his face. Maybe leaving retirement was worth it after all. Eat! What was that? Marcus asked, the man having slumped against an overturned cart to prevent him from falling as the sudden blast of light and sound had assaulted Far Reach. Leif wasn't sure, but he suspected the flash of light had something to do with Hera. All around him, the Academy students and soldiers were picking themselves up off of the ground, a task made twice as difficult due to them being half disorientated from the detonation. Overhead was a vast gap in the crimson-tainted clouds. Quickly, the whole was filled in by boiling storm clouds that blotted out all light from the sky above, as if it had never stopped. The downpour restarted, perhaps even more overbearing than before. They had gotten to the end of the large bluff before the explosion had sent them tumbling into the muddy dirt. Before them was the natural archway that connected the main outpost to its smaller sibling. On the other side, Leif could barely make out the movement of dozens of people as they hurried about trying to disembark the smaller skimmers. "What's going on?" he asked himself, peering through the downpour. "Why aren't they getting people onto the skimmers to evacuate?" To the side, Sieg angrily swiped his hand. In moments, an angular sheet of ice was keeping away the worst of the rain. A roar split the air, followed by a tremendous gust of wind. Soldiers scattered as the massive form of the serpentine coatl crashed down into the outpost. Leif felt the life force held within the creature and froze. There was so much. Was that the vitality of a high-level monster? He felt his cultivation base churn at the sight. Then his attention was dragged forcibly to the much fainter source of vitality, strapped to the monster's side. Healer. The coatl hissed, looking directly at him. Its presence was oppressive and heavy, its aura wild and untamed. Healer who is not, healer who hides. Leif was frozen, mid-step. His cloak was still tightly clinging to his body. Though thoroughly drenched in rain, he should still be hiding his monstrous appearance. Healer who is not human. The coatl continued, tilting its head at an angle as if intrigued. Pocht is curious. Very, very curious. "I can explain," Leif called, "but I need to heal her first." The creature hissed and pulled back, its feathered wings, slick with a constant runoff of water, shuffled as the great serpent glared down at Leif. "Explain," his hiding healer friend. "Yes, friend of you and humans," Leif shouted, gesturing around at the staring soldiers. "If friend, then who is bond?" it asked. "Still suspicious?" Leif paused. He didn't have a bond. How will it react if I say that I don't have one? Before he could answer, Marcus wobbled up beside him, slipping once in a puddle, but catching himself on Leif's shoulder. "Oh, great feathered serpent, it is me. I am the holder of this one's bond." Leif shot the man a glance. "Truly?" the coatl asked, leaning in closer, its tone excited, its rampant intent far less hostile. "Bondholder like father. Can fly and make rain." No, I can make purple lightning, though," Marcus said, taken aback by the question. The coatl shook itself as if shimmying in joy. Then it turned its head and blasted a gout of blue-white flames down a nearby street. "Good. You heal. Pocht, rejoin, fight, now," it said, bursting Hera's water bonds and dropping her limp body to the wet, muddy ground. The coatl beat its wings a single time, spraying water and detritus in every direction. Then it was gone, slithering through the air like a fish in water. The pressure of its presence lifted off everyone's shoulders. Leif heard several take long, gasping breaths. He ignored them and scrambled over to Hera's unconscious form, sending a spell and cultivation-empowered, healing palm into her blackened and burnt side. He tried his best to control the flow of healing, guiding the energy to where it was most needed. A single use of the spell wasn't enough, nor was a second. After 3 uses, Hera's breathing had stabilized. Then her eyes opened and she coughed up a mouthful of water and blood. "Fucking hells," she gasped. Leif dragged her under the cover of a nearby half-packed tent. "I'd ask if you are okay," the Spriggan said, "but I can tell that you are." "Wow, I feel so cared for," Hera grunted. She looked up. Her eyes flashed white with specks of rainbow light. "That thing is terrifyingly fast." Leif pushed her down as she tried to stand. "Whoa, I said you were okay. But that doesn't mean you can go back." "I'm fine. The body is partially remade at level 50, then fully at level 100. I'm much more receptive to healing magics than most others. Hells, I'm straight up harder to kill than even defensively focused level 50s, she said. "Okay, if you say so," Leif said. not entirely convinced. He let her stand nonetheless. She shrugged. "I'll be fine as long as I don't eat a direct hit again." She looked around to where several academy students were all staring at her. More than just the 4 Leif had fought with to get this far. "You all need to evacuate, and I mean right now. Get on Khan's big fancy ship when it arrives and don't look back." She cracked her neck and grinned. "You too, Tree Man. I'll see you all at Ailey Ho. If I'm not around after a few days, go find Darius's family. I trust the Independent Guild more than the Imperial Army. The Academy and military don't always get along." Then she fired an arrow of light into the distance, vanishing in a flash a few moments later. Leif turned to Marcus. "What the hells was that?" "Hey," the sandy-haired man said, raising his hands defensively. "Your honesty was about to get you killed. The commander's bond is an infamously poor decision-maker. If it found out you weren't bound, it probably would have toasted you." Leif groaned. He hoped this wouldn't come back to bite him in the ass. Chapter 73. A moment more. A team of 3 Imperial thaumaturges cleared the street-wide stone arch with wind and heat-controlling skills, as streams of people moved to where the 3 sky skimmers were hastily being pulled around the sides of the bluff. On the side Leif was standing. A temporary barricade was being hastily erected. The undead still rushed through the outpost in a near-continuous stream. Fortunately, their progress was being stalled by teams of soldiers, holding the winding choke points of Far Reach's streets. Leif was at the rear of the expedition group as they crossed the natural bridge. As the expedition members made their way through the less developed secondary bluff, they rounded a bend and saw the skimmers where they were parked. He saw several groups maneuvering the hovering vehicles with ropes, all while keeping them from impacting the rocky side of the bluff with long sticks. Men were shouting and pointing away from the outpost, but through the thick sheets of rain Leif couldn't make out what they were gesturing towards. At the center of the smaller bluff was an obelisk standing over 4 meters tall, its dark purple exterior letting the angular structure stand out against the backdrop of near-endless water. Faint runes glowed along the circular base of the obelisk, each pulse sending streaks of violet snaking up the object's sides. He tried peering into the distance, trying once again to make out what it was that was making the Imperials anxious. Above Far Reach were the distant roars and thrum of battle, though the howling wind and endless rain drowned out the worst of it. "It's the larger skimmer," Marcus said, his tone low. "They must be bringing it into the dock." Leif gave the man a sideways look, then returned to studying the near-solid sheet of water and mist surrounding the bluff. "These are small jetties. How is something that big going to—" Then he saw it, a looming shadow barreling down on the docks. Soldiers screamed and support staff scrambled into action. Leif's amber blood ran cold and the wind buffeted his cloak. Those around him shielded their eyes and fought against the weather, but due to his nature, Leif was less affected. The skimmer was coming in far too fast, its dark silhouette rapidly materializing into the clear visage of a large, well-adorned ship. Wooden staves, over 3 meters long, cracked and shattered as they tried to prevent the vehicle from colliding with the rocky side of the bluff. Aboard, Leif could see the skimmer's crew doing the same, but in reverse, their own staves snapping against rain-slick stone. Skills were launched as Leif rushed forward, pushing aside gawking soldiers and students alike. Adriana was at the front. Facing away from the near-horizontal rain, she unleashed a wave of wind. 6 golden arms cracked into existence as Leif reached the very edge of the bluff. Palms of glowing amber met the half-turned skimmer and pushed. He felt the distant sensation of conjured limbs cracking and splintering under the force. He channeled as much cultivated vitality into his next use of gold iron physique as he could. Another 6 arms burst from his back, shoulders, and side. These too strained against the skimmer, desperately fighting for any leverage against the momentum of the flying ship. Leaf felt not just his skills, but his very body tremble as it groaned under the strain. His clawed feet dug into the solid ground as he used every fiber of his being to prevent the crash. Moments passed, but they felt like minutes. The skimmer struck the side of the bluff. The polished wood of its hull smashed against stone as the skimmer's mass tipped from the impact. The skimmer rocked back, its crew tumbling down to the deck and out of sight. The entire vehicle heaved, then stilled, damaged, more than a little battered, but hopefully still functional. They had done it. Disaster had been averted. Exhausted cheers rose from those who had prevented the worst of the crash. A moment later, the slack-jawed onlookers behind them joined in. Leaf fell to a knee, breathing out a stream of heated air from his slit of a mouth. That had been too close. Strong hands grabbed him under one shoulder and tried to pull him up. Sieg shouted something, but what the man had said was lost under the pounding ache of skill overuse. The Spriggan's attention was arrested by something else. Something was wrong. The malevolent, hungry gloom that had been a constant presence beneath their feet had changed. It was almost indescribable, like the orientation of a nozzle having been turned ever so slightly. Then violent intent swept over Leaf and the surviving humans. It was as though a starving beast had slipped its leash. A bloodthirsty screech washed over the Imperial outpost, followed in turn by hundreds of feral howls and screams. "This is to think," Khan said, his voice carrying effortlessly on the wind, "that your kind's invasion of the northern kingdoms brought this old man out of retirement." The enslaver didn't respond. They rarely did in his experience. A habit of their innate pheromone communication if Imperial researchers were to be believed. Regardless, he tried again. Getting under one's foe's nerves, while immature, was a noticeable advantage. "It's been almost a decade since the last of your hosts was turned back at the gates of Aleho. Tell me, monster, were you at that battle? Did we once cross swords?" Despite his bravado, Khan had no hope of defeating the opponent he faced. His level would make him be regarded as one of humanity's elites, but his speciality was large-scale warfare. A duel in the sky was much less his forte. Though he did possess certain strengths his opponent may underestimate, his bond, Pocht, was much of his personal strength. Almost half his total levels were dedicated to his promoted Tamer class. If Khan guessed correctly, the Coatl was less than half the level of the enslaver he now faced. But if they fought together, that disadvantage in power should narrow significantly. Being a bonded companion had its perks. Pocht roared as he rocketed upwards, his connection to Khan allowing the feathered serpent to effortlessly swim through the rain and clouds. With a flex of will, Khan channeled a not inconsiderable amount of power into the Coatl, bestowing the serpent with enhanced strength and speed. Both struck out at the same time, the momentum of their attacks causing them to trade places. Ka'an's condensed blasts of water and wind were replaced with Pocht's searing white and blue flames. But even united, they couldn't drive the monster away. It flittered back at their assault, never straying far from its protective position above the undead queen below. Though inelegant in the air, the humanoid enslaver had little issue staying a step ahead, the glowing fire reflecting off the creature's blackened carapace. Through his ability to sense what the rain touched, Khan noticed an imminent opportunity sneaking up from below. He smirked. Years of experience raising children, then grandchildren, had made him quite proficient at being a distraction. "Say, Aunt, you realize this quest of yours is impossible. You'll never bring her back. The dead remain such." The enslaver's head snapped in his direction. "Lies," she hissed, sending a lance of dark blue screaming through the air. Kaon stepped to the side, never breaking eye contact. "Were you at Aleho when we broke your army and slaughtered your kin?" I remember battling something very similar to yourself over the city's great docks. I care not for your miserable hives. Human, the ant spat. They're irrelevant to me, to us. So it was you who invaded, Khan asked, laughing, as he sent a serpentine whip of water at the enslaver, a probing attack to keep her occupied, and the queen below us. I remember bringing her low myself. I have the medal to prove it. That was a lie. Khan hadn't been there when the ants retreated underground. His duty had been the protection of the city. But the enslaver before him didn't know that. She twitched, intent, locking on to him. Hostile and heavy. Khan's own aura brushed it aside, redirecting it like the land redirects a river. If I recall correctly, it was I who landed the finishing blow. It was so easy that I had forgotten. And unimportant, the enslaver let out a scream of fury. Then she blurred forward.
Fast, way too fast.
A domain of gravity sprung up around the ant as she attempted to pluck out Khan's throat. If his own domain of weeping skies didn't hold prominence in their immediate surroundings, he would have lost his life then and there. Pocht roared in outrage and unleashed a gout of flames. It bathed both him and the enslaver as they danced through the sky. Khan's bond with the feathered serpent protected him from the worst of the damage. Even still, he made sure to not place himself directly in the path of the fire. But the enslaver seemed more than willing to shrug it off, the flames seeming to have little effect as she maintained a relentless onslaught. The enslaver's black carapace armor had grown, covering the parts of her humanoid appearance and gleaming like the night sky. She reached out, a clawed fist extended as gravity gripped him from all sides. Khan's breathing became difficult, his vision blurred. Pocht roared again. Then an arrow of light shot up from below and pierced the enslaver through the neck. The monster's entire body stiffened, then twitched. She reached up and ripped the arrow out. A spurt of blood followed. Hera fired a second arrow, then a third. The enslaver blurred away, avoiding the follow-up attacks and responding with a lance of gravity. "Pests," the monster said, her voice barely carrying over the storm. "Pests, pests, pests, pests." "Your ship almost crashed," Khan Hera called as she appeared at a falling arrow's location and sliced at the enslaver's legs. It was her real blade, the enchantments humming. Blood sprayed as the steel seemed to entirely bypass the natural obsidian armor. The ant screamed and blurred backwards, sending twin beams of crushing gravity out at both humans. Hera vanished, and Khan let the wind carry him to the side. The man laughed, his voice booming like thunder. "Welcome back, Hera. When the Academy sends its people, they always send their best." "Hardly," Hera replied, having caught herself on a barrier of light. "I'm the lowest ranked of the Academy's 10 blades." Khan cocked an eyebrow. Admittedly, he knew little about that particular institution. Really, Then a screech came from below. Through his perception, Khan saw the enslaver queen begin to move, the host of undead that had been held in reserve rushing forward. Deep below the ground, sharpened steel carved into smooth stone. Silver light bathed the geometric cavern as undead carved sigils into the flat rock. The pattern that was being woven was circular and perfectly partitioned. It wouldn't do for the teleportation circle that would lead them home to be incomplete or unstable. A skeletal figure stood perfectly still, an arm outstretched and bony fingers twitching. An outside observer may have described the motions erratic, even random. But as the puppeteer moved, the undead it had spent months patiently preparing to raise sliced into rock with conjured silver. Permeating an environment with enough death energies to naturally form a dungeon wasn't exactly easy. Doing it without being caught was something else entirely. It was all to protect the grand secret that only its kind knew of. If any other faction possessed that particular tidbit of ancient knowledge, they weren't parading it around. The secret in question was how the vessel that housed the system's power could be both reused and maintained, that the rarest and most powerful of classes would persist even through death, though only if the reanimation was delicate enough. It was pain that only a few of the valuable specimens had survived coming into contact with that human expedition. It had been a freak accident that had nearly cost it months, if not years of progress. But the puppeteer rarely held a grudge. One could hardly blame the worms beneath one's feet for writhing and squirming. It was in their nature, just like control was in theirs. The strings that connected it to the horde above were gradually severed. Each loss was like a prick against its consciousness. But despite the near-constant distractions, its work continued. It would need to suppress the humans, and any they might have told their discovery to. It had been tracking the groups from its position below the ground. The humans that had already evacuated wouldn't be privy to any secrets. They could be allowed to escape. That clan of nomads was a potential threat, one that would be dealt with after the puppeteer was done with the Imperials. But it was time to prepare a swift means of escape. The battle above ground was getting a little too rowdy. It wouldn't do to remain should any other faction come snooping around the aftermath. The humans likely would, but they hardly mattered. The real powers of the world didn't live in disgusting cities and revel in their collective weakness. As the puppeteer's prized undead finally finished their work, its attention drifted upwards, along the tether of death that linked its mind to that of the Formian Queen. Though the attempt would likely be classified as greedy, it wanted to orchestrate a situation where the Ant Princess it had lured to the fight would either fall entirely under the Queen's control or die trying to save her. But how? The puppeteer considered its options. There were a multitude of possibilities, but many were far too elaborate, possessing too many points of failure. Something simpler would have to do. It let out a low, harsh cackle as it ran fleshless fingers along the carved runes that made up the now completed teleportation circle. The portal would be one way and wouldn't last more than an hour or two. The anchor back in the homeland was only temporary, after all. "Oh, my wondrous creations," it murmured, gazing upon the undead with glowing silver eyes. "You will become my masterpieces. Soon even the underlords and tomb sires will bow and scrape at the mere hint of my passing." Something moved in the distant shadows of the vast cavern, pulling them from its reverie. The puppeteer whirled, a staff carved from two interlocking spines appearing with a blur. "Who dares interrupt my work?" It hissed, the ghostly green flames resting in its partially melted eye sockets darting back and forth. I was wondering who was making all this racket. Came a deep, amused voice. The shadows stirred, the darkness oozing forward like the sap of a tree. "And you seemed so happy too. We can't have that. A naughty child who has strayed from the bounds of the compact should be punished." "I have overstepped no such bounds," the puppeteer snapped. "This is neutral territory, abandoned by the humans and unclaimed by the Formians." "Oh, I know," said the voice. "To be perfectly honest, I couldn't give less of a shit about the rules. I just want to break some of your toys." Then the shadows surged forward, twisting and writhing, of each oncoming tendril sharpened into blade-like spears. The puppeteer's staff smashed into the ground, the sheer force of the impact cracking stone and causing a shockwave to wash out from the epicenter. It lurched back and slammed a skeletal hand into the outer ring of the teleportation circle. To the side, a silver-eyed undead was engulfed in a writhing mass of darkness, the tether of deathly energy snapping as it was carried away. "No," it screamed. "Oh, you dare!" A baleful green light flared into existence as the portal burst to life. With a panicked mental command, the remaining few mythical undead were ushered towards the glowing frame. The sudden light fought back the shadows. The puppeteer briefly saw the outline of a tall, muscular figure wielding a wickedly long sword. Then the figure vanished, and another of its prized undead was slain as steel severed bone. The thing? No, the orc, strode out of a pool of darkness and casually removed a skull from the body it was attached to. Silver light flickered, then was extinguished. The puppeteer twisted and unleashed a roaring inferno of green flames at where the vile interloper was standing. But he simply stepped back and was carried away. "You've been holding out on us," the orc mocked, "keeping such a juicy secret from your peers. There's going to be lots of very upset powerhouses knocking at your door. Silence. I will wring the marrow from your bones." One of the silver undead reached for the portal. It was an instant from being whisked away to safety when a tendril of shadow wrapped around its femur and tugged it into the darkness. Another torrent of emerald fire thundered across the vast chamber. It was followed by another round of mocking laughter. The orc appeared once again, this time in the midst of the final three undead, slithering up from the shadows between their legs. For a terrifying instant, the puppeteer thought all three would be butchered. The dark, shadow-wreathed sword flashed. Two undead were culled in an instant as the orc's blade carved them in half. So much potential, so much promise. Gone. All but one. It reached the portal and vanished in a flash of green light. The orc let out a tisk of annoyance and turned to face the puppeteer. One got away. Too bad. Shadows swarmed through the chamber, like a wall of angry snakes. "You planning on sticking around? I could do with a warm-up before the main event." The undead didn't reply as it blitzed past the orc in a streak of green fire. It vanished through the portal. A moment later, the gateway snapped shut. The puppeteer slammed a fist into the cool, blackened marble of its laboratory. It screamed in rage. Then every single one of its tethers, except for the single remaining silver-eyed skeleton, snapped. It froze mid-tantrum. Uh-oh. Chapter 74. Dark Skies. In the skies above Far Reach, a Formian princess fought to kill. No longer was it good enough to simply keep the humans away from her sire. The very last of her family was now actively participating in the slaughter below. X couldn't let her opponents have an opportunity to strike out against her, and so she fought, fending off three fighters while actively going for the kill. She lashed out at the blonde-haired woman, the archer having survived the backlash of her skill's detonation and the strike X had delivered to her side. She had fallen, unconscious and charred, even as the human who commanded the rain had caught her. X had assumed the woman dead, but there must have been a powerful healer among the human workers. The archer herself was most likely above the third threshold. X had analyzed the human and found herself comparing favorably in every attribute. Even still, it had been wrong to assume her total superiority. It was difficult for X to determine the exact strength of humans. Most were fragile, their weakness apparent. Even the demican that were born to her own hive were inconsistent in their strength. And even though she was awakened, closer to human than most other monsters, X still found the creatures strange, beyond her understanding. Though X had taken their form, obtained their powers, and slowly learnt their ways, she had only done so because of a higher directive. It was necessary, the monarchs had said, a new paradigm for their kind. It wasn't her job to disobey. After all, who was she to question her betters? Even if her mother had been killed and reanimated, it didn't matter. It was correct to submit to a higher authority. Even if the last of her family was corrupted beyond all, X froze, her body stiffening just as she was about to trigger. Ray of annihilation. Her mind spun, her vision narrowed. Where was she? Why was she fighting above a human settlement? Where were her... Fight! The command slammed into her consciousness. A condensed pulse of water impacted her from behind and sent her tumbling through the air. A searing white stream of fire carved a tunnel through the torrential downpour and threatened to incinerate the outer layer of her carapaced armor. X reached out and grabbed onto a point in space. Then she tugged, pulling herself bodily through reality as the very air screamed at her passing. She unleashed twin beams of gravitational energy, driving away the feathered serpent. Strange. Ethereal creatures danced through the rain. Nearly invisible, they struck out at her with bladed tendrils. One such entity cut into X's lower thigh. She shredded it with a swipe of her claws.
Protect.
X winced as chains wrapped around her mind, forcing her to look in a specific direction. The archer was facing away from her, looking down towards the ground, charging an arrow of light. The world seemed to slow as the Formian's perception narrowed into a pinpoint of focus. She should have finished the human off when she had the chance. How dare she threaten her queen? Her queen. X forced the archer to abort her attack with a slicing beam of gravitational energy. She fended off two blurred creatures that struck out at her from the rain itself, positioned herself so the serpent couldn't breathe its flames without endangering the human man, then slowed that same human with a domain of gravity. She did all this in seconds, and all while distracted, her mind elsewhere. She had to protect her mother, the queen of her hive, her very purpose. No, she screamed, clutching obsidian-clawed fingers to her head. Everything hurt. Her mind ached as it strained against invisible restraints. She felt the cold, calloused hand of control reach out to once again rip her back into delusion. X willed herself to fly back, to take in her surroundings and situation. She needed a moment to steady her mind and regain control. Something was very, very wrong. But instead she attacked, kicking out at the caudal, shattering emerald scales and sending the serpentine creature blasting back. Asa. Everything felt distant, like she was a spectator in her own mind. She felt the chains wrap themselves even tighter, firming their hold over her will. Far below, the abomination her mother had become tore through the human outpost, a twisted host of undead howling in savage sympathy. The human man spoke again, his voice easily carrying over the roaring wind and rain. But it didn't matter. She heard his words but didn't listen. There was a distant memory of anger. Had he said something before that had made her rage? It didn't matter. She had failed. Kill, the mental command ordered, and she would. X would rip these foes apart. Then she would join her mother on the ground. They would be together. Forever. Then a familiar wall of inky black swallowed the light. It stretched and oozed across the sky. Within moments the rain had stopped falling. The wind had stopped howling. Then a long blade of wickedly sharp steel flashed through the world of shadow, aiming straight for her neck. Sis. Hera saw the blur of darkness an instant before it was too late. She called a warning to Khan as the old fool tried taunting the enslaver. Pocht roared and swam through the air from where the quattle had been sent flying by the ant's blow. They were all injured, exhausted, and barely holding on. It was taking every ounce of power possessed by two of humanity's elites to fend off a single awakened monster, and they weren't going to win. Of every participant in the battle, only Pocht's flames seemed to be having a consistent effect on their opponent. Her enchanted blade had allowed her to land a single hit on the enslaver, but getting into close quarters combat with an entity of such formidable strength was practically suicide. Hera knew that if she sustained another near-fatal blow, there wouldn't be any amount of healing that would save her. Her soul screamed and her body stung. They were going to lose, and then she had spotted the streak of black heading towards them. Darkness exploded all around them. The storm above was sealed behind an undulating and writhing ceiling of shadow. Pocht roared as the quattle found itself no longer supported by its master's reign. Khan himself cursed and summoned water around his feet, the impromptu skill use allowing him to remain hovering. Though the man was far less stable than he had been while in the rain, The rain spirits the commander had summoned let out high-pitched wails of agony as they faded away into watery essence. Hera felt the barrier of light she was standing on begin to fuzz and disintegrate. She fell, landing on the soft, almost cloud-like shadows at the bottom of the domain. Hera pushed everything she could into prismatic sight, trying desperately to see through the domain of shadow and see the situation down on the ground. It didn't work. Her perception was incapable of penetrating the inky gloom. If another enemy had arrived and they were trapped, there was a sharp clang as steel met hardened carapace. Then laughter boomed through the darkness. "You thought you could hunt me and mine without consequence? Did you think I wouldn't seek you out for round 2? A tall, muscular figure shouted. Though their form was shrouded in shadow, Hera made out sharpened tusks and olive-green skin. An orc. The one from Farron. What did they say his name was? Sepsis? Humans? The orc shouted. How about we put aside our many differences and kill this ant first? First Khan asked, crossing his arms in an attempt to look dignified. I have no interest in siding with an enemy of humanity. Enemy of humanity, the orc said, laughing. Don't flatter yourself. The entirety of your pathetic species. Hera interrupted their argument by firing an arrow of light at where the enslaver was hovering. Dark blue energy building up in their palm. Kill it. We can have a pissing contest later, she shouted. The orc hefted his longsword and leered down at her from where inky tendrils held him in place. The name's Cesis. King. Cesis. And I'm sure to win any contest The enslaver screamed, then threw herself forward. Ishosha. Leaf reduced his weight and hauled himself up onto the royal sky skimmer. Even so, the large skimmer still dipped slightly as he stepped aboard. The Empire's Mercy. The skimmer's name was written in cursive gold along the side, was made of dark carved wood. The edges of each plant were outlined in a metallic silver woven into intricate details. He didn't have time to take the skimmer in. Men and women were scrambling up the vehicle's sides, desperate to board before the ever-approaching horde of undead would breach the final bluff's defenses. Another screech split the air and several people froze. A man climbing the skimmer's side dropped, his grip having slackened as hostile intent washed over the surviving humans. Leaf reached over the side with an amber arm and caught the man, hauling him up onto the deck. The man, a crafter of some kind, slipped on the rain-slick wood of the skimmer's deck, but Leaf didn't have time to see if he caught himself. He, alongside several members of the Empire's Mercy's crew, began to assist in pulling those attempting to climb aboard. A gangway was lowered, and the scramble to make it aboard the vessel turned into a stampede to access the narrow wooden passageway. Leaf let the aura he had been tightly restraining unspool. It hung heavy in the air as he manipulated it towards the panicking surge of humanity. He infused it with a general command of patience, of calm. It had an immediate effect. The disorganized boarding slowed as people took a step back and reassessed their surroundings. Several crew members and Imperial officers gave Leaf strange looks, their own auras having been attempting to perform a similar feat. Ropes, Leaf said. Hang them over the side and help people up. 2 nearby soldiers snapped to attention and began to follow his command. Seconds dragged into a minute. Leaf became the center of a whirlpool of chaos. His aura on full blast, the humans gave him enough of a berth to haul people up and onto the skimmer. 2 medical officers he recognized led a small contingent of injured up the gangway. Leaf flared his aura, and unconsciously people made way for the newcomers. The skimmer was packed, the vessel dipping ever so slightly down with every new addition. Leaf looked around and saw dozens of people he recognized, from members of the expedition to soldiers he had fought alongside. They were safe. If the skimmer cast off now, they could make it out. But there were still dozens who had yet to board, and dozens more still moving towards the 3 smaller skimmers. It made him wonder just how many people had been present within the outpost. He wondered if there were other groups of Imperials in the wilderness surrounding Far Reach. He knew the Army's motive for being this far north was to set up a series of forts and outposts to monitor the wilderness. Leif didn't know what would come of that plan. Would the Empire still attempt to cordon off and slowly resettle the lands of the fallen kingdom of Farron? The command to cast off was bellowed from the skimmer's rear, and the gangway was retracted. Leif saw Sieg and Marcus pushed up against a barrel as people were squished together like sardines. Crewmates of the skimmer were ushering people around, trying to evenly distribute their weight so the vessel wouldn't tip over. He saw another bunch of expedition members near the far side of the skimmer, Melissa and several of the younger humans he hadn't learnt the names of. He even saw Johann. The bald man was speaking to a group of haggard-looking Imperial officers. One of the officers, a man with severe features, caught Leif's eye as he studied them, a small metallic earring dangling, the jewelry blowing in the wind. Something about the man's gaze made Leif recoil internally, but he maintained eye contact. Leif was proud of his actions during the siege. If the officer had an issue with his presence, then he could... The wind stopped all at once. The rain faltered as everything went quiet. An ominous, tense silence descended onto the world. Leif glanced around, unsure as to the cause. Then he saw it. Through the dispersing mist and clouds hung a twisting, writhing, spherical mass of shadow. It was like a dark sun hovered over Far Reach, the inky black of the object drawing in all light and color. The Empire's Mercy rocked to the side as it was finally pushed away from the docks. All eyes were focused up at the sky. What on earth is that a skill I didn't think Hera, or whoever this Commander Khan is, used shadow magic? Is it the Enslaver? An undead thaumaturge, Leif thought, his mind racing. Suddenly, an onslaught of dark blue light burst from the massive sphere of darkness. They sliced through the air, several slamming down into Far Reach and the surrounding wilderness. A beam lanced just to the side of the Empire's Mercy, the skimmer lilting at the potent beam's energy. A dozen more beams erupted from the shadows, each blasting off in seemingly random directions. The people still on the docks yelled and dove for cover. One of the mostly full smaller skimmers cast off, the hovering vessel rocking dangerously to the side. Through the now mostly clear weather, Leif saw flashes of skills as soldiers fought off the ever-growing tide of undead assaulting the barricades, preventing access to the stone arch that connected both bluffs. Leif's heart tightened. If things kept up, not everyone would get away. It would be a slaughter. His fist tightened where he clutched the skimmer's metallic railing. What could he do? What should he do? Then a line of dark blue light neatly sliced the two docked skimmers neatly in half. A spray of red mist burst from both decks. The evacuating passengers killed instantly. 4 neat halves of wood and metal unceremoniously fell from the sky, the ropes holding the skimmers to Far Reach snapping, unable to hold their weight. More beams came lancing from the hovering sun of darkness, but none came close to the docks. It had been a random, deadly coincidence. And now nearly 100 people would die, trapped, watching as their peers escaped. A triumphant screech split the stunned silence. The Enslaver Queen was coming to reap its due. Chapter 75. Growth. Leif forced himself to look away from the dozens of terrified faces that stared in horror at the retreating Empire's Mercy. Far below, the wreckage of the bisected skimmers smashed into the rocky ground. They splintered and sparked at the impact, the sound echoing up like a haunting, dissonant melody. The single surviving smaller skimmer cast off from the side of the bluff. It was full, the raft-like vehicle dropping dangerously. It was at the very limit of its capacity. 40 people crammed themselves on board, some hanging over the sides due to the lack of space. As Leif turned, he saw the stark, numb expressions of the men and women who had been fortunate enough to escape. as they sat or stood bunched together on the deck of the Empire's Mercy. A ranking officer of the skimmer barked orders. They pitched their voice to be heard over the yells and pleas coming from the outpost. Men and women in blue and silver uniforms snapped from their distracted reverie and got back to work. It felt as though time had slowed to a crawl. It hadn't been half a minute, but each second felt like an eternity. Leif saw the faces of those few expedition members he knew best. Adriana wasn't looking, her head ducked to her knees. Linus was staring up at the clearing sky, expression blank. Sieg's expression was grim, his stance rigid and tense, a hand on Marcus's shoulder. The sandy-haired mage stood at the edge of the skimmer, eyes haunted, jaw working as he gazed blankly back at far reach. Another beam of dark blue energy hummed through the air 3 or so dozen meters off to the side of the Empire's Mercy. It splintered trees and shattered boulders as it sliced vertically along the countryside. A form wreathed in mist swung across the deck, using the rigging that hung from the tall wooden mast that supported the triangular sail. The skimmer's crew were hurriedly unfurling. Darius landed in the small clearing on the deck the Spriggan stood within. "Can the skimmer land?" Leif asked, forcibly keeping his voice calm. The young man shook his head. "Maybe if we pass over a plateau or hill that reaches high enough. But the route to Ahliho doesn't pass over anything like that. Beyond the upcoming stretch of valleys, it's mostly flatlands, so we'll just leave them to die." Darius didn't reply. He just stared up at the umbral sphere that hung over the outpost like a black sun. Leif didn't need words to understand the man's thoughts. If the battle in the sky ended quickly enough, maybe, just maybe, those being left behind could be saved. But Leif knew what the presence of powerful shadow magic implied, or rather, who it most likely heralded. While he hadn't seen the battle between Orc and awakened enslaver, due to being trapped below Farron, he had more than felt the battle's presence. But there was hope. Perhaps, if Cesis had sided with Hera, Khan and Pocht against the enslaver, they may be able to win, but it would hardly matter if the survivors had been butchered by undead before that happened. Leif realized something, that a part of him had tensed, eager to return. He cast his mind back, searching for what the man he had once been would have done. The answer came to him easily, surprisingly so. For an instant, Leif imagined the old human him standing at his side on the skimmer's deck, long dark hair tied behind him, eyes fixated back on the outpost, ready to do whatever it would take to protect others, even if it cost him. The Spriggan's golden eyes flickered, and the vision was gone. But his decision remained. He clenched a 4-fingered fist under his cloak. Perhaps it was stupid, foolish, even suicidal, but acting felt like the correct thing to do, and that made Leif's choice easy. He pulled out the silver badge and held it up so its metallic face glinted in the morning light. "I'll be holding on to this, but I'll come find you after this is over," he said, tilting his head slightly in the scout's direction. Darius blinked, looking between Leif and the badge. Then he glanced back towards Far Reach and his eyes widened. "Wait, what are—" Leif pocketed the badge and stepped forward in one fluid motion. The scout's words were cut off as the Spriggan vanished in a blur of golden light. It streaked through the expanse between the skimmer and Far Reach in moments. He appeared on the skimmer dock's mid-stride. Several of the trapped men and women cried out, recoiling at his sudden appearance. He could feel their fear, desperation, and hopelessness. It hung in the air, heavy and grim. Someone shouted and grabbed onto Leif's cloak. He ignored them, conjuring amber arms to push aside the crowd. With a pulse of his aura, Leif forced his way through the despondent mass of humanity, finally bursting free as he stepped onto the hard stone of the bluff. Some questions were called after him, but Leif could barely hear them over the rapidly approaching horde of howls and screams. He jogged up the shallow incline, cresting the bluff's peak in a few long strides. He saw the natural stone arch, still partially slick with water. Soldiers retreated along its length, the barricades that had been hastily constructed on the far side having been overrun by a tide of reanimated corpses. A final line of defense was being set up, soldiers lining up as they prepared to die. Leif's perception brushed over them, allowing him to sense their tension, terror, and resolve. It mixed and swirled in the air, like a physical blanket pressing down on the very world. An officer turned at his approach, one eye caked closed by a layer of blood. The man's one good eye widened in surprise as he saw Leif. "What happened at the docks?" "Who are you?" the officer demanded, his voice almost cracking due to the tightly wound tension. "Two of the skimmers were destroyed, and who I am doesn't matter. Hold off any undead who make it past me," Leif said as he stepped through the single-file rank of soldiers and onto the bridge. The officer called another series of questions after him, but Leif's focus was planted firmly on the fight before him. A final pair of men hobbled past, one supporting the other's weight. Hot on their heels was a duo of skeletal dogs. Leif pulverized the first with a pair of amber arms. The second he sent wheeling off the side of the archway with a contemptuous backhand. He grabbed the now unmoving body of the first hound and let the remaining death energy that coursed through its rotted form trickle up his arm and into his body. There the foul power met his pool of golden vitality and was subsumed. Another undead came at him, this one some kind of bear. A spear tip of gold met the monster's charge, the pointed blade passing through one of the reanimated beast's eye sockets and out the back of its head. He dropped the hound, its energy all but gone, and grabbed hold of the now still bear. A sense of serene calm passed over Leif as he fought his way along the bridge. It was too wide for him to bottleneck by himself, but the ever-growing well of life force that was building up inside of him was more than a tempting lure. Undead threw themselves at him. At first they came alone, or in pairs. Then he faced 3, then 4. The barricades the soldiers had erected at the far end of the stone connection between both bluffs was stemming the flow of undead, but with every passing second more and more flooded onto the bridge. Blight's Bounty, a skill that allowed him to siphon life force with his attacks and grant up to a 40% increase to every attribute, was a constant boon. Ever since the fighting had begun earlier that morning, the skill's effects had never faded in their entirety. With the maximum increase to his attributes, Leif felt alive, stronger, faster, more aware and durable. His aura, strengthened from his investments into charisma, pressed down on the onrushing undead like a physical force. Leif swiped out, battering aside a swarm of goblin-sized ghouls. A rain of arrows and ranged skills whipped through the air, passing to either side of him and felling the next rank of undead. He had a second to breathe, and he spent the instant to glance up. The dark sun still blacked out the sky directly over Far Reach, blasts of blue energy lancing out in all directions. Leif mentally pulled in his aura, firming his resolve. It tightened around him like a veil. Then he flared it out, directing the full force of his intent and defiance at the rotting horde. The hood of his cloak blew back as he yelled wordlessly into the wall of death. The air rippled. The closest undead let out screeches as they staggered back, only to be plowed into by those directly behind them. Leif charged forward, trusting grounded stance to keep his footing stable as he crashed into the disoriented mass of twisted limbs. Undead pressed in from every side. His amber limbs lashed out, fending off raking claws and snapping, fang-filled mouths. His body was tough. The natural physique of what he had become was far greater than that of the human he had once been. That resilience had been further amplified by his classes and skills. Even still, he wasn't immortal. Every glancing blow that landed chipped away at his bark-like skin, the sheer press of bodies enough to strain the structure of the golden arms conjured by gold-iron physique. He roared as teeth bit down into his side, the bent steel from a sword wielded by a reanimated soldier, cutting into his neck, and something punctured his lower back. Bit by bit, he was being worn down. With every strike he sustained, the vitality churning within him rushed forward to mend and restore. With immense effort, Leaf managed to take a single step forward. He streaked backwards in a blur of golden light. He reappeared several meters ahead of the horde. His cloak was ripped and torn, amber sap dripping from dozens of newly opened wounds. He shook away the phantom impressions of pain that burned across his body ever since he had been reborn. Certain feelings and sensations had been denied to him, though the thought of what he had lost brought more agony than any number of physical wounds. Leaf flexed as 3 sets of amber arms reformed, replacing the cracked and fractured limbs that rose from his sides and back, poking out from small strips he had created in the heavy cloak Hera had gifted him. With grim amusement, he noted it hardly mattered now. The cloak would be nothing but tattered strips before long. He repeated his tactic from earlier, gathering up his aura before slamming it forward and into the mass of abominations. Leaf backed up a few steps, then charged forward. Again he plunged into the violent mass of rotting limbs. Again, he sustained enough minor damage to have killed an Imperial soldier twice over. It was a grueling, desperate battle of attrition. His body was aflame with golden light as his cultivated vitality boiled in response to every scrape and cut. Leaf's attacks were draining and converting death-attuned energies faster than he could expend the vitality to fuel his other skills and restore his body. His cultivated life force strained against the limits his soul could handle, forcefully expanding his maximum capacity at the cost of burning him up from the inside, sending lances of soul-deep agony through his entire body. Leaf's vision blurred, his consciousness fuzzing around the edges. He tried to step forward and trigger amber steps, but the sheer mass of the undead pressing into him from all sides restrained his movements. The arms of gold he used to strike out with and restrain his enemies began to crack, then shatter under the endless assault. He reached out with a physical arm of ivory wood and grabbed onto the undead directly in front of him. "Heal," he rasped, the command sending healing energies flooding into the corrupted monster. It dusted at his touch. Bone and flesh disintegrated as he pushed every drop of cultivated energy into healing touch. The internal burden caused by excessive vitality lapsed temporarily, but something within him twinged violently. Leaf, surrounded by hungry death, fell to one knee as grounded stance finally gave out. He pulled at his aura, trying to wrap it around him, but his attention was being tugged in 100 different directions. Something latched onto his right arm, the ivory limb falling limp as faux tendons were severed. Under my protection snapped into existence, the golden shield flaring around him, only to almost instantly break under the onslaught of attacks coming from every direction. A clawed hand raked across his face. The vision in one of his glowing eyes winked out. A colossal undead shoved its way through the horde. The abomination crashed bodily into Leif and knocked him back. Bones snapped as he fell back on an unfortunate pair of zombies, their bodies crushed under his weight. The abomination grabbed one of his legs and tried to rip it free. Leif flooded the limb with as much healing energy as possible. He succeeded in preventing the dismemberment, but was yanked forward along the rocky ground. Level Up class, Attuned Life, is now level 3 for successfully controlling a vast amount of life, attuned energies, and utilizing it while under the threat of death. You have gained a level, +1 to willpower, +1 free point. The Level Up notification flickered briefly into his awareness before the gray box with red and gold trimming was minimized. From what he saw, it hadn't provided anything that could potentially save his life. "I'm going to die," Leaf thought, the truth slamming down into him. He had expected panic to rise up, for fear to take hold of his body and mind. Instead, he found himself accepting the fact with a grim, almost callous resolve. It had all been for nothing. His second chance at life. Every obstacle he had overcome, and every step he had taken. Worthless, useless, pathetic. Leif shook himself, violently wrenching his mind from the spiral of dark thoughts. Surely he could do something. Anything. He had one option. It would grant him power, but it was a last resort that would almost immediately result in his death. Out of panicked instinct, he reopened the most recent system prompt. There was nothing new, but maybe. Recently, he had upgraded the skill granted by his Attuned Life class. In the chaos of the day's events, he hadn't taken the time to explore and understand the new capabilities of his newfound authority, granted by life spells too. If he could force the healing energies to burst into the target of Healing Palm more explosively, maybe he could alter the skill in another way. The abomination tried once again to rip his leg off. Leif felt bark splinter and the plant fiber muscles stretch and fray. With a final desperate ploy, he summoned a single arm of amber and thrust it up into what might have been the abomination's shoulder. Out of innovation, brought on from desperate instinct, he drew upon his will with grand action, focusing his mind and commanding Healing Palm to change, to expand. Pulse! He cried. A wave of healing energy rippled out from his golden arm, the skill's construct shattering instantly from the sheer amount of vitality that ripped through it. The twisted undead that loomed over him exploded into chunks of meaty gore, an entire chunk of its body disintegrating as life force washed through it. But there was more. The effect slammed into the undead to either side of the abomination. They collapsed in turn. The world stilled briefly, as it always did when he invoked a spell command. But there was more. The skill twisted within him, becoming more, and something within Leif's soul snapped. His entire body convulsed. Warning, skill Healing Palm has fractured. Skill cannot be used or altered until structural damage has been fully mended. Class Adept cannot gain levels until the skill's function is restored. Leif had wondered for a while now what would happen if he pushed a skill beyond its breaking point. The result was both far worse than he had imagined, while also being less lethal than he had feared. If the soul-deep pain of abusing a skill was debilitating, having a skill fracture from that abuse was infinitely worse. Calling it pain wouldn't be correct. In fact, he barely felt anything at all, except, of course, the gaping hole that had been punched into his very existence. Leif felt empty, hollowed out as if something had taken a scoop out of his soul. He raised his one good ivory hand and saw double. His vision swam. He shook. His whole body unstable. Leif shook off the sensation as best he could and rolled to his feet. The distant, not quite pain flashed through him once again, but the ripping sensation of his soul protesting felt as though it was happening to someone else. A ghoul that had only been somewhat damaged by the ripple of erupting vitality tried to tackle Leif from the side. He sensed its intent and grabbed it by the throat. His body moving on autopilot, he drained the animating force from its body and tossed it to the side. Leif felt distant, like an observer in someone else's body. The countless gashes and wounds all over his battered form began to knit together, restoring him at a visible rate. Leif let out a shaky breath, the heated air misting out in front of him. Something about having a skill fracture almost seemed familiar, as if he had once experienced it in a dream. It was an uncomfortable realization, but he didn't have time to consider it. Besides, with every passing second the pain grew more and more real. A goblin skeleton scampered towards him. Leif put a golden fist through its ribcage. He gasped at the throbbing agony that simple motion had caused. He was alive. By some miracle his desperate ploy had worked. Alive. Leif mused darkly, his consciousness blurring. But not for long. A building-sized shape loomed into sight on the far side of the bridge. The obsidian, carapaced form of the enslaver queen swept aside the undead within its horde to gain footing on the stone archway. Leif felt his heart tighten. He let out a self-deprecating, humorless laugh and looked to the sky. The dark void wasn't showing any signs of dispersing. The blue light of the enslaver's skills still streaked out in random directions. The intent of the towering ant landed on Leif like a hand trying to swat a fly. His own aura condensed around him, resisting the hostile presence, even forcing it back slightly, giving him space to breathe. The enslaver let out a low, chittering screech. Leif glanced over his shoulder. The barricade was still standing. The Imperial soldiers holding the position were staring at him with a mix of confusion and terrified awe. He lowered himself into a fighting stance, feeling his footing stabilize and his posture grow solid. Ignoring the wave of agony that spiked through his soul, Leif conjured another set of 6 amber arms. The vision in his damaged eye flickered back to life as his internal pool of life force finally got around to restoring that part of his body. Leif fixated on the distant enslaver, even as the horde of undead threw themselves at him in a frenzied mass of teeth and claws. He met them with equal fervor and unmatched desperation. He crushed, stabbed, and pushed, his body moving as though he were in a dream. He swatted aside a leaping ghoul, grabbing a skeletal monkey, caving in the skull of a rotting wolf. The cultivated pool of vitality that nested within his aching soul filled with every passing moment, power pulsing within him as he fought. It pressed against the limits of its container. But this time, Leif mentally grabbed onto the power and pushed back, trying to prevent it from spilling out and doing more damage than good. It took more than a little of his concentration. Leif's efforts to wrestle with his cultivated life force let undead land strikes more frequently than he would like. But as the power grew, swelling within him, it began to condense, restrained as it was by his willpower. Leif gave ground, retreating as he fought back the endless tides of reanimated corpses. He twisted, blocked, and parried. Then he would step forward, allowing amber steps to carry him into the territory he had seemingly abandoned. Appearing suddenly within the undead's midst made delaying their advance almost simple, but he couldn't continue this strategy for long. Amber steps twinged with every repeated use, the skill beginning to fray around the edges. The teleports became slower as he used the skill to attack and retreat, the ability harder to activate. With every undead Leif butchered, his inner pool vitality expanded, swelling even against his mental restraints. Then, finally, something shifted. The reservoir of energy stilled. Congratulations, your Amber Blight Spriggan skill, the Well Within, has met an upgrade threshold. Would you like to upgrade the Well Within from rank 2 to rank 3? Why? Leif missed a step as the new notification flashed into his vision. He accepted the prompt before he had finished reading. The cultivated life force within him churned and condensed. The pool shrank. In his mind's eye, Leif could feel the skill retract from the size of his fist to that of a pebble. The energy felt stronger, more stable, and rich. He mentally grinned, reconjuring not 6, but 8 amber arms as he fed cultivated vitality into gold iron physique. The skill's structure had never been more solid, the arms thrumming with potent power. Something unseen moved, its attention drawn to Leif as he flexed his newfound power. Caught your attention, have I? He thought, more than familiar with the strange, otherworldly presence that was the will of the world. Was breaking one of my skills not enough for you? He mused rhetorically. To his surprise, the presence seemed to shift slightly, as if observing him from a new angle. Ahead, the enslaver queen scurried closer, smaller undead forms scrambling under its colossal form. Leif stepped back, conscious of the fact that if he was surrounded and knocked down now, there would be little he could do. Its blank, insectile eyes flickered with malevolent green light as it stared him down. Leaf retreated, keeping the horde at bay. Its presence, now closer, pressed down on him with renewed force. The Spriggan pushed back against its intent with everything he had, his aura rippling against invisible and oppressive power. He spun, sweeping his 8 arms out in a wide arc, battering the encroaching undead away, several tumbling over the sides of the bridge. As he spun, he looked to the barricade. The soldiers were fighting a dozen or so undead that had made it past him. Leaf saw the Imperials begin to retreat, overwhelmed by the hostile aura that was pressing down on them. A new weight of responsibility fell on Leaf's shoulders. He was now the very last line of defense. If he fell, every last one of the stranded humans would be butchered. The Spriggan lashed out, driving away another rank of undead. The best I can do is give them a little more time, he thought grimly. It's about all I'm good for. As the words crossed his mind, Leif felt the invisible presence of life lessen, as if drawing away. Instinctually, he reached out for it, trying to draw the intangible entity back. No, please, don't go, he begged, desperately trying to keep its company for reasons he didn't understand. A screaming, ape-like undead landing a blow to his side. As he was driven back, Leif was almost overcome by a heady amount of exhaustion. It weighed him down, pressing into his very being. Everything hurt. His ivory white bark, caked with blood and grime, was lined with golden cracks. His soul rattled with every movement, and his vision flickered around the edges. He fended off another howling corpse, crushing its skull between 2 amber fists, but not before it stabbed into his chest with a soldier's discarded sword. I'm not done yet, he hissed, even as blow after blow rained down upon him. Even as his newly empowered limbs fell apart under the endless onslaught, he went to reconjure them, but the sudden, intense spike of pain that shot through his soul gave him pause. He couldn't lose access to gold-iron physique. If that skill fractured, he would surely die. The Ant Queen stalked closer, its sheer bulk stemming the flow of bodies as the undead scrambled to get around her. It loomed above him, its gleaming black carapace standing out against the domain of shadows that silhouetted its frame. It looked down on him as he backpedaled and retreated. The enslaver hissed, its partially severed mandibles twitching. Its front 2 legs were missing. The monster's advancing gait, awkward and lumbering. A ball of condensed acid was launched from under its face, where the mouth was located. Leif jerked back, conjuring a shield in an attempt to protect himself. The acid splashed against the conjured barrier, sizzling and burning against the protective field. The shield cracked as a ghoul crashed into it from the side. A second glob of acid burst against the golden barrier, and the shield fell, drifting into amber essence that caught in the wind. Burning and acrid, the acid met the exposed bark of his exterior and began to dissolve everything it touched. Leif could taste the fluid through his hardened ivory exterior. It made him want to gag. A numb sensation spread across his chest, but he fought against it with every last drop of energy he had left. Vitality flared within him, but the acid burnt away at his bark-like flesh faster than he could heal. Leif reached for the nearest undead, draining it of its foul, animating energy. His cultivated life force, dense and potent, slipped its mental restraint as he desperately added to it. Healing energy flooded through his body like a raging river. Leif's every joint began to emanate a flickering golden glow, the countless cracks and half-healed wounds across his body shining like the burning, turbulent sky. He lost control of his body, his legs collapsing out from under him. Leaf slumped to the stone arch as the very power trying to sustain his life threatened to overflow and kill him. The enslaver stood imperiously above him as undead ravenously tore at parts of his body. He jerked from side to side as claws sunk into bark, ripping chunks of his body away and tearing into muscle. It took every ounce of effort he could muster to look death in its dull, insectile eyes. He hovered a mental finger over his last resort. Emboldened vegetation would empower the life force within him, spurring it to restore and heal. The last time he had used the skill, he had almost died from the recoil. With a little push, it could do so much more. The dark sun above churned and boiled, shadows writhing. Nothing emerged. The darkness didn't part, and nobody appeared who could save him. It was over. Was this a good use of my life, Leaf wondered, his mind fraying at the edges. Did I waste my second chance? Was it worth it? Something stirred, the will of the world responding to his thoughts. Time seemed to slow, the enslaver queen rearing up in the moments before it attacked. What is life? The will of the world asked. It had no voice and spoke no words, but Leaf understood it regardless. He interpreted its question as if it were said by a playful and curious being. Leaf thought, everything narrowing down to a single point. I don't know. What is life? To you. To me, he considered the question. The answer wasn't simple. Life is a second chance. It's blood and energy. The world shifted, as if trying to get a better look at him. The non-entity was all around, in the air, below him in the stone. Leif stretched out his perception and even found it partially within him. What are you? He questioned, his vision flickering as golden light devoured him from the inside. I am mana. I am life. I am nothing. And I am everything. And you are me, he asked, half delirious. Everything. Nothing. All at once. It replied. Leif felt it begin to draw away, leaving him in his final moments. He reached out with his aura and brushed up against it. He had so much to say, so much to do. The will of life paused, as if giving him one final chance to satisfy its interest. Life is protecting others. It is acting to preserve, he thought, desperate for the world's mana to stay for even an instant more. Life is change, even if it's unwanted. Life is connection, the bonds that tie us together, that make us strive for more. All acceptable answers. The mana said, and yet you hate. A part of you despises it, despises yourself. Why? Its words slammed into Leif, a metaphorical slap to the face. It was an uncomfortable, unsettling truth. Ever since he had returned, growing from the earth and into a twisted parody of what he used to be, it had been lurking in the back of his mind. Regret, anger, disgust, fear. It was twisted around the very essence of what he had become. He didn't want to accept it, but in his final moments he felt that it was impossible not to. Amber tears fell from twin slits in his mask-like face. Life is nurturing, loving, caring. The will of the world didn't respond. The silence was like the gavel of judgment slamming into his soul. Life is... I am... Life. Yes, a young man, caked in blood. His ripped clothing and armor layered in mud and grime. His dark eyes stared up into the cloudy sky as he bled out, every passing second drawing him closer to death. Leif knelt next to him, body aglow with golden flames. He went to reach out, to heal the man, and bring him back from the brink. But he couldn't move. Amber light scorched every cell of his monstrous body, burning him like kindling on a pyre. The man coughed, blood bubbling up between his lips. Leif's heart twinged at the sight. What do you want? The mana asked. I want to live, Leif replied, speaking out loud even though his body no longer worked.
Is that so?
Yeah, even if it's only for a moment more. Why the will of the world? Asked the monster. I can't grow if I'm dead. He said, I can't do. Be better if I don't try. Acceptable. Congratulations, your attuned life skill, life spells, has met an upgrade threshold. Would you like to upgrade life spells from rank 2 to rank 3? Why, Everything snapped into perfect clarity as the system window appeared before him. The world began to speed back up. The overflowing vitality within him ignited as he triggered emboldened vegetation. Every undead on the natural bridge flinched back as life force exploded from Leaf's body. The closest few partially dusted from the outpouring of energy. Something resonated within him, a connection blooming into life. You have displayed excellence above your ability for resonating with the law of mana, convincing it of your worth, and reaching a state of peace in your final moments. You have gained the following. +20 to spirit, +20 to charisma. Strength flooded his body. It intermixed with a rampaging vitality, swirling and twisting until both were indistinguishable. Leif's body began to change. The protrusions of twigs on his head grew rapidly into a crown of branches. The red leaves littering his body multiplied, tripling within seconds as every muscle and joint flexed, then expanded. He enlarged, rising half a foot within the span of a second. Leif let out a final, almost bestial roar as the enslaver descended upon him, broken mandibles glinting against the radiant glow of his body. Leif mentally reached for Gold Iron Physique, willing the skill to activate one final time. He mentally probed it to use every last drop of vitality it could manage, to rip the enslaver into bloody pieces. The world shifted ever so slightly, responding, if only just, to his desire. With the very last drop of strength in his body, Leif brought up both of his ivory arms, each crisscrossed in dozens of golden cracks. He brought them together with enough force to make the air ripple. His skill didn't work with life spells. The differing aspects didn't allow for such a use. Leif didn't care. He did it anyway. Grow. Congratulations, your skills. The Well Within 3 and Life Spells 3 have harmonized with one another. Would you like to fuse the Well Within 3 and Life Spells 3 into the Amber Blight's Brigand skill, Font of Life? Why so? Sin. Aspects. Font of Life 3. Aspects. Cultivation, Blood Life. Spell Blood Life. Empowerment, Body. The limitless potential of your vitality resonates with your authority over life. A portion of vitality you absorb is permanently added to a pool of energy that resides within you. You may develop and strengthen this pool by utilizing the differing aspects of this skill. You may command the will of the world, increasing the potency of skills or altering their usage. The closer to death you are, the more potent this skill becomes. Mastery of all aspects of this skill are required for further upgrades. A dozen golden arms burst from all over Leif's body, reaching and grasping for the undead ant that loomed above. A dozen arms became 2, then 3 dozen, as Leif forced every last drop of life force into the activation of the skill. Hands grabbed hold of the enslaver's mandibles, pulling them apart as the monster launched itself downwards. Spear-tipped limbs punctured obsidian carapace. Bladed arms severed legs. One hand ripped an antennae right out of the creature's head. The ant spasmed as it was dismembered, crushed and impaled. More and more amber arms struck out at the enslaver. Even more brushed aside the lesser undead as they howled and attacked. The limbs grew up and outwards, elongating and twisting to do as much damage as possible. It was a veritable forest of gold, unstoppable and unrelenting. Leif pushed more and more into the skill. The arms tensed, then redoubled their efforts. A fist crushed the ant's right eye. Another dug sharpened fingers into the gap between armored carapace. For what felt like an eternity, life and death struggled for supremacy. Then, with one final heave, the sound of tearing flesh and bending carapace echoed across far reach. The enslaver let out one final, pitiable scream. Then it was ripped in two. The emerald flames that infused its body flickered out, then vanished. Two halves of the building-sized monster fell from the stone bridge, blood and ichor painting the bluff's side as they tumbled down, hitting the ground with a sickening finality. The stone archway cracked as what could have been hundreds of hands descended, splintering stone and shattering rock. The bridge collapsed, undead, tumbling down in a howling cacophony and rage. The rock beneath Leif's feet began to crumble. He used the forest of limbs to tug his useless body away from the encroaching chasm, dragging himself back to the safety of the smaller bluff. The vitality within him guttered, then died. A soul-deep chill replaced the raging inferno of golden light. Leif hit the stone ledge of the bluff as the last of the bridge fell away. Everything was numb, cold, silent, peaceful. System prompts and windows flashed before him, a veritable cascade of information that he had no desire, nor ability to parse. Golden motes of essence drifted up into the sky as his golden limbs broke apart and dissolved. Amber light rose far above far reach, disappearing into the clouds and shimmering against the sun's rays. With the last embers of his consciousness, Leif triggered one final skill, a skill he had never used, a skill he had never planned to use. But in that moment, as he lay motionless on cold, blood splattered stone, it felt right. Leif activated Settle, and darkness claimed him. Book 1, Epilogue. Flavia Vinn fidgeted behind her desk as she desperately tried to forget the hills of paperwork, not quite tall enough to be considered mountains, in front of her. She did so in the way she had been taught growing up, without any movements of her body or any nervousness reaching her face, the kind of fidgeting only possible if you get beaten for appearing to not pay attention to lessons by the family tutor. The kind of fidgeting that involved mentally pushing and pulling small, mostly opaque gray rectangles with gold and red trimmings. She still remembered the day her older brother had taught her how to customize the windows of information so they wouldn't be totally bland and gray. Naturally, as a 7-year-old, she had made the mental interface a garish mix of pink and green. She tinkered and played, ultimately resulting in making the system appear and disappear with a shower of sparks and flower petals. She even altered the text so it danced and spun. Then Flavia had cried because it had become utterly incomprehensible. Leif had only been a few years older, and he had panicked due to being unable to help her fix the changes she had made. Then they had both gotten in trouble with their father. The memory was a bitter, if nostalgic distraction from the task before her. 12 years. 12 years since the death of her brother. 12 years since she had been forced down the path Leif would have walked if he had remained with the family. She sighed, brushing dark bangs out of her eyes, adjusting her posture to work the crick out of her back. Getting older hadn't been as fun as her younger self would have assumed. Time seemed to flow faster and faster with every passing year. Flavia turned her attention to a report about crop yields and expected taxation of House Vinn's holdings. She used a skill to sharpen her vision, another to take a series of mental notes. Her work wasn't enjoyable, but that wouldn't stop her from doing it efficiently. The door to her office, the office her father had once used, rattled as something pressed against it. Then a series of 3 sharp knocks rang against stone by the rhythmic cadence. She knew who it was. "Enter," she said, deactivating her perception skill. A man in servant's clothing entered and dipped into a formal bow. He was tall and spindly. Not a trace of muscle or fat could be seen beneath his tailored servant's clothing. "My lady," he said, producing a letter. A report from Mekris. It arrived earlier today via a summoned courier. Flavia took the letter and tossed it onto the pile. She would get to it later. The man bowed, then exited as swiftly as he had entered. She returned to the report on crop yields, but something caught her eye. The most recent letter had a peculiar emblem detailed on the wax seal. It was of a serpentine dragon eating its own tail. That wasn't the usual seal used by the Imperial Mail Services. It took her a few moments to identify what it was, mentally going through her memorized list of Imperial heraldry. The Academy, she realized, taking a sip of wine from a silver cup. That's unusual. The powerful Imperial Institute was like a distant dream. Her homeland was technically a protectorate of the Empire, though their interaction with Mechrys's organizations, factions, and families was tangential at best. The Empire let them do what they wanted in exchange for some minor oaths and tribute. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. The Empire had a buffer against attacks to its northern provinces, while Varan and its neighbors had the support of some of humanity's strongest protectors. Curious, and most certainly not bored out of her mind. Flavia reached for the letter, breaking the seal and reading the opening line. The Farron incident. It read. She frowned, noticing the recorded date for the incident. Not for the first time, Flavia internally grumbled about the delay in news reaching the northern kingdoms. The Mechrys Empire was a huge place. Even its smallest territories matched Varan in size. News would have to travel manually. As far as she was aware, there wasn't a communication construct in existence with the range to reach even a fraction of the way to the imperial capital and her own family's estate. She took another sip and continued reading. Then her blood ran cold. Undead enslavers, the appearance of monsters capable of contending with elites of the Empire. An imperial expedition had been forced to abandon their fortified position within the wilderness. There was even mention of an anomaly that had fought alongside the expedition. From the sounds of things, there were forces in play that could crush her homeland with ease. Normally, military information like this wouldn't be included with communications sent between the Empire and its allies. But apparently the Academy had an open information policy. She reread the report, her gut churning as fear began to grip her heart. Flavia stood as she skimmed details about the Empire's planned response to the crisis. There was even a corresponding statement from an Alejo guild, signing off as witness to the events that had taken place. There was a good chance this information hadn't yet reached the capital. Her father would need to know. She marched to the far wall of her office and reached a finger for the dormant, but turned on device. The crystal construct rang. The sound was like 100 wind chimes being struck at once. Someone was trying to contact her, and Flavia knew who it was. Communication constructs only connected to paired devices. A familiar, deep voice crackled from the polished gemstone, the metallic frame of the construct humming. "Daughter," it said. "Ill news, I'm afraid. The Lord Regent is calling an emergency assembly." "I assume we just read the same report from the Empire?" she asked, jaw clenched. There was a pause before her father spoke again. "Indeed. I can only pray this isn't a repeat of 12 years ago." Flavia couldn't help but agree. The enslavers had rampaged across the north, their legions laying waste to cities and clashing with hastily mustered armies. They exchanged words. Her father was the patriarch of House Finn, though Flavia acted as his substitute while he was in the capital. The power games and politics of her family seemed tiny and insignificant in the face of what could very well be a catastrophe that washed humanity back across the southern seas. "Gather our allies and call in every favor," her father said, his crackling voice weary and tense. Flavia agreed, already running the list of things she needed to have done before the day's conclusion. They said their goodbyes, and the communication construct let out a hissing whistle as the connection was severed. The device was beginning to wear down. She would need to have it repaired. Flavia collapsed back into her chair. Then she reached for her drink. Not her cup, the whole bottle. She drained half of the contents, Feeling warmth spread through her chest. It wasn't the healthiest thing to do, but she had skills to aid in her mental clarity and focus. It wouldn't affect her much. Feeling numb, Flavia reread the letter one more time. Then she paused. There was a second page. She hadn't expected the message to continue after the signatories, so she turned the letter, revealing a smaller strip of paper that had been attached to the first. There, in penmanship different from the report, was a single sentence, followed by a new signature and the symbol of a sword. "Do you know Leifin?" It read,